The ancient horn resounded, as titans and dragons tore asunder the heavens. The feeble eaglekin crouched upon the precipice, awaiting their inevitable demise beneath the relentless march of war. The young warriors of the tribe were poised to embark upon a battlefield fraught with peril, as the ember of civilization flickered precariously in the wind. Yet, in the most inconspicuous corner of the tribe, a soul from the future opened its eyes. When the royal summons descended like a death sentence, he grasped tightly his stone spear. He possessed knowledge of history. Titans would fall, dragons would retreat into obscurity. He was also aware of the legends. A mere tortoise, bathed in divine ichor, ascended to demigodhood. Thus, amidst the tempest of dragon flames and the roar of thunder, a young eaglekin took flight, soaring towards the fated battlefield of the gods, where destruction awaited. He sought to seize an opportunity for himself, a chance to ascend to angelhood before the dust of history settled. Chapter 1. The Eaglekin Tribe of Gauman Mountain. In the realm of Feeland, during the epic of titans and dragons, at the juncture of grasslands and forests stood Gauman Mountain. The sun blazed high in the sky, scorching as if aflame. The Gauman Mountain Tribe, hear the royal decree. 50 Eaglekin warriors are summoned. You have 13 days to heed the command of the god of thunder in the Hanhai forest. Above the cliffs, a gray-black-winged eaglekin soared, grasping a bone spear, and called out to the eaglekin below. Amongst the throng of eaglekin on the cliff, Jiangyu looked up in confusion, surveying his surroundings and the sky above. Where have I arrived? Soon, he discerned the differences. Surrounding him were beings with human faces, bird-like beaks, and eagle feet, their bodies cloaked in gray-black feathers. The eaglekin donned rudimentary garments of animal hide, their figures gaunt and their faces pallid, betraying their long-standing malnutrition. He himself was but a juvenile eaglekin, standing beside a mother eaglekin. In an instant, the fleeting memories of the juvenile eaglekin surged within his mind. Messenger, our tribe consists of merely 200 eaglekin. If all the young and strong depart, how shall we survive in this desolation? We beseech you for leniency. Among the eaglekin gathered on the cliff, a tall and robust eaglekin stood at the forefront, pleading with the messenger in the sky. However, the messenger paid no heed to their plight, simply retorting, I care not for your fates. Arrive on time, and you may live. Fail to do so, and your tribe shall perish. With that, he took flight, leaving behind a crowd of distraught eaglekin. As night fell, a bonfire was kindled upon the cliff. Over it, the meager remains of the tribe's sustenance were being roasted. The young and strong eaglekin silently consumed the meat, with their kin by their side. Jiangyu stood alongside his mother beside a male eaglekin. The male eaglekin, tall and imposing, was the chieftain of this tribe, the very one who had pleaded for the messenger's mercy during the day. After finishing his meal, he turned to Jiangyu, sighed, and affectionately ruffled his hair, exclaiming, My son, you must grow up strong and healthy. Upon hearing this, though he had assumed a new identity, the memories of the juvenile eaglekin stirred something within him. He then addressed the female eaglekin earnestly. Aji, the war between the titans and the ancient dragons has persisted for a millennium. A decade ago, our forebears vanished without a trace. This time, our fate is equally uncertain. After I depart, you will rely on you for nurturing. Tears welled in the corners of the female eaglekin's eyes. Wing, must you truly go? Can't we leave Gauman Mountain and hide far away? It is impossible. The entire world is divided and ruled by titans and dragons. Here, we may barely survive. Elsewhere, we shall face annihilation, the eaglekin father lamented. Wing, you must return safely. I shall. The following morning, all the young and strong eaglekin, led by their father, took flight westward towards the Hanhai forest. On the cliff, a group of elderly, weak, and female eaglekin clutched their children tightly, watching the departing warriors. 3 years later, in a forest near Gauman Mountain, Jiangyu gripped a short stone spear, perched atop the treetops, his keen eyes fixed on the ground below. A large and a small thick-skinned wild boar were besieged by 3 forest wolves. The smaller boar had already lost half its head to the wolves, lifeless and beyond salvation. The larger boar, driven wild by the loss of its offspring, charged fiercely, disregarding its wounds. One forest wolf was impaled and fell dead, while another lay on the ground, its belly slashed open, gasping for breath. The third forest wolf delivered the final blow to the thick-skinned boar. At that moment, a piercing eagle cry echoed. Jiangyu leapt from the treetop, thrusting his stone spear with precision into the eye of the forest wolf. With the wolf's agonizing demise, a notification appeared. You have slain a forest wolf, experience 10. Jiangyu paid no heed. turning to the gravely wounded forest wolf and hurling his spear with force. The spear struck true, piercing its throat. You have slain a forest wolf, experience 10. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness and efficiency. Only after the battle concluded did 3 young eaglekin descend from the trees. You are truly formidable. We just took flight from the trees, and you have already vanquished them. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. A saying, a lie, you take a portion of the spoils back. I shall remain here to keep watch. Understood. Be careful. The 3 young eaglekin responded before working together to carry away the large and small thick-skinned wild boars. As they flew away, Jiang Yu quickly dealt with the scent of the slain wolves and ascended to the treetops. He sat upon a branch, gazing at the setting sun in the distance, brushing the blood from his spear. Open the panel. Name, Jiang Yu. Race, eaglekin. Age, 9. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 4, Spirit 9, Agility 8, Charisma 3. Level, Unlocked, Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Skills, Throwing, Proficient, Spear Technique, Proficient. Skill points, Unlocked, Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Talent, None. Quest system, Unlocked, Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Game activation countdown, 3,650,136 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Upon seeing the countdown to game activation, Jiang Yu could not help but twitch his lips. Transcending as an eaglekin, the world had crumbled, and yet the game system remained inoperable. I wonder if I am an NPC or a player. He sighed deeply. The system is unreliable for now. I must rely on myself. Fortunately, I can still observe my attributes and skills. Not everything is futile. The twilight sun cast a golden glow through the leaves. Jiang Yu snapped a branch and gestured in the air. With nothing to occupy my time, I shall reevaluate. I have been in this world for 3 years, and I am certain this is the ancient era of the Feline World game, during the epic of Titans and Dragons. When I first entered the game, I was amidst the 5th chapter, the era of the rise of the human empire. By then, the age of Titans and Dragons had long since faded. Following the ancient war, the Titans vanished, and the Dragons retreated to Dragon Island. In this period, the records are scant, in my memory. There is but one account, which is from 3 years before the final battle between the Titans and the Dragons. The god of thunder, Atri, in a war over territory, slew the beloved youngest son of the ancient dragon emperor, the blue dragon king Alaritos. This is the ancestor of the blue dragons in later generations. This incident served as the catalyst. Enraged, the dragon emperor unleashed the full might of his clan upon the Titans, leading to mutual devastation, while the goblins seized the opportunity to rise. At that time, I paid little heed to the history of the Eagle folk while watching the footage. During that era, the Eagle folk were still ruled by a royal court, overseeing hundreds of thousands of their kind, recognized as a race of intellect. Reflecting on this, he glanced at his own appearance and sighed. Once a mere lowly creature in the 5th chapter, the Eagle folk have now been cast out from the ranks of intelligent races. Players no longer encounter the option of choosing Eagle folk at the start of the game. To speak frankly, the innate gifts of the Eagle folk are indeed quite meager. Despite numerous attempts to awaken extraordinary powers in this youthful body of an Eagle folk, I have found none of the methods from later eras to be effective. Lack of talent is simply lack of talent. Extraordinary abilities remain unreachable, let alone for the future. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, I recall a legend that has persisted since the 5th chapter. An ordinary turtle, bathed in Titan's blood during the ancient times, ultimately ascended to demigodhood, surviving until the player's arrival. I had intended to awaken extraordinary powers in a similar manner. But over the past 3 years, I have learned that bathing in Titan's blood does not empower one. Rather, it leads to a fiery demise, with no exceptions. How then did that old turtle survive the Titan's blood and even come to command extraordinary powers? Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. I have undertaken the task concerning that old turtle. If I ponder it closely, perhaps there lies a clue. Chapter 2, The Clan Leader. As the sun set and night descended, the stars glittered in the sky. Jiang Yu and 3 companions returned to Gao Man Mountain, bearing the remains of 3 forest wolf corpses. By this time, the campfire on the cliff had been kindled, and a plump wild boar was roasting over the spit. The Eagle folk gathered around the fire, eagerly watching the pig sizzle, their faces alight with anticipation. Some of the younglings among the Eagle folk were already drooling, eyes glistening with desire. The thick-skinned wild boar was the most succulent prey in the whispering forest. Even now, It was a rare find for Jiang Yu and his companions. This encounter, where 3 wolves had surrounded and killed the wild boar, was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Once the roasting was complete, Jiang Yu was given the most delectable portion of the boar. Once all the eagle folk had feasted, an elderly eagle folk, with gray-white feathers and a stooped stature, trembled as he stood up and approached the fire, addressing the clan with a loud voice. "Fellow tribesmen, it has been 3 years since our chieftain, led the strong young men of our clan to the Han High Forest to join the war instigated by the Thunder Titan. They have yet to return. It is likely they have perished in the sands of time. You all know this, don't you?" The elder's words were like tearing open a wound, causing the clan's eagle folk to lower their heads in sorrow. Before long, Jiang Yu could hear the sound of weeping around him. The warriors of the eagle folk were far too weak. Aside from their ability to fly, they were of little use. On such a grand battlefield, they were akin to cannon fodder, easily falling to the might of the strong. Fortunately, 3 years have passed. Some of our children have grown up and can now assist their mothers in hunting. Especially you, who even possesses the capability to slay a forest wolf independently. The elder continued. Half a year prior, Jiang Yu had indeed single-handedly slain a lone wolf. Wolves always have an alpha. A tribe cannot be without a leader. I propose that you inherit Yi's position and become the chieftain of our Gao Man Mountain tribe. The elder finally revealed his intent. He was too old, and with the tribe lacking in strong leadership, only Jiang Yu could assume the role of chieftain. Though still a youth, he was no less capable than any adult eagle folk. Upon the elder's declaration, the first to agree were the young eagle folk of similar age to Jiang Yu. Having grown up alongside him, they had long been swayed by his prowess. With the youth's approval, their mothers would naturally not oppose, leading to nearly half of the tribe's eagle folk supporting Jiang Yu's ascension to chieftain. Moreover, not a single voice was raised in dissent. Thus, the matter was settled. The elder smiled with relief and approached Jiang Yu, inquiring with a grin. You, are you willing to bear the future of the Gao Man Mountain Eagle Folk tribe?" As he posed the question, he observed Jiang Yu's calm demeanor, nodding inwardly. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu solemnly nodded. "Elder, I am willing to become the chieftain." In the ancient and perilous wilderness, danger lurked everywhere. Lacking extraordinary powers, he could only survive through the strength of his tribe. He was no longer a mere player. His life was at stake. Becoming the chieftain was also a desire that resided within him. After 3 years of close companionship, he was not devoid of emotion. "At the very least, I must alter the fate of my tribe's eagle folk," Jiang Yu silently resolved. As night deepened, moonlight bathed the land. Jiang Yu reclined on a large boulder at the cliff's edge, letting the starlit breeze wash over him. After much contemplation, in the old turtle's task, there was indeed no mention of how to avoid being scorched by Titan's blood. But since he was once an ordinary turtle, he would not have strayed far from the battlefield when bathing in Titan's blood. With this thought, Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. In the early days of the rise of the human empire, the old turtle gained renown through the power of thunder, suggesting he likely bathed in the blood of the Thunder Titan. And the Thunder Titan is the very lord of the eagle folk. The secret behind the old turtle's survival while bathing in Titan's blood must lie in water. As for where this water is located, it must surely be within the Han High Forest. To spill the blood of the Thunder Titan, it must have been his arch-nemesis, the Blue Dragon King Alaridos. Only in their life and death struggle would a copious amount of Titan's blood be shed in the forest, falling upon the old turtle. Thus, the question becomes clear. I merely need to locate the stream or river where the old turtle resides, uncovering his secret of surviving the Titan's blood, and thus awaken extraordinary powers. Jiang Yu's mind became clear, and he continued to contemplate. However, the Han High Forest is not a place for the average person to venture. It lies at the juncture of the Titans' and Dragons' territories, guarded by numerous powerful subordinate races from both sides. Extraordinary beings from all factions will certainly be present. If I were to charge in recklessly, I would undoubtedly face death on the spot. No one would care about the life or death of an eagle folk, even those from the Titan side. The only way to reach there is to respond to the call of the eagle folk royal court, just as my father did 3 years ago, and become a soldier of the eagle folk to arrive at the Han High Forest. I must act swiftly upon hearing the summons, setting off early for the Han High Forest. Eagle folk are inherently a scouting kind of troop. If I arrive early, I am certain to be selected for a reconnaissance team, at which point I can seek out the old turtle's hiding place. As his thoughts crystallized, Jiang Yu began to form a preliminary plan. Every decade, Wang Ting summons eagle warriors from various eagle clans. Then, in just 7 years, I shall seize the opportunity. Chapter 3. The Bronze Age, the Eagle people resided in the mountains, cherishing the rugged cliffs that surrounded them. They carved out living spaces in caves using stone tools. Perched atop the heights, Gaoman Mountain was but a commonplace hill in the ancient world of Filanda. The legendary royal court of the Eagle people was said to be situated on a majestic peak known as Tian Shan, home to tens of thousands of eagles. The ancestral land from which the Gaoman Mountain tribe also descended. Upon becoming the chieftain of the Gaoman Mountain tribe, Jiang Yu initiated a transformation of their living conditions. Although the stone caves provided safety, the lingering odors and unsanitary conditions that had accumulated over generations became unbearable. In his first year, he fashioned stone axes and felled trees, leading his kin to construct dozens of wooden houses and beds within a year, creating a new abode. The original caves were fortified with wooden doors, serving as excellent storage spaces. The wooden houses featured two entrances, one on the roof and another near the cliff, facilitating travel. After completing the wooden dwellings, he gathered the tribe to excavate a water pool in the center of the settlement for daily drinking and domestic use. Jiang Yu arranged for tribe members to fetch water daily. Subsequently, he enclosed the cluster of wooden houses with wooden walls, thus forming a small village. While the safety of the wooden village might not rival that of the caves, for the first time in this untamed land, Jiang Yu felt the presence of civilization, bringing him a sense of peace. In the winter of the second year, Jiang Yu led the young eagles to hunt and kill several hibernating black bears in the whispering forest amidst the heavy snowfall. His strength and skills grew, and he donned a warm bearskin coat. In the third year, Jiang Yu discovered a magical beast in the eastern part of the whispering forest. Fortunately, this creature belonged to the deer family, and although powerful, it had a gentle disposition, remaining within its territory, allowing Jiang Yu and his companions to breathe easy. Yet, his yearning for extraordinary power intensified. In the fourth year, while leading a hunting party in pursuit of wild cattle, Jiang Yu ventured 3,000 meters westward, where he stumbled upon an open copper mine. This discovery filled him with indescribable joy. Copper. This was the key to transitioning from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. With copper tools, the strength of the Gaoman Mountain tribe would see a significant enhancement. However, a patrolling eagle youth soon arrived from a distance, informing him of a nearby serpent people tribe. The serpent people, also a subordinate race of the Titan giants, had been ancestral enemies of the eagle people, their territories overlapping for generations. In ancient times, the four-legged eagles had often captured the ancestors of the serpent people for sustenance. Yet, when both races received the Titan giants' gifts and evolved into intelligent beings, the eagles' dominance over the serpent people waned. The serpent people had superior reproductive capabilities and were skilled with bows and arrows. Although the eagles possessed the advantage of flight, their sharp talons hindered their archery. Otherwise, a species capable of shooting arrows from the sky, even if merely ordinary, would hold a considerable advantage. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu's desire for copper overshadowed his concerns about the serpent people tribe. He pondered aloud, "Liang, how many serpent people are there in that tribe? And are there any extraordinary serpent people?" "Chieftain, I did not observe closely," Liang replied, scratching his head awkwardly. "That is of no matter. We shall take another look." Jiang Yu held no resentment, recognizing that the young eagles had yet to develop such awareness. He took a flight with a team of young eagles and, after traversing a few miles, discovered a small serpent people tribe by a river. Jiang Yu circled above, observing that this small tribe bore similarities to their own. Years of warfare had drained their vitality, leaving mostly the old, weak, women, and children. Indeed, the serpent people fared worse on the battlefield than the eagles, often relegated to mere cannon fodder. However, this serpent people tribe outnumbered the Gaoman Mountain eagles, with approximately 300 members. Jiang Yu resolutely decided to eliminate this serpent people tribe. That very night, he led the warrior members of the eagle tribe to eradicate the small serpent people settlement while they slept. Subsequently, they commenced mining the copper and smelting bronze. Jiang Yu possessed some knowledge of ancient copper smelting methods from his past life, and after several attempts, he successfully produced bronze. In the fifth year, after a year of accumulation, nearly all the combat-capable eagles in the tribe possessed at least one bronze item. With bronze weaponry, they could hunt larger and fiercer prey, and even dared to test their mettle against weaker magical beasts when encountered. The tribe primarily wielded bronze spears, while Jiang Yu forged a bronze sword for himself. In the sixth year, as the tribe's bronze reserves increased, Jiang Yu utilized the surplus to cast a large bronze cauldron, allowing them to cook food continuously within it. Subsequently, various bronze utensils such as bowls, basins, pots, and spoons were created. At this point, Jiang Yu could proudly declare that the Gao Man Mountain tribe had transitioned from the Stone Age into the Bronze Age, surpassing most races in the Filanda world in terms of civilization. In the 7th year, at the age of 16, Jiang Yu was considered an adult among the Eagle people. His physique had become more robust and his wings more resilient. That year, in preparation for the impending war, Jiang Yu began crafting bronze armor. Due to their wings, it was challenging for the eagles to cover their backs with armor and to maintain their agility in flight. The armor could not be overly heavy. Thus, Jiang Yu forged protective plates for the chest, arms, and head. A dozen sets of this simple bronze armor were created for himself and the strongest eagles in the tribe, all of whom had grown up alongside him, bound by brotherhood. As time passed, that autumn, amidst the fluttering of golden leaves, the messenger from the Eagle Royal Court arrived as anticipated. Chapter 4. The decennial call to arms. The sky was high and the clouds sparse, the autumn air rich with anticipation. On the cliffs of Gaoman Mountain, a messenger from the Eagle people, with gray-black wings, soared in the air, brandishing a 2-meter-long bone spear, surveying the land below with an air of arrogance. He glanced at the meager population of the Gaoman Mountain tribe, and, with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, proclaimed loudly, "Gaoman Mountain tribe. The royal court has issued a decree, summoning 50 eagle warriors. You have 13 days to report to the Hanhai Forest and heed the call of the Thunder God." The familiar call echoed throughout the cliffs, suggesting that the royal court truly regarded the small Gaoman Mountain tribe with contempt, as they had not even bothered to modify a single word of the summons in decades. This was undoubtedly the common call to arms issued to all the small eagle tribes outside the royal court amid the vast mountains. 50 warriors was far too many. The current population of the eagle tribe, including newborns, barely numbered around 200, with only slightly more than 30 adult males of Jiang Yu's generation. In that moment, Jiang Yu finally comprehended the profound sadness and helplessness felt by his father years ago. The sentiment of wishing for one's child to grow up healthy must have been uttered in a context of deep despair. On the cliff, the eagles bowed their heads in dismay. Jiang Yu stood at the forefront, claws clenched tightly, suppressing his inner fury. Taking a deep breath, he implored, much like his father had done before him, "Esteemed messenger, you see our predicament. It is indeed challenging for our tribe to muster 50 eagle warriors. Might you grant us some leniency? I am willing to lead all the adult males of our tribe to fight for the Thunder God in the royal court." Humph. The royal decree is not something to be bargained with. The gray-black winged messenger of the eagle let out a cold snort and spoke with an icy tone. A diminutive tribe, barely surviving under the protection of the royal court, is already a grace bestowed by the court. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Yu's tightly clenched claws and the unwavering gaze directed at him, a murderous intent rising within him. Tribes like Gaoman Mountain were akin to the wild grasses on the plains. They perish and revive in waves, and even if exterminated, it would have little impact. It is only a matter of time. The royal court never cared about their fate. As the murderous intent stirred, the eagle messenger's eyes sharpened, and the gentle breeze in the heavens began to stir ominously. This was no ordinary power. It was the power of wind. Standing on the cliff, Jiang Yu felt a sudden chill in his heart, his entire body shivering, and he quickly lowered his head, speaking loudly, "Great messenger, Gaoman Mountain is willing to heed the call to arms." The world fell silent for a moment. Only the wind rising in the heavens could be heard. On the cliff, Jiang Yu remained vigilant, ready to strike. After a long pause, the cold-faced eagle messenger ultimately refrained from taking action, leaving behind a harsh command before taking flight. 50 warriors, within 13 days. Remember, if one is missing or if you are late by a day, your entire clan will be annihilated. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yu's heart surged with rage. Sooner or later, we shall rebel against this despicable eagle royal court. Once the eagle messenger departed, the tribe members sighed in despair. When will this war come to an end? When will our lives truly improve? We are far too weak. With our forebears gone without a trace, we fear we may soon follow in their footsteps. Observing the sorrowful faces of his kin, Jiang Yu immediately stepped forward and proclaimed, "Dear tribesmen, please trust me. This time, I will ensure everyone returns safely. If not, I shall lay my life down before you all. Moreover, I request that the adult sisters of the tribe accompany us into battle. The younger ones should remain in the tribe." "Yes, chieftain." At that moment, a group of over 10 adult female tribesmen stepped forward, all of whom were the female eagle warriors of their generation. Thus, the entirety of the Gaoman Mountain tribe was left with only the elderly and the weak. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, his gaze falling upon the strongest young male eagle among them, smiling as he said, "Cha, once we depart, you shall be the strongest male eagle in the tribe." You must lead the young ones to protect our kin. With tears in his eyes, Cha solemnly replied, "Yes, brother Yu," nodding in acknowledgement. Jiang Yu comforted his mother before addressing the eagle warriors preparing for battle. "All right, there is no time to waste. We shall return to don our bronze armor and take up our weapons. We depart for the Hanhai forest in a quarter of an hour." An eagle warrior questioned in confusion, "You, is it not within 3 days? Why the urgency?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "In previous generations, none of our forebears returned from battle. This time, we must first investigate the situation in the Hanhai forest and prepare adequately." The method of bathing in Titan's blood was too astonishing. He was not yet ready to disclose it and instead concocted a reasonable excuse. Of course, it was not entirely an excuse. There was indeed merit in his reasoning. "Understood. We shall return to gather our weapons and armor, departing in a quarter of an hour." The eagle warriors nodded in agreement. They had no doubts about Jiang Yu's words. They had grown up alongside him. And the bond of trust was far stronger than that of ordinary folk. Thus, a quarter of an hour later, 50 eagle warriors armed with bronze swords and spears were fully equipped. At Jiang Yu's command, they soared westward, leaving behind the reluctant gazes of the elderly and weak of their tribe. Chapter 5. Hanhai Forest under the stars and the moon, journeying day and night. 7 suns rose and set. After traversing mountains, rivers, deep valleys, and dense forests, Jiang Yu finally led his warriors to the Hanhai Forest. This was a vast and boundless forest, aptly named, its greenery sprawling like the ocean, infinite and unfathomable. A long river wound through the forest, flowing into the distant sea. This territory lay on the edge of the realm ruled by the Titan of Thunder, Atre, bordering the domain of the ancient Blue Dragon King, Alaritos. The two had been in conflict for many years, with no victor emerging. At that moment, the Hanhai Forest resembled a colossal barracks, with various races of Phaland appearing within. Jiang Yu observed centaurs patrolling the woods, eagles soaring above, trolls camping in the thickets, dwarves riding sheep in the valleys, goblins felling trees, merfolk resting by the river, fishmen wielding stone tridents, and blood giants acting as overseers, while fairies and tree spirits gazed down from the treetops. And boar men lay on the ground, among other sights. These were the subordinate races of the Titans, who had ruled half the world since the era of the Titan giants. The ancient dragons were not inferior to the Titan giants. Jiang Yu gazed toward the far northern reaches of the Hanhai Forest and beheld a massive stone throne towering 300 meters high, seemingly carved from an entire mountain. A giant nearly 200 meters tall sat upon it, with violet hair and golden eyes, exuding a presence that instilled terror. The majesty of his being was akin to mountains and seas, a colossal pressure that left Jiang Yu in awe. At every moment, crackling purple lightning encircled his robust form, as if he were a pit of doom. This was the Titan giant, Atre, master of thunder. According to the legends of the 5th era, Titan giants were born to be legendary, achieving demigod status upon maturity. And the great Titan king, even without raising a divine throne, possessed power rivaling that of deities. This was the Titan giant, the ruler of half the ancient Phaland world. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the Titan giant, Jiang Yu grew increasingly cautious. Burying the pride of a traveler deep within his heart, he was still a mere mortal, not even extraordinary. In this world filled with formidable powers where death could come at any moment, one must tread carefully. As they soared over the skies of the Hanhai Forest, the patrolling eagles and griffins did not obstruct their passage, allowing them to land directly in the encampment of the eagle warriors. Upon landing, an eagle royal court soldier approached them. This was a middle-aged eagle, clad in wolf skin. Although he lacked any extraordinary aura, he exuded the presence of one who had experienced many battles. He asked indifferently, "From which tribe do you come, and who is your leader?" Jiang Yu stepped forward and replied, "I am the leader, an elder of the royal court, and we hail from the Gaoman mountain tribe." The middle-aged eagle soldier acknowledged with a slight nod, clearly having not heard of the Gaoman mountain tribe. He glanced at the bronze weapons and armor they carried, showing no particular interest. What could a small tribe of eagles, especially one with female warriors, possibly hold of significance? "Follow me." The eagle tribe from the east is commanded by Lord Windwing. The middle-aged eagle soldier led them through half the camp to a large, disorderly encampment. The trees here had been completely felled, leaving a barren expanse of muddy grassland. Jiang Yu glanced around, estimating that around 10,000 eagle warriors were stationed here, their gray-black wings interwoven across the ground like an expansive dark net. The middle-aged eagle casually pointed to a corner. "You may stay there temporarily." With that, he prepared to turn and leave. After all, they were merely cannon fodder destined for the battlefield. He had little desire for conversation. Jiang Yu quickly called out to him, a sincere expression on his face. Elder, may I ask your name? Additionally, where is Lord Windwing's camp, and how should we heed his military orders? This place was chaotic, with the eagles haphazardly gathered together, making it unclear how to unify command. Jiang Yu felt it wise to clarify the situation. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged eagle soldier turned back in surprise, his disdain evident in his gaze as he chuckled. What qualifications do you possess to follow Lord Windwing's orders? Someone will come to summon you in due time. As he spoke, he pointed to a nearby encampment of eagles. An eagle warrior of the royal court, wielding a bone spear, soared above, loudly chastising the tribes below. You, and you, gather your kin and set forth with me. The summoned eagle people dared not resist, rallying their clans to follow. Their numbers varied from a mere handful to a dozen or more, each pair of eyes reflecting a profound numbness. It was evident that this was not their first summons. Each small tribe arrived with a contingent of 50, while the remainder had met their demise elsewhere. Jiang Yu observed this with a heavy heart. I understand, Elder. Indeed, it is good that you comprehend. There are certain truths I prefer not to express too harshly. You small tribes, sheltered beneath the royal court, heed my commands closely. It is unlikely that many will return once the war concludes. As for my name, there is no need for you to know it. The middle-aged eagle soldier spoke in a flat tone, gesturing toward the edge of a nearby forest. Furthermore, do not entertain the notion of escape. Observe yonder. That is the fate of those who attempt to flee. Jiang Yu turned to see a gruesome display of eagle corpses, impaled with wooden stakes, bloodied and buried in the ground. He fell silent, while the middle-aged eagle let out a hearty laugh. Boy, do not be foolish. You eagle people are nothing more than ants and weeds. The royal court grants you life, and so you live. It decrees your death, and you perish. Tread carefully. With that, he spread his wings and soared away, ready to summon the next tribe. Jiang Yu remained rooted in place, fists clenched, his gaze profound. In such a royal court, what future awaits the eagle people? It is no wonder they have become one of the weakest magical beings. I shall eventually usurp their place. Behind him, the eagle warriors who had grown alongside Jiang Yu bore expressions of indignation, yet they restrained themselves. Only after the middle-aged eagle departed did one approach and inquire. You, what shall we do next? Hearing this, Jiang Yu glanced at the eagle reconnaissance squad soaring in the sky and replied with a smile. They shall call to their own, and we shall pursue our own path. Lie, bring forth the bone spears we fashioned earlier. We will patrol ourselves. An eagle stepped forward, presenting Jiang Yu with a long object wrapped in animal skin. Jiang Yu unwrapped it, took hold of the bone spear, and addressed the gathered eagles with a grin. From this moment forth, I am a soldier of the royal court, leading you in reconnaissance. Follow me. Excellent. He sought the whereabouts of the ancient turtle, willing to explore even without the royal court's command. However, he deemed it safer to determine the route himself. As for the risk of discovery, that mattered little. Death was inevitable on either path. In pursuit of awakening the extraordinary, he had to take the plunge. Chapter 6. Bathed in Titan and dragon blood with some pickled meat provisions, Jiang Yu inquired among the surrounding eagle people who had already completed their missions. Armed with a bone spear and clad in a bear pelt, he masqueraded as a royal guard, leading his kin skyward, boldly flying beyond the camp's confines. The journey proved uneventful. Such groups were plentiful, and no eagle took notice. One by one, royal eagles departed with 50 warriors from various tribes, while others returned with a smattering of tribal eagles. Typically, scout units suffered the greatest losses before a battle commenced. In this expanse of sky, the warriors of the eagle tribes were the weakest beings, not to mention the dragon hybrids soaring above, various flying subdragon species. And even griffins could easily contend with a squad of 50 eagle scouts. Just as Jiang Yu was about to breach the camp's edge, a guard stationed there furrowed his brow and approached him, inquiring with an impassive expression, "Who are you? I have never seen you before. I am a newcomer today." Jiang Yu replied calmly. His demeanor was so natural that the guard found no cause for suspicion and nodded to let him pass. Behind him, his kin's hearts raced. Upon witnessing the guard's acquiescence, they finally exhaled in relief, only to feel their hearts leap again at Jiang Yu's next maneuver. Instead of departing, Jiang Yu quietly advanced, slipping a piece of gold into the guard's hand and asking, "Brother, as a newcomer, could you tell me where the fiercest battles for the skies are taking place?" Even in ancient times, gold served as hard currency, and this piece had been procured during the extermination of the serpent people. The guard nodded in satisfaction and replied, "I understand. In recent days, the Eastern Front has seen the most intense fighting. Even several extraordinary eagle nobles have fallen. Little brother, heading west would suit you best." "Thank you, brother." Jiang Yu nodded with a smile, then led his kin westward. Adjacent to the eagle camp lay the goblin encampment, a once thriving race under the Titans that now found itself a significant faction in the current ancient era. They boasted a population of several million, scattered throughout the world of Phylon, even seen among the ancient dragons. The goblins were remarkably clever. Jiang Yu noted the impressive siege engines constructed within their camp, alongside wooden arrow towers and lowly tents, all far more orderly than the chaotic eagle encampment. Beside the goblins were the ogres, whose camp was as haphazard as that of the eagles, a disarray of chaos. Jiang Yu surmised that the ancestors of the elegant and beautiful elves likely resided among them. Further ahead were the centaurs, dwarves, half-orcs, and others. This assortment depicted a microcosm of the world's intelligent races. Emerging from the camp, Jiang Yu led his kin further westward, keenly searching for traces of small lakes, ponds, and streams. The great river traversing the forest, as described in the ancient turtle's recollections, was certainly not the place of his childhood. As night fell, he returned his kin in batches. This routine of early departures and late returns minimized the risk of discovery regarding his kin's diminishing numbers. After several days of searching the west, Jiang Yu had yet to uncover the ancient turtle's dwelling. On the fifth day, as he set out, the gatekeeper Eagle Guard barred his way, warning him against continuing towards the safest western route. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu redirected his kin southward. They cautiously evaded the dragons and griffins of the opposing side, yet still encountered a bipedal wyvern. After losing several kin, Jiang Yu hurled a spear that struck the wyvern's eye with precision. The creature let out a pained wail, but the injury was insufficient to incapacitate it. Rather, it became more ferocious. It went into a frenzy. Jiang Yu made a swift decision to divert the wyvern's attention, leading it away from his kin. They fled frantically above the forest, occasionally startling combatants engaged in aerial skirmishes. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's flying skills were commendable, and the injured wyvern, being a one-eyed beast, struggled to catch him. Just as an eagle and a dragon clashed, the sky suddenly darkened. Jiang Yu looked up to see a colossal blue dragon with a wingspan of 500 meters soaring overhead. The ancient blue dragon king's form crackled with world-shattering blue lightning. Its massive body was clad in scales as formidable as steel, exuding an imposing presence. Behind Jiang Yu, the pursuing bipedal wyvern let out a triumphant roar. This was its dragon lord. However, before it could revel in its fortune, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant north. Araleltos, I have yet to seek trouble with you, and you dare to invite death? The tremendous roar compelled Jiang Yu to turn his gaze northward. There, a towering giant, standing at 200 meters, radiated purple lightning. Clad in an unknown material's hide, wielding a gleaming silver spear enveloped in world-ending thunder, was striding toward him, causing the very earth to tremble. The blue dragon, unwilling to yield, bellowed defiantly. Utterly, the foolish and arrogant Titan brute, today let the esteemed Lord Alalitos grant you eternal annihilation. The distance between them appeared vast. Yet in the presence of such colossal beings, it was but a fleeting moment. Thunderous roars. The two ancient Titans commenced their fierce melee. The earth trembled beneath their combat. The sky was torn asunder, and the forests were trampled into flatlands, while fierce winds swept up endless clouds of dust, unleashing their fury upon the world. As the battle of the masters ignited, countless races from both factions began to clash in the realms of earth and sky. On the ground, the Tauren wielded colossal trees to sweep away foes. Goblins hurled stones from their satchels. Trolls swung their stone axes. Stone golems crashed into the ground. Satyrs charged with their horns. Centaurs galloped fiercely. Serpent folk brandished wooden bows. Dwarves raised stone hammers to slay enemies, and boarfolk lunged with lethal tusks. In the heavens, harpies fought in swarms. Two-headed wyverns screamed through the skies. Flamingos set the firmament ablaze. Griffins brandished their sharp beaks and claws, and dragonhawks flapped their wings like blades. This was a battlefield woven from the fabric of epic mythology. And there stood Jiang Yu, remarkably close to these two titanic entities. In this inferno of chaos, the outcome remained uncertain. In a heartbeat, Jiang Yu made his resolution. Behind him, the wyverns, invigorated by the atmosphere of battle, surged towards him with fervor. Amidst the surrounding strife, flames blazed in the sky, and Jiang Yu ceased to evade. Instead, he drew forth a bronze short sword from his bosom. As the wyvern lunged, he deftly leaped onto its head, plunging his sword into its skull and giving it a fierce twist. You have slain a wyvern, gaining 100 experience points. Upon the wyvern's demise, its massive body plummeted. Jiang Yu lay upon its back, descending alongside it, feigning mutual destruction, for he had already glimpsed a crescent-shaped lake below. He recalled that the future dwelling of the old turtle would also be a grand crescent-shaped lake, and he felt a surge of certainty that this was the very place. As he and the wyvern plunged into the water with a splash, the creature floated atop the surface, casting a shadow beneath which Jiang Yu swiftly submerged. After a few strokes, he discovered a charming little pink turtle resting upon a smooth stone that shimmered with a greenish glow at the lake's bottom. Jiang Yu's heart leaped with joy. This must be it. He swam vigorously to the little turtle, gently patted its tiny head, and then grasped it, placing it in a corner of the green stone before sitting upon it. Suddenly, an incredibly refreshing rhythm coursed through his entire being. Outside, within the vast forest of the Hanhai, the towering and robust Titan giant, standing 200 meters tall, bore scars, its golden eyes glinting with an icy demeanor. Humph. All that exists in this world belongs to the Titan divine race. You dragonkin are but a band of wretched thieves. Self-proclaimed divine race, how arrogant you are. Few such races exist even in the astral realms, truly despicable. The blue lightning dragon laughed in anger and re-engaged in battle. It swung its tail, dozens of meters long, with lightning crackling upon it. The Titan giant roared with laughter, brandishing a 300-meter-long spear, charging forward. We Titan giants possess the strength to move mountains and fill seas, to turn the world upside down. As divine beings, what is there to stop us? Absurd. As the words fell, the two formidable entities collided once more, stirring up clouds of dust as thunder clashed with thunder, their struggle growing increasingly fierce. Golden blood spilled amidst the conflict, showering the forest battlefield. They had long ascended to demigods, their blood transformed into gold. In the heat of battle, at one moment, the blue lightning dragon Alalitos's claw raked across the Titan giant's shoulder, and a torrent of golden blood cascaded into the crescent-shaped lake where Jiang Yu resided. Almost instantly, the entire crescent lake brimmed with golden blood, wrapping both him and the little turtle in the Titan's golden essence. In that instant, a sensation akin to searing flames engulfed him, as if he were being baked within the heart of the sun at a temperature of 100,000 degrees. Concurrently, the system's voice echoed. You have bathed in Titan's blood. All attributes have been enhanced. The agony was unbearable. Even with his will forged from iron, he felt as though he were being scorched beyond endurance. Beside him, the pink turtle had turned crimson, flailing upon the green stone. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming chill flooded his body. Jiang Yu looked down to see the stone radiating a brilliant green light, enveloping him and the little turtle. However, this reprieve was fleeting. Shortly after, the Titan's blood continued to pour into the lake. Moreover, due to their proximity to the battlefield of the two demigods, the ancient Blue Dragon King's blood also fell into the lake. Thus, waves of burning sensations returned anew. You have bathed in Titan and Dragon King's blood. All attributes have been enhanced. At this moment, Jiang Yu realized why the old turtle had been reluctant to divulge the details of awakening. The experience was excruciating, akin to a relentless torment. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. You have bathed in Titan and Dragon's blood. All attributes have been enhanced. You have bathed in Titan and Dragon's blood, awakening the power of thunder. You have bathed in Titan and Dragon's blood. Your bloodline has undergone a transformation. Your will has been enhanced in the Titan and Dragon's blood. You have awakened the talent, Champion's will. The essence of golden blood within the lake was entirely absorbed by him and the turtle, bringing the torment to an end. At that moment, both Jiang Yu and the turtle underwent a profound transformation. The turtle's shell turned a striking purple-blue, electric sparks dancing around it, while its tiny eyes shimmered with newfound wisdom. Chapter 7. The catalyst. The war outside raged on, yet the violent tremors elicited by the monumental battle gradually receded. Jiang Yu emerged from the lake, peering around to assess the ongoing conflict. The area bore the scars of the titanic clash, yet no creatures dared approach. Offering him a moment to gaze upon the water's surface, reflected there was a most unusual visage of an avian being. His beak had fallen away, replaced by a refined and handsome nose and mouth akin to those of humanity, while the coarse gray-black fur on his face had thinned, revealing a delicate contour. Above, his formerly gray-white hair had melded into a lustrous silver gray. Most striking were his eyes, the once vertical pupils of an eagle now transformed into a pair of starry purple orbs. Additionally, much of his plumage had shed, and his claws now bore a more fleshy appearance than before. This signified a shift towards a more humanoid form. His wings, once a dark gray, began to intermingle with fresh white feathers, still tender and new. He had evolved, reminiscent of his ancestors. He opened his panel, and the data displayed was entirely transformed. Name, Jiang Yu. Race, avian, bloodline mutation in progress. Age, 16. Attributes, strength 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 13, Agility 11, Charisma 5. Level: Unlocked, Sealed, to be activated upon game commencement. Skills: Throwing, Mastery. Spear Technique, Mastery. Power of Thunder, Extraordinary. Skill points: Unlocked, Sealed, to be activated upon game commencement. Talent: Champion's Will, you possess extraordinary insight and reflexes. Your combat awareness surpasses all. Quest System: Unlocked, Sealed, to be activated upon game commencement. Game activation countdown: 3,646,486 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Jiang Yu gazed at the panel, noting that his attributes had significantly improved. His body brimming with strength. His vision extended further than ever before. Although his level did not appear on the panel, he knew he had transcended into the realm of the extraordinary. Titan and the blood of dragons bestowed upon him the opportunity to transcend the ordinary, and he seized it with fervor. The next step was to prepare for a safe return from this war. He grasped the bronze sword, feeling the surge of extraordinary power coursing through him, with flickers of lightning dancing along the blade. Now, facing the two-headed dragon once more, he was ready for a decisive confrontation. Emerging from the small lake, he cast a glance at the budding wisdom emanating from the little turtle upon the azure stone, contemplating whether to take both the turtle and the stone with him after the battle. Upon reaching the riverbank, he spread his wings, ready to ascend, when a chilling and mournful cry echoed through the heavens. Atri, you dare to kill me. Alalichuos, today you are doomed. The voice of the Thunder Titan reverberated like a thunderclap, striking all living beings. No. Jiang Yu's heart raced as he lifted his gaze. Not far away in the forest, the towering Thunder Titan clutched the head and neck of the blue dragon with a grip akin to 1,000,000,000 volts. With a savage tear, the entire head of the blue dragon was wrenched from its body, blood spilling forth in a horrific cascade. With a thunderous crash, the headless body of the blue dragon collapsed, its lifeblood flowing into the forest like a river. The victorious Thunder Titan raised the severed head of the blue dragon, causing the creatures of the Dragon King's faction to flee in terror. Meanwhile, the intelligent races of the Titan faction within the vast Han-Hai forest erupted in cheers. The war was over. We emerged victorious. Yet, witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu felt as if a volcano were erupting within him. This battle was none other than the fateful spark of war. The death of Alalichuos, the son of the Dragon Emperor, ignited a conflict that would engulf the entire world. The heavens and earth quaked. Countless races suffered grievous losses. I must first locate my kin. After this battle, I must consider how to preserve our clan amidst such turmoil. Chapter 8. The Path of Profession. However, before that, Jiang Yu glanced at the glimmering azure stone and the little turtle at the lake's bottom. After pondering, he decided against taking them both. Without storage equipment, carrying them would be akin to a child parading with gold in a bustling market. Moreover, he recalled that storage equipment first appeared during the latter stages of the second chapter within the Goblin Empire. He made a mental note of the location. Jiang Yu then flapped his gray-white wings, soaring into the sky, faint echoes of wind and thunder accompanying him. Ascending to the midair, his extraordinary vision allowed him to see clearly that the subordinate races of the Blue Dragon King's faction were either fleeing desperately or kneeling in surrender. Indeed, the outcome was settled. Jiang Yu then turned his gaze towards the battlefield where the Thunder Titan and the Blue Dragon King clashed. He beheld the Thunder Titan devouring the massive heart of the Blue Dragon, skinning it and extracting its valuable innards, causing his eyelids to twitch. The dragon was a treasure trove, not to mention the ancient dragon. But since the Blue Dragon King was the son of the ancient Dragon Emperor, it was certain that the dragons would resolve to fight the Titans to the death after this battle. The true cataclysmic war was about to commence. This was indeed that fateful spark of war. No, upon my return, I must lead my kin to migrate. We cannot remain in the Gaoman Mountain any longer. The realm where the Thunder Titan resides will be the most fiercely contested battleground, the very existence that the ancient dragons yearned to slay. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. If history remained unchanged, then there was but a year until the war between Titans and dragons erupted. No matter, I must search for my kin. Where are they now? He turned eastward and flew away. After leading the two-legged dragon astray, his kin had headed eastward. Fortunately, the eagle folk belonged to the victors, and he flew through the battlefield without peril. After a while, he finally spotted a large group of eagle folk in the sky. Among them were his kin. Yet upon casting a glance, he realized there were only about 30 of them, each one bearing wounds. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows and soared closer. His appearance had drastically changed. Although he still resembled an eagle folk, he was now distinct. His kin sensed a familiar aura but hesitated to acknowledge him. for the lightning power swirling around his wings clearly marked him as an extraordinary being. While there were plenty of extraordinary eagle folk within the royal court, each one was a precious asset, a being elevated above ordinary eagle folk. Thus, from among the group, a robust eagle warrior with gray-black wings and a stone spear stepped forward, addressing him respectfully. "My lord, may I inquire as to your purpose here?" Observing the stark contrast in attitude from this evidently royal eagle warrior, Jiang Yu's understanding of the extraordinary deepened. "I come in search of my kin." "Your kin?" The royal eagle folk inquired, puzzled. "Yes, them," he declared, flying before his kin. "Kin, I am Jiang Yu. I have returned alive." "You?" A male eagle folk emerged from the group, a mix of joy and confusion on his face. "Asang, it is indeed me." Jiang Yu nodded with a smile. Seeing Jiang Yu skillfully recall their names, the eagle folk from the Gao Man mountain tribe remained incredulous. Jiang Yu was about to inquire why only 30 of them remained when the previous royal eagle folk approached him again, excitement evident in his voice. "My lord, you are now an extraordinary eagle folk. Although your appearance has drastically changed, the extraordinary is inherently varied, and we royal eagle folk are not easily surprised." "Indeed," Jiang Yu affirmed. "Since you have attained extraordinary status, I implore you to accompany me to meet the king. The king will surely be delighted." The royal eagle folk continued. "What benefits are there to meeting the king?" Jiang Yu asked, unimpressed. At his words, even the well-versed royal eagle folk was taken aback. "To leave the tribe and remain in the royal court, is that not the greatest benefit?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "What about my kin?" The royal eagle folk scoffed. "The tribe's folk are lowly, worthless. They are like the wild grasses that grow recklessly in the wilderness, ever abundant. Why concern oneself? My lord need only take your relatives." He gestured toward the west, proclaiming, "And my eagle royal court resides in the heavenly mountains, rich in resources, with a pleasant environment. Close to the divine palace of His Highness Thunder Titan Atri, that is where the eagle nobility resides." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's disdain for the eagle royal court grew. As a member of the royal lineage, they showed no regard for their own subjects. It was no wonder that in the 5th chapter, the eagle folk would ultimately lose their civilization, descending into mindless beasts devoid of wisdom and heritage. He suppressed his fury. Knowing he had just recently attained extraordinary status and lacked the strength to confront the royal court, he could only temper his tone and respond. "The tribe nurtured me. I have no intention of abandoning them. However, I would appreciate it if you would introduce me to the king. It would be beneficial to observe the royal court's condition while I am still weak." The royal eagle folk, unperturbed, chuckled. "You tribesfolk who have recently become extraordinary always think this way. Once you reach the royal court, you will change your mind sooner or later. Now, I shall take you to meet the king." After reassuring his kin, Jiang Yu followed the royal eagle warrior toward the residence of the eagle king. Upon arrival, Jiang Yu noticed numerous extraordinary eagle folk. Once inside the eagle king's tent, he saw a plump eagle king adorned with a feathered crown, engaged in discussion with a middle-aged eagle folk. In Jiang Yu's perception, while the aura of this eagle king did not rival that of the Thunder Titan, he was nonetheless far more powerful than Jiang Yu at present. Upon noticing the appearance of an extraordinary eagle folk, the eagle king showed little interest. He glanced at Jiang Yu, speaking flatly. "Since you have risen from the lowly to the extraordinary, you must serve me well, safeguarding the royal court in the future. Now leave." With that, he addressed his attendants. "Take them to fetch 2 portions of Fengyu Yulu, and then let the priest elucidate the path of advancement for the newly ascended extraordinary beings." Inside the grand tent, the warrior from the Wang Ting, who introduced Jiang Yu, was elated and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jiang Yu glanced at him. Understanding the underlying reason for his introduction, it was beneficial. However, upon hearing the term career, he felt a tinge of confusion and thus expressed his thanks as well. "Thank you, Your Majesty." In the forthcoming 5th chapter, a career signifies the advancement path for every extraordinary being. Warriors, mages, rangers, priests, sentinels, knights, witches, sorcerers, enchantresses, druids, and many more, alongside various branches of these professions, exist in abundance. Each career possesses a complete pathway to becoming a legend. One only needs to embrace the vocation, as in the future. The only factors influencing their strength will be talent and resources. Yet, in this era, it seems to be otherwise. This was the first time he had encountered the concept of a career path. Under the guidance of a servant, after obtaining the Fengyu Yulu, he continued to the priest. A robed female eagle person approached him and began to explain. "You have already become extraordinary. I shall now elucidate the path of advancement for you. The crux of advancement lies in determining your career path. Once you ascertain your career path, the possibility of advancement emerges, leading to powerful careers and even the potential to become a legend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a stir within him. May I inquire, esteemed priest, where can we take up our eagle people's careers? What do you mean by taking up a career? The female eagle priest furrowed her brow. The path of a career can only be forged through self-creation or bloodline inheritance. Where does the notion of taking up a career come from? Jiang Yu was somewhat bewildered and instinctively asked, if one cannot take up a career, then how can one advance to become a legend? The eagle priest gazed at him with a speechless expression, mocking him. A legend, how fanciful your thoughts are. On the continent of Phylan, the path to legendary advancement is exceedingly rare. Currently, only the royal family's sky warrior profession possesses a complete pathway to legend. The self-created career path requires years of effort and continuous refinement to have any possibility of becoming a powerful career. Hence, every formidable career path is solely dependent on bloodline inheritance. At this point, she looked at Jiang Yu, finding the situation increasingly amusing. Without ancestors of bloodline inheritance, you must create your own career. Jiang Yu, undeterred by her mockery, felt a jolt within. In the future, career points will be scattered throughout the world, and every sentient being with the requisite qualities will have the opportunity to choose a complete legendary path for their career. In other words, careers without a complete legendary path will not endure. Who could have orchestrated such a phenomenon? Truly astounding. Perhaps only a true deity could accomplish such an extraordinary feat. To think that now, a career path leading to legend could be so precious. The predecessors have planted trees, and the future generations shall benefit. The descendants are indeed fortunate. Little did he realize that he had become one of those predecessors who plant trees. At this moment, he could only inquire, esteemed priest, please instruct me on how to create a career. Consume the extraordinary item to awaken your spiritual vision. The Fengyu Yulu suffices. Then, through meditation, touch the sea of spirituality and construct your extraordinary career based on your thoughts. Remember, the career you build must align with your physique, attributes, mind, and will. Do not aim too high or stray from reality. Otherwise, your career path will be a dead end from the very beginning. The path of entrepreneurship is not simple. Do you remember? Yes. If you remember, you may leave now. Chapter 9. The Majesty of Titans. Upon exiting the priest's tent, Jiang Yu departed from the royal encampment, making his way to his family's location. Although the war was victorious, he could not leave immediately. As he departed the royal encampment, the eagle warrior informed him that if he was unable to let go of the tribe, he could return for now. It seemed he had great confidence that Jiang Yu would indeed return to the royal court. Not just him. It appeared that the entire eagle royal court shared this confidence. He further informed Jiang Yu that 3 days later, there would be a celebration for the Thunder Titan Atri, requiring everyone's attendance to extol the greatness of the Thunder Titan. After locating his kin, they returned to the camp where the eagle tribe had initially settled. Jiang Yu then realized that nearly all of the tribal eagle people had perished. Every surviving member was filled with tears, resembling walking corpses. This war had drained the lifeblood of the eagle tribes across the vast wilderness. Yet, the royal court remained aloof, with none daring to rebel. It was then that Jiang Yu inquired about his kin's ordeal. Under Asang's explanation, after Jiang Yu had drawn away the two-headed wyvern, they were hastily conscripted by a squad of royal eagle warriors and thrust into the front lines as cannon fodder, facing the griffin horde opposing the giant dragon. Soon, over a dozen tribesmen perished, but fortunately, they were clad in bronze armor, and the war concluded after the Titan giant tore apart the Blue Dragon King, sparing them from further harm. The royal eagle warriors always remained at the back of the ranks, directing the various tribal eagles into battle, resulting in minimal casualties for the royal court after each conflict. This was the reason why the tribal eagle people were nearly wiped out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's anger toward the eagle royal court intensified. He resolved that upon returning this time, he would no longer heed the royal court's commands. As for the location of the Gaoman mountain tribe, he would wait until a better encampment was found before departing. After all, a year later, the ultimate battle between titans and dragons would erupt, and the existence of the eagle royal court would remain uncertain. On the third day, Jiang Yu sat quietly in the camp with his kin, patiently waiting for the arrival of the Titan giant. As the sun reached its zenith, the thunderous footsteps approached. A Titan giant towering over 200 meters strode into the center of the encampment. Wrapping around him was the destructive power of thunder, and a massive dragon head served as a helmet atop his head, still reeking of dragon blood. Atri's imposing form stood tall, as if on the clouds. He cast his gaze upon the myriad of sentient beings below, who appeared as ants, revealing a hint of indifference and boredom in his eyes. Were it not for the Titan King's instructions that these ant-like sentient beings concealed the secrets of divinity, he would not concern himself with their fates. He bellowed, "My servants, cheer for your master. The great Titan shall ultimately dominate all of Phylan." As if the very heavens and earth were collapsing, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the vast Hanhai forest. All beings were pressed down by this overwhelming might, their spirits quaking and their bodies collapsing. Such was the might of the Titan giants. Each Titan giant begins their journey as a legend, and those like Atri, the Titan powerhouse, have long attained demigod status. Jiang Yu struggled under the weight of this majesty, half kneeling on the ground. However, having absorbed the blood of titans and dragons, he swiftly regained his composure. Raising his gaze to behold the Titan giant, who seemed to sit atop the clouds, towering over all, akin to a king of the world. Igniting within him a flame of defiance and fervor, he could take their place. Chapter 10. The Path of the Career, Thunder Wielder. Following the Titan Grand Assembly, the various tribes of Phylan dispersed, and the Eagle Royal Court returned to the Tianshan Mountains, ordering each tribe to disband. Jiang Yu lingered until the end, secretly taking away Xiao Gui and Yingying Qingshi. This place would undoubtedly become one of the most brutal battlefields in the future, and he had no intention of returning. Subsequently, Jiang Yu led his kin back to Gaoman Mountain. Although over a dozen had perished, it was a significant improvement compared to the total annihilation of the previous generation. A few days later, they arrived back at the Gaoman Mountain tribe. Upon witnessing the return of their kin, the majority of the Eagle people were overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of elation. Yet, among them were those who had lost husbands, brothers, and sons, and their lamentations pierced the air. Jiang Yu, too, felt a profound sorrow. When he departed, he had promised to bring everyone back, yet now, over a dozen had met misfortune. Simultaneously, the Eagle people marveled at Jiang Yu's transformed appearance and his extraordinary prowess. Several elder Eagle people wept tears of joy, fully aware of the significance of an extraordinary being in this ancient era. That very evening, the tribe feasted heartily, as the returning young and strong members brought stability to the clan. The following day, within the wooden dwelling of the village, Jiang Yu placed the azure stone beneath his bed and crafted a small nest for the little turtle before introducing it to his kin. The wise little turtle, akin to a newly born child, brimmed with curiosity about the world. Its petite and adorable form, combined with its thunderous power, quickly endeared it to the entire Gaoman Mountain tribe, with children flocking to play with it. The Eagle matriarch doted on it, embracing it as one of their own. In the ensuing days, Jiang Yu led the youth on daily hunts, and with his extraordinary abilities, they returned with a bountiful harvest. After amassing a significant supply of provisions, he resolved to enter seclusion to forge his own path in his profession. Having instructed the Eagle people not to disturb him, Jiang Yu retreated to his wooden cabin. Preparing for his entrepreneurial endeavor, he moved the luminous azure stone into position and seated himself upon it. This mystical stone held the capacity to absorb Titan's blood, awakening the extraordinary within him. It was indeed a treasure of immense value. His participation in the Titan and Dragon War had yielded this priceless artifact. With the azure stone at his side, he hoped his journey towards establishing a profession would flourish. He consumed the Fengling Yulu and began to meditate, reaching towards the sea of spirituality. The Fengling Yulu was said to be a unique, extraordinary resource found only on Tianshan Mountain. After ingesting it, Jiang Yu swiftly entered a state of meditation. Within this meditative state, he perceived the surrounding spiritual particles, each exhibiting a myriad of colors. Yet the purple particles were the most abundant and resonated with him the closest. Jiang Yu understood that these purple particles represented the element of thunder, forming the foundation of his extraordinary nature. Thus, he extended his consciousness, following his inner feelings to connect with the thunder elements, gradually refining himself until he beheld a vast ocean composed of vibrant spiritual particles. Amidst this ocean of spirituality, Jiang Yu began to contemplate the profession he was destined to create. Undoubtedly, his extraordinary path would be centered around the power of thunder. As this thought emerged, the thunder elements within the sea of spirituality converged towards him. He then reflected on his advantages. As an eagle person, he possessed the ability to fly. As a traveler from another world, he bore the memories of 2 lifetimes. Furthermore, he was endowed with the champion's will, enabling him to harness formidable combat prowess. With a deepening understanding of himself, a professional template began to manifest. In the depths of his being, a series of chimes echoed. Player has triggered the job assignment task. Player has triggered the selection for an extraordinary path. System error, unable to generate job assignment task. System error, Job assignment task incomplete. System error. Insufficient job prerequisites. System error. Player template has undergone changes. System error. Initiating system auto repair. Repair failed. Repair failed. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. When Jiang Yu finally emerged from the sea of spirituality, he received the following notification. Ding. Player has acquired NPC template. NPC level, elite. Congratulations. Player has completed the job assignment, Thunder Sovereign. Chapter 11. The Outbreak of the Titan and Dragon War. Inside the wooden cabin, he opened his panel. Name, Jiang Yu race. Eagle person, bloodline mutation in progress. Template. Ordinary player, currently unavailable. Template. NPC, elite. Profession, Thunder Sovereign. Age, 16. Attributes, Strength 15, Constitution 10, Spirit 15. Agility 15, Charisma 6. Level, unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game commencement. Skills, Throwing, Mastery. Spear Technique, Mastery. Thunder Power, Extraordinary. Skill points, unlocked, sealed. To be activated upon game commencement. Talent, Champion's Will. You possess extraordinary insight and reflexes, with combat awareness that surpasses all. Task System, unlocked, sealed. To be activated upon game commencement. Game activation countdown, 3,650,100 days, 7 hours, 12 minutes. Jiang Yu examined the system panel, noting the increase in all his attributes, and the unlocking of both the profession and NPC templates. With a chuckle, he remarked, the unlocking for players should occur in the 5th chapter, and this NPC template suggests I am now classified as an elite creature. He then closed the system panel. At this stage, it served as a mirror to reflect his own strength. He rose and pushed open the door, stepping outside the wooden cabin. Awaiting him was an eagle warrior clad in bronze armor, holding a bronze spear. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, he exclaimed with joy, You have emerged from your seclusion. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder and replied with a smile, Thank you for your efforts, Liang. Ha ha ha, guarding the door for you is no trouble at all. Liang laughed heartily. Now that I have emerged, you need not remain here. Go attend to your duties, Jiang Yu said with a grin. Since I currently have nothing to do, may I see the extent of your newfound strength? Liang inquired curiously. Every eagle person yearned to become an extraordinary being. In terms of strength, the deer-like magical beast we once encountered should not stand a chance against me now. Upon finishing, Jiang Yu lifted a bronze spear, exerted a slight force, and the spear tip crackled with purple lightning before he hurled it towards the village outskirts. With a resounding thud, a large crater, a meter in diameter, appeared in the earth. Truly impressive. Liang and the other eagle people, drawn by the commotion, expressed their admiration. With you among us, our Gaoman mountain tribe is finally beginning to grow strong. Jiang Yu gazed at the jubilant members of his tribe, his heart swelling with happiness. After his job assignment, he could now see the path ahead towards becoming extraordinary, harboring hope for continuous growth. Especially following the baptism of Titan and Dragon blood, his physical potential had significantly increased. Given enough time, he was confident that advancing to the legendary tier would pose no issue. After all, he carried the experiences of his previous life. He would not fall behind by much. In the following days, Jiang Yu organized the tribe to forge bronze weapons and armor while stockpiling provisions. He often soared above Gaoman Mountain, exploring the surrounding environment for suitable places for the eagle people to hide and settle. The cataclysmic battle between titans and dragons was imminent, and even legendary beings might not survive. One could only imagine the fate of a newly elevated extraordinary professional like himself. After extensive searching, he discovered several magical beast habitats. Upon thoroughly scouting the area, Jiang Yu decided to venture even further afield. He prepared his supplies for a long journey and, after 7 days and nights, traveled 10,000 miles eastward, reaching the edge of the Eastern Sea. According to ancient legends, the ocean was the territory of the sea tribes. Apart from the titans and dragons, no one dared to establish a foothold along the coastal areas. Jiang Yu circled the coastline for several days until he discovered a towering mountain standing majestically by the sea, surrounded by abundant resources. Aside from a few magical beasts, there were no signs of intelligent life. This was indeed a paradise bestowed upon the Gaoman mountain tribe. When war breaks out, I shall lead my kin here. No matter how fearsome the sea tribes are, can they compare to the devastation wrought by the Titan and Dragon War? A year later, Jiang Yu continued his training at Gaoman Mountain, seemingly accelerated by the effects of Titan and Dragon blood, achieving rapid progress in his cultivation. In the span of a year, he ascended from level 1 of the Yulei Zhe to level 5, reaching the first tier of the Chao Fan Zhe, a formal stage of transcendence. The next phase would be the second tier of Chao Fan, the master stage. Thus, he once again ventured into the sea of spirit, creating the advanced profession of Eulasia, the Thunderwing. On this day, as he prepared to break through upon the azure stone, the desolate sound of the bronze horn echoed. A voice, akin to the wind of the heavens, seemed to descend from the clouds, proclaiming, "Summon your chieftain." When Jiang Yu arrived atop the stone cliff, the Eagleman envoy appeared astonished to discover that Jiang Yu was indeed a transcendent Eagleman, which softened his tone slightly. He raised his stone spear and declared, "The royal court has issued a decree, calling upon all young Eaglemen of the Gaoman Mountain tribe to proceed to the ancestral grounds of the Eaglemen, Tianshan, to await orders." As Jiang Yu listened, thoughts of a catastrophic war flashed through his mind. The monumental battle was finally about to commence. On the cliff, Jiang Yu gazed at the high-flying envoy from the Eagleman royal court, feeling the familiar aura that stirred the winds and clouds, yet devoid of the initial sense of oppression. The reason was simple. He too was now a practitioner of the second tier of transcendence. The envoy's level of transcendence was merely that of a master. During his time in the Han High Forest, he had inquired about the strength and professions of the royal court's messengers. Typically, the profession of the Eagleman royal court's envoy was that of a messenger, belonging to the same Eagleman family. For nearby assignments, a first-tier transcendent messenger would suffice. But for distant places like Gaoman Mountain, they dispatched the advanced profession of Wind Envoy. However, since the inception of the messenger profession, the most formidable among them had only reached the third tier of transcendence, the Windwalker. Achieving this was a rarity. Currently, there existed but one Windwalker within the messenger family, usually requisitioned by the Titan of Thunder to relay messages between the Titans and various clans. The greatest characteristic of the messenger profession was its astonishing speed. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Yu's mind as he observed the Eagleman envoy hovering in midair. He straightened his posture for the first time and laughed heartily. Does the envoy not realize that if all the young of our tribe are conscripted, how shall the remaining kin survive? The Eagleman envoy frowned at his words. Every Eagleman must unconditionally serve the royal court. This has been an ironclad law since ancient times. The tribesmen are as worthless as weeds. If they survive, so be it. If not, then it matters not. You are a noble transcendent. Why stoop among a rabble of commoners, willingly descending into degradation? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu could no longer contain the murderous intent swelling within him. If the royal court regarded us as true subjects, we would naturally die for the royal court. But if the royal court treats us like mere ants, why should we sacrifice ourselves for them? The Eagleman envoy was enraged by this retort. Impudent. As an Eagleman, having fortuitously ascended to transcendence, you dare to slander the royal court, uttering wild words and disregarding decrees. Today, I shall slay you. With that, he raised his stone spear, his dark gray wings swirling with wind and clouds, a fierce gale propelling him towards Jiang Yu with the speed of lightning. He harbored no doubt about defeating Jiang Yu. Our transcendent lineage has been optimized through generations. How could a mere upstart compare? Below on the cliff, the Eaglemen of Gaoman Mountain sensed the thunderous gale descending from the sky, fear etched upon their faces. Yet Jiang Yu showed no sign of fear. Instead, brimming with combat fervor, he took a step forward, brandishing his bronze longsword, the violent purple lightning coursing through the blade, and shouted towards the Eagleman envoy. 11 years ago, my father perished due to the royal court's conscription. A year ago, our tribesmen nearly met their end in the Han High Forest. Envoy, I have long desired to slay you. The Eagleman envoy charged at him, precisely as he wished. He had no assurance of catching the Wind envoy in flight. He could only aim to strike when the envoy initiated the attack. In an instant, the two collided. The forces of wind and thunder clashed with a deafening roar, resonating like a mournful song echoing through the heavens and earth. Blood splattered as two dark gray wings were severed in an instant. It was at the moment of contact, as sword met spear, that the powers of wind and thunder intertwined. Just then, Jiang Yu's wings erupted in a thunderous explosion, akin to a raging thunder serpent. Powerful lightning guiding several bronze longswords towards the wings of the Eagleman envoy, severing them in one fell swoop. Deprived of his wings, the envoy's power was instantly halved, and he could no longer possess the speed he once had. For a moment, the Eagleman envoy was both shocked and furious. Yet Jiang Yu's will was as unyielding as iron. He pressed the attack, quickly reducing the envoy to a bloodied, battered state. Unable to flee, unable to match Jiang Yu's strength, the Eagleman envoy, facing certain death in this wild land, knelt before Jiang Yu, saying, I concede. Please spare my life, for I possess a wealth of transcendent treasures that may be offered in exchange. However, Jiang Yu's expression remained icy. No need. The blood feud of my Gao Man Mountain lineage shall begin with you. With that, he unhesitatingly swung his sword towards the head of the kneeling Eagle Man envoy. Under the blazing sun, with the clouds parted and the wind stilled, Jiang Yu held the severed head of the Eagle Man in his grasp atop the cliff. He turned to face his trembling kin and smiled. Tribesmen, do you remember the royal court's grand conscription every decade? With each summons, our fathers and ancestors seldom returned, leaving the Gao Man Mountain tribe weak and on the brink of annihilation. This is a blatant disregard for our humanity. As these words fell, the expressions of the Eagle Men shifted from fear to animosity. Sensing the fire of their fighting spirit igniting, Jiang Yu nodded in approval and continued. The blood feud of kin can be avenged even after 9 generations. Today I slay their envoy, and in the future, when we are strong, we shall ascend Tian Shan and directly ask the Eagle King upon that throne. Are the tribesmen truly ants? Are we, indeed, mere ants? No, no, no. The resounding roars reverberated through Gao Man Mountain. The flames of fury ignited within the hearts of the tribesmen. As their shouts subsided, Jiang Yu instructed, from this day forth, let us gather our belongings and migrate. In that eastern coastal land lies a towering peak, abundant in resources and breathtakingly beautiful, untouched by development. It shall be the birthplace of our Gao Man Mountain tribe's resurgence. Migration, migration. In truth, at this moment, having slain the envoy of the Eagle Man royal court, all the Eagle Men of Gao Man Mountain were united in both glory and peril. There was no dissent. 3 days later, the Eagle Men of Gao Man Mountain had prepared their belongings and followed Jiang Yu eastward. In the sky, gazing down at the village dotted with wooden houses, Jiang Yu silently vowed, one day, I shall return. A month later, after a long journey, the Eagle Men of Gao Man Mountain finally arrived at the eastern coastal mountain under Jiang Yu's guidance. The Eagle Men discovered that, indeed, as Jiang Yu had described, the scenery was splendid and the resources abundant. Their eyes sparkled with joy. In midair, as Jiang Yu and his kin soared, an eagle warrior named Liang suddenly exclaimed with excitement, this great mountain shall henceforth be our home. Please, bestow it with a name. Jiang Yu, hearing this, nodded with delight. He gazed upon the magnificent and imposing mountain, memories of the great mountains and rivers of his past life flowing through his mind. He smiled and said, this mountain is grand and majestic, a splendid gift from the heavens. I would have named it Tian Shan. But since Tian Shan is the dwelling of the Eagle Man royal family, let us add a word and call it Tian Tang Shan. Tian Tang Shan, a splendid name. The Eagle Men did not comprehend what Tian Tang Shan signified, yet only Jiang Yu understood the boundless ambition hidden within his heart. The day was still young. After observing the surroundings, Jiang Yu led the Eagle Men to land near the cliff. They began to wield their prepared bronze axes to chop down trees and construct wooden houses. In less than a month, a village of wooden huts, belonging to the Gao Man Shan tribe, emerged upon the lofty mountains. Thus, the Gao Man Shan tribe commenced their rejuvenation by the shores of the East Sea. Meanwhile, across the expanse of the Fei Londe continent, the Titans and the primordial dragons had devolved into utter chaos. Numerous Titans and ancient dragons met their demise, and among the myriad races of Fei Londe, nearly all suffered grievous losses. The demigods bled, legends fell, and the entire world was engulfed in darkness. 20 years later, at the East Sea's edge, the Gao Man Shan tribe had burgeoned to over 1,000 inhabitants. On this day, Jiang Yu was practicing atop a cliff when, suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the distant western forest. Asuna, are you truly willing to perish with me? Chapter 14, The Radiant Titan Asuna. Jiang Yu abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze now as radiant as purple stars, and his aura had markedly intensified since 20 years prior. He had achieved the pinnacle stage of the second tier of the extraordinary, the profession of Thunderwing. He looked towards the west, where he soon perceived the tremors of the earth. Before long, a primordial dragon and a titan towering over 100 meters came into view. The ancient black dragon was entirely black, its scales shimmering with a metallic sheen, yet it bore numerous wounds. The titan was a female, adorned with a vine-woven circlet, possessing striking beauty, fair skin, and a graceful figure. If her stature were reduced 100-fold, she would resemble the enchanting human beauties often seen in Jiang Yu's past life online. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the Titan and the primordial dragon, Jiang Yu was filled with confusion, yet this did not impede his resolve. How could it be that Titans and primordial dragons would clash here? He summoned several adult eagle men, instructing them to swiftly lead the tribe to take refuge in the designated mountain caves. Yes, Chief. The eagle men promptly complied with Jiang Yu's command. For 20 years, all the eagle men had obeyed him without hesitation. Seeing the eaglemen spring into action, Jiang Yu nodded in approval. He gazed towards the west, hesitated for a moment, and then took flight, quietly heading in that direction. In the western forest, a Titaness raised her spear high, disregarding her grievous wounds, and thrust it fiercely into the primordial dragon's vulnerable scales, causing a torrent of golden blood to erupt. Mephit, you have slain my brother. Today, let us rest together in eternal slumber. The ancient dragon, realizing its survival was unlikely, sighed deeply and mocked. Very well, Asuna. To be buried alongside a Titan beauty such as you is not a loss for me. As he spoke, his dark aura surged violently, enveloping the heavens in shadow. A pitch-black claw emerged from the darkness, piercing viciously into the Titaness' ample chest. Enduring the excruciating pain, Asuna summoned all her radiant power, sending forth a brilliant spear of light that penetrated the dragon's skull. The clash of light and darkness erupted, obliterating all the trees within Jiang Yu's line of sight. Chaos reigned between heaven and earth. Even as Jiang Yu sensed the impending danger and retreated in haste, he was momentarily dazed by the explosion, crashing to the ground. When the dust settled, Jiang Yu rose, surveying the devastation. The once lush forest was now a barren wasteland, where the essences of light and darkness intertwined. In the center of this desolate expanse lay the bodies of a Titaness and an ancient black dragon. How marvelous! Jiang Yu soared above the two ancient demigods, undeterred by the aura of ancient supremacy emanating from their corpses, and murmured with a smile, a deceased Titan and a fallen primordial dragon. The heavens favor my tribe. I have conceived a plan on how to utilize you. The corpses of demigods could endure through the ages, hidden away as treasures for future generations. After this reflection, he noticed the golden blood pooling on the ground and felt a pang of regret. I must fetch the blue stone. This precious blood must not go to waste. Chapter 15. The Origin of the Winged Ones. Without delay, Jiang Yu returned to his encampment, announcing that the danger had passed. He then instructed his kin to prepare bronze tools and to excavate two large pits within the heart of Tiantang Mountain, large enough to accommodate the Titan and dragon corpses. He intended to conceal them for long-term use. With the blue stone in hand, he flew to the site where the Titan and dragon had met their end. Upon his arrival, the blood of the two demigods had ceased to flow, yet several pools of golden blood remained beneath them. Simultaneously, due to the incompatible powers of light and darkness, the mingling of the two bloods emitted a sizzling sound, as if something were being perpetually worn away, leading to mutual decay. Observing this, Jiang Yu abandoned the idea of bathing in the blood of both the Titan and the dragon. However, he knew he must choose between light and darkness, between Titan and dragon. At that moment, he glanced at himself, recognizing his inclination towards humanoid forms. He approached the pool of Titan blood, embracing the blue stone as he leaped into it. In an instant, an excruciating pain engulfed him, as if every inch of his skin and cells were ablaze. It felt akin to being reforged, his entire being hammered, as if crafting components, accompanied by a sense of violent intensity that extracted and reinserted his very blood. But soon, the blue stone began to emit a gentle glow. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, alleviating the violent sensations, and his blood began to settle. Just as he managed a sigh of relief, the searing pain akin to descending into the depths of hell assaulted him once more. The pain was unbearable. This time, there was no lake water to dilute it. He was fully submerged in Titan blood. Outside his consciousness, the system's notifications chimed incessantly, yet he lacked the focus to check them. This cycle continued for 3 days and nights. When he could no longer feel the pain, sustained only by an indomitable will, the pool of Titan blood had diminished to 1/10 of its original volume. Its glow faded, resembling mere mundane substance. Only then did Jiang Yu regain his composure. He first examined his body, discovering that the dark feathers of his wings had entirely shed, replaced by pristine white feathers. His hair had transformed to silver, and, apart from his wings, every feather on his body had vanished, revealing a handsome visage and fair skin. Having bathed in the blood of the radiant female Titan, his allure had significantly increased. Most astonishingly, his claws had fully transformed into hands and feet, resembling those of a human from his past life. With hands and feet akin to those of humanity, his capabilities expanded immensely, and his combat prowess soared. It was only then that he found the opportunity to inspect the system panel. Upon opening it, a plethora of system information surged forth. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your attributes have changed. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your bloodline is beginning to transform. You have bathed in Titan blood. All attributes enhanced. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your will has been strengthened. You have bathed in Titan blood. You have awakened the power of light. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your Eagleman bloodline has completely mutated. Please name your new bloodline. Panel. Name. Jiangyu race. Ingren. Fully mutated. Please name it yourself. Template. Ordinary player. Currently unavailable. Template. NPC. Master level. Occupation. Thunderwing. Age. 36. Attributes. Strength 25. Constitution 20. Spirit 25. Agility 25. Charisma 30. Level. Unlocked. Sealed. To be activated upon game launch. Skills. Throwing. Proficient. Spear technique. Proficient. Swordsmanship. Master. Power of thunder. Extraordinary. Power of light. Extraordinary. Skill points. Unlocked. Sealed. To be activated upon game launch. Talent. Champion's Will. You possess extraordinary insight and reaction ability. Your combat awareness surpasses all. Quest system. Unlocked. Sealed. To be activated upon game launch. Game launch countdown. 643, 100 days, 4 hours, 19 minutes. Upon seeing the race naming section, Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He briefly considered naming it Angel, but as soon as this thought emerged, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread and promptly abandoned it. One must not overreach, otherwise, they will face divine retribution. Since becoming an angel was out of the question, he settled on naming the new race Ingren. Zhang Yu declared resolutely. Congratulations, player, naming successful. Race. Ingren changed to Ingren. Chapter 16. Evolution of the pool returning to the skies above Tianang Mountain. Zhang Yu observed 2 massive pits nearing completion in the mountainside. 3 days was an easy task for the nearly all-out Ingren. Witnessing the vigorous activity, Zhang Yu descended to lend a hand and finalized the last steps. The Ingren, seeing Zhang Yu's appearance, felt a familiar aura but hesitated to recognize him. Previously, Zhang Yu had somewhat resembled a Ingren, but now he bore a striking difference. To put it metaphorically, he looked like a titan with wings, shrunken down 100-fold. Among the Ingren, an aged figure spoke up. You, is that you? Leon. It is I. Zhang Yu nodded. The companions he had grown up with had aged. During ancient times, an ordinary Ingren's lifespan was around 50 years. Those who had not ascended to the extraordinary gradually aged away. Wonderful. You've grown stronger. We are one step closer to our revenge. Liang laughed heartily. The other Ingren also displayed expressions of joy and pride. Indeed, it will not be far off. Zhang Yu responded, addressing his kin loudly. However, relying solely on me, it is difficult to level the Tiantang royal court. Now, I have found a splendid method to empower us all. How will that work? Can it succeed? Our tribe has no Ingren with extraordinary potential. The kin voiced their doubts. Zhang Yu explained passionately. I have evolved and grown stronger due to the blood of Titans. And now, the blood of Titans is within reach. My kin, the reason I had you dig 2 large pits is not only to bury the fallen Titans and dragons, but also to utilize their blood for your transformation. Here, I will construct a pond, allowing all kin to bathe in the blood of Titans. But it is said that the blood of Titans must not be touched. Those who do will spontaneously combust. One of the kin questioned. I have my ways. Zhang Yu asserted confidently. A day later, 2 enormous pits capable of accommodating Titans and dragons formed in the mountainside. Zhang Yu then led all the able-bodied kin 1,000 miles away to retrieve the colossal remains and enter them within the grand pits. After the burial, Zhang Yu established a forbidden zone outside the pit containing the ancient black dragon and constructed a 100-meter square pond above the light Titan's remains. He crushed blue stones and evenly spread them across the pond's bottom, then made an incision in the female Titaness body, allowing golden blood to flow continuously into the pond. Once these tasks were completed, he summoned all kin to collectively bathe in the small pond. During the first bathing in the blood of Titans, only a handful of Ingren experienced changes. However, Zhang Yu instructed the Ingren to return to this place for a bath every 7 days. Thus, as time passed, their feathers began to slowly fade. Their beaks gradually fell away, and their gray-black plumage transformed into white, with their limbs progressing toward a more human form. Yet, no one awakened to the extraordinary. Achieving the extraordinary truly proved to be an arduous task. Another 20 years passed. At the summit of Tiantang Mountain, Zhang Yu stood high, gazing down at the entire Tiantang tribe. He bore pristine white wings, silver hair, and violet eyes, his visage strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a young titan. At this moment, the tribe's population had grown to 5,000, and they had undergone a remarkable transformation from their previous Ingren appearance. Zhang Yu estimated that in another century, before the blood of Titans was exhausted, his kin would all resemble him. By then, his Ingren tribe would no longer be solitary. Observing the increasingly thriving village below, which could even be described as a small town, Jiang Yu could not help but exclaim. It is a pity that Liang, Sang, and Lai have not become extraordinary. Time truly takes its toll. Once youthful companions have now perished. Chapter 17. The Greatwood Clan brother, do not be melancholic. You still have me by your side, right? Rest assured, with my lifespan, I shall surely outlive you. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, a languid young boy's voice emerged beside him. Jiang Yu twitched the corner of his mouth and turned to look. There stood a small turtle, mimicking his stance, perched atop a stone. The little turtle feigned to gaze thoughtfully at the mountains below, as if surveying his kingdom. Seeing its animated demeanor, Jiang Yu could not help but chuckle and scold. Little Ba, if you cannot offer comfort, then do not speak. You still live longer than I do. At this point, he suddenly halted. This little turtle had indeed lived to the 5th chapter. It was now at the 3rd tier of the extraordinary, the heroic tier. Over the past 20 years, his corresponding occupation had evolved from the 2nd tier Thunderwing to the 3rd tier Holy Wing Walker. After experiencing the baptism of the blood of the Light Titan, his potential for light power had surpassed that of thunder power. Within 20 years, he had perfectly harnessed both extraordinary powers, integrating them into his occupational system. The 3rd tier of the extraordinary is the strongest rank beneath legendary status. Those who reach this stage are often hailed as heroes by the world. Hence, it is also referred to as the heroic tier, with an extended lifespan of up to 500 years. Of course, this applies to ordinary intelligent races. Some exceptionally gifted extraordinary beings cannot be measured by conventional standards, like the little turtle before Jiang Yu. This ancient relic that had lived to the 5th chapter might possess some extraordinary bloodline within. Perhaps Jiang Yu's intense gaze made the little turtle shiver. Brother, why are you staring at me like that? It's unnerving. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, patted its head, and smiled. You are indeed correct, little Ba. Thanks to you, I am not lonely during these long years. The great sun gradually ascended, and the sea breeze swept over the peaks. Just as Jiang Yu and the little turtle were exchanging playful banter, a figure radiating with light power descended from the sky, landing before Jiang Yu. Chief, a giant troll tribe is approaching from 10,000 miles to the west. A troll tribe? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Why would a troll tribe come here? This is a coastal area. Is there no longer any legend of sea clans on the continent? He pondered for a moment and instructed, Roar, gather the Tiani team. And let us go take a look. The Tiani team consists of the tribe members who have awakened extraordinary powers over the past 20 years, numbering around a dozen. Under the influence of the blood of the Titans, they are predominantly awakened beings of luminous power. However, due to their extraordinary achievements, their evolutionary forms are remarkably more astonishing than their kin. Aside from their hands and feet, which have not fully evolved, their faces have shed all feathers, rendering them the closest semblance to Jiang Yu. After speaking to Roar, Jiang Yu turned to the little turtle. Xiaoba, you remain within the clan to prevent any unforeseen events. Despite its adorable appearance, the little turtle is a formidable master-level warrior. Boss, I wish to accompany you, exclaimed the little turtle, its eyes sparkling with eagerness. Haha, Xiaoba, I do not oppose your desire to join, yet you lack wings. The little turtle immediately felt disheartened. In this era, without wings, and with no mages in existence, only legends can soar through the skies. Enough, Roar, go summon the others. We shall depart shortly. Yes. Half an hour later, Roar appeared before Jiang Yu, accompanied by a dozen extraordinary eagle men. Let us set forth. At Jiang Yu's command, he brandished his bronze longsword and led the group westward. A few hours later, as the sun began to set and dusk enveloped the earth, Jiang Yu finally reached the skies above the troll tribe. Upon gazing downwards, he observed a sizable troll settlement, home to around 10,000 inhabitants. However, their demeanor appeared quite disheveled, evoking a sense of being driven out. Just as he was observing, a resonant, robust voice emerged from the troll tribe below. In the skies, who might be the friend of the Eagleman court? We are the Giantwood clan, under the command of the Nature Titan. Please descend for a meeting. Chapter 18. Crossing the Great Sea. Nature Titan, Giantwood clan? Jiang Yu felt an inkling of familiarity with the name of this troll tribe. However, after his recent observations, he discerned that the speaker was the strongest among them, positioned at the hero tier. His concerns began to ease. Noting the invitation from the troll tribe, Jiang Yu decided to descend and inquire about their purpose at the Eastern Sea's shores. These trolls had traveled thousands of miles to reach the Eastern Sea. Did they intend to become neighbors? He addressed Roar and the other eagle men beside him. Roar and I will descend. The rest shall remain here to observe. Understood, Chief. After issuing his orders, Jiang Yu descended into the troll settlement alongside Roar. His first words were, trolls. We are not of the Eagle Man clan, but rather the winged people who have dwelled in this coastal land for generations. Upon recognizing Jiang Yu and his companions, the trolls were filled with admiration. The troll chieftain who had called out expressed, "I misjudged. You possess beauty akin to the Titans, far beyond that of the Eagle Man clan." He introduced himself, "Esteemed one, I am Langsent of the Giantwood clan." One does not strike a smiling face. Jiang Yu replied politely, "Greetings, Langsent, I am Jiang Yu, the chieftain of the winged people." He then directly inquired, "I wish to understand why the Giantwood clan has arrived at the eastern sea shores. Do you intend to settle here?" Sensing Jiang Yu's reluctance to welcome their tribe, Langsent chuckled wryly. "We do not intend to settle here. Our purpose is to cross the sea to another continent." "Cross the sea?" Jiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "In this era, traversing the ocean is no trivial matter." "Indeed, we shall sail across the vast ocean to reach another continent," Langsent affirmed. "But why?" "This is hardly a wise decision," Jiang Yu questioned. "I share your sentiments. Yet this is the dying wish of His Highness, the Nature Titan Tai Yiliner." "Dying wish? Has His Highness Tai Yiliner passed away?" "Yes, esteemed Jiang Yu. However, although she fell in battle, in her final days, she summoned us and imparted a prophecy, guiding us to cross the sea to escape the ravages of war." Langsent explained. "The more significant matter at hand is that they harbor the secret to the revival of the Nature Titan, Tai Yiliner, which necessitates their crossing. However, this detail need not be disclosed to Jiang Yu." He shared this information solely to alleviate Jiang Yu's suspicions and ensure their safe passage across the sea. They had already lost too many lives on this journey, and Langsent did not wish for complications at this critical juncture. Indeed, after hearing the chieftain's account, Jiang Yu, though still astonished by the decision of this troll tribe to cross the sea, refrained from further inquiries and nodded. "I understand, esteemed Langsent. The winged people shall not hinder your crossing." "Thank you." Jiang Yu further inquired about the conflict between the Titans and the ancient dragons. He learned that the clashes between the two races were fierce and unrelenting, escalating in intensity. Countless lives had been lost in this war, leading to a true state of despair. Langsent appeared haunted by the memories, believing that even without crossing the sea, their tribe would suffer grievously in this conflict. Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware that the ultimate outcome would likely be mutual destruction, yet he remained uncertain when this unparalleled war would conclude. From the troll's descriptions, it seemed that this turmoil would persist for several more years. Subsequently, Jiang Yu returned to his people. In the days that followed, he maintained a vigilant watch over this troll tribe. As they had claimed, the Giantwood clan busied themselves by the eastern sea, tirelessly felling trees and constructing ships. A year later, the troll tribe, known as the Giantwood clan, set sail upon wooden vessels, embarking on their oceanic journey. Chapter 19. A century of change at the eastern sea. By the shore, the wind swayed gently, and the waves danced like flowers. Jiang Yu stood on the beach, gazing into the distance where the Giantwood clan had vanished from sight. Before their departure, the Giantwood clan sought to borrow some of Jiang Yu's kin as scouts for their journey across the sea. However, the reality was that without a substantial force accompanying them, the chances of these scouts returning were as slim as a mountain's ascent. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu managed to find a number of adventurous young individuals within his clan and inquired about their willingness. Ultimately, 50 of them chose to journey across the ocean with the Giantwood clan. Before their departure, to ensure these young ones would not forget their roots, Jiang Yu bestowed upon them a surname and incorporated the name of the winged people. Thus, these 50 individuals took on the surname Feng and sailed across the ocean, becoming a branch of the winged people. In the ensuing years, Jiang Yu led his tribe to continue flourishing along the coastal land. As time progressed, influenced by the blood of the Titans, the appearance of his kin gradually transformed in alignment with Jiang Yu's vision, and their extraordinary talents slowly advanced. In the third decade of their refuge by the eastern sea, the population of the Tiantian mountain tribe reached 10,000, with nearly 100 extraordinary beings among them. During this time, external conflicts remained exceedingly fierce, with occasional fleeing intelligent beings from other races arriving to recount the war's circumstances. Not only had the Titans and ancient dragons suffered grievous losses, but the Falanda myriad races had also seen half of their population vanish. In the fourth decade of their refuge by the eastern sea, the Tiantian mountain tribe's population soared to 30,000. The count of extraordinary beings grew to several hundred. And under Jiang Yu's guidance, unique extraordinary professions exclusive to the winged people began to emerge. These included Sky Knights, Radiant Swordsmen, Light Guardians, and Sky Assassins, among others, predominantly of the light attribute. However, as these were initial creations, the potential of these professions was limited, primarily confined to the first tier. Only the Radiant Swordsmen, with Jiang Yu's assistance, reached a ceiling of the second tier as Radiant Duelists. Jiang Yu aspired to pass down his profession, yet regrettably, there were no extraordinary awakened beings of the light or thunder attributes within the clan, and thus he had to forego this ambition. Fortunately, within this generation of the Guangming Jinshe profession, another young individual possesses extraordinary talent, having ascended to the second tier in merely 30 years, potentially elevating the profession to unprecedented heights in the future. In the 6th decade by the shores of the Eastern Sea, Jiang Yu has finally reached the final stage of the Sheng Yi Xingzhe, mere steps away from legend. Yet, this final step proves exceedingly elusive. At this juncture, the Tian Tangshan tribe has grown to a population of 100,000. Besides Tian Tangshan serving as the stronghold for the winged people, numerous villages and small towns have emerged on the surrounding high mountains, established by the winged clan. At this time, nearly all the newly emerged clansmen have achieved a physique akin to that of Jiang Yu. After a century of transformation, they can no longer be recognized as the former eagle people, resembling instead diminutive winged titans. In this year, Jiang Yu summoned all his clansmen to Tian Tangshan, officially declaring their separation from the eagle people and their establishment as the winged clan. Concurrently, the latest news from the outside world reached the Eastern Sea. The Titan King and the Primordial Dragon Emperor led the remnants of their tribes into the final battle at the Tsang Cheongji Yuan, resulting in mutual destruction. In the aftermath, both the Titan King and the Primordial Dragon Emperor vanished without a trace. During this time, far to the north on the continent of Fei Landa, amidst the sprawling mountains and snow-covered lands, a band of goblins clad in thick fur approached a massive metallic gate. Leading the group was one of the 3 legendary figures of the Goblin clan, the Grand Sage Ba. Esteemed Grand Sage, the relic discovered by the young ones is indeed here, remarked a notably tall, middle-aged goblin knight, glancing at the metallic gate before addressing an elderly goblin behind him with respect. This elder wore a crown made of unknown creature bones and wielded a staff resembling jade. Upon hearing the knight's words, a flicker of blue and white light danced in the elder's emerald eyes, as if something mysterious was brewing within. After a considerable pause, he emerged from his trance-like state. To the astonishment of the goblin knights, the elder leaped down from his wolf mount and knelt before the metallic gate, fervently exclaiming, "Blessings upon our clan! Blessings upon our clan! The prophecy reveals that within lies something of great power and glory for our people. Oh, it is more than mere power and glory. Acquiring what lies within will elevate us goblins to replace the titans and primordial dragons as the rulers of all Fei Landa." After his fervor, he approached the middle-aged goblin knight and calmly commanded, "Aki Heir, I order you to return to the goblin capital with utmost speed, to inform King Amigel to dispatch our finest legion and most skilled artisans to this location. Furthermore, convey to him that this matter pertains to the ascendants of our goblin clan. It is of greater importance than any scenario we have previously discussed." "Yes, Grand Sage. I pledge to relay the information to the king," replied the middle-aged goblin knight earnestly, thumping his chest in affirmation. A month later, a force of nearly 10,000 goblins stationed themselves at the site. 3 months later, through means unknown to the goblin clan, the metallic gate was finally opened. Years later, the various tribes of Fei Landa suddenly noticed the emergence of intelligent beings resembling titans among the goblins. However, these beings stood merely 2 meters tall, possessed average physiques, and exuded no extraordinary aura, yet the goblin clan regarded them with great interest. They called themselves the Renzu. Subsequently, the goblins unveiled numerous incomprehensible innovations, some of which wielded immense power, even instilling fear in the remnants of the titans and dragons. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, atop Tian Tangshan, the grandest of edifices stood, a magnificent structure constructed from marble. Since the establishment of the winged clan, the handsome winged beings gradually abandoned the habits of the eagle people. They developed a penchant for beauty, aspiring for perfection in all things. Within this building, Jiang Yu sat at the head, flanked by 2 young winged beings. The male winged approached to report, "Esteemed clan leader, we have confirmed that the Titan King and the Primordial Dragon Emperor were indeed mutually defeated. The vast majority of titans and dragons have perished. Given this, do we still need to pursue our strategy of seclusion? According to intelligence, fewer than 10 titans remain in the world, and the surviving primordial dragons number only a few more than a dozen, all in critical condition, while their former subordinate races begin to drift away. Moreover, there is a more significant piece of news. The Goblin clan seems to be quietly contacting all tribes." The female winged added, "What of the Eagle people escort recently? The Eagle King sustained grave wounds in the final battle, yet remains loyal to the severely injured Thunder Titan. They have recently repelled the Goblin emissaries. Jiang Yu mused, I see now, the Goblin clan harbors treachery. However, both the Titans and the Eagle People's court remain our adversaries. The Eagle People's court is already steeped in blood feuds, and as for the Titans, I doubt they will look favorably upon us after learning of my utilization of Titan corpses for a century. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, a conflict between the Goblins and Titans is unlikely to erupt soon. Therefore, Claire, convey my order. The Winged Clan shall lift the seclusion strategy and let our young ones shine upon the lands and skies of Feilonda. We must let all know that the continent of Feilonda is not solely home to the Eagle people as a race of aerial intelligence, but also to our Eastern Sea Winged Clan. I am confident that soon, the Goblin emissaries will arrive at Tian Tangshan. 10 years later, the primordial dragons seem to have caught wind of some secret, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, tensions escalated between the remaining Titans and the Goblins. The most powerful Titan, the Thunder Titan, once intended to personally punish the treacherous Goblins, but felt a deadly threat from miles away from the Goblin capital and abandoned the idea. He returned to the Titan homeland to aid his kin in recuperating. Currently, nearly 10 million Goblins have gathered around the Goblin capital, pledging allegiance to King Amigel. The Goblin court treats its scattered kin far more kindly than the former Eagle People's court. They provide food, assist in choosing living quarters, and nurture extraordinary professionals among their ranks. Thus, the originally scattered Goblin tribes, once under different Titans, united under Amigel as their sovereign. The Eagle People's court, the Serpent People's court, the Half-Blood Giants, the Centaur court, and other races loyal to the Titans voiced their outrage against the disloyalty of the Goblins, yet could not alter the fact of the Goblins' growing strength. The mysterious human-like beings appearing within the Goblin court have piqued even greater curiosity. Astute observers have surmised that the Goblins' rapid ascendance is closely linked to these humans. Meanwhile, the Winged Clan's renown across the continent gradually flourished. Intelligent races capable of soaring through the skies are rather rare. Particularly, the Winged, possessing predominantly light-based abilities and a healing power within their professional system, are more beloved among the various tribes of the continent. Moreover, when encountering foes in the skies, the Winged prove even mightier than the Eagle people. Their human-like hands allow them to wield bows and inflict severe damage from a distance, making the Winged Archers one of the most formidable military units in Feilonda. Even extraordinary professionals find themselves troubled when faced with a well-organized winged army. This significance has not gone unnoticed by the Goblin court. As the first delicate snowflakes of winter gracefully descended upon Tianning Mountain, the emissaries of the Goblins arrived, as anticipated. This fashionable entourage, in stark contrast to the realm of Phylan, ascended to the mountain's peak. Amongst these Goblins, characterized by their diminutive stature, elongated limbs, and vibrant green skin, was a human girl who resembled a winged being devoid of wings. As the winged soldiers escorted the Goblin delegation toward Jiang Yu's grand tent, the Goblin emissaries demonstrated their refinement and poise befitting their status. Only the human girl exhibited a profound curiosity towards the winged kin, her eyes darting about with an array of expressive emotions. Upon reaching the Whitestone Fortress, the Goblin emissaries first showcased the appropriate etiquette befitting a meeting with a foreign king, placing their hands over their hearts. Esteemed King of the Winged, we come as emissaries sent by our King Amigel, extending our most sincere respects to you. Jiang Yu rose in response, his pristine wings elegantly folded behind him. His violet eyes scanned the Goblins before resting upon the human girl, who stood out amongst them like a crane among chickens. He smiled warmly, welcoming them. Greetings to you, emissaries from the Goblin court. His genuine welcome was tinged with a sense of intrigue. The Goblins appeared well-groomed and neatly attired, a stark contrast to the ragged Goblins often seen in the 5th chapter, who merely struggled to survive in the wilderness. Noticing Jiang Yu's amiable demeanor, the leading Goblin emissary felt a wave of relief and promptly addressed the matter at hand. The Titans and the ancient dragons have ruled over Phylan for millennia, enslaving various races and relying solely on their overwhelming military might. Their arrogance has incited a cataclysmic war that has claimed the lives of countless citizens of Phylan, turning the skies and earth into a fiery abyss. The grievances against the Titans and dragons have reached an unbearable peak among the various races of the continent. Under the guidance of the Great Sage, the High Priest, and the Goblin King, we Goblins unite with the other races of the continent, preparing to rise up and overthrow the dominion of the Titans. On behalf of the Goblins and the races of Phylan, we wish to forge an alliance with the Winged. What say you, O King of the Winged? Upon finishing his earnest appeal, The emissary raised his head, awaiting Jiang Yu's response. Jiang Yu, sensing the goblin's directness, replied candidly. The winged are indeed inclined to ally with the goblin races in the endeavor to overthrow the titans and dragons. However, what assurances can the goblin court offer to our winged kin? The goblin emissary chuckled softly. Is not the overthrow of the titans, allowing you to seize your own destiny, the greatest boon? Jiang Yu shook his head solemnly, asserting, the winged have resided by the coast for generations, never having bowed before the titans. Thus, your conditions bear little significance to our decision. The goblin emissary felt a tinge of frustration, yet he recalled the great sage's instructions. The winged possess the finest aerial forces in all of Phyland. It is imperative to secure their allegiance. With a sigh, he said, esteemed king of the winged, indeed. The great sage and the goblin king have made promises. Should the winged join the anti-titan alliance, you may select a territory of your choice as your domain once the war concludes. Furthermore, we are willing to share some of our marvelous goblin technological marvels with the winged. The emissary continued to elaborate on various incentives. Jiang Yu finally nodded in satisfaction, declaring, very well, please present the covenant. Our kin shall gladly forge a pact with the goblin races to combat the unjust titans. Following the negotiations, both parties were content, and Jiang Yu instructed his kin to prepare a grand evening feast to honor the goblin delegation. That night, the winged and the goblins reveled before a magnificent bonfire, feasting heartily and dancing joyously. The fiery flames illuminated the faces of all present, while the girls of the winged sang and danced before the towering fire. Amidst the merriment, the human girl who had accompanied the goblin delegation approached Jiang Yu quietly and spoke softly. Esteemed king of the winged, I wish to inquire about something. Please, ask your question. Jiang Yu replied. Might I inquire if the ancestors of the winged also originated from the refuge? Chapter 22. The Promise. What? The refuge? Even Jiang Yu, well-versed and a traveler of worlds, found himself momentarily bewildered. He gazed at the human girl with uncertainty, hesitating before responding. Why do you ask? Observing his reaction, the girl's face fell, revealing her disappointment. The refuge is a high-tech creation established by humanity at the end of the pre-era to escape calamities and preserve the bloodline. Although many refuges have collapsed over endless ages, and countless humans have perished quietly within, I believed some remnants of human bloodlines might have survived. This was the reason I chose to accompany the goblin emissaries upon hearing of the winged's appearance and characteristics. Regrettably, though the king of the winged bears a striking resemblance to humanity, he ultimately does not hail from them. She shook her head and forced a smile, saying, It is nothing, esteemed king of the winged. I misspoke. She turned to leave, but Jiang Yu, observing her demeanor, furrowed his brow before a sudden inspiration struck. He recalled fragments of lore regarding the epics of Phyland from his previous life. As a seasoned player of Phyland, posing as a remnant of humanity from the pre-era to gain some advantage should pose no issue. The burgeoning development of the goblins was indeed alluring. Thus, he cleared his throat softly. Airships, trains, navigation, steam. A steampunk world, indeed. The girl froze, her body captivated. With each term Jiang Yu uttered, her eyes sparkled with excitement. When she turned to see Jiang Yu gazing at her with warmth, she exclaimed, You know of our former era? You are indeed one of my kin. Jiang Yu shook his head. I am not. Or rather, I was once human. Furthermore, I did not emerge from the refuge. He intentionally blurred the line between humanity and human, speaking truths nonetheless. However, the girl appeared unconcerned, gazing at him with rapt attention, her beautiful eyes brimming with hope. Regardless of whether you possess human blood, my eyes and soul tell me that your spirit is undeniably human. Dear kin, should the descendants of humanity forget everything in the future, please ensure you convey to them the glorious past of our kind. No matter how destitute or humble our present may be, we must endure tenaciously, awaiting the moment of resurgence. Also, during critical times, I implore you to offer your protection. Upon hearing the girl's despondent words, a question mark materialized above Jiang Yu's head. Are you truly in such dire straits? I recall you held a position of great esteem among the goblins. The golden-haired beauty shook her head bitterly. In our refuge, the powerful sequencers have long since perished, and the remaining individuals are no match for the extraordinary goblins. When they breached our refuge, we had only just awakened, and we could not even utilize the weapons within to defend ourselves against them. But if your weaponry can contend with the formidable titans, how can it not suffice against the goblins? Jiang Yu was perplexed. It is our bloodline that enables us to confront titans. They likely evolved from our creations long ago. Thus, we wield great efficacy against them. However, the goblins are not insignificant to us. The human girl elucidated. Ah, I see now. Jiang Yu finally comprehended the situation. The human girl continued, returning to the previous question. To all appearances, we seem to hold a high status among the goblins. Yet this is merely an illusion. Goblins are an exceedingly selfish race. They admire our civilization, yearn for our past, learn our knowledge, and seize our weapons, all the while fearing our potential. They have us under their control. A mocking smile appeared on the human girl's face. Within our sanctuary, there are hundreds of awakened kin who have given birth to many children over the years. The goblins learn our knowledge but deny us the right to educate our own offspring. King Amigel of the goblins has forced us to choose to remain a mere ordinary race in the continent of Phylon, surviving and procreating, or to be eternally bound to the goblin clan. Such binding signifies generations of servitude. How could we possibly consent to that? Thus, we chose the former. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, sighing deeply. It is conceivable that if this continues, many years hence, humanity will become merely a weak and ordinary race on the continent of Phylon, ever at risk of extinction. Indeed, we, the human race, would rather start anew than live as slaves, the girl declared resolutely. Then, she looked at Jiang Yu earnestly and entrusted him, should humanity face peril in the future, to extend a helping hand, pleading for his assistance. I shall. Jiang Yu nodded. May I inquire, what is your name among the humans? Jiang Yu. Upon hearing these two words, the human girl finally broke into a relieved smile. So, you are of the Eastern human race. My name is Christina. The following morning, the goblin envoy bid farewell to Jiang Yu and his companions, returning to the Goblin King's court. Jiang Yu stood atop the mountain, watching them depart. He gazed at the silhouette of the human girl, shaking his head and sighing. In my past life, while playing games, I often heard tales of many prehistoric relics. Scholars of various races in Phylon speculate that the previous epoch was the age of steampunk, yet they are unaware that during that time, humanity was the true master of the continent. One might wonder, had the system not malfunctioned, perhaps I would have triggered a legendary quest by now? Chapter 23, The Expedition. A year later, a goblin messenger hurriedly arrived at Tiantang Mountain, entering the fortress of Whitestone. Winged King, you are requested to lead your valiant winged army to the central region of Phylon, to convene at the Meng'en Plains as the autumn leaves begin to fall. Our king has decided that this year, amidst the falling leaves, we shall mobilize our entire clan to resist the tyranny of the Titans. The Titans are unjust, and all races shall unite to combat them. Once victorious, the goblins are willing to share the continent with all races. At the head of the assembly, Jiang Yu sat upright and nodded slightly. Messenger, please convey to the Goblin King that our winged race shall uphold the pact and arrive at the Meng'en Plains at the agreed time. The goblin envoy, upon hearing this, was filled with joy, excitedly placing a hand upon his chest. May the friendship between the goblins and winged folk endure. May our alliance stand the test of time. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. 3 days later, Jiang Yu gathered the bravest 10,000 adult winged folk, along with several hundred formidable extraordinary combatants. In the Grand Plaza outside the fortress of Whitestone, over 10,000 winged beings stood in the plaza, gazing at their leader with reverence. Although the outside world referred to him as the Winged King, he had yet to be crowned. The clan had urged him to accept the title, but Jiang Yu steadfastly refused. How could I claim kingship while blood debts remain unpaid? One day, should I flatten the Tian Mountain and obliterate the Eagle King's court, I shall ascend to the throne atop the ruins of the Eagle King's court. Likewise, Jiang Yu remained single, addressing the persistent matchmaking attempts of his kin. How can I settle down while the Eagle race still exists? This silenced the well-meaning concerns of his people. Standing atop the fortress of Whitestone, Jiang Yu looked upon the assembled winged folk in the plaza, a surge of fervor swelling within him. He grasped the bronze long sword at his waist, drawing upon his energy to speak loudly. Many years ago, our ancestors were but a subordinate tribe of the Eagle King's court, struggling to survive in the vast wilderness. Every decade, the Eagle King's court would come to our ancestors' Gao Man Mountain, forcibly conscripting nearly all able-bodied members of the tribe into a war of indeterminate duration. Each conscription meant the shattering of a family, with hardly anyone returning. The vast Ha-Hai forest buries the countless corpses of my ancestors from Gao Man Mountain, flowing with their blood and tears. My father, grandfather, and forebears perished in that war with no future in sight. The war between the Titans and the ancient dragons drained our ancestors' lifeblood. At this juncture, Jiang Yu glanced at his kin, their eyes glistening with tears and fervor, and continued. When I succeeded as clan leader, our numbers barely exceeded 200, all aged or infirm. Upon reaching adulthood, I too was conscripted, participating in that never-ending battlefield. I witnessed the Titans flaunting their overwhelming might, treating us as mere insects. I saw the Eagle King's court regard us as expendable fodder, with countless tribal winged folk perishing on the battlefield. From that moment, I recognized the cannibalistic nature of the Titans and the Eagle King's court. Thus, when the Eagle King's court summoned us for the second time, I slew their envoy and led my kin to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Here, we thrived and grew strong. We seized opportunities, evolving our bloodlines to become an even mightier winged race. And today, we finally possess the strength to resist the Titans and the Eagle King's court. My sons, do you wish to follow me in vanquishing the Titans and flattening Tian Mountain? We do. We do. Vanquish the Titans. Flatten Tian Mountain. Vanquish the Titans. Flatten Tian Mountain. Then, let us march forth. Agreed. Chapter 24. The Alliance at Meng'en Plains and the Origins of the Knights. The continent of Phylon is vast and expansive. From the shores of the Eastern Sea to the central Meng'en Plains, even with the winged folk's swift daily flights. It took over a month to arrive at Meng'en Plains alongside the other allied races. There was no choice, in terms of distance. Only the merfolk of the western coast could rival the winged folk. Along the way, they encountered no monstrous beasts or hindrances from other races. After all, an army of 10,000 winged beings soaring through the sky resembles an immense, dark cloud advancing forward, an awe-inspiring sight. Not to mention, this winged army was equipped with bows. At a single command, a rain of arrows would descend, an overwhelming spectacle that none could withstand. During the journey, Jiang Yu led the winged army to effortlessly eliminate several foolish beasts that crossed their path. This also allowed him to witness the combat prowess of his own winged army, instilling him with greater confidence for the impending war. As they arrived above the Meng'en Plains, a vast expanse where nearly 100,000 troops from various races had already gathered, encamped by their respective clans. Jiang Yu observed towering minotaurs wielding heavy stone axes, unleashing what seemed to be an inexhaustible primal force within their encampments. There were stout, yet muscular dwarven warriors, each wielding bronze weapons, with some even forging new ones within their camps. Swift centaur cavalry dashed about, their bodies unclothed and hair-braided, yet their archery skills were superb, making them one of the most formidable cavalry forces on the continent of Phylon. There were also numerous trolls who had similarly betrayed the Titans, their population being significant. In the current Phylon, aside from the goblins, the trolls constituted the largest demographic. The merfolk, born with water-based magic, were fewer in number, having journeyed far from the western coast to join the battle, reportedly due to the great love between a goblin prince and a mermaid princess. However, Jiang Yu found it hard to believe that the mermaid princess would fall in love with a goblin prince. The gnome clan, a close ally of the goblins, is solely present to cheer and support, yet they are far from insignificant. They possess a wealth of inherited magical professions. Among them are the naive yet eager fairies, who are categorized by their elemental affinities. Here, the wind fairies, light fairies, and their guardian, a formidable great fairy of the forest. These fairies, with their extended lifespans, dwell within the woods and wield formidable magical powers. In the ancient times, before many power systems had emerged, the fairies were exceptionally strong, and even the goblins were cautious not to offend them. The Goblin King, Amigel, tacitly accepted their presence, believing that with a great fairy overseeing them, these little creatures would not engage in any reckless behavior. This great fairy is indeed a legendary figure. Additionally, there are the tree men, known as the ancient tanks, numbering in the hundreds, who stand like an unyielding wall wherever they take root. They have maintained a long-standing friendship with certain troll clans. Furthermore, the goblins have tamed the wolf-like beastmen and the kobolds and wild boars that once served the ancient dragons. There are also numerous intelligent races whose names have been forgotten, likely unable to pass down their bloodlines to future generations. Yet more prominent are the vast and unbroken ranks of the goblin army. In this era, the Goblin Legion stands as an elite force, clad in sturdy armor. Within just a few years, a tenth of these goblins have donned iron weapons and armor, a testament to the contributions of the pre-epic human race emerging from their shelters. Some steam-powered iron weaponry is also stationed outside their tents, exuding a sense of overwhelm. Upon casting a glance, Jiang Yu can sense several areas posing a lethal threat to him, igniting both envy and admiration in his heart. Soon, the second chapter will commence. This is the age of goblins, and my winged kin are not yet strong enough to seize the future. As Jiang Yu surveyed the expanse of the Meng'en Plain, he noticed it could accommodate hundreds of intelligent races. Their military forces number in the tens of thousands. For instance, the Trolls, who are also a prominent clan of Phylon, have aligned some factions with the Titanic Giants. In contrast, the fairies, numbering only in the hundreds, sang delicate songs in their camp, seemingly unperturbed by the impending war, as if they were merely here to join the festivities. Caravans of food and supplies were being brought to the Goblin clan from various places. When Jiang Yu led his winged army into the skies above the Mengyan plain, it resembled a vast sea of clouds, obscuring the long sun. This was highly conspicuous. Almost all the races on the Mengyan plain beheld this grand aerial force, armed with longbows and bronze swords. The winged folk had only recently emerged on the continent, and many races were unfamiliar with them. Seeing such a massive aerial legion approaching from the sky, they were filled with curiosity. Was it not said that the Eagle King's court held disdain for an alliance with them, opposing their great master, the Thunder Titan? This aerial army bore an uncanny resemblance to the Eagle folk. Could it be that their Eagle King was a duplicitous being? At that moment, a member of another race mocked, stating that their information was outdated. The beings soaring through the sky were their allies, the winged folk. Though they appeared quite similar to the Eagle folk, they were fundamentally different. My clan leader once remarked that the Eagle folk were insignificant compared to the winged folk. I recall his words, 1 winged being equals 5 eagle folk. 1 winged folk equals 5 eagle folk? Incredible. This winged race seems poised to contend for aerial supremacy against the eagle folk, griffins, 2-headed dragons, and hawks. With their presence, we need not worry excessively about threats from the skies. Meanwhile, within the goblin encampment, a squad of airborne goblin professionals soared into the presence of Jiang Yu. Clad in armor and wielding great swords or chain hammers, they were infused with the power of wind, enabling their flight. Jiang Yu discerned that this squad of goblin professionals had yet to reach legendary status. They likely belonged to a flying class of extraordinary beings. As far as Jiang Yu knew, most goblin extraordinary classes, including the Goblin King, were of the knight profession. This squad was probably composed of wind knights who had ascended to sky knights. It may sound amusing, but in ancient times, the various knight professions developed by the goblins indeed became one of the sources of future knight classes. The 4 elemental knight classes, wind knights, earth knights, water knights, and fire knights, were pioneered by the goblins. Chapter 25. Former glory. As several goblin wind knights ascended into the sky to meet Jiang Yu. In the center of the goblin encampment on the Mengyan plain, a dozen human beings sat near an extraordinary artifact forged of steel. A middle-aged man with golden hair gazed at the massive winged army in the sky, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Once upon a time, the Empire boasted an aerial army 1,000 times mightier than this winged tribe, also bearing wings and soaring across the skies. The celestial minstrels, one of the 9 aerial legions, exuded a more solemn presence than these winged folk. A beautiful girl with golden hair rolled her eyes and sighed, lamenting that those times were now but memories, for the Empire had long since perished. What we must do now is ensure the survival of humanity upon this land, lest our lineage be extinguished. To let that happen would be a grave disservice to the sacrifices made by the Empire to protect this world. Indeed, a dark-haired human man expressed agreement, inquiring, Fiona, have you made contact with the Winged King in the sky? Is there a chance he could become our ally? The golden-haired girl smiled wryly. That Winged King is not so simple. He knows some secrets, but not many. He seems to want me to believe he is from our era, having been reborn as a winged being through a process he calls reincarnation. This is quite absurd. Even the mightiest sorcerers of the Empire could hardly achieve such a feat. A young man with blue hair chuckled. Indeed. Yet I choose to believe that this Winged King also seeks to gain something from us. This is good news, Fiona. We just fear he might be indifferent to our needs. Beside them, an elderly dark-haired man interjected. Precisely for that reason, he may have something to strive for. The golden-haired girl smiled. Grandfather Yang, this Winged King claims to be an Eastern human from that era. During this time, please find a way to reach out to him. You really know how to keep me busy, Yang replied with exasperation. All right, I will attempt to make contact and see what he desires. Oh, if only I had set the awakening time a bit earlier. It's truly hard to accept being outmaneuvered by goblins. The golden-haired girl lamented. Yet it cannot be said that way. Had it not been for the goblins fortuitously breaking our sealed locks, we might have remained dormant for another 10,000 years. The glory of the Empire would have truly faded into the annals of time. Look at all the shelters we once had. How many truly remain? That is certainly better than being at the mercy of others. The blue-haired young man cleverly retorted. In the sky, among the goblin knights. The leading goblin knight bowed respectfully to Jiang Yu. Esteemed Winged King, my King Amigel has prepared accommodations and provisions for your nobility. Following the direction indicated by the goblin knight, Jiang Yu indeed spotted a clean and orderly encampment adjacent to the goblin camp. stocked with ample supplies and equipment. He nodded in approval. It seems that the goblins hold the winged ones in high regard, and Amigel is indeed a commendable individual. Observing Jiang Yu's content expression, the Goblin Knight continued, "Esteemed king of the winged ones, as the sun sets today, I kindly request that after you have settled your kin, you visit the central tent of my king. He desires to discuss the specifics of our campaign against the Titan giants with the leaders of various clans." "Very well. I shall arrive punctually," Jiang Yu replied. Chapter 26. The Supreme King Amigel. As the sun was about to set, the entire Mingyan plain was bathed in golden radiance. True to his word, Jiang Yu proceeded with a retinue of loyal guards towards the tent of the Goblin King, Amigel. Along the way, he passed through meticulously organized goblin military camps, where every goblin soldier stood tall and proud, a testament to their elite status. At the dawn of their nation, the prowess of the goblins had positioned them to dominate the continent for an era. Traversing deeper, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of a grand tent, a colossal circular structure standing proudly at the heart of the goblin encampment. Its pristine white fabric resembled a cloud drifting in a verdant sky. Outside, 2 rows of goblin soldiers, adorned with feathered helmets and cloaked in yellow capes, stood guard, each taller than the average goblin and wielding spears and swords. They were the most elite of Amigel's personal guard, the Yellow Robe Imperial Guards, each an extraordinary practitioner of their craft. As Jiang Yu entered the tent, many clan leaders had already gathered. The Goblin King Amigel, recognizing the significance of the Winged One's military strength, accorded Jiang Yu considerable respect. He assigned Jiang Yu a seat at the 3rd position from the bottom, just below the trolls and dwarves and above the centaur chieftains. Even ancient monarchs understood the superiority of air force over cavalry. Amigel personally welcomed Jiang Yu to his seat, allowing him to finally engage with this legendary goblin monarch. Jiang Yu recalled the vague historical accounts of the elves from the 5th chapter. This great leader of the goblins was born into one of the largest tribes in the land of Phylan during the twilight of the Titan and Dragon eras. Gifted with remarkable talent, he achieved legendary status in just over a century, leading his people from servitude under the Titans to the pinnacle of global dominance, thus becoming the supreme king of the 2nd chapter of the Phylan continent's timeline. It was said that this legendary monarch possessed extraordinary might, with 2 other legendary goblins able to subdue the great sage and high priest, uniting all goblins across the continent, which attested to his unparalleled strength and cunning. However, what struck Jiang Yu most profoundly was the immaculate, radiant spear held in Amigel's hand. Crafted from rare materials sourced by Amigel and forged through unknown, arcane methods. This divine artifact, known as Amigel's spear, represented the collective effort of his entire clan. This spear was a weapon capable of slaying gods. Amigel had personally used it to vanquish a Titan giant. Yet, it was also a harbinger of doom, as several future goblin emperors, including Amigel himself, would ultimately fall to its wrath. But all of this lay in the uncertain future. At present, Jiang Yu beheld the Goblin King seated upon his lofty throne. The typical lifespan of legendary intelligent races is approximately 1,000 years, and Amigel, estimated to be around 500 years old, was in the prime of his life. Thus, while he appeared somewhat diminutive compared to the other leaders present, his commanding presence was undeniably formidable. Despite Jiang Yu's self-assured belief in his future legendary status, he felt a surge of respect for this middle-aged goblin. The Titan giants and ancient dragons had dominated Phylan for countless years, yet only he had dared to resist, and ultimately succeeded. As time passed, once all the tribal leaders had gathered, Amigel finally spoke. His voice was steady and resonant, imbued with charisma. "Esteemed leaders and clan kings, I express my gratitude for your willingness to lead your kin alongside us in defiance of the accursed Titan giants' rule. Reflecting on the moment our ancestors became slaves to the Titans, we have endured generations of servitude. I believe all present, like my people, yearn for freedom. No one desires to remain a slave forever. Thus, we rise in rebellion." Seated below, Jiang Yu listened intently, internally rolling his eyes at Amigel's rhetoric. The root of their plight lay in the aftermath of the conflict between the Titans and dragons, both of whom suffered tremendous losses, leading to their inevitable decline, which presented an opportunity for the goblins. It was not just the goblins who sought to seize the moment. If Jiang Yu possessed their strength, he would have been the one to voice such sentiments. Meanwhile, Amigel continued passionately. "Today, I, Amigel, stand with you all on the Mingyan plain, willing to forge a blood oath that our goblin race, and each of you shall forever be brother races." As he spoke, he took a cup of wine from an attendant, sliced his palm with a short knife, and let a drop of blood fall, turning the wine crimson. He then gazed at the somewhat dazed clan leaders present. At that moment, a line of goblin attendants served each leader a cup of wine. Jiang Yu, too, followed suit, cutting his palm and allowing a drop of blood to mingle with the wine, all the while internally lamenting the absurdity of this ritual, which Amigel had evidently pioneered on the Phylan continent. Seeing that all the clans complied, Amigel's spirits soared. "Please, everyone," he exclaimed, and then drank deeply. The hundreds of clan leaders present followed suit. Subsequently, Amigel laughed heartily. "In this blood oath, we pledge brotherhood, awaiting the defeat of the Titans to share the continent." Excellent. Excellent. Amigel. The atmosphere was still quite rustic. The denizens of Phylan had never witnessed such a spectacle. The crowd, swept up in his exuberance, erupted in cheers. Thus, the covenant was established, marking the completion of Amigel's initial step in the campaign against the Titan giants. The subsequent step involved strategizing for the battle. However, the tactics of this era were relatively straightforward: air against air, ground against ground, simply charging forward. Jiang Yu was tasked with countering the aerial forces of the Titan giants, specifically the Eaglemen, Griffins, and other aerial beings. Should any flying extraordinary practitioners emerge, Amigel promised to dispatch the Goblin Wind Riders for support. The task was simple, yet the multitude of clans necessitated extensive arrangements, causing the meeting to extend into the following afternoon. Come the third day, King Amigel ascended the highest hill of the Meng'an Plain once more, delivering a fervent address condemning the Titans and calling for a united assault from all clans, which invigorated the morale of the vast army. Notably, the Minotaurs, with their eyes aflame, brandished their stone axes and tree trunks, roaring with enthusiasm. Thus, in this spirited atmosphere, the army marched forth, aiming directly for the Titan stronghold, Prolatus. Chapter 27, Prolatus. Prolatus is the seat of the Titan court. It is said that there, King Ashumith employed 1,000,000 slaves and labored for nearly a millennium to establish the Titan capital. This grand city is perched upon a towering mountain, named Mount Prolatus, the tallest and most imposing peak on the Phylan continent, aside from the frigid extremes of the north and south. In the presence of Tian Tang, where the winged humanity resided, even the magnificent mountain seemed trivial by comparison. Among the 1,000,000-strong army, an elderly leader of the Earth-Bear tribe regaled Jiang Yu with tales of the Titan's colossal city. The main gate of Puluoadasi towered a staggering 300 meters, flanked by walls that reached 500 meters in height, specifically designed for the Titan giants. Fortunately, a smaller entrance, merely 3 meters high, had been carved beside it, serving as a passage for us, the subjugated races. When we journeyed to Puluoadasi, traversing its vastness took us 3 days and nights. The palaces of the Titan giants were immensely grand, and one could only wonder how many lives were lost during the construction of this monumental city. However, the most awe-inspiring sight was the throne of the King of Titans, hewn from the summit of the entire Puluoadasi mountain, where the 500-meter-tall Titan King sat, as if presiding over the very center of the world. This was a truly transcendent existence, rivaling the divine. Had Titan King Ashumius still been alive, the various races under his command would have harbored no thoughts of rebellion. Listening to the elder Earthbear's account, Jiang Yu felt a surge of admiration for the Titan King, longing for his strength and the majesty of his reign. Time has passed, yet the power of the Titan race remains formidable, even with only a handful of Titans remaining. The Goblin King had to muster nearly all his kin and forge alliances with half of the races on the continent of Phylan to dare to challenge them. The 1,000,000-strong army steadily advanced toward Puluoadasi, encountering numerous subjugated races of the Titans along the way, but they were as insignificant as ants against a chariot. Jiang Yu led the Winged Legion, eliminating many scouting squads of the Eagle people. Under the pressure of the Winged, the once exemplary scouting race of the continent found themselves struggling. Yet, the Thunder Titan seemed intent on directly confronting the Goblin Alliance's forces at Puluoadasi, resulting in few encounters with the enemy. 3 months later, as the 1,000,000-strong army approached the outskirts of Puluoadasi, Jiang Yu finally beheld the visage of the once mighty Titan city. Contrary to his expectations, Puluoadasi appeared desolate. The walls that once encircled the mountain had collapsed by half, and only a few of the Titan palaces remained intact. The center of the world, the throne of Ashumius, had vanished, replaced by a flat stone surface, as if the peak had been ruthlessly sheared away. Glancing at the remnants of walls and ruins, Jiang Yu quickly shifted his focus, for war was imminent. Before the Goblin and allied forces stood an equally vast army of nearly 1,000,000 Titans. Trolls, Eagle people, Serpent people, Mud monsters, ogres, Naga, half-blood giants, Cyclopes, Trance, and a myriad of other beasts, numbering nearly hundreds of races, had gathered under the command of the Titans, awaiting the arrival of the Goblin Alliance. More terrifying still were the 8 towering Titans, akin to ancient deities, proudly standing amidst the ranks, exuding a powerful and domineering aura. Leading them was the Thunder Titan, Atri, with whom Jiang Yu had crossed paths over a century ago and even fought alongside. The opposing formation was nothing short of magnificent. Had Jiang Yu not known that the Goblin Alliance would ultimately prevail, he might have contemplated how to meet his demise with dignity. In the Titan ranks, facing the million-strong Goblin Alliance's assault, Atri stepped forward without reservation, mocking, "Amigel, have you come to repair my giant city? These million slaves are quite impressive, saving me the trouble of conscripting them. Ha ha ha." Among the allied forces, the Goblin King rode forth on his Wolf King, boldly confronting the Thunder Titan. In contrast to Atri, his stature was akin to a mountain overshadowing an ant, creating a striking disparity. Yet his posture was as upright as a pine, instilling unwavering courage and determination. No wonder he could unite the races of the continent, overthrow the Titans, and establish the Goblin Empire. He indeed possessed remarkable prowess. Jiang Yu mused that the Goblin heroes of antiquity were worlds apart from the goblins of the 5th chapter. Unfazed by the mockery, Amigel raised his head, his expression calm and resolute as he addressed Atri. "Atri, the Titan race has fallen. I shall bring your glory to an end. After defeating you, I will construct a royal city for the goblins in Puluo Odyssey. Your era is over." Chapter 28. The Battle of Puluo. Upon hearing Amigel's unabashed declaration, fury surged within Atri. The glory of the Titans, even if submerged in the murky world, was not something mere ants could shatter. "Amigel, you once groveled at my feet, pleading for my mercy. Now, I offer you one more chance. Kneel, and you may live." Perhaps sensing the lethal threat that still lingered among the goblins, the proud Thunder Titan decided for the first time to spare them. Among the 8 Titans present, only 3 were of mature age. The remainder were mere adolescents. Even though they stood nearly 100 meters tall, their status as mere legends was undeniable. Atri yielded before the Titan's lineage. Yet Amigel shook his head, steadfastly gazing at the giant before him, and shouted, "Atri, I despise the humiliation you have brought upon me. Since that day, I shall never kneel again." With that, he raised the Amigel spear and sword toward the Thunder Titan Atri, declaring, "Today, we shall vanquish the Titans. All armies, charge with me." To defy a demigod with the courage of a legend was a song worthy of praise. As the allied forces witnessed Amigel's bold assault, a surge of inspiration rushed through the million-strong army, lifting their spirits as they charged toward the Titan ranks. The war erupted. The clash of blades and the tumult of bodies ensued, reaching a crescendo of brutality in an instant. At the heart of the fiercest combat lay the battlefield of Amigel and the Thunder Titan. Contrary to expectations of Amigel being struck down or retreating under the might of Atri, a resplendent aura of crimson energy erupted from Amigel, akin to a beacon of war, radiating a presence that transcended mere legend, unmistakably marking him as a powerful demigod warrior. To Jiang Yu's astonishment, Amigel was indeed a demigod. Beside the other 2 demigod titans, each titan had at least a dozen goblin legends engaged in fierce combat with them. Meanwhile, 3 of the 5 titans were held at bay by 3 legends of trolls and dwarves, while the other 2 were besieged by 2 elite goblin regiments, one of which was Amigel's Golden Robe Guard. The legends of Phylon were not invincible. Despite their formidable strength and lethal prowess, they could still fall to mortals beneath the legendary tier. In the future, a well-trained army of 10,000 could indeed slay a long-established legend. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu finally understood why Amigel dared to challenge the Titans. The depth of the goblins' heritage was truly unfathomable. With over 20 legends and a demigod, it was no wonder they could establish a vast empire in the 2nd chapter. However, having chosen a side, the only path forward was to fight to the end. Observing the myriad eagle people, griffins, rock eagles, flying beasts, and wolf bats soaring behind the Titan Legion, Jiang Yu raised his bronze sword high and shouted loudly, "Today marks the legendary battle of our winged tribe, as we prepare to convey to those swine soaring in the skies that the heavens belong to the winged. Grasp tightly our bows and arrows. Steady our long swords. We shall vanquish them. Let their heads serve as the stepping stones to our ascendance among the great clans of the continent. Slay, slay, slay." Mount Proeta is an imposing giant that rises prominently from the plains, surrounded by its smooth, towering form. It is difficult not to ponder whether this is a marvel of nature or the handiwork of mankind. The area, also known as Pro Plains, stretches merely 1,000 miles in width and length, with the Night Whisper Forest flanking its southwestern sides, an oval lake to the east, and a narrow mountain range bordering the northern grasslands. This locale, with its lofty skies and expansive horizons, is inherently suited for the aerial warfare of the winged. Confronted by an enemy aerial force nearing 100,000, Jiang Yu leads his contingent of 10,000 winged warriors, opting against direct melee combat. He orchestrates his forces to soar higher, launching arrows from a distance. As the enemy recklessly approaches, they create space. When the distance cannot be maintained, the foremost winged warriors instinctively abandon their bows, drawing their long swords to impede the advance of the eaglemen, griffins, and hawk beasts with their blood and flesh. The remote suppression from the skies is utterly lethal. Even the formidable griffins, endowed with extraordinary powers of the wind, find themselves fleeing in disarray before such a relentless onslaught. Those who have never witnessed a volley of thousands of arrows cannot comprehend its terror. Years hence, this battle will remain an indelible anguish for the eaglemen, for they, with their talons instead of hands, can never master the bow. Thus, nearly 100,000 of the Titan camp's aerial forces are outmaneuvered by Jiang Yu and his warriors. Regrettably, Jiang Yu does not spot the Eagle King among this vast assemblage of eaglemen. Perhaps, while the Eagle tribe has aligned with the Titans, they are not entirely committed to the fray. This sentiment echoes not only among the Titans, but also among the myriad races of the Goblin camp. The Trolls and others still have tribes engaged on the Titan side. Each individual harbors selfish thoughts, particularly these seasoned veterans of life. Races such as Jiang Yu's, who genuinely lead their elite soldiers into this decisive battle for the Ferandi continent, are exceedingly rare. This is one reason why the Goblin King extends courtesies to the winged tribe. Jiang Yu's display of valor is indeed admirable. Several hours later, the aerial combat concludes, with the winged suffering 3,000 casualties, yet ultimately claiming victory. Henceforth, the skies of Prodas are cleared of the Titan camp's aerial might. Subsequently, the winged return to their encampment to replenish their arrows, consume sustenance, and rest briefly before embarking on another expedition. The war is far from over. Jiang Yu instructs his warriors to form squads of 50 to harass the Titan camp's various tribal armies, while he himself leads several hundred extraordinary winged in a siege against the Titan giants. Upon returning to the skies and surveying the expanse of the Prodas plains, they behold the lifeless bodies of millions scattered across the battlefield, rivers of blood flowing. The Titans and the legendary goblins engage in a fierce struggle. It is at this moment that Jiang Yu realizes why over a dozen goblin legends can contend with Titan giants of such divine caliber. Each goblin legend wields a peculiar alchemical device. Within the goblins' central army lies a camp brimming with strange alchemical creations, firing upon the Titans. To Jiang Yu, these contraptions bear a striking resemblance to the super cannons of his previous life. Chapter 29. Victory as Jiang Yu's winged army joins the fray on the ground. The soldiers of the Titan camp find their morale shattered under the relentless downpour of arrows from the skies. The goblin commanders erupt in laughter. Foolish Titan slaves, your demise is now on a countdown. Yet, the various races of the Titan camp do not shatter. They grit their teeth, enduring the arrows raining down upon them. Gazing at the center of the battlefield where the Thunder Titan, Atre, relentlessly pressures the Goblin King, Amigel, the more civilized Troll clan leaders shout, "Raise your shields! Raise your shields!" Meanwhile, the less civilized mud monsters hoist the corpses of their enemies above their heads. As for the wild boar men, ogres, and half-giants, they become even more frenzied in their assaults after being struck by arrows from the sky. On the other side of the sky, Jiang Yu leads a contingent of extraordinary winged warriors toward a youthful Titan giant. This adolescent Titan, though still in its formative years, possesses legendary strength and wields an unknown material whip, battling a dwarven legend with fierce exchanges. Thus, Jiang Yu rallies his troops. Winged warriors, heed my command. Aim for the vital spots and unleash the piercing light arrows. This is the winged tribe's harnessing of the power of light. The first volley, eyes. Instantly, hundreds of specially crafted bronze arrows, enveloped in searing radiance, are unleashed toward the vital areas of the youthful Titan. After the launch, Jiang Yu, undeterred by the outcome, leads the extraordinary winged warriors to soar behind the Titan giant. The second volley, neck. The 10th volley, throat. After 10 rounds of extraordinary arrows, the adolescent Titan emits a feeble wail. It is battered and bruised. The enraged Titan giant unleashes a torrent of sand and dust toward Jiang Yu and his warriors, who deftly evade the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the dwarven legend swings the steel axe gifted by the goblins, delivering a decisive blow. The head of the adolescent Sand Titan crashes to the ground. The entire battlefield falls silent. This is the first Titan to fall at the hands of mortals. Excluding the Titans and dragons, it becomes clear that mortals can indeed challenge divine beings. A thunderous cheer erupts from the myriad soldiers aligned with the goblin camp. In the center of the battlefield, the Thunder Titan, Atre, observes the head of the youthful Titan being hoisted by a group of mortal slaves, then suspended in the air by the winged, proclaiming the strength of the mortal races. His fury reaches a boiling point. His golden eyes blaze with thunderous wrath, bloodlust surging. An overwhelming force rises, and the previously clear sky is engulfed by ominous clouds. Ents, you dare to desecrate the divine race. I shall slay you all upon this earth. Thunder roars as 18 bolts of lightning descend like colossal pillars from the heavens. With this single strike, tens of thousands perish beneath the wrath of thunder. Simultaneously, the laws of thunder begin to stir. A sense of existential dread envelopes the hearts of all present. Yet at this critical moment, the once mighty Thunder Titan feels a pang of trepidation. The pristine spear that Amigel wielded suddenly erupts with unparalleled silver brilliance. A feeling of being locked in a life-or-death crisis becomes inescapable. In the final moment of his life, he hears the lament of that cursed ant, the Goblin King. Holy spear, pierce him. A strange mechanical voice resonates softly around Atre. The laws of thunder rage. Space warps. Lock onto the blood of the human race. Lock onto the source of their extraordinary power. Judgment, penetrate. The blinding light sweeps across the battlefield, plunging all into momentary blindness. When their vision returns, they are struck with dread. The once invincible Thunder Titan lies prostrate, weakened, and on the verge of death. The dying Titan gazes at the astonished Goblin King, Amigel, his former arrogance extinguished. In his final moments, he musters the strength to rise and bellows at the two adult Titans not far away. Bardex, Mx, take the children and flee. Atre, two adult Titans had crimson eyes. Hurry. Remember, you must find me, Wong Axiomus. Avenge us and restore the Titan clan. Go. Soon. The remaining Titans began to radiate the light of the astral realm. In an instant, the 6 remaining Titans vanished from sight. At that moment, the Goblin King, Amigel, seemed to finally react, his voice filled with fury. Proud Titans, do you flee in disgrace? Atre, I shall sever your head and use your skull as the gate to my future goblin capital. You shall forever guard the entrance for my goblin kin. In the center of the battlefield, the Thunder Titan, Atre, who had previously been hanging on by a thread, was overwhelmed with surging resentment and rage upon hearing those words. The last remnants of his strength swiftly dissipated, and he collapsed, succumbing to death at last. Witnessing the complete demise of the Thunder Titan and the escape of the 6 Titans through an unknown astral portal, Amigel felt a significant relief wash over him. Little did anyone know that he was already at the end of his strength. The equipment he acquired from the human refuge merely allowed him to endure the onslaught without perishing. Furthermore, half of the 20 or so legendary goblins he had brought along had suffered casualties in the battle. Although Amigel's spear had successfully slain the Thunder Titan Atre, he had no confidence in overcoming the 2 remaining Demigod Titans. The energy contained within Amigel's spear was only sufficient for a single use. He had underestimated the Titan's strength. Fortunately, the spear had intimidated the Titans into fleeing. Suspended in midair, Amigel gazed at the mountains and rivers beneath him, along with the awe-filled gazes of countless beings, and felt a sense of ecstasy. As silence enveloped the world, with only the gentle whisper of the wind resonating across the vast pro-plains, he summoned the Amigel spear, raised it high, and proclaimed loudly, "We have triumphed." Chapter 30. Council. As Amigel's voice echoed, a fervent cheer erupted throughout the heavens and the earth. Everyone was filled with excitement. They had defeated the once mighty gods. The various races of the Goblin camp rejoiced, recalling King Amigel's promise. Conversely, the races of the Titan camp appeared ashen-faced, realizing their miscalculations. In the sky, Jiang Yu did not wish to dampen the celebration. He too raised his bronze sword and rejoiced at the dawn of a new era. However, his winged race lacked the strength to claim this moment as their own. It was not yet their time. Enjoying the cheers of the multitude, Goblin King Amigel observed the jubilant reactions of the Earth's races and the soaring winged beings above, and joyfully announced, "My kin, allies of the goblins, at this very moment, we have together vanquished the Titans who have ruled over Furland for countless years, and we shall become the masters of the land. Henceforth, no more of our kin shall be conscripted into those prolonged wars, nor shall anyone become the slaves of Titans and dragons. Our people shall live in peace." Reflecting on the past, The Goblin King seemed genuinely elated, standing steadfast against exhaustion, delivering an impassioned speech in the sky. As he concluded, he finally shared some plans for the future. I shall fulfill my oath, establishing the Goblin capital in Proedas. And upon its completion, I shall be crowned the Goblin Emperor. At that time, I shall bestow lands to the various races. Moreover, the Titan's legacy shall be shared amongst us all. At this declaration, the cheers from the diverse races across the continent grew even more fervent. They had risen against the Titans in hopes of acquiring such treasures. Next, the Continental Coalition of Goblins would strive to capture the allied races under the Titans. These captives would become spoils of victory, distributed as slaves among the continent's races. That evening, the Goblin King hosted a grand victory feast, distributing copious amounts of beef and mutton, fine wines, and delicacies. The kings and leaders of various races were invited to join the grand banquet outside Amidjal's camp, where a lavish night feast was held before a magnificent bonfire. When Jiang Yu arrived with a few personal guards, he chanced upon a massive hand roasting over the enormous bonfire. A flurry of goblin chefs busily sprinkled various spices upon it. Jiang Yu recognized it as the hand of the Thunder Titan Atre. The Thunder Titan Atre truly met a grim fate, being roasted and consumed by the goblins. He murmured to the small turtle perched on his shoulder. The turtle nodded in agreement, sensing the impropriety of the situation. One should leave a thread for future encounters. Jiang Yu refrained from passing judgment on the goblin's actions. Perhaps this was the reason the Goblin Empire had fallen into such a wretched state after its demise. Before taking his seat, Jiang Yu approached the throne of Goblin King Amidjal to pay his respects. Amidjal, filled with pride, was attended by 8 goblin maidens, while the loyal yellow-robed guards stood at a distance. The renowned white spear, which commanded respect across the continent, was planted beside the throne, signifying Amidjal's authority. Jiang Yu couldn't help but covet the spear. Upon seeing Jiang Yu approach, Amidjal felt elated. The winged race was among the few who had come to support his kin wholeheartedly. Yuliel, Jiang Yu, please take a seat. The banquet is about to commence. How amusing. He had previously referred to him as the Winged King, and now he was called Yuliel. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu remained unfazed and stated his purpose directly. Your Majesty, now that the Titans have been vanquished, what are your plans for the races that sided with them? Naturally, we shall seek to conquer and annihilate them. The establishment of the empire requires a substantial number of slaves. Amidjal replied, what if they submit and willingly surrender? Jiang Yu continued to inquire. If they are not fanatically loyal to the Titans, I would allow their race to survive. I am not a cruel person. Amidjal furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. There are too many races on the continent associated with the Titans, and their territories are vast. To eradicate them would require significant time and effort. It would be ideal if they could surrender. Moreover, as the emperor of the continent, it is advantageous for me to rule over as many races as possible. Despite having defeated the Titans, he still yearned for the prestige and status of the Titan King. Considering matters more comprehensively, hearing Amidjal's words, Jiang Yu reflected on how people could indeed change. Goblins were no exception. He quickly interjected, Your Majesty, the winged race has a deep-seated blood feud with the Eagle King Court. If they submit, I implore you not to grant them clemency. The Eagle King Court has a blood feud with the winged race. Amidjal was astonished. However, he held no fondness for the eagles who opposed him. In contrast to the winged kin, Your Majesty, my ancestors and my father perished due to the Eagle King Court and the Titans. Jiang Yu stated plainly, I understand now. The Eagle King Court does not deserve to coexist with us on the same continent. However, if you wish to eradicate the Eagle King Court, you will need the assistance of my kin's legends, for I have heard that the old Eagle King of the Eagle race is also a legendary powerhouse. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The old king poses no threat. I can handle him. Just as Jiang Yu departed, a white-haired goblin elder hurriedly approached from behind. Your Majesty, what you just said is inappropriate. Amidjal frowned. What is inappropriate? The elder appeared oblivious to Amidjal's displeasure and continued, the eagles must not be entirely wiped out. If their race is completely extinguished, the winged race will become the sole dominant aerial race in Furland, unopposed. Griffins, horned eagles, and two-headed wyverns are all magical beasts. They cannot form a true threat, he added. Of course, this is also because, at this stage, the profession of Griffin Knight has yet to be developed. However, I have already promised him. Amidjal wavered. What you promised was merely to assist him in conquering the Eagle King Court. In the realm of the Ingren Wangting, it would be entirely unsurprising for 1 or 2 Ingren princes to escape. With the Ingren scattered across the continent in such numbers, re-establishing a Ingren Wangting would pose no challenge. However, would this not appear contradictory? How could it be contradictory? Your Majesty is now the supreme monarch of the entire continent, the King of Kings, and it is only natural to consider matters from this elevated perspective. Upon hearing this, Amigel felt a resonant understanding, leading him to accept the notion wholeheartedly. The words of the great sage are indeed profound. So let it be. Chapter 31. Flattening the Tianshan Mountains in the deep of night, the starry sea appeared dreamlike. Yet, the Prolata's plain was illuminated as brightly as day by the flames. Around the massive bonfire before the royal tent sat the kings and leaders of various clans from across the continent. The charred hand of the Thunder Titan now lay reduced to a mere skeleton over the flames. Its flesh had been distributed by the king of the gnomes to all the leaders present from various clans, not only emphasizing their triumph over the Titan, but also proclaiming the gnomes' ascendance to dominance over the continent. As a significant ally of the gnomes, Jianyu received a portion of the Titan's flesh. Treated through special methods, this Titan meat had lost its explosive properties and was extraordinarily delectable. After all, it was the flesh and blood of a demigod. Following this feast, the Furlanders seemed to have broken free from a certain shackle, overcoming their inherent fears of titans and dragons. From this moment forth, the consumption of dragon blood and meat would become commonplace, and the dragon clan would face unrelenting demand. Thus, in the lineage of the dragon's bloodline, the Titan clan would not only be seen as a nemesis, but also as a source of folly. As the night banquet progressed, while Jianyu watched with interest as the ogre clan leaders drunkenly sparred before the bonfire, an elderly human approached him discreetly. Honorable winged King Jianyu, I am one of the humans who emerged from the refuge, Yangyan. Are you also of the pre-epic human lineage? Jianyu, intrigued, inquired, feeling a sense of familiarity with the elder's appearance. Indeed, the elder nodded, smiling. Fiona has mentioned that you hail from the Eastern human clan, sharing a common origin. It is no wonder I feel such closeness upon meeting you. Ha ha, I think so too. Jianyu laughed heartily. What brings you, esteemed Yangyan, to seek me? I have heard from Fiona that you prefer straightforwardness, so I shall be direct. Are you familiar with enchanting techniques? You possess enchanting techniques? Jiangyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. In the future, enchanters are among the most sought-after professions in Furland. To be candid, our enchanting techniques are a synthesis of human technology and the extraordinary powers of this era, resulting in a remarkable form of magic. Currently, we have developed 3 enchanting techniques: fire, lightning, and wind. We wish to share these with you. Yang Yin declared solemnly. What do you require in return? Jianyu asked. In a few centuries, when humanity is displaced from the continent, we hope that you, Jianyu, can protect a portion of our kin and pass on the enchanting techniques to them. The human elder replied. Agreed. But I cannot fathom why you hold such little hope for the future of humanity. Jianyu nodded earnestly, questioning further. The elder sighed deeply. Fiona must have shared this with you. The gnomes use us while guarding against us. Although Amigel provides us shelter, he firmly believes that humanity possesses the potential to dominate the continent. For the sake of gnome hegemony, our descendants are forbidden from learning the knowledge we possess. Without the transmission of knowledge, humanity will merely become one of the ordinary intelligent races of Furland, posing no threat to the gnomes. Yang Yin expressed with a sense of despair. Cannot some of your kin be quietly sent away? Jianyu suggested. We have tried. But until our generation of refuge humans passes, it is impossible for humanity to leave the gnome's gaze. Yang Yin shook his head. How cruel. They intend to keep these humans from the refuge until death. Jianyu felt a surge of sympathy for humanity's plight and gained further insight into the gnome race. When birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. In times of shared adversity, one cannot share in prosperity. Although Amigel generously distributes power among the clans of the continent, Jianyu sensed that the gnomes would not be so magnanimous. That night, Jianyu acquired the enchanting techniques of humanity, feeling elated. Unknown to him, that evening, humanity not only sought out the winged ones, but also the dwarves, merfolk, gnomes, and fairies. In the future rise of humanity, many races had, to varying extents, aided humanity due to the efforts of their ancestors. The dwarves gained exceptional forging techniques, the merfolk acquired powerful sonic spells, the fairies enhanced their elemental manipulation, and the gnomes dedicated themselves to the legacy of humanity, pouring their utmost energy into it. On the following day, Jianyu bid farewell to King Amigel of the gnomes, leaving the injured to recuperate, and led the remaining winged army towards the Tianshan Mountains. After 10 days, they finally reached the skies above the Tianshan. Nearly 8,000 winged warriors soared above, equipped with longbows and drawn swords, poised for action. Below, within the Ingrin Wangting in the Tianshan, the Ingrin warriors stood atop the mountain, anxiously gazing at the array of winged forces in the sky. Their fear was not of the winged ones themselves, but of the victorious faction they represented. At that moment, a Ingran envoy took to the skies, flying towards Jiangyu. He called out loudly, "Respected winged king, please halt your advance." The Ingran envoy departed days ago for Proladas to submit a letter of surrender to the great king of kings, Amigel, requesting allegiance. Kindly wait a few days. The Ingran clan will certainly attain His Majesty Amigel's understanding. Upon hearing the envoy's words, Jiangyu sneered and decisively retorted, "No need. The Ingran wanting has no right to exist in Furland. Amigel will not accept your surrender. Today, I shall trample the Tianshan and annihilate your Ingran wanting." With that, disregarding the envoy's pale expression, he raised his longbow and shouted, "Warriors, today we shall avenge the blood feud of 9 generations. Kill!" With a single command, the winged ones raised their weapons and roared in unison, "Avenge the blood feud of 9 generations. Kill! Flatten the Tianshan. Kill!" In an instant, a torrent of arrows rained down upon the Ingran below. The battle erupted. The Ingran atop the Tianshan were caught off guard, and many fell in an instant. Blood flowed freely, staining the mountains red. In this moment, all Ingran understood that negotiations had failed, and many took to the skies, charging towards the winged ones. Although they feared the might of the gnome faction, having been attacked in their homeland, not resisting would be sheer folly. Days prior, the Ingran scouts had detected the approach of the winged army, yet they had clung to hope. Tens of thousands of royal Ingran soared into the fray. But the winged ones exploited their advantage in ranged weaponry, employing their aerial tactics to force the Ingran into retreat. Even though the extraordinary warriors among the Ingran were swift, they were met by equally matched winged professionals. Originally, the Ingran had a greater number of extraordinary professionals, yet half had perished on the battlefield against the Titan and Gnome alliance. As the morale of the Ingran began to shatter, a thunderous roar emanated from the largest stone palace atop the Tianshan. "Damn those winged ones, they dare to bully us." Following this, a powerful Ingran warrior, exuding an overwhelming wind aura, charged towards Jiangyu and his comrades. He wore a golden crown and was cloaked in deep black feathers, towering over the average eagle man by half a head, exuding an air of immense authority. This was none other than the sole legend of the Eagle Men, the Eagle King like Helisai. He was the mightiest of the Eagle Men, a legendary advancement of the Sky Warrior. Legendary profession, King of Storms. Chapter 32. The Slaying of the Eagle King in the face of the Eagle King's onslaught. Jiang Yu instructed the winged people to steer clear of this airspace and continue to inflict damage upon the forces of the Eagle King's court. Meanwhile, he remained in place, poised to confront this aging legend. In the realm of Phylan, a legend represents the pinnacle of a tribe's combat prowess. An ordinary tribe may require generations of heritage to cultivate the conditions necessary for the birth of a legend. The journey from extraordinary beings to professionals, from the formal rank to the hero rank, often consumes vast amounts of time and resources for a tribe, forged through blood and fire. The birth of a legend is the true hallmark of a race's ascendancy. A legendary warrior boasts a lifespan of at least a millennium, capable of safeguarding their race for 1,000 years, a remarkable fortune indeed. As the sole legend of the Eagle Men, the Eagle King had aged significantly. Eagle Men were not a long-lived species. In this era, the average lifespan of an ordinary Eagle Man was around 50 years. Although he appeared as a middle-aged Eagle Man, the Eagle King had lived for 9 centuries and had only a few years left to live. His physical capabilities had waned, and his strength was far from what it once was. Consequently, he opted for caution, as exemplified in the conflict with the Titans and the Goblins, where the Eagle Men, loyal to the Thunder Titans for generations, refrained from unleashing their full might for the future of the Eagle King's court. The Eagle King's greatest regret was the absence of a new legend among his descendants. Among his princes and grandsons, there was no one with extraordinary talent. While many gifted young Eagle Men existed within the tribe, the Eagle King was reluctant to pass on the legendary advancement profession of the royal lineage to these talented individuals. The position of Eagle King could only be held by his own progeny. At times, he found himself filled with remorse. In his youth, there was a remarkably gifted prince who ascended to the hero rank in just a few decades, but in a bid to secure his rule, he conspired to extinguish his son's path to the extraordinary, leading to his tragic demise, and banished his descendants from the royal court. It was said that this small tribe settled on a hill in the east, branching out and multiplying. Above the Tianshan Mountains, the Eagle King, harnessing the power of the storm, soared through the skies, brandishing a bone spear, filled with murderous intent as he charged towards Jiangyu. seething with rage. Originally, his plan was to surrender to the Goblin King, ensuring the survival of the Eagle King's court. He had chosen the strongest of his progeny as the next Eagle King, confident there would be no opposition from his tribe, as the talented members had been dispatched to the battlefield against the Titans and Goblins. Years later, his descendants would birth legends, allowing the Eagle Men to rise once more. However, now the winged army led by Jiang Yu aimed to obliterate his court. Moreover, from Jiang Yu's words, it seemed the Eagle Men had already lost their chance to surrender. The fate of his court was truly dire. This filled him with an insatiable desire for vengeance against Jiang Yu. At that moment, as he ascended into the sky, charging towards the winged leader, he found that Jiang Yu did not cower in fear. Instead, he unsheathed his long sword, calm and composed, awaiting their clash, which made the Eagle King chuckle in amusement. How foolish the winged ones were, to think they could contend with the power of a legend using mere hero ranks. As he approached within 50 meters of Jiang Yu, the Eagle King raised his bone spear, the raging storm energy swirling around him, as the resonance of legend radiated outward, enveloping Jiang Yu in a domain forged of storms. The storm domain. Instantly, within this domain, dozens of storm-forged spears of wind surged toward Jiang Yu, the legendary pressure bearing down upon him. Simultaneously, the Eagle King himself surged forward, spear in hand. Faced with the Eagle King's tempestuous assault, Jiang Yu's violet eyes ignited with brilliant light. Behind him, the pure white wings glimmered with a radiant glow, and soon, 2 wings of light materialized, augmenting his speed significantly. Like a dancer on the edge of a blade, he skillfully evaded every one of the Eagle King's attacks. Then, Jiang Yu held his bronze sword horizontally, violet lightning crackling along the blade. And as the Eagle King's bone spear missed its mark, he struck the Eagle King's black wing with a decisive blow. Alas, blood flowed freely, inciting even greater fury within the Eagle King. In an instant, Jiang Yu felt as though he were adrift upon a tiny vessel in a turbulent sea of storms. Yet, the indomitable combat awareness brought forth by the champions made it exceedingly difficult for the Eagle King to inflict any harm upon Jiang Yu, who instead drained the Eagle King of his strength. Ultimately, amidst a chorus of gasps, the Eagle King's hands were severed, his wings shattered, and he plummeted to the earth. He was indeed old, unable to endure prolonged combat. In his youth, Jiang Yu might not have been his match. As he fell to the ground, the Eagle King managed a bitter smile in the face of Jiang Yu's pursuit. I am willing to surrender, to pay homage to your winged people. No need. Jiang Yu coldly rejected, gracefully descending to the ground, stepping closer to the fallen Eagle King. The Eagle King, now engulfed in despair, could no longer restrain his inquiry. Why must you drive my race to destruction? Eagle King, do you still remember the Gao Man Mountain Eagle Man tribe? The Gao Man Mountain Eagle Man tribe? The Eagle King pondered deeply. You don't recall, do you? But we certainly do. My lineage descends from the Gao Man Mountain Eagle Man tribe. In our time of weakness, it was your Eagle King's court that repeatedly drained the blood of the Gao Man Mountain tribe. My forebears were all consumed as cannon fodder on the battlefields of Titans and Dragons. Today, we have come seeking vengeance. Did you ever imagine that the lofty Eagle King's court would ultimately be destroyed by a tribe you once looked down upon? Jiang Yu laughed heartily. Unwilling to wait for the Eagle King to speak further, and with a single stroke of his sword, he beheaded him. As the severed head soared through the sky, the Eagle King suddenly recalled something. The place where the descendants of that most exceptional son resided was none other than Gao Man Mountain, was it not? Had I not acted as I did, would the outcome have been different? With boundless regret, the Eagle King's consciousness plunged into darkness. Chapter 33, Legend, the Radiance of Sacred Thunder. You have slain the legendary warrior, Eagle King, earning 5,000 experience points. The system prompt rang out at an opportune moment. Yet it did not disturb Jiang Yu's thoughts. Standing atop the Tianshan Mountains before the remains of the Eagle King, Jiang Yu let his blood-stained sword hang low. He gazed at the sky, where the winged people and eagle men were still engaged in battle. Although the winged forces were fewer in number, they completely overwhelmed the Eagle King's warriors due to tactical superiority and ranged assaults. Consequently, upon Jiang Yu's slaying of the Eagle King, the eagle men still embroiled in combat atop Tianshan were struck with shock. The king is dead. The king is dead. Some were incredulous. How is this possible? The Eagle King was a legend, yet he was slain by a hero-ranked winged king. The morale of the eagle men plummeted to the depths. They were already no match for the winged people, and now that their king had fallen, their fear intensified. In a panic, a small faction of eaglemen warriors began to flee, leading to a chain reaction as a multitude of eaglemen soldiers began to escape in a veritable avalanche. With the blood feud spanning 9 generations, the winged warriors pursued the retreating eagle men, leaving behind a sea of corpses. On the other side of Tianshan, in a corner of the Eagle King's court, a small figure cloaked in a cape smiled at a tall young eagle man. So, Prince Food, was I wrong? The Eagle King was no match for the Winged King. Now, will you come with me? The young Ingrin's complexion was pallid. His eyes filled with a profound sense of dread. He inhaled deeply and lamented. Indeed, as you have stated, the Ingrin royal court has been annihilated. I am willing to accompany you. The choice is right. In the future, we shall assist you in reconstructing the Ingrin royal court. May I inquire when this shall transpire? Certainly not at this moment. Your task is to gather the bulk of the Ingrin from Feeland. Understood. Observing the scattering Ingrin and the flames engulfing the fallen royal court, standing beside the corpse of the old Ingwang, Jiang Yo felt a sudden dissolution of his lingering attachment, replaced by a profound clarity that coursed through his entire being. As if blessed with insight, his spirit began to surge, a flicker of enlightenment merging with the sea of spirituality. In an instant, amidst the vast expanse of the world, resplendent light and purple lightning erupted, dominating half of the Tianshan sky. Within the sea of spirituality, Jiang Yo for the first time coalesced his will into a radiant halo, a brilliant ring of purple and white. As the hues of purple and white swirled, they attracted a multitude of lightning and light elements. Threads of thunder and light law were stirred, projecting the power of the law above the halo. Thus, under the influence of the law's power, a realm constructed of thunder and light manifested in the external world. You have awakened the legendary realm, Holy Thunder Realm. Within this realm, Jiang Yo's physique underwent a transformation. His form approached perfection, his features becoming extraordinarily handsome, unlike that of a mere mortal. His silver hair shimmered softly, faintly radiating a gentle glow. The pristine wings at his back were immaculate, yet upon closer inspection, one could see the power of light and thunder coursing through them. With silver hair, purple eyes, and white wings, imbued with the power of light and the eruption of thunder, an aura of sanctity arose. Within his bloodline, a torrent of life force surged forth, as if spring had awakened. The system's notification echoed forth. Your bloodline has undergone complete evolution. You have awakened the bloodline talent, immortal species. Your bloodline has failed to elevate the racial bloodline. The talent of immortal species is not compatible with your bonded race. You have advanced to the legendary profession, Holy Thunderblaze. You have awakened the legendary trait, Divine Might. You have awakened the legendary trait, Sacred Heart. Chapter 34. Crowned as king, the birth of each legendary profession awakens distinct legendary traits. The professions vary, and so do the traits. Generally, a legendary profession will awaken only one trait. For instance, the Ingwang awakened the legendary trait, Storm Lord, which enhances storm control. However, Jiang Yo's situation was somewhat unique. With the assistance of Qingshi, he absorbed the extraordinary blood of 2 titans, awakening 2 forms of extraordinary power, thunder and light. Thus, he awakened 2 legendary traits, one passive and one active. Divine Might, damage caused by thunder, is exponentially increased. Sacred Heart, entering an absolute combat state. The augmentation of these 2 legendary traits bestowed upon him a power that rivaled that of seasoned legendary beings upon his ascension to legend. Yet, what brought him greater joy was the complete elevation of his bloodline. Bloodline, immortal species. This indicated that he possessed a significantly extended lifespan, enabling him to traverse further, with the potential to glimpse the divine throne in the future. However, upon noticing the system notification that the Ingrin race had not evolved into the immortal species, he fell into contemplation. In his vision, the Ingrin should be a race comparable to the future elven lineage, possessing longevity. Yet presently, although the Ingrin's lifespan, due to bloodline mutation, slightly exceeded that of the Ingrin, they still resembled ordinary races in terms of longevity. Currently, among the various races on the continent, aside from dragons, only the dwarves, due to their ancestors possessing Titan bloodlines, enjoyed a longer lifespan of up to 300 years. The rest were generally within 200 years. Thus, how did the elves achieve this? Just as Jiang Yo pondered, a resounding cheer erupted across the Tianshan sky and earth. He abruptly awoke, raising his gaze to the sky above. Countless Ingrin warriors unfurled their pristine wings, raising their longbows and swords in jubilation. They looked upon him, exultant. The mountains were strewn with the bodies of Ingran, and the fallen royal court flowed with blood and flames. The blood feud of 9 generations has been avenged today. The heroes, long confined beneath the legendary threshold, had broken through. The Ingran race had its first legendary figure, officially stepping onto the stage of powerful races on the continent. This was the reason for the Erin's fervent cheers. In the face of his kin's exultation, Jiang Yo recalled his promise to them before they embarked on their expedition. He retracted the holy thunder realm, unfurled his pristine wings, soared into the sky, and his clear voice resonated across the Tianshan land and skies. Kin, I once vowed that the Erin would accumulate strength over a century, rising in a single day to avenge the blood feud of the 9 worlds, to traverse Tianshan and shatter the royal court. Now we have achieved this. The royal court of the Yingren, which once scorned us, lies defeated upon the ground. The Yingwang's foolish head remains, and Tianshan trembles beneath our feet. Countless tribes of Yingren shall no longer suffer the torment of enslavement. Kin, I have proclaimed that the crown must be forged in blood and fire. At this very moment, I shall be crowned king amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, amidst the ruins of the fallen royal court. Just then, a great hole in the clouds above revealed the blazing sun, casting a brilliant golden light upon Jiang Yo, illuminating him as if he were divine. The mountains crown me. The blazing sun forges my golden crown. From this day forth, I am the king of the Erin. Jiang Yo's declaration reverberated across the mountains and valleys, echoing through the rivers and streams. As his proclamation concluded, it resonated like the waves of the sea, akin to the echoes of the mountains. The Erin in the skies raised their arms in jubilant cheer. King, king, our kin has a king. Chapter 35, Lord of the Skies. After being crowned king atop Tianshan, Jiang Yo led his kin in a circle around the mountain, retrieving some precious items from the Yingren royal court. As for the bodies of the Yingren, they were given a proper burial. The remnants of the Yingren royal court were tidied up. This place, as per the agreement with the Goblin King Amijur, would also become the territory of the Erin in the future. Jiang Yo resolved to establish a mountain city here, intending for a portion of the Erin to garrison and develop, serving as the Erin's foothold on the continent. In the future development plan, the Erin would require considerable time for growth and evolution. Short-term enhancement of strength would be challenging. So Jiang Yo decided to subtly elevate the Erin's bloodline over generations, striving to evolve them into the immortal species he envisioned. To this end, he planned to request some Titan bones from the Goblin King Amijur after he was crowned emperor. It was said that beneath Mount Pulyoidas, many deceased Titans were also buried. There remained only the time it would take to complete the Goblin capital before Amijur's crowning as emperor. He estimated that constructing this grand goblin city would require another year. After dispatching a squad of Erin warriors to gather intelligence at Pulyoidas, Jiang Yo returned to the east seashore with the main body of the Erin. Having just ascended to legend, he needed to consolidate his realm and, concurrently, swiftly determine his path following this legendary ascension. In Jiang Yo's understanding, there were 3 paths of ascension beyond legend. One path was to continue along the legendary route, walking among mortals, becoming invincible, ultimately achieving the highest legendary status and attaining immortality. Another was the path to divinity, establishing a kingdom of gods on the earth and ultimately raising the divine throne, achieving greatness as a deity. The final path, the rarest of all, was the path of the Lord of the Skies, forging a throne in the heavens, ultimately descending to the earth and transforming the world into territory. Each of these 3 paths was exceedingly arduous. The first kind of mortal legend is a path that many great mages, legendary warriors, paladins, and high priests, who find the road to divinity unattainable, will tread in the future. This path does not conflict with the road to godhood and poses no threat to the divine beings. The second kind, the road to divinity, is well known. It begins with ease and culminates in difficulty. Those who pursue this legendary path must first become demigods before igniting the divine fire and ascending to the divine throne. However, divine positions are limited, akin to a carrot for each hole. If the divine position one seeks is already occupied, the only recourse is to slay the god, a task fraught with peril. Moreover, the ranks of the divine vary greatly, with even a weak god surpassing a legendary mortal by a significant margin, as they are inherently divine beings. The third path of legend, however, remains largely unknown amidst the vast expanse of the astral realm. This path stands in stark opposition to the second, as one embodies coexistence among the gods while the other embodies absolute singularity. It is evident that the challenges posed by these 2 paths are monumental. Jiang Yu's awareness of this third path stems from a unique quest he received in his previous life while playing a game. The existence of such a method suggests that others must have succeeded in traversing it. Atop the heavenly peak, amidst pouring rain, Jiang Yu sat upon a stone, deliberating his future choices. His initial inclination was naturally towards the road to divinity. However, He recalled the impending era known as the Twilight of the Gods that would unfold in the latter chapters of his journey. During this time, the heavens and earth would undergo tremendous upheaval, and the realms of the gods would tremble, forcing most deities to flee as mere saints. It was during this tumultuous period that many gods would meet their demise at the hands of mortals, who would seize their divine positions and ascend as new gods, revealing that divinity is not eternal. The path to becoming a mortal legend culminates in immortality, a feat far more arduous than achieving godhood. Furthermore, even before attaining immortality, one's combat prowess and survival capabilities would often pale in comparison to those of weaker divine beings. After considerable contemplation, he gazed upon his system panel, his eyes drawn to the resplendent talent of Champion's will, and recalled the world he originally hailed from. In that fleeting moment, determination flashed within his eyes. Having arrived in this world, what meaning is there in not striving to become the strongest? He resolved to pursue the path of the Sky Lord. Should he endure until the 5th chapter, awaiting the system to unlock, he might just succeed in reaching the pinnacle. Thus, how does one embark upon the path of the Sky Lord? Chapter 36. The Journey Ahead. Reflecting on the explanations of the Sky Lord from the game of his past life, he recalled the path of the divine. The journey to becoming a god has long ceased to be a secret. Demigods condense the heart of law, establishing terrestrial kingdoms, and then connect with the authority of heaven and earth, gathering faith to ignite the divine fire, culminating in the formation of their divine essence, raising their divine kingdoms to the heavens, and forging their divine thrones above. By wielding divine essence, they govern the authority of heaven and earth, their divine positions and roles, thus becoming true gods. These are the shepherds of heaven, becoming integral to the cosmic order. Conversely, the Sky Lord, while also wielding authority, requires dominion over heaven and earth. Therefore, establishing the Sky Throne is a necessary step. Without truly achieving the status of world sovereign, one must suppress myriad laws with their throne. In Jiang Yu's eyes, laws represent the grand path. One must stabilize the world with their own being and suppress myriad paths with their own way. One path to suppress myriad paths. Thus, the Sky Lord's singularity can rightly be referred to as the only God. To Jiang Yu, this path is not merely the myriad laws of the known world, the 3,000 great paths, but rather the creation of an entirely new path, one that can subdue the 3,000 great paths. But how to achieve this? Jiang Yu glanced at the sword hanging at his waist, and his thoughts surged like a wild stallion, a torrent of knowledge from his previous life flooding his mind. The knowledge from two worlds collided like luminescent sparks in the sea of his consciousness, as if standing on the shoulders of giants, gazing down upon the vast expanse of time. Thus, he toiled ceaselessly, his spirit drained day and night. After a year of intense introspection, on another stormy day, like a flash of divine light, a pathway to advancement emerged, illuminated by his inner brilliance. It was a path unprecedented, fraught with difficulty, yet equally radiant. Atop the mountain peak, the torrential rain intensified. Under the crackling thunder and flashing lightning, Jiang Yu suddenly opened his deep, starry purple eyes. His wings unfurled like clouds descending from the heavens. Rain streamed down his face and through his wings, leaving traces of the world upon him. His spine resembled that of a great dragon. Rising to his feet, he grasped his sword with his right hand, drawing it with a swift motion, and slashed through the air, laughing heartily. I have heard that a sufficiently powerful will can even distort the laws. Therefore, I shall replace the laws with my own will and forge a law. This unnamed path, yet my will shall serve as the decree of heaven and earth. Simple and clear, henceforth named the decree. Thus, I shall forge the throne of decree in the heavens, establishing the path of decree to subdue the myriad paths from the very beginning. This decree law shall forge 3,000 swords of decree, honing them with the nourishment of myriad laws. Ultimately, I shall achieve immortality. With the path ahead clear, his heart felt a surge of relief. However, the first step requires mastery of a true law to serve as the inaugural path of subjugation for my decree law. At last, my path is illuminated. My heart and body are as clear as jade. My thoughts manifest as reality. Just as he comprehended his own path, the champion's will surged explosively, like a sword raised to the heavens. Within his mind, a phantom sword, forged from his formidable will, appeared, accompanied by countless ethereal long swords representing the suppression of myriad laws, intertwining and merging within his consciousness. Ultimately, an ethereal throne composed of innumerable swords of decree emerged deep within his spirit. At that very moment, as the Sky Throne materialized, a violent thunderclap reverberated through the heavens. The entire world trembled in response. It was as if this great realm sensed an impending crisis. Dark clouds surged across the skies, engulfing the horizon. A disquieting feeling arose within the hearts of all living beings, as if something precious was about to be seized. In Praladras, the Goblin King, who was caressing his yet-to-be-formed imperial throne, suddenly felt a wave of revulsion rise within him, though the target of his disdain remained unknown. A formidable foe? Who could it be? Across the vast expanse of the ocean, on a hidden island of great treasures, ancient dragons stirred from their slumber. Who has angered the world? In every corner of the realm, regardless of race, every legendary powerhouse was engulfed in confusion, sensing both a tremendous opportunity and a looming crisis. What is happening? I am already a legend. Why do I still feel this unsettling sensation? Atop the pinnacle of heaven, amidst the downpour, Jiang Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming dread surge within his heart. It was as if the malevolence of the world had materialized from the shadows. This realization jolted him awake. Cold sweat cascading down his body. It felt as if someone whispered in his ear, "Great disrespect! Great disrespect!" He quickly dismissed the phantom of the decree thrown from his mind. In an instant, the extraordinary phenomena vanished. Yet, he remained unsettled. Just a nascent path had evoked the malice of the world. No wonder few have achieved immortality as a Sky Lord. No, it is exceedingly rare. This is a transcendent path unrecognized by the world. Truly, it is a daunting endeavor. However, within Jiang Yu's heart, he was not daunted by the world's malevolence. Instead, it ignited a fierce determination. Like a blazing inferno, his ambitions soared. This path is the perilous road I, as a champion, wish to traverse. This is the beginning of my ascent to unparalleled strength. He smiled softly. The first step is to fully grasp the power of the laws and attain perfection. Currently, I have only scratched the surface of these laws, so it is prudent not to disturb the sensitive areas of the world's consciousness. Upon closer inspection, the initial stages of this arduous path bear a striking resemblance to that of the demigods. Therefore, I shall first consolidate the heart of the laws and become a demigod. Biding my time for the right moment. Thunder, light. I shall commence by mastering these two laws, using the ascent to divinity as a facade while enacting the will of the celestial sovereign. As for the throne, that can be forged later. He lifted his gaze to the resplendent moon and the shimmering stars above. Indeed, the heavens should be adorned with more wonders. Chapter 37, the beginning of the second volume. The king city of the goblins. Within a few days, outside Tianheng Mountain, a winged man hurriedly returned from the west. His expression was urgent as he flew swiftly to the whitestone fortress at Tianheng Mountain, shouting loudly, "My king! The goblin royal city of Pu Luo, A has been completed. Goblin King Amigir has announced that the coronation ceremony will be held in 1 month." Inside the whitestone fortress, a small turtle lay on a wooden table, softly snoring. Jiang Yu, who was dealing with the accumulated affairs of the clan, immediately stood up upon hearing the winged messenger's loud proclamation. Amigir is finally about to be crowned as the Goblin Emperor. What a classic scene marking the beginning of the second volume. The feeling of witnessing history in his heart was more profound than merely experiencing time. He awaited the winged messenger to enter the hall and announce again in a loud voice. Jiang Yu instructed his guards to take the messenger to rest, then turned to his winged assistant, saying, "Shao Yi, go and select 800 elite winged men to accompany my guards and join me in celebrating Amigir in Pu Luo A. "Yes, my king," replied a winged girl who was diligently working at a nearby wooden table. The vast winged tribe was beyond his individual management, so upon his return, he selected dozens of intelligent and reliable winged individuals as his administrative assistants. Inona was among the finest, promoted to his assistant. After Inona left, Jiang Yu gently patted the little turtle's head and smiled. "Xiaoba, wake up. We must prepare to depart for Pu Luo A. The sleepy little turtle instantly awakened, its dazed eyes reflecting a pure innocence, far from the clever demeanor it would possess in later times. "Boss, we are setting out on another long journey, so let us hurry." It naturally stood upright on its 2 legs, using its hands and feet to climb onto Jiang Yu's shoulder, rubbing its sleepy eyes in the process. Jiang Yu smiled gently. With Amigir's coronation as emperor, the dynamics of this world will undoubtedly change. Regardless of the changes, I, the proud Xiaoba, remain steadfast. The little turtle raised its head defiantly. "Who are you boasting to, Xiaoba?" "Boss, I apologize." The next day, 1,000 elite winged individuals gathered in the skies above Tianheng Mountain, including 200 personal guards and 300 extraordinary professionals, sufficient to support Amigir's aerial forces. With a command from Jiang Yu, they all set off towards the west, toward Pu Luo A to C. 1 month later, Jiang Yu led the winged forces to Pu Luo A to C. At that moment, on the plains of Pu Luo A to C, a magnificent city had arisen on the mountain of the same name. Its walls, inheriting the grandeur of the Titan giants, soared 500 meters high, while the internal structures were designed to accommodate the goblins and various races of the continent, orderly resembling the large ancient cities of the past. The goblins lacked such architects, leading Jiang Yu to believe that this was indeed the masterpiece of the humans who had emerged from the shelters. At the original city gate, a massive skull was embedded at the center, its gaping mouth serving as the entrance. Every wise race passing through the gates could feel an aura of demigodly majesty and a faint sense of trepidation. Clearly, Goblin King Amigir had kept his word, for he had indeed fashioned the head of the Thunder Titan Atrus into the city gate. The myriad races of the continent, upon witnessing this, not only marveled at the goblins' might, but also recognized the formidable strength of the goblin race, bowing their proud heads in submission. This was not a disgrace during the Titan's reign. The goblin race too had bowed in reverence. Even more so, on the summit of Pu Luo A to C, where a portion had been leveled, a vast expanse of flat land was left. A splendid palace, embodying a steampunk style intertwined with pre-epic human aesthetics, was established atop it. Its beauty was breathtaking, evoking awe that it seemed to transcend the realm of mortals. Even Jiang Yu, upon seeing it, felt that his own white stone fortress appeared rather simplistic. Before the palace lay a spacious square, where a stone statue of Goblin King Amigir stood tall, depicting him with hands clasped behind his back, gazing over the mountains and rivers. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yu could not help but exclaim, "How ostentatious!" As Jiang Yu and the winged individuals descended outside the city gate, a goblin official promptly approached them, guiding them into the city of Pu Luo A to C. However, the goblin official directly led them to a high-rise building that resembled outstretched wings. "Your Highness, this is the residence we have specially prepared for the nobility of our race. From now on, this place belongs solely to the winged tribe." Chapter 38, A Warning to Humanity. Jiang Yu smiled upon hearing this. Indeed, at last, our winged tribe has a place to settle in the goblin capital. He gazed at the symbolically significant tall building, its wing-shaped design reflecting the goblin's thoughtful consideration. Isn't this akin to an embassy? In fact, along this street, there were not only the wing-shaped buildings designed for their tribe, but also dwarf structures resembling hammers, troll buildings shaped like tusks, and fairy buildings reminiscent of forests. Additionally, there were residences for centaurs, merfolk, gnomes, and more. This street appeared to be specifically established for these noble races who had served the dragons. Before entering the winged building, the goblin official inquired, "Your Highness, this building has yet to be named. You may give it a name, and we will have craftsmen hang the plaque. In that case, let it be called the Winged Embassy." Jiang Yu replied without hesitation. The goblin official expressed astonishment. "The name you proposed matches what the humans from the shelters have mentioned. It seems the rumors are true. Your Highness indeed has close ties with humanity. In certain respects, I share a profound common language with them." Jiang Yu laughed heartily. He was not concerned about being regarded with suspicion by the goblins due to his affinity with humans. In fact, the truly formidable human technologies and equipment were predominantly in the possession of Goblin King Amigir. Moreover, the lifespan of humans was not long. Even if they practiced the path of sequences, under goblin constraints, their descendants would become just ordinary races in a few hundred years. No threat at all. For the sake of the future everlasting dynasty of the Goblin Empire, Amigir, although not ruthless, employed every means possible. However, one point had always puzzled Jiang Yu. In the once glorious pre-epic human civilization, did the highly developed extraordinary sequence system truly lack superlative beings residing at the pinnacle of the sequences? In the game materials, those who reached the top of various pathways and were recognized as gods were indeed noted. The goblin official's exclamation near the entrance of the winged embassy interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. Humans are indeed a fascinating race. He then solemnly added, "Your Highness, the dedicated plaque will arrive tomorrow, and we will take full responsibility for your meals during this time. Additionally, in 1 month, it will be our king's coronation ceremony. Please ensure your attendance." Jiang Yu responded earnestly, "I shall certainly remember." The goblin official politely took his leave. At this moment, the goblin tribe appeared impeccably dressed, exuding an air of composure and dignity, imbued with the pride and glory of being the mightiest race on the continent. Such are the goblins of Phylanda. One can only wonder how they will evolve in the future. Once the goblin officials had departed, Jiang Yu led his kin into the grand embassy. Shaped like a pair of wings, The interior of the embassy was vast enough to accommodate 1,000 winged people, with ample space to spare. Originally, these edifices were reconstructed from the palatial dwellings of the Titans, and their scale was indeed impressive. As hours passed, the sun began to set, casting the warm hues of dusk across the land. Jiang Yu, accompanied by a few loyal guards and Little Turtle, strolled through the newly established Goblin City. The buildings stood in orderly fashion, with broad and expansive streets, as if a series of rings had been constructed to encircle the central Mount Pro A to C. This entire city was capable of housing millions. Amidjal's ambition was vividly reflected in the city's construction. Ultimately, he ascended the lofty city walls, gazing down upon this new city of brilliance. The freshly built goblin capital radiated magnificence, heralding the rise of a vibrant civilization. In the days that followed, Jiang Yu devoted most of his time to training, only occasionally venturing out for leisurely strolls. During this period, he had the honor of being received by King Amidjal in the newly constructed royal palace. Amidjal was genuinely astonished to witness Jiang Yu's legendary accomplishments, which fostered a sense of familiarity towards him. However, in this era, strength was the ultimate currency. In the present Phylanda, Jiang Yu's winged people represented the most formidable aerial force, a fact not lost on Amidjal. Yet, upon exiting the palace, the Grand Sage of the Goblins approached Amidjal's throne, furrowing his brow. Now that the leader of the winged people has achieved legendary status, he is no longer as easily controlled, he remarked. With a host of 100,000 winged people, we possess a formidable aerial combat force. Even legends and demigods would find this challenging. Their concern was not born of fear, but rather the complexity of managing such power. Before attaining divinity, divine strength and extraordinary power were distinctly different entities. Amidjal, a man of strong dominion, was unperturbed by the might of the troll tribe, as Phylanda boasted a plethora of diverse troll clans that posed no threat to him. However, the united winged people, led by a legendary figure, presented a potential complication. Even if internal strife were to arise, it would be quelled swiftly by the legend. Your Majesty, perhaps we could establish our own aerial battalion, suggested the Grand Sage. Ours? With those eagle men? Amidjal replied, perplexed. Not them. I have observed those eagle men, and they lack spirit, rendered ineffective. What I propose is for us, the Goblin tribe, to select a type of flying beast as mounts for our aerial knights. Utilizing our diverse knightly professions, the Grand Sage suggested with a smile. Ah, splendid idea. So, Grand Sage, which flying beast do you envision as the mount for our aerial knights? Amidjal inquired with growing interest. Griffins. During our campaign against the Titans, did we not capture a multitude of griffins? The Grand Sage exclaimed, leaning on his staff with delight. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Marvelous. Amidjal exclaimed thrice, clearly elated. You, Grand Sage, are like a fish that has found water, akin to a saber-toothed tiger sprouting wings. Let it be as you say. He laughed heartily. Nevertheless, it was imperative to convey adequate respect towards the winged people. The ancient dragons still lurked in the shadows, and an aerial force was indispensable. Thus, since the leader of the winged people has attained legendary status, let him serve as the guardian of the eastern frontier of our empire, suggested the Grand Sage. Agreed. Amidjal nodded. That territory had yet to be explored by the goblins. It was merely a nominal title, easily granted with the prospect of reclaiming it in the future as the goblin race flourished. After deliberating with the Grand Sage, Amidjal prepared to retreat to his harem to indulge in the company of his newly acquired goblin beauties. Just as he presumed the Grand Sage would take his leave, the latter paused, continuing to counsel, There is one more matter, Your Majesty. What is it? Amidjal inquired, showing no signs of impatience. Currently, the humans in the refuge are rather active, maintaining contact with various races. I believe it is time to declare our stance. Upon hearing this, Amidjal furrowed his brow. The ability to conquer the continent of Phylanda stemmed not only from the goblins' accumulated strength over the years, but also from the humans emerging from the refuge, which played a significant role. Without the humans, they would struggle to defeat the Titan giants. We must send a message to the humans, demonstrating our attitude towards them. The Grand Sage proclaimed. How do we proceed? Amidjal asked. Among those humans, is there not a woman named Fiona? It is said that she was trained as a refuge administrator, regarded as a nominal leader among them. I propose that, Your Majesty, you take her as a consort to publicly declare your stance. Marry the human woman? Amidjal felt reluctant. In his eyes, the beauties among the goblins were unparalleled. Even the most stunning human women appeared to him as oversized monkeys. He favored the goblin maidens with their verdant skin. Your Majesty, as the future emperor of the Goblin Empire, sacrifices must be made. Besides, Marrying her is merely a means of expressing your stance. You need not consummate the union. She may reside in the palace as an ornament. This way, we send a clear message to those seemingly submissive yet proud humans, while simultaneously scattering their unity. Furthermore, it serves as a warning to the various races across the continent. Why not seize such an opportunity? Very well, Amigel conceded, albeit reluctantly. I shall attend to this matter shortly. Oh, but there is no need to rush. You are to be crowned next month, and at that time, both the queen and various consorts will need to make their appearances. No need to hurry. Thus, half a month later, within the Winged People's Embassy, Jianyu was suddenly met with explosive news. What? That golden-haired human girl, named Fiona, is marrying the Goblin Emperor as a consort? The Winged People expressed their astonishment in unison. Is this true? Such a significant difference in race, and yet true love prevails? Little Turtle King Xiaoba exclaimed. However, it was said that after Amigel married the human girl, he had never touched her. It seems Amigel's taste remains conventional. Thus the significance of this matter is far from superficial, Jianyu pondered. As the first emperor of the Goblin Empire, his capabilities in founding a nation and his grand vision were no trivial matter. After a moment of contemplation, Jianyu finally discerned the underlying message. I understand, he declared to the winged officials accompanying him. We should refrain from interacting with the humans for the time being. Amigel taking the human girl Fiona into his harem, but not favoring her, is meant to convey an attitude to us. Boss, what attitude? Little Turtle asked, bewildered. Is there more to this? The thoughts of the wise races were indeed intricate. Xiaoba felt the need to learn from them. I see it now, exclaimed the winged girl Anona, who also grasped the situation. By bringing the human leader into his harem, Amigel is asserting that humans are his possessions. This is a warning to us not to entertain thoughts of them. Ah, I see. Jianyu praised. You are quite astute, Xiaoyi. The winged girl beamed with a sweet smile. Another half-month passed, and the new city of Proa de Sea became exceedingly lively. As a multitude of wise goblin races flocked to this settlement, significantly boosting its population. Coupled with the ongoing migration of goblins from various parts of the continent, Proa de Sea was now home to nearly 1 million residents. Of those, over 900,000 were goblins. Such a staggering figure. On this day, at the very onset of early spring, as nature awakens and bursts forth with vitality, the entire Proadas exudes a majestic grandeur. Today marks the momentous occasion of Amigel's coronation as the Emperor of the Goblin Empire. On this day, every goblin wears a joyful expression. From the heavens above, one can observe all the goblin citizens standing in the streets at the foot of Mount Proadas, quietly awaiting the ceremony. Countless goblin soldiers are stationed atop the city walls and along the streets, facing the palace on the mountain, bowing their heads ever so slightly while placing their hands over their hearts. Before the palace of Proadas, in a vast square paved with white stone bricks, Jianyu stands on the right side of the palace square, accompanied by several winged guards and leaders from other races, numbering in the thousands. Their respective armies are arrayed outside the city. To the left, the goblin aristocracy and officials, led by the Grand Sage and Grand Priest, gather in throngs, nearly totaling 10,000. In the center of the square, a broad crimson carpet, wide enough for 4 horses to run side by side, stretches from the entrance of the palace square to the very end of the square, ascending the 900 steps to the palace itself. This is the Coronation Avenue. All corners of the square, as well as both sides of the Coronation Avenue, are lined with elite goblin soldiers clad in armor, brandishing long spears and short swords. Their iron armor gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, creating a solemn atmosphere. As the sun reaches its zenith, Jianyu, standing in formation, suddenly hears a resounding proclamation echo through the air. The savior of Furland, the vanquisher of the Titan giants, the brave and fearless lord of goblins. The leader of the alliance of races on the continent, the great leader Amigel, has arrived. Turning his gaze towards the square, Jianyu observes several goblin professionals walking ahead on either side. The voice that announced Amigel's arrival clearly belonged to one of these extraordinary individuals. Amigel strides confidently down the center, exuding an aura of authority. Beside him is a resplendently dressed female goblin. Following them is a retinue of nearly 300 goblin concubines. Among this group, Jianyu spots the golden-haired human girl, Fiona, whom he had encountered before. Her height makes her strikingly conspicuous among the goblin women, whose average height is under 1.40 meters. Fiona's current expression is one of profound weariness, her spirit seemingly diminished, and her once beautiful, alluring face now bears a pallid, almost sickly beauty, a stark contrast to the confident, radiant girl she once was. At that moment, as Jianyu's gaze falls upon her, he notices a flicker of light in Fiona's eyes, only for it to swiftly fade into despondence. Under the blazing sun, Fiona feels as if she is ensconced in the depths of winter, yet Amygdala's coronation ceremony remains unperturbed by the emotions of any single individual. As Amygdala traverses the carpet made of red fox fur, the goblin soldiers raise their spears high above his head, creating a formidable archway. This unique coronation ceremony captivates the attention of all races on the continent, who perceive the goblin's endeavors as distinctly extraordinary, embodying the essence of civilization. Ironically, it was Fiona who initially proposed such an idea. Upon reaching the end of the vibrant carpet, Amygdala glances at his wife, nods in acknowledgement, and ascends the 900 steps alone. The goblin queen, accompanied by her 300 concubines, proceeds to a small viewing platform beside the steps. As sunlight bathes each step, Amygdala ascends until he stands at the pinnacle. With his back to the subjects in the square, he takes a deep breath before turning to face them, as if addressing all existence. At this moment, the grand priest of the goblins steps forth from the ranks, cradling a resplendent golden crown adorned with jewels, and proclaims loudly, "Many years ago, the world was ruled by titans and dragons, enslaving the myriad races of the continent. These two factions engaged in relentless warfare, causing the land to crack, the heavens to shatter, and rivers to flow backwards, until our king, Amygdala, emerged, leading his forces to victory in battle, a paragon of divine talent, achieving semi-divine status. Enduring humiliation and hardship, he ultimately vanquished the Titan giants, slaying the Thunder Titan, and usurped the dominion of the Titans and dragons. Today, the world is at peace, with all races coexisting harmoniously under the rule of the born ruler, Amygdala, who commands great reverence in Furland. At this moment, I stand on behalf of the goblin race and the leaders of the various races on the continent, beseeching Lord Amygdala to establish the Goblin Empire. Furthermore, I implore Amygdala, under the witness of the mountains and the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars, to be crowned as the great emperor of the empire." Once the grand priest concludes, all goblin officials and nobles on the left side of the square kneel, united in a chorus of praise, pleading for Amygdala to be crowned emperor of the empire. On the right side of the square, the assembled multitudes from various races exchange glances, astonished by the thunderous request. However, soon one by one, they emulate the goblin officials and nobles, kneeling in unison and proclaiming, "We, the dwarves, beseech Amygdala to be crowned emperor of the empire. We, the elves, beseech Amygdala to be crowned emperor of the empire. We, the troll clans, beseech Amygdala to be crowned emperor of the empire." The leaders of all races on the continent, ever astute, follow suit. Jiangyu, too, does not remain an exception. We, the winged ones, beseech Amygdala to be crowned emperor of the empire. Yet, as he raises his head to behold the exalted Amygdala, the thought resurfaces in his mind. He takes their place. This is the second time he has recalled that phrase. Atop the highest step, Amygdala gazes down at the bowing goblins and the various races, a look of intoxication gracing his visage. So this is the sensation of an emperor? Surely, the Titan King must have felt similarly when seated upon the throne of Proatus. Below, Jiangyu exclaims in vain for some time before hearing Amygdala's voice, now imbued with even greater authority, resonate forth. "Since you all beseech me, I, Amygdala, shall henceforth be the Goblin Emperor." As his words echo, the Grand Priest ascends the 900 steps to stand before Amygdala, solemnly stating, "Your Majesty, please bow your head one final time, so that I may place upon you the crown symbolizing the imperial power of the empire. From this moment forth, no one shall compel you to bow." "Very well," Amygdala replies, slightly inclining his head, allowing the Grand Priest to don the resplendent golden crown upon his head. Following this, a resounding cheer erupts from the masses. Amygdala has been officially crowned. Upon donning the crown, his first proclamation resonates forth. "I, the Goblin Emperor, Amygdala, rise all of you. Your emperor grants you the right to lift your heads." Year 1 of the Goblin Empire. Amygdala is crowned as the first emperor of the Goblin Empire, appointing the mightiest clan chief of the trolls as the guardian of the north, the winged ones as guardians of the east and the sky, the dwarves as guardians of the mountains, and the merfolk as guardians of the West Sea. Each of these guardians is equivalent to a duke of the Goblin Empire. Simultaneously, all races that participated in the campaign against the Titans receive varying degrees of rewards and titles. Subsequently, Amygdala further divides the territories by bestowing titles upon two Grand Dukes of the Goblins, the eldest sons of the Grand Priest and the Grand Sage, allowing them to establish Goblin principalities in the west and south, thereby expanding Goblin territory and increasing their population. He commands the chieftains of the original goblin tribes to return to their homelands, gathering the goblin populace to establish cities. Currently, the goblin population stands at 10 million. Aside from the capital, which houses 1 million goblins, the remaining 9 million are scattered across the highways. Amigel, filled with ambition, envisions flourishing goblin tribes establishing cities in every corner, ultimately ensuring that every point on the continent boasts a goblin city. In the future, only with countless cities surrounding Proatas can it truly be considered the capital. At last, he bestowed titles upon 300 valiant young goblin nobles, directing them to establish fiefdoms in the desolate lands beyond the core populated areas of the Goblin Empire and those untouched by the various races of the continent. This was the culmination of a year's endeavors by Amigel and his goblin officials. A year later, at the foot of Mount Prodas, in the stillness of night beneath a star-speckled sky, the silver moon hung high. A beautiful girl with golden hair closed her notebook and sat gracefully on a tree branch, her long, fair legs swaying gently as she spoke softly. Your Highness Fiona, I am aware of all that you have mentioned. However, what is the reason for our clandestine meeting at this late hour? Opposite her sat a strikingly handsome winged man. No, Jiangyu. There is something you do not yet know. Amigel has begun arranging for the training of Griffin Knights. Once the Goblin Griffin Knights take to the skies, the unique position of the winged race shall cease to exist. The consequences of this, a mind as astute as yours should surely comprehend. Upon hearing this, Jiangyu furrowed his brow. Indeed, if the Griffin Knights gained prominence among the goblins, the plight of the winged race would become dire. Though the troll race was formidable, they were highly fragmented. The dwarves possessed Titan blood, yet they were countered by the human weapons controlled by the goblins. Merfolk resided in the depths of the ocean, finding it difficult to adapt to terrestrial life. The Fae, by nature, were even more erratic than trolls. Centaurs, while born as natural cavalry, posed a lesser threat than the winged race. The other races on the continent, too, had their myriad flaws. Only the winged race. In this era devoid of a powerful aerial force, the winged race effectively divided the aerial dominion of the goblins. This was something the ambitious Amigel could not accept. Observing Jiangyu deep in thought, Fiona smiled gently. We can assist you with this matter. You have a solution? Jiangyu inquired, astonished. Certainly, but before we proceed, I require you to agree to a request. What request? Fear not, it is not unreasonable. I merely desire a child of your bloodline. What? Jiangyu was left utterly dumbfounded. Such an outlandish request. This was the kind of melodrama he had only encountered in stories from his previous life. Yet Fiona was exceedingly earnest. A highly esteemed seer in my clan awakened a few years ago, and at the moment I was compelled to marry Amigel. He prophesied the most favorable future for humanity with his dying breath. This future hinges upon the inclusion of your bloodline within our people. According to the prophecy, among our descendants, the first ruler of a new era of humanity shall emerge, freeing us from the goblin's grasp. However, Fiona withheld certain details. Though I do not fully grasp the reasons, that is what the prophecy states, and I trust the wisdom of that elder. Jiangyu, please grant me a child. Jiangyu was at a loss for words. Setting aside his willingness, he noted, You are Amigel's empress. Should he discover this, we would be in grave peril. He will not find out, I assure you of that. Trust in the foundation of my clan. Upon hearing this, Jiangyu gazed into her resolute eyes and sighed. Very well, I consent. But before we proceed, enlighten me on how you plan to avert the fate of the winged race being supplanted by Goblin Griffin Knights? Fiona, relieved by his agreement, explained. We will proactively petition to assist Amigel in raising griffins. Jiangyu found this reminiscent of historical tales from his past life. All right. The night is beautiful. Let us not waste time and act swiftly. Agreed. Chapter 42. Departure. The night was as dark as ink, dotted with stars. A silver moon hung high above, illuminating the forest at the foot of Prodas in a silvery glow. A gentle breeze caressed the trees, their lush branches producing a melodic sound that resonated through the heavy darkness enveloping the depths of the forest, shrouded in a hazy mist. A beam of moonlight rode the wind, traversing the lofty mountains and valleys, spilling into the depths of a serene pool. A night devoid of dreams passed. On the following morning, the sky was overcast, and rain began to fall gradually. Fiona hurriedly departed, stealthily returning to the palace on the mountain amidst the gloomy rain. As the empress, she naturally possessed a chamber within the palace. Though the Goblin Emperor Amigel may have been indifferent to the beauty of human women, he would not be so magnanimous as to allow his consort to act recklessly. Standing deep within the forest, Jiangyu observed the heavy rain falling upon the verdant meadow, sighed, and returned to the winged embassy in Prodas. Upon entering, a small turtle darted towards him like a streak of lightning, leaping onto Jiang Yu's shoulder. Boss, why did you not return last night? I had important matters to discuss with those humans. Jiang Yu replied calmly. Wait, what is that scent of jasmine on you? The turtle, perched on Jiang Yu's shoulder, suddenly sniffed the air. Jiang Yu twitched his lips and gently lifted it down. Wang Xiaoba, you are a turtle, not a dog. How can you smell anything? Oh, at that moment, the winged official Inona approached with several winged officials in tow, inquiring, Your Majesty, what news did the humans convey? The winged administrative body was gradually taking shape, with Inona serving as the de facto leader assisting him in handling affairs. Jiang Yu then recounted his conversation with Fiona, omitting the part about having a child. Inona sighed upon hearing this. The luck of these humans is truly unfortunate. They have become mere shepherds for the goblins raising griffins. You are mistaken. The humans' considerations are far-reaching and certainly not simplistic. However, their actions are indeed highly beneficial to us. Jiang Yu replied with a smile. By the way, please prepare and select those who will remain at the embassy. I shall pay another visit to Emperor Amigel today. Bid farewell, and then we shall return to Tiantang Mountain. Yes, Your Majesty. On this occasion, Amigel summoned Jiang Yu to draw upon a portion of the winged forces to combat a faction of loyal Titan giants. The opposing camp included griffins, wind birds, and other aerial units, necessitating the Winged Legion. As a loyal ally of the current Goblin Emperor Amigel, upon receiving the summons, Jiang Yu promptly led a winged army of 3,000 to Proedas, delivering them to the Goblin General for the campaign. He would not participate personally, but instead allow a master-tier winged practitioner to lead the Legion alongside the Goblins. Once the Winged Legion was delivered, he could take his leave. However, due to Fiona's invitation, he lingered for an additional day. Arriving at Emperor Amigel's palace, Jiang Yu observed Fiona standing behind the Goblin Emperor, akin to an official, seemingly reporting on matters. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Amigel's face lit up with joy. Yulier, I am grateful for your timely deployment. Those remnants of the Titans shall be eradicated without a trace. The winged race will forever remain the finest allies of the goblins. It is our pleasure to serve Your Majesty. Every member of the winged race is more than willing. Excellent. After a brief conversation, Jiang Yu took his leave from Amigel. Before departing, he cast a deep glance at Fiona. A month later, Jiang Yu and his companions returned to Tiantang Mountain. Chapter 43, Reinhardt 5 years later. In the 6th year of the Goblin Empire, at the Whitestone Fortress of Tiantang Mountain, Jiang Yu was engaged in the administration of affairs accumulated over the month. He had established a routine of dedicating a month to cultivation followed by a day for governance. The sun ascended to its zenith when a winged female official entered. Her expression grim. Your Majesty, we have received word from our kin who traveled north. They report having encountered a tribe of eagle people totaling in the tens of thousands atop a mountain in the northern Brolos mountain range. They appear to be remnants of the Eagle King's court, and their leader is said to be the 9th prince of the old Eagle King. I recall that within the valley plains of the Brolos mountain range, there exists a newly established city built by the goblins, where several tens of thousands of goblins reside. Why do the remnants of the royal eagles dare to reside so close to the city of the goblins, with a congregation of thousands? I find it hard to believe that the goblins remain oblivious to their presence. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow and remarked, Your Majesty, our scouts have reported that every year there are eagles that travel to Bulos City, responded Inona. It seems the goblins are still keeping some secrets from us, Jiang Yu sneered. What shall we do? Allow these remnants of the royal eagles to grow unchecked? Inona inquired. For now, it matters not. These eagles will not pose a significant threat. The goblins will not permit our extinction at their hands. When the time is right, we will eradicate these royal eagles completely. Inona, our current task is to develop our winged tribe, Jiang Yu stated calmly. 10 years later, in the 16th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang Yu was cultivating atop a mountain peak, his presence more profound and imposing than it had been a decade prior. One day, a youthful and beautiful winged female official approached him. Your Majesty, a young human boy claiming to be your son has come to see you. On the mountaintop, Jiang Yu's silver hair fluttered in the mountain breeze, his eyes still closed as he replied nonchalantly, I have no human son, send him back. Can anyone just claim a father now? Very well. Inona turned to leave, but just as she reached the steps, Jiang Yu seemed to recall something. Opening his violet eyes and calling out loudly, Wait, Inona, let him come to me. He remembered that night 15 years ago. As you wish, Your Majesty. Before long, a striking young human boy with golden hair and violet eyes approached the summit of Tiantang Mountain and stood before Jiang Yu. The two stood silently facing each other, a moment of silence enveloping them. A sensation of shared bloodline surged within Jiangyu. Fiona truly bore a son. Gazing at the resolute expression of the young human, Jiangyu broke the silence, speaking first. "My child, come forth." The 15-year-old boy had grown tall, nearly reaching Jiangyu's shoulders. The golden-haired boy stepped forward obediently. "Mother said you are my father." "Indeed," Jiangyu replied with a gentle nod. "What is your name, my son?" "Mother named me Reinhardt." The boy answered. "Reinhardt? What a splendid name. It appears your mother wishes for you to become a man of great stature," Jiangyu praised, then inquired, "How did you come here, child?" "I recall the goblins are quite stringent in their control over you." "Father, I rode a griffin to get here." The boy pointed to the sky, where a griffin soared slowly. Nearby, a winged soldier followed at a distance. Observing the griffin in the distance, Jiangyu shook his head. "It is far too perilous, Reinhardt. If the goblins discover you have left on a griffin, it would be a grave offense." "Do not worry. Father, mother will cover for me. Moreover, His Highness, the 19th son of King Amigel, is a friend of mine, and nothing will go amiss." "Very well, then. You have risked much to come here. Is there something you wish to say to me?" Jiangyu asked. "Mother said you will surely teach me to become an extraordinary practitioner." Reinhardt's face radiated with a brilliant smile, illuminated by the sunlight. Chapter 44. The Legacy of Legendary Bloodlines. Atop the mountain peak, the wind was brisk. The towering pines at the cliff's edge twisted and turned, resembling a gateway to the heavens. Reinhardt felt a profound connection to his bloodline as he looked upon his father, resplendent with white wings and violet eyes, instilling a sense of security he had never known before. Before Jiangyu could respond, Reinhardt began to reminisce. The kinship flowing through his veins compelled him to share his life's story with Jiangyu unreservedly. He had been raised among human tribes, living alongside many human siblings. Nurtured by elders from a refuge. Under the guidance of the tribe's elders, they learned to care for griffins from a young age and grew up alongside griffin hatchlings. In addition to the griffins, there were numerous goblin officials and soldiers within the human tribe, akin to the eyes of Emperor Amigel, vigilantly monitoring the tribe's development and the raising of griffins. Naturally, they also bore the responsibility of protecting the human tribe. Due to a certain agreement, the elders of the refuge were unable to impart valuable advanced knowledge to them. He had often witnessed the elders lamenting in the dead of night, a reflection of the pain of lost civilization. For the sake of their race's continuation, they sometimes had to compromise. Until he turned 6, he remained unaware that he actually had parents. On that day, the Goblin Emperor's human consort arrived in the human tribe, which was composed mostly of children. The consort was the nominal leader of the humans. Although merely a rank 8 reader, her expertise from the previous era allowed her to lead the current humans. She brought with her an abundance of supplies and some resources for cultivation. Among the tribe, there were indeed children of human descent with extraordinary potential, albeit their talents were quite limited. This might be linked to the transition of epochs, necessitating generations of improvement. The human consort sought a few career paths from the goblins for the nascent extraordinary powers of the humans. This profession was known as a knight. However, the knight career path provided to the humans by the goblins could only reach the hero tier, with no possibility of ascending to the legendary stage. Emperor Amigel candidly stated that every legendary career path was the result of countless generations of goblins' cultivation, attained through time and the experiences of blood and tears. It was impossible to bestow such paths upon the human tribe. Throughout his earlier life, Reinhardt had exhibited remarkable extraordinary potential, yet for reasons unknown. The elders of the tribe did not allow him to become a knight, claiming he would have a brighter future ahead. Then came that fateful night. The human consort remained in the tribe, and, just as he was about to fall asleep, entered Reinhardt's room, cradling him in her arms as she wept throughout the night. That night, 6-year-old Reinhardt learned that his mother was the consort forcibly taken by Emperor Amigel, and his father was not the Goblin Emperor, but a prominent figure far across the eastern coast of the Falanda continent. He was the Duke of the Eastern Coast and the winged tribe king, Jiangyu. Mature beyond his years, he kept his mother's words close to his heart, guarding the secret. Thus, Reinhardt grew up, and although he could not learn the extraordinary, he practiced swordsmanship diligently day and night. He longed for the day when he would become powerful enough to take his mother away from the palace. 9 years passed, and Reinhardt transformed from a small child into a handsome, golden-haired youth. A month ago, his mother Fiona told him that he could seek Jiangyu atop Tiantang Mountain on the eastern coast, and he should prepare himself. The next day, a goblin official approached him, instructing him to bring several griffins he had raised to accompany the 19th prince, Asa Amigel, to his fief. During this time, he was to teach the prince and his knights to ride the griffins. After teaching those goblin knights, The prince patted his shoulder and told him to pursue his own affairs. Although he had gotten along well with the prince, such words left him puzzled. Why does your highness say such things? The 19th prince merely smiled, his expression laden with meaning. I have a pact with consort Fiona. Thus, Reinhardt was granted passage to Tiantang Mountain on the eastern coast. Atop Tiantang Mountain, as Reinhardt recounted his experiences, twilight approached. The sun began to set, casting vibrant crimson hues against the backdrop of the picturesque landscape, accompanied by the sea breeze. A gentle glow emanated from Jiang Yu's violet eyes as he smiled softly. You have borne much hardship, my child. Your blood flows with mine, a legacy of legends that you may inherit. Indeed, I recall that the human race possesses extraordinary beings known as Zuliyes. Why do your elders not allow you to become a Zuliyes? Mother says that the era of Zuliyes has long since passed, and that professionals are the mainstay of this age. In this time, there exists no foundation for extraordinary Zuliyes to thrive. The myriad resources required for advancement have long since vanished. Reinhardt earnestly explained. Thus, it became clear to Jiang Yu. This epoch no longer permits the emergence of Zuliyes. Those who aspire to ascend as Zuliyes require the organs of long-extinct magical beasts, which are now utterly unattainable. Such a path to the extraordinary must start anew after a single mass extinction. My son, Laneharda, come to my side and let me behold the extraordinary potential you possess. Jiang Yu beckoned. Very well, father. Reinhardt approached. Jiang Yu placed a hand upon his head. The extraordinary power stirred, gathering the elements around them. A gentle breeze ruffling golden locks. Suddenly, a dual radiance of white and purple ignited from Reinhardt's form. Indeed, a manifestation of light and thunder. Jiang Yu beamed with delight, releasing his hand. Truly, you are my son. Reinhardt, you possess the same extraordinary gifts as I do. My professional path can be wholly bequeathed to you. However, lacking wings, you may need to make some subtle adjustments to your professional path. Yet, this is of little concern. Under Reinhardt's expectant gaze, Jiang Yu extended his right hand, a shimmering aura enveloping them as he gently caressed Reinhardt's forehead. Now, hold your breath and concentrate. Instantly, visions flooded Reinhardt's mind. Initially, a winged youth wielding a bronze longsword appeared. His sword shimmered with the essence of thunder, and his violet eyes sparkled like lightning. Subsequently, scenes of the winged youth's journey along the legendary path unfolded, establishing a profession, inventing a pathway of advancement, and ultimately achieving legendary status as a hero. The images culminated in depictions of a legendary path: the Thunderwinger, the Saint Wingwalker, the Radiant Thunder. Chapter 45, East Coast, Establishment of 7 Cities. A year later, under Jiang Yu's guidance, Reinhardt successfully became a Thunderwinger, riding a griffin as he returned. On the cliff, Jiang Yu observed Reinhardt's receding figure with a tranquil gaze. Over the past year, Jiang Yu imparted not only his cultivation experiences, but also numerous historical anecdotes from his former life. A wealth of historical tales enriched Reinhardt's mind, bestowing him with greater possibilities for the future. Meanwhile, upon returning to the human tribe, Reinhardt diligently tended to the griffins and maintained a respectful and loyal demeanor towards the Goblin Emperor, Amigel. The more reverent he became, the more disdainful the goblin officials grew towards him. Instances of humiliation and injustice towards the human tribe frequently arose. Yet, Reinhardt endured. During his year on Paradise Mountain, he listened to his father recount 2 stories, that of Qin Fizi, the founding monarch of the Qin state, and that of Gojian, the king of Yu. Whenever faced with insult, he drew inspiration from their legacies. Decades later, Reinhardt officially became the chieftain of the human tribe. The population of the human tribe swelled to 10,000, and their trained griffins reached nearly 1,000. As the survivors from the sanctuary aged, Reinhardt emerged as the new leader of the humans. Amigel's trust in Reinhardt surpassed that of the sanctuary's former inhabitants, gradually easing his surveillance over the humans. The goblin officials and soldiers stationed in the human tribe withdrew significantly, leaving only a handful to monitor the elderly who emerged from the sanctuary. Reinhardt bided his time, continuing to strengthen his power. Meanwhile, in the goblin court, as the emperor's sons matured, ambition for the supreme throne began to stir, subtly fueled by certain factions. Although Amigel was a demigod, he had sustained severe injuries in his early battle against the Thunder Titan, which had cost him longevity. Though he later healed, the consequences of that grave injury were now becoming apparent. A demigod typically lives for 3,000 years, while a legend lives for 1,000. Amigel, now several centuries old, was beginning to show signs of age. On the east coast, Paradise Mountain, and the Whitestone Fortress, Jiang Yu surveyed the development report concerning the winged race. After decades of continued growth, The population of the winged race had reached 300,000. Under Jiang Yu's meticulous planning, he delineated 7 geographically advantageous locations along the east coast, each boasting favorable natural conditions and abundant resources. In these 7 locales, he directed the winged people to establish 7 cities. Each city housed at least 10,000 residents, surrounded by villages of the winged race. At the foot of Paradise Mountain stood the largest city of the winged race, serving as their royal city. The former Paradise Mountain was transformed into a military encampment and royal palace, no longer inhabited by common winged folk. These 7 cities, according to Jiang Yu's design, would adequately cover the entire east coast, creating a network of influence. Centrally located, these 7 cities could sustain millions of winged people. This was Jiang Yu's vision for the future development of the winged race over the next millennium. As for the extraordinary professionals of the winged race, their numbers grew rapidly. A few years prior, the prodigy Sophia completed the advancement pathway for the hero class occupation of Radiant Swordsman. Thus, the progression for Radiant Swordsman became Radiant Swordsman, Wings of Light, Envoy of Light. Other professionals were developed by various extraordinary beings of the winged race, alongside inspirations drawn from foreign occupational systems. Currently, the known initial professions of the winged race include Radiant Knight, Radiant Swordsman, Sky Warrior, Royal Guardsman, Imperial Guard, Wind Messenger, Gunfighter, Earth Spear Thrower, and Flame Bearer, among others. The majority of these professions belong to the light spectrum, while those from other elements are quite rare, with dark professions virtually non-existent. Presently, the winged race boasts a heavenly battle group composed entirely of extraordinary professionals, numbering 1,000, alongside a formidable winged militia of 50,000 ordinary winged folk. Their strength has significantly increased. Over the years, Jiang Yu led the winged battle group to vanquish the magical beasts across the entire east coast, allowing the villages of ordinary winged folk to gradually proliferate throughout the region. Recently, Jiang Yu dispatched winged officials to the border between the east coast and the mainland of Falanda to scout for potential locations to establish fortifications. He sought to secure the entire habitat of the winged race from external threats and magical beasts. With the expansion of the Goblin Empire, not to mention the magical beasts, the goblins' territorial encroachment had brought them alarmingly close to the easternmost villages of the winged race. It must be noted that the goblin race is indeed prolific. If their population was near 10 million before the establishment of their nation, it is now estimated to have reached 50 million. Chapter 46. The Goblin Empire's 300 Years. With Amijul's ambitions unleashed, the goblin army embarked on conquests in all directions, subjugating most habitable regions of the mainland of Falanda. Numerous races surrendered under the banner of the goblins. As the Goblin Empire expanded, their villages encroached into desolate territories. Furthermore, the Goblin Empire, having inherited portions of the legacy from the pre-epic human race, particularly in mechanical technology, has gradually enhanced its capabilities. A multitude of steam-powered inventions has emerged. Although the humans from the sanctuary did not fully divulge all their knowledge to the goblins, what was shared was already substantial. Emperor Amijel placed great emphasis on this area of development. In his perspective, the pre-epic human race dominated the world through steam technology and the sequence of the extraordinary. Although the sequence has now faded into obscurity, technological advancements continue to flourish. He established the Royal Engineering Institute in the city of Pyoadas to cultivate engineers among the gnomes. These engineers receive exceptional treatment and education, representing the pinnacle of opportunity for gnomes lacking extraordinary potential. A comprehensive development of technology, art, the extraordinary, and population ensues, heralding the golden age of the gnome empire. The winged race also flourishes in this rare period of tranquility. After a century of the gnome empire, the winged race constructed 9 fortresses on the eastern coastline, effectively safeguarding vast territories along the eastern sea. Externally, they proclaimed their mission to repel the incursions of magical beasts and foreign tribes. With the completion of the 9 fortresses, the territory of the winged race resembles a sovereign nation, prompting Jiang Yu to name the eastern coast and its surrounding lands as Luiscendacy, meaning the blessed land bestowed upon those with wings in the winged tongue. The original location of the Eagle King's court, the Tianshan Mountains and its vicinity, saw the winged race forge a mountain city, now home to approximately 30,000 winged beings. Due to the presence of the ethereal wind spirit Jade Du in the Tianshan, the descendants residing in the mountain city predominantly pursue wind-related professions. After 150 years of the Gnome Empire, Reinhardt, the de facto leader of the human race, ascended to the final stage of the extraordinary profession, the heroic tier. However, his vocational journey took a different turn compared to Jiang Yu. Following Jiang Yu's counsel, Reinhardt, over several decades, integrated aspects of the Gnome Knight's career path with his own circumstances and Jiang Yu's guidance, evolving from the profession of Thundercaller to ultimately succeed as a Holy Lion Knight. This evolution birthed his legendary vocation, named the Lionheart King. Thus, the lineage of the Reinhardt family established its legacy of heroic professions: Thundercaller, Holy Lion Knight, Lionheart King. Simultaneously, most of the refuge's human populace had perished, leaving only a few relatively young extraordinary beings alive, including Fiona, who, though still beautiful, bore the marks of time upon her visage. Meanwhile, the winged race's population surged to 500,000, with their 7 major cities accommodating a significant number of winged beings. The main city beneath Paradise Mountain boasted a population of 100,000. Over the years, Jiang Yu dispatched envoys across the continent to establish diplomatic relations with various races, albeit with little success, as most races were still in the tribal stage of development. However, the dwarves successfully established a kingdom among the mountains, allowing the winged envoys to forge alliances with them. The changes in the world were stark. It appeared as if the entire realm had succumbed to a harsh winter, growing colder with each passing year. In the north, a large troll tribe, self-identified as the Frost Clan, migrated southward to a northern plain known as Haloros, seeking refuge from the increasingly frigid climate. This tribe was formidable, with both its chieftain and high priest being legendary figures. After assessing the situation, they eagerly embraced advanced gnome culture, voluntarily joining the Gnome Empire's military to combat dissenters. After decades of effort, their chieftain was bestowed the title of Earl by Amager, earning the moniker Earl of Frost. Haloros became the domain of this troll clan, eventually leading to the establishment of Haloros City. In the 190 years of the Gnome Empire, the first Gnome Griffin Knight Order was established, initially comprising 693 Griffin Knights. The formation of this order brought immense joy to the aging Emperor Amager, who named the newly formed order the Royal Griffin Knight Order. To honor the humans' contributions to raising griffins, Reinhardt was elevated to the rank of Viscount within the Empire, receiving a valley near the western edge of Peliuadas, adjacent to human settlements, as his fief. Here, he established the first human city, Reinhardt City. This fief became known as the Reinhardt Territory, and the nearby river was named the Reinhardt River. Additionally, through Reinhardt's efforts, each member of the Griffin Knight Order was assigned a human caretaker to tend to the griffins for the Gnome Knights. The Gnome Knights, far from resenting this arrangement, appreciated the diligence of their human caretakers, recognizing the complexity of caring for such magical beings compared to horses or deer. With humans willingly undertaking these arduous tasks, the Gnome Knights were content to relish the thrill of riding into battle atop their griffins. Consequently, over 600 humans joined the Griffin Knight Order in this manner, working diligently without negligence. Years later, the griffins cared for by humans would become a permanent fixture within the order. Unbeknownst to them, the moment Reinhardt issued a command, the human caretakers could swiftly seize control of the Griffin Knight Order. It was during this year that Reinhardt requested the return of the human Empress Fiona. By this time, the gnomes had virtually assimilated all the knowledge and technology acquired from the refuge's human populace, diminishing the Empress's role to that of a mere mascot or trophy. The Gnome Emperor, having only acknowledged her during the founding years due to a lack of talent, had since neglected her, showing little interest in an aging figure he deemed unremarkable. In light of Reinhardt's evident loyalty and submission, Amager acquiesced to his request. Thus, after 190 years in solitary confinement within the depths of the palace, human Empress Fiona finally returned to her people. Upon her reunion with Reinhardt, tears filled their eyes as they gazed at one another. Though Fiona retained her youthful beauty, her once golden hair was now streaked with gray. Reinhardt reaffirmed his resolve. He would not allow his mother's sacrifice to be in vain. 300 years into the Gnome Empire, the ingenious gnome engineers, amalgamating extraordinary powers and mechanical prowess, alongside a wealth of ancestral knowledge and human science, ultimately devised a magnificent legacy unique to the gnomes: alchemy. The advent of alchemy led to an influx of alchemical devices, prompting various races across the continent to flock to Peliuadas to study this newfound discipline. Even Jiang Yu dispatched numerous winged students to learn the art. This year marked the zenith of the Gnome Empire. However, amidst this prosperity, a monumental event occurred within the Gnome Empire, one that would determine its fate: the death of Amager. In Luisindisi, on the eastern coast, at Paradise Mountain, within the Whitestone Fortress, the pristine castle overlooked a vibrant, meticulously maintained lawn. A flock of radiant light birds frolicked upon the grass, while a contingent of winged soldiers stood solemnly at the fortress's entrance, Several winged officials descended from the mountains and landed on the lawn, hastily entering the fortress after adjusting their garments. The atmosphere was serene and harmonious, akin to a sacred realm. Yet, tranquility was abruptly shattered, as if a massive stone had plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the water's surface. What? Amateur is dead? Within the fortress, a middle-aged winged official in the council chamber rose from his seat, his face a mask of shock. "Edward, sit down," Jiang Yu commanded from the head of the table, sitting upright in a chair draped in bear fur. Behind him hung a map of Luiscendacy and the eastern coast. As he regarded his astonished subjects with a furrowed brow, the once esteemed female official, a winged individual who assisted him with governmental affairs, had departed from this world a century ago. Due to the demands of her duties, Yinyuona never ascended to the heroic tier, living a mere 200 years, the lifespan typical of a master tier. Presently, the remarkable Edward Yinyuona, her most distinguished grandson, also holds the status of a master. However, it seems that Yinyuona's exceptional abilities cast a shadow over Edward, leading Jiang Yu to perceive a slight disparity in their capabilities. Within the governmental hall, several winged officials, both male and female, remained seated, their expressions betraying a shared astonishment. Though Jiang Yu was equally taken aback by the demise of Amigel, his resolve remained steadfast. Unmoved like the luminous moon in the sky, he turned to the standing female winged official and inquired, "Eileen, please recount in detail the recent events in Prodas." "Yes, Your Majesty." Eileen, sensing Jiang Yu's composure, calmed her own nerves and began to relay, or rather recite, the intelligence gathered from the winged embassy in Prodas. 3 months prior, a fierce conflict erupted between the 17th and 13th princes of the goblins, escalating to a point where their subordinates were nearly locked in mortal combat, necessitating the personal intervention of Queen Alicia to mediate. As Amigel had lived an exceptionally long life, several older princes had already perished. Apart from the 7th prince, who had achieved legendary status and showed no interest in the throne, none of the remaining princes had attained such heights. Even those who reached the heroic tier could expect a maximum lifespan of only 500 years. Among the princes, their talents varied greatly, with the 13th prince Milan Amigel and the 17th prince Ashu Amigel being the two with the highest potential and greatest ambition. 2 months ago, a renewed clash erupted between the two princes. However, this time, even Queen Alicia found herself unable to mediate. What transpired? During an imperial hunting competition hosted by Emperor Amigel, the 17th prince's betrothed, reputedly an exquisite beauty among goblins, was abducted by forces loyal to the 13th prince and presented to Emperor Amigel. The emperor, known for his fondness for beauty, was smitten upon seeing the 13th prince's betrothed for the first time, despite knowing she was to be his son's future wife. He was astonished at how the goblin girl had blossomed into such a stunning woman and, feigning ignorance, took her into his harem. Upon returning with his quarry, the 17th prince was taken aback to find that his familial domain had been usurped. Infuriated by the revelation, he stormed into the 13th prince's camp that very night, accompanied by his personal knights. The 13th prince, caught off guard by his brother's ferocity, suffered severe injuries but managed to escape and sought solace from Amigel, who had already welcomed the beauty into his palace. Witnessing the near-fatal confrontation between his two sons, Amigel was consumed by rage and ordered the 17th prince to receive 50 lashes and be confined within the estate until he recognized his mistakes. Following this incident, the 17th prince realized he had forfeited any chance of gaining Amigel's approval, rendering the throne forever beyond his grasp. Stubborn by nature, he attempted to demand his betrothed from Amigel during his confinement, only to be met with outright denial, causing his despair to deepen. A month ago, under the guise of contrition, the 17th prince entered the palace. That very night, a violent battle erupted within the palace, leading to the collapse of much of the structure and the corruption of half the royal residence by malevolent forces. Subsequently, the 17th prince was never seen leaving the palace again. The following day, news broke that Amigel had been mortally wounded by his own weapon, the Amigel spear, and was gravely incapacitated, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Soon after, the grim tidings emerged. Amigel had passed away, and the 13th prince Milan Amigel hastily ascended the throne before the emperor's spirit. Jiang Yu listened in a daze, finding the tale of the 17th prince reminiscent of a figure from ancient history known as the Prince of Longevity. Yet, this goblin prince exhibited far more courage than that unfortunate character. Chapter 48. 3 centuries of the winged family. What a picture of filial piety and fraternal harmony. Within the governmental hall, the winged officials widened their eyes in astonishment. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu discerned areas of confusion amidst the proceedings. Amigel, despite his lingering injuries, was a demigod. How could he perish so easily? The 17th prince lacked the prowess to bring about such an end. Thus, who could have slain Emperor Amigel? In the aftermath of the initial shock, the winged officials began to express their relief at the news of Amigel's demise. During his reign, the Goblin Emperor had imposed his will upon the continent, a towering presence that none dared defy. Now that he was gone, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly, and unprecedented ideas began to surface. The officials proposed, Your Majesty, with Amigel's death, might the Goblin Empire begin to fracture? As a demigod, Amigel was the linchpin of the Goblin Empire. His passing will undoubtedly lead to chaos. And we should seize this opportunity to expand our territory to accommodate future populations. Indeed, while Rosenda's is vast, it constitutes merely a fragment of Ferrand. We require additional resources and land. Another chimed in. Without a demigod to oversee the Goblin Empire, the various races of the continent will not let this chance slip away. We could easily intervene. I believe that if we forge alliances with the other races across the continent, our numbers and military prowess may rival that of the goblins. They continued. Jiang Yu, seated at the head of the table, regarded his officials with a sense of gratification as they voiced their thoughts without fear of offending the current dominant race. It was a commendable phenomenon that the winged people could boldly advocate for their kind. Yet, he understood that this was far from the right moment to vie for continental resources. In the future, historical records from the 5th chapter concerning the Elven Kingdom would reveal that the Goblin Empire had endured for 3,000 years. Throughout this span, the individual who most profoundly impacted the Goblin Empire was not the first Goblin Emperor Amigel, but rather the great sage of the Goblin race, Azabur. Many records regarding this sage are lost to time, yet descriptions of the great sage Azabur indicate that he was born in a small village in central Ferrand. Endowed with extraordinary talent, he was sent to the Goblin royal court, where he became a disciple of the esteemed sage Alago. Azabur was known for his benevolence, wisdom, strategic mind, and extraordinary foresight. When the Goblin Emperor Amigel was still a youth, Azabur recognized his potential and supported him. The subsequent records are vague, but one detail remains. Before the establishment of the Goblin Empire, Azabur acquired a wealth of precious knowledge and treasures in a hidden northern location, enabling the rise of the Goblin Empire. The great sage Azabur lived until the twilight of the Goblin Empire. Whenever the empire faced dire straits, he would emerge to quell the turmoil, guiding the empire through turbulent times. Undoubtedly, following Amigel's death, the great sage Azabur would emerge as the de facto ruler of the Goblin Empire. Merely living for 3,000 years invites much speculation. Considering the goblin's lifespan, a legendary figure could never reach such an age. Emerging from his reverie, Jiang Yu met the expectant gazes of his officials. He nodded and then shook his head, smiling as he addressed them. Edward, Milan, Shaman, Wayne, and Limmer, your insights are commendable, and I am gratified by your thoughts. However, the timing is not yet right. The Goblin Empire is far more complex than it appears on the surface, and I suspect that they may have a demigod lurking in the shadows. Therefore, at this stage, our clan should remain still. Observing the thoughtful expressions of the officials in the government hall, Jiang Yu nodded and commanded one of the male winged ones, Xiao Mo La. Send someone to Proa to sea to gather intelligence day and night and inform us. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Mo La responded and exited the government hall to carry out the task. The remaining officials continued with their duties. As Jiang Yu stepped out of the Whitestone Fortress, he turned to the female winged one, Lumiere, and inquired, By the way, Lumiere, where is your sister Sophia at present? Sophia is the prodigious individual who has elevated the profession of light swordsman to the heroic rank of light envoy. Your Majesty. Several months ago, Sophia went to the southern fairy forest to celebrate her friend, the light fairy, who has turned 1,500 years old. How many? 1,500 years. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. These fairies truly have long lifespans. Very well, Lumiere. Sophia is the most crucial legendary seed of our clan. Ensure her safety. Jiang Yu waved his hand. He always treated the talents within his clan with great care. The winged ones have evolved from the eagle people for only a few hundred years, and although their ancestors possessed a trace of Titan blood, it has granted the once mundane Gao-Man mountain eagles an extraordinary potential. As it stands, the extraordinary potential of the winged ones is roughly equivalent to that of the goblins. 50 million goblins yield only a handful of legendaries. 500,000 winged ones still have much work to do. Sophia embodies Jiang Yu's hope. With that thought, Jiang Yu looked towards the young male winged one official seated in the center. 1. Have there been any extraordinary talents in the clan recently? Your Majesty, there is one. Oh, who might that be? It is Li Mi Air and Sophia's sister, Ai Weita. One replied with a smile. Ai Weita possesses an exceptional affinity for the light element, and has already become a practitioner at the tender age of 13. Jiang Yu could not help but direct his gaze once more towards the proud Li Mi Air, exclaiming, a trio of prodigies. Li Mi Air, splendid, splendid. You all must continue your efforts. I hope that the first legendary individual of our winged ones, aside from myself, will emerge from your family. Li Mi Air. Your full name is Li Mi Air Lai, correct? Your Majesty has an excellent memory. It seems you are descendants of a Lai. It has been 300 years, and the descendants of those companions have amassed so many. Jiang Yu sighed. Chapter 49. The Rebellion of the Kings 3 months later. Fresh news emerged from the capital of Pro A to C. Several sons of Amigel were displeased with the sudden ascension of the 13th prince to the throne and fled from the imperial city to their fiefs, uniting with their kin to raise arms in rebellion. Among them were the 15th, 18th, 21st, and 25th princes. They sought to dethrone Milan Amigel. The armies of 4 princes clashed violently with the second Goblin Emperor within the empire's borders. Among the 1,500 noble lords of the Goblin Empire, aside from 2 Grand Dukes and 30 marquises in the borderlands, over 500 counts, viscounts, and barons, all other noble lords were embroiled in the rebellion. As for the various races across the continent, they too began to stir. Some even directly joined the factions of the princes in pursuit of the greatest benefits. Meanwhile, the tribal leader of the closest non-goblin race, Reinhardt, was perusing a letter in his hands. Reinhardt, my brother, our father has died under mysterious circumstances, and the kings are in conflict, resulting in countless subjects of the empire perishing in this turmoil. I had no intention of hunting for power, yet I understand the necessity of quelling this rebellion. I have secretly secured the support of Duke Miluo Aze Ba from the southern territories. I am aware that your human tribe possesses the ability to ride griffins. I wish to request your people to mount griffins and fight for me. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall lift many of the goblin restrictions on humans and grant your people a piece of land in the northern territories. Should you choose to support me, please send an envoy within 3 months, as I will soon mobilize my forces to prepare for marching. Within the dimly lit tent at night, Reinhardt furrowed his brow as he read the letter from the 19th prince, remaining silent. Beside him were several elder humans and Fiona. They had also perused the letter written to Reinhardt by the 19th prince, and opinions varied. Some deemed the move too risky, as the human population was merely a few tens of thousands, constantly under the watchful eyes of the goblins. Others believed that supporting the 19th prince could be beneficial, as being confined near the goblin capital, the humans could face disaster at any moment due to the emperor's whims. Now, an opportunity to leave the capital presented itself, and it was worth taking a gamble. After all, under the scrutiny of the goblin emperor, it was difficult for humans to thrive. It had taken them 300 years to grow a mere few tens of thousands. With differing opinions, Reinhardt found it increasingly difficult to reach a decision. This was a choice that could determine the fate of humanity, and the pressure weighed heavily on his heart. At this moment, only his mother Fiona had yet to express her opinion. Reinhardt directly asked, "Mother, what do you think I should decide?" The current human population had developed solely because the elders in the refuge had sacrificed everything, and he knew that Fiona loved humanity more than he did. Fiona smiled at him and said, "My son, you are now the leader of humanity. You must bear the responsibility for their lives and deaths. However, regarding this matter, you might consider consulting your father. I believe he would not miss this opportunity amidst the chaos of the Goblin Empire." Hearing this, Reinhardt looked up towards the distant east, the direction of the eastern coastline. "Father, I understand, mother. The journey from the imperial capital to the eastern coastline takes just over a month on a griffin. That should be sufficient time. I will make the trip myself." 20 days later, Reinhardt arrived once more at the eastern coastline. Chapter 50. Aze Ba at this moment. The eastern coastline was vastly different from 300 years ago. 9 fortifications had been established along the continent near the eastern coastline. Not only were winged ones stationed at the 9 fortifications, but they also patrolled the skies above the line of fortifications day and night. Upon arriving here, Reinhardt was promptly discovered and intercepted by the winged ones. He had to present his identification before being granted entry. When he left, Jiang Yu had given him a pair of Fei Yu as a token. He had preserved it, and today it proved useful. Soaring on a griffin above Lozendas, Reinhardt observed the numerous winged ones living peacefully and harmoniously on the eastern coastline and its surrounding lands. Villages, farmlands, and 7 cities that served as regional centers appeared transformed. A stark contrast to what he had seen when he first visited Tiantang Mountain. If it had once resembled a tribe, it now resembled a kingdom. He felt envious and hoped that one day, humans could also establish a kingdom of their own on the land of Feilonda. With this thought, he suddenly made a resolution. Regardless of whether Jiang Yu participated in this chaos or advised him to join or wait, he would join in. Not for any other reason, but to secure a true homeland for his people. As he soared through the skies, riding the griffin, Reinhardt found it quite peculiar to be in a land dominated by the Winged Ones. However, humans were still regarded as relatively close allies of the Winged Ones, and most Winged Ones merely glanced over and continued on their way. After several hours, Reinhardt arrived at Tiantang Mountain. This time, he also allowed the griffin to frolic nearby while he presented his token and walked from the foot of the mountain to the front of the Whitestone Fortress. The sun shone brightly, and the mountain scenery was magnificent. Jiang Yu was not inside the Whitestone Fortress, but awaited him on the expansive lawn outside. After nearly 3 centuries, despite maintaining correspondence, the opportunities for Jiang Yu and Reinhardt to meet have been few due to historical reasons during Amidgel's reign. Their last meeting was 3 decades ago. Observing his son before him, the once golden-haired youth had now matured into a commanding middle-aged chieftain. His hair, reminiscent of a lion's mane, was as thick as Fiona's lineage. Although Jiang Yu harbored no feelings for Fiona, he still felt a bond with his blood-related son. Reinhardt had traveled great distances to the eastern coast, undoubtedly seeking his assistance. Indeed, upon seeing Jiang Yu, Reinhardt immediately declared, "Father, I require your help." This was undoubtedly regarding the recent rebellion of the Goblin Kings. "Yes, father. The former 19th Prince sent me a letter requesting military support, offering generous rewards. However, I have yet to make a decision, which is why I sought your counsel. Reinhardt, remember, you are not merely my son. You are also a leader of the human race. Engaging in the conflicts of the kings poses too great a risk for humanity at this stage. Any misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. To illustrate, despite the advancements of the winged race, I still tread upon thin ice. The root cause lies in our inherent weakness." Although Jiang Yu did not explicitly state it, he was effectively advising Reinhardt against taking risks. A strong sense of frustration welled up in Reinhardt's eyes. Yet he recognized the validity of Jiang Yu's concerns. The disparity between reality and idealism left him breathless. "Bring me that letter," Jiang Yu commanded. "Very well." He took the letter and scrutinized it, his gaze sharpening upon seeing the name of the Duke of the Southern Territory, Ma Luo Az. "Reinhardt, what is the relationship between this 19th Prince and Duke Ma Luo Az? Can Ma Luo's support be trusted?" "Father, all I know is that the 19th Prince grew up alongside Ma Luo, as if they were brothers. Duke Ma Luo possesses an excellent reputation, so I believe his words are genuine." "Very well, Reinhardt, I retract my previous statement. You may fully support the 19th Prince." Reinhardt exclaimed in surprise, "Father, you agree?" "Indeed. Furthermore, in times of difficulty, you may seek assistance from the winged race. If your adversaries prove too formidable, I shall also intervene." Jiang Yu smiled. "My foolish son, you must understand the weight of the name Azeba. The 3,000 years of the Goblin Empire are intertwined with Azeba's legacy." That very day, Reinhardt mounted his griffin and hastened back to the borders of the Pro-Adas Plains to respond to the 19th Prince. In the year 300 of the Goblin Empire, September brought with it a rich autumn breeze. The former emperor, the 19th Prince Asa Amigel, raised his banner in the Southern Territory, supported by Duke Ma Luo Az. Chapter 51. The selection of the great sage of goblins. Reinhardt's support greatly delighted Asa Amigel, and the prospect of enlisting the winged race made him ecstatic. The winged race, with their formidable aerial combat prowess, were both a tool for Amigel and a source of trepidation. Otherwise, they would not have backed the eagle race. Asa Amigel swiftly penned a letter to the eastern coast, filled with promises, beseeching Jiang Yu for military assistance. Jiang Yu acquiesced, preparing his troops for the expedition. In the palace of Pro-Adas, the sounds of shattered objects echoed alongside furious roars. In the great hall, Emperor Milan Amigel swung his sword, shattering tables and their contents. Resisting the assaults of the 4 princes was already a daunting task, yet time was on his side, and perseverance offered a glimmer of hope for victory. To his astonishment, his once submissive brother Asa Amigel suddenly rebelled. Within 3 months, the Southern Territory fell to Asa Amigel, with many goblin nobles surrendering. In this civil war, the local lords showed little resolve to fight. Reluctantly, Emperor Milan Amigel was forced to divert elite troops from various fronts to defend against the uprising. This elite force, led by the legendary General Thorn, managed to halt Asa Amigel at the Amber River. However, the redeployment of troops southwards left the battlefront of the other 4 princes in jeopardy. in the year 301 of the Goblin Empire. On the 1st of May, Thorn seized the opportunity to decisively defeat Asa Amygdal's forces at the Amber River. As Amygdal's army teetered on the brink of collapse, Jiang Yu arrived with 10,000 winged warriors. In this battle, Jiang Yu concealed his true strength, achieving a stalemate with Thorn. The winged army descended from the skies, catching Thorn's forces by surprise, allowing Asa to regroup and ultimately evade a routed fate. The two armies faced off once more at the Amber River. On the 3rd of June, the tide of war began to shift dramatically. The 15th prince from the Mon Plain defeated the emperor's garrison and advanced straight for Proadas. On the 7th of June, the western city of Fala Yi, loyal to the emperor, was breached, and the emperor's kin, the Fala family, were executed by the 18th prince. The army then surged forth into the imperial capital. On the 8th of June, the Frost clan of trolls in the northern territory responded to the call of the 21st prince, breaking through the city of Giles Suwa and heading south. On the 13th of June, the Roman family of the city of Roman, loyal to the west, surrendered to the 25th prince, opening the eastern checkpoint for the army's advance. On the 14th of June, the southern army was ambushed by the human Griffin cavalry, and under the dual assault, the entire force collapsed. The legendary General Thorn's attempts to persuade them to surrender failed, leading to his encirclement and death. Thus, the path northward was unimpeded. Asa Amygdal seized the opportunity to march north, traveling day and night towards Pro-Adas. On the 29th of July, the armies of the 5 princes besieged Pro-Adas. Within Asa Amygdal's camp, Jiang Yu gazed upon the city gates forged from the head of the Thunder Titan, Atrus, and was filled with emotion. Once again, he approached this place as an aggressor. On the 30th of July, it was unclear what agreement the 5 princes had reached, but they began to separately lead their armies to assault the city. On the 19th of August, Pro-Adas fell. The army stormed the palace. Yet Emperor Milan Amygdal was nowhere to be found. The 5 princes commenced their struggle for the throne. Initially, they managed to contain the violence within the city, and the intensity of their conflicts remained low. However, by the 30th of August, due to a trivial matter, the first violent clash erupted, leading to a brutal massacre within the city. As the conflict escalated, innocent goblin residents were caught in the crossfire. Countless civilians perished in this turmoil, and the streets ran red with blood, threatening the very existence of Proadas. At this critical juncture, the great sage of goblins, Azay-Ba, emerged, wielding semi-divine authority and immense prestige, quelling the rebellious nobles and forcefully suppressing the insurrection of the 5 armies. The great sage ascended to semi-divinity. The 5 princes were thrown into a state of panic. Should Azay-Ba harbor ambitions for the throne, their fates would be dire. Fortunately, Azay-Ba had no desire for imperial power. On the 1st of September, Azay-Ba summoned the 5 princes to the palace. The empire is without a ruler. I shall choose one of you to become the emperor. Therefore, each of you must answer me a question. Based on your responses, I will make my decision. Who wishes to go first? Chapter 52. By what means to found a nation? Before the solemn throne room, the great sage of goblins stood beside the imperial seat. Observing the goblin princes, each with their distinct allure and ambitions, gathered at the foot of the steps. He scrutinized them one by one, pausing longer on the 19th prince, Asa Amygdal, before speaking. You are all aware that your esteemed emperor, dressed in rags, unified the various clans of the dwarf race, united the diverse peoples of the continent, defeated the Titan giants, and established the dwarf empire. This was indeed a formidable endeavor. The dwarf empire, hard-earned, brings me to a question that pertains to your understanding of the empire and its future. Therefore, esteemed princes, may I inquire, what is the foundation upon which our dwarf empire stands? As the words echoed, the princes fell into deep contemplation. Outside the palace, in the expansive square, the nobles and leaders of the 5 Kings Legion awaited the answers from within the grand hall. Reinhardt stood nervously beside Jiang Yu, his gaze fixed on the palace. Noticing Reinhardt's anxious demeanor, Jiang Yu admonished him, urging him to remain calm and composed, for he was over 300 years old. Reinhardt, at a loss for words, reflected on the distinction between the human race and the winged people. A misstep in this selection would bear minimal consequences for the latter, yet for the humans, who were already viewed with suspicion by the dwarves, a wrong choice might confine them indefinitely. Despite this, he refrained from retorting to his father's reprimand and merely muttered in response. Jiang Yu, observing his son's demeanor, offered a subtle encouragement, suggesting that Reinhardt trust in his choice, as the outcome was already determined, and that the 19th prince would succeed. As he spoke, he gestured for Reinhardt to glance towards the Duke of the Southern Territory, Maleo Azeba. Upon doing so, Reinhardt noticed Maleo Azeba standing at a distance, seemingly unfazed, as though he already knew the outcome, which helped to ease his anxiety. Within the palace, after a period of reflection, the 15th prince was the first to respond. Great sage, I believe the foundation of our empire is strength. Our dwarves possess demigods and the most powerful army on the continent, bolstered by the largest population. This amalgamation equates to formidable might. We vanquish the Titans and seize dominion over the continent. Hence, the essence of our nation lies in strength. Azeba nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to the next prince. The 18th prince, lowering his head with a smile, declared, Great sage, I believe the foundation of the empire lies in the power of demigods. It was so under our father, and now under your guidance. His statement elicited astonished glances from his brothers, who found his flattery rather amusing. However, Azeba remained unfazed and turned his attention to the next prince. The 21st prince spoke candidly, stating, Great sage, our nation was founded upon the merit of vanquishing the Titans. This conquest compelled the various races of the continent to submit to us, recognizing the dwarves as their rightful rulers. After listening, Azeba appeared momentarily speechless but continued, 25th prince. It is your turn. The 25th prince pondered for a moment before articulating, Great sage, I believe the foundation of the dwarf race's nation rests upon the 50 million dwarf citizens within our empire. This empire belongs to every dwarf. It is the collective strength of 50 million dwarves that has forged this magnificent realm. Each dwarf citizen is the bedrock of our empire. Upon hearing this, Azeba softened slightly. Gazing deeply at the 25th prince before sighing, I did not expect you to possess such insight. His expression then shifted back to its original gravity as he addressed Asa Amigel. It is your turn, Asa Amigel. Asa Amigel felt a jolt of anxiety upon being named by the great sage. He realized that his previous brothers had already articulated their thoughts, leaving him uncertain as to why the great sage had chosen him last. In that moment of contemplation, a memory surfaced from 3 months prior during a conversation with Duke Maleo Azeba, who had imparted a significant piece of wisdom. Your Highness, my father believes that the establishment of the empire relies on the dwarves' unyielding pursuit of knowledge and progress. Should you ascend to the throne, always remember this. Recalling those words, Asa Amigel felt a wave of relief wash over him. Apologies, dear brothers, for while you are facing a closed-book examination, I possess an open-book advantage. He took a deep breath and declared, Great sage, it is knowledge. The foundation of the empire is rooted in the dwarves' relentless pursuit of knowledge and progress. Upon hearing this, Azeba finally broke into a smile, exclaiming, Ha, splendid. Knowledge is indeed the cornerstone that alters the fate of the dwarf race. Prince Asa, your answer is correct. It appears you are destined to be the sovereign of the empire, and I am willing to proclaim you as the emperor. With these words, he summoned his demigod powers and announced with a resonant voice that reverberated across the entire Prodas plains, akin to a thunderclap, from this day forth, I, the great sage of the dwarf race, Azeba, hereby declare Asa Amigel as the emperor of the empire. Chapter 53. The territory of Polek in the year 302 of the dwarf empire, on the first day of January. Asa Amigel was crowned as the third emperor of the dwarf empire at Prodas Mountain. The 4 princes were bestowed with the title of duke and dispatched to the borders to expand their territories, never to return to Prodas. All participating nobles were sent back to their fiefs, with the most grievous offenders facing execution. The Northern Frost clan of the Trolls, who had supported the rebellion, were held accountable and compelled to return north, awaiting another opportunity to descend. Nobles and tribal leaders loyal to Asa Amigel were rewarded. Maleo Azeba received a portion of the population and alchemical resources, while other nobles were allocated people and land. The winged people acquired nominal ownership of a vast expanse of land south of the east coast, along with some alchemical knowledge. Jianyu named this region Luamanda, meaning the land of mountains attained through the efforts of the winged. He planned to construct 5 cities in Luamanda and nurture a population of 1 million winged people. Reinhardt, having achieved his desires, was recognized for his successful ambush against the Thorn army at Amber River, securing victory and gaining precious time. He arrived at Prodas on time, avoiding any delays that might have cost him the chance to vie for the throne, and leveraged his good relations with Asa Amigel. Consequently, he was granted the title of Count, and Asa Amigel honored their agreement by bestowing upon Reinhardt a vast river plain in the western part of the Northern Territory. This area lay on the fringes of the Dwarf Empire's influence, previously held by a border count who had been convicted of crimes, leading to the confiscation of his lands. The dwarf commoners residing there were subsequently divided among the nobles, allowing Reinhardt to acquire a developed territory, which he named Polek, symbolizing a return to tradition and rebirth. In the following year, he sought the testimony of Asa Amigel to negotiate with a border viscount, trading the Rhine territory for another noble estate in the north, known as the Böhmen territory. Thus, the Böhmen and Polek territories merged, encompassing forests, plains, and rivers capable of sustaining 500,000 humans. Following the rebellion of the princes, the Dwarf Empire began a period of recuperation. After his coronation, Asa Amigel adopted a conciliatory approach towards foreign races while remaining vigilant against domestic nobles. After all, the dwarves had oppressed the continent, and he had yet to fully comprehend the dangers posed by foreign entities. His feelings towards the great sage Aziba were complex. He was grateful for Aziba's support in his ascension to the throne, yet he perceived Aziba's power and prestige as overwhelming, sometimes even surpassing his own. Asa Amigel yearned to restore the emperor's authority reminiscent of Amigel's reign, yet feared the possibility of Aziba deposing him, which ultimately resulted in his never achieving legendary status. In the year 350 of the Dwarf Empire, Fiona passed away in the Bolek territory. Before her departure, she requested Reinhardt to lay her to rest beneath a laurel tree, for it always reminded her of the one her mother had planted during her childhood. She instructed Reinhardt to inscribe a small line at the bottom of her gravestone, which read, "A sister burdened with guilt." In the face of the impending calamity, she strictly adhered to the regulations of the human kingdom she belonged to during the previous era, sealing the sanctuary on time, which resulted in her sister Vivian not being able to enter alongside her. Despite Vivian's exceptional talents as a sequencer, her youth likely led to her demise. Before Fiona's passing, Jiang Yu met her for the final time. Although there were no deep emotions, he still accompanied her on her last journey. In the 567th year of the Goblin Empire, the third emperor of the Goblin Empire died in the palace at the age of 493. Chapter 54, The Throne Realm. As early as the 310th year of the Goblin calendar, Reinhardt ascended to legend in the Bolek territory, taking the path of the Lionheart King. From that moment, he was granted a lifespan of 1,000 years, and the human race became a prominent ethnicity in the region, leading his kin to independence in the northern lands while establishing his legendary status. Reinhardt finally had the opportunity to nurture offspring. This was also his mother Fiona's wish, as the prosperity of the human race depended on the emergence of extraordinary talents. Fiona arranged for Reinhardt to marry several wives, and only after his strong insistence to cease did she relent. Thus, the legendary Lionheart King submitted to his mother's authority, diligently toiling to secure heirs. However, the legendary bloodline was difficult to propagate, and it was not until Fiona's death that he had 3 sons and 1 grandson. By the time the third emperor, Asa Amigel, passed away, the Reinhardt family had grown to nearly 100 individuals. At that point, the human population had reached 500,000. The original territory was no longer sufficient, prompting Reinhardt to venture northward to expand his domain. The northern lands of Bolek were not entirely desolate, as several intelligent races inhabited them. Tribes of goblins, centaurs, trolls, and others thrived in the north. After careful consideration, Reinhardt decided to target the goblins. Once under the dominion of the dragons, the goblin tribes were now more vulnerable compared to the centaurs and trolls. During Reinhardt's campaign against the goblins, the development of the winged race along the east coast also pleased Jiang Yu. In the 360th year of the Goblin Empire, the prodigy Sophia of the winged race left the southern regions and did not return to the east coast, but continued to traverse the continent. It was not until the 490th year of the Goblin Empire that she made her return. However, by the time of her return, she had achieved legendary status and forged a legendary career path as a Saint of Light. After over 500 years, the winged race finally had its second legend. 30 years later, Sophia's sister, Areta, also ascended to legend, establishing another legendary path as the Sword Saint of Light. This legendary profession surpassed her sisters in combat prowess and was more suited for the vast number of extraordinary practitioners among the winged. The 2 sisters, both legends, became a celebrated tale within the winged race. As for their elder sister, Limmer, she remained stagnant at the hero tier, struggling to advance. Perhaps the burden of extensive political duties hindered her opportunities for breakthroughs. By the time Asa Amigel passed away, the winged race had developed much of Romanda over the past 2 centuries. 5 winged cities were constructed among the mountains, housing approximately 500,000 winged inhabitants. Meanwhile, in Lozendath and along the east coast, the winged population had reached 1,500,000. This number had reached the limit that the region could sustain. In the Tian Mountain region, the winged population grew slowly, primarily consisting of military households, totaling around 100,000. The current population of the winged race was approximately 2,100,000. As for Jiangyu, after 500 years of cultivation, had he chosen the path to demigodhood, he would have already achieved it. His mastery of the thunder law was complete, and if he were a demigod, he would now seek to merge his will with the thunder law of the universe, aspiring to command the authority of thunder and become an integral part of the cosmic order. However, his approach was somewhat different. He needed to transform his will into a divine sword at the moment he merged with the thunder law, forcibly suppressing the authority granted by the thunder law. This marked the first step on the path of the Sky Lord, which he referred to as the throne realm. It stood in contrast to the path of ascension to demigodhood. However, all of this hinged on his ability to forge a sky throne and a supreme sword to serve as the vessel for his will, or rather, a divine sword. In his vision, his judgment throne would essentially be a tomb of the laws of heaven and earth, a divine sword to suppress and entomb a strand of the cosmic law. Although divine swords were rare, there had recently been breakthroughs in alchemy within the Goblin Empire, and he had been studying alchemy and sword forging over the years, achieving modest success. Yet the challenge lay in the construction of the Sky Throne. Firstly, the materials were difficult to find. Secondly, the noise generated by the construction of the Sky Throne was tremendous, and as it was to be built in the sky, he needed a fortuitous opportunity to complete it. He had to wait, waiting for a moment when everyone's attention was drawn elsewhere. Coincidentally, in the 694th year of the Goblin Empire, a plague erupted that affected the entire Falanda. Chapter 55, The Highlands. This plague had a traceable origin. A year prior to the outbreak of this catastrophic plague, in the northern regions of the Goblin Empire, the northern ice domain highlands lay beyond the Empire's control. Although the Goblin Empire claimed to be the master of the continent, it did not truly occupy all of Falanda. To the north of the Goblin Empire's northern borders, a river flowed nearly throughout the northern territory, dividing the northern regions of Falanda into two zones. The southern area was relatively warm and resource-rich, home to border lords and numerous races affiliated with the Goblin Empire, including humans. The northern region, however, was an expansive desert prairie, primarily inhabited by centaur and troll clans, as well as goblins, pig-headed folk, tiger-headed folk, sheep-headed folk, and cow-headed folk, among others. These were nomadic races that had resided in the northern lands for generations, struggling to survive in the vast northern desert. The Frost clan of trolls, who had once migrated south and submitted to the Empire, was among these tribes. Yet they were not the most powerful. Naturally, they had long since been driven back to the desert, and their current situation remained unknown. Further north in the desert lay a towering plateau. A majestic mountain range separated the desert from the highlands. Some beings who achieved legendary status in the desert had ventured into the highlands, but quickly departed due to the inhospitable climate that made it unlivable for ordinary humans. Nevertheless, life existed here. Many ice-affiliated races thrived in the highlands, all of considerable stature. It seemed the highlands were a cradle for giant beings. Historians from various races speculated that the ancestors of the Titans might have emerged from the highlands, journeying to the central continent of Prodas, subsequently flourishing, developing an extraordinary system, and thereby dominating the world. Numerous giant beings inhabited the highlands. The frost giants were one such race. However, their size paled in comparison to the Titans, with adult giants reaching approximately 7 to 8 meters tall, yet still formidable. A frost giant tribe typically consisted of a few dozen individuals, formed from several families. Frost giant tribes often raised mammoths, riding them into battle, thus establishing dominance in the icy highlands. Of course, they were not invincible. A wise race known as the behemoths also resided in the highlands. This race was divided into two categories, golden behemoths and behemoth beasts. The Huangjin Baiman possesses intelligence and is relatively small, measuring approximately 3 meters in height. In contrast, the Baiman beast is a colossal creature, towering nearly 10 meters like a wild beast. Among them, only the Huangjin Baiman is capable of reproduction, giving birth either to another Huangjin Baiman or a Baiman beast. Often, they are siblings from the same mother, allowing the Huangjin Baiman to dominate the icy highlands while riding the Baiman beast. In fact, the frost giants also raise mammoth elephants, influenced by these creatures. However, due to food scarcity, they reside in small tribal formations. Additionally, there are the plateau giant bears, ice wolves, plateau elk, ice cattle, and the vast blue sea giant koan inhabiting the central ice sea, as immense as an ocean. In this icebound highland, which is difficult for outsiders to enter, these grand races of the snowy world struggle daily for survival. In their realm, there is little else to pursue. The highland is indeed vast enough to sustain them. Yet, In the year 694 of the Dwarf Empire, just 1 year before the outbreak of the plague, tranquility was shattered. A frost giant, while hunting large fish in the shallow waters of the central ice sea, unearthed an ice coffin from the seabed. Inside the coffin lay a remarkably beautiful woman, her entire being of vivid crimson. The frost giant, intrigued by her petite form, brought the heavy ice coffin ashore. Upon landing, the coffin melted like water, awakening the stunning woman clad in a blood-red robe. She possessed eyes as red as blood and lips of a vibrant hue, though her complexion was alarmingly pale, reminiscent of one recovering from a severe illness. Gazing at the frost giant who had rescued her, the woman smiled faintly, radiating astonishing beauty. "Did you awaken me, giant?" The frost giant felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from her. In response to her inquiry, he dared not move, merely nodding in submission. Although her words were in a language foreign to him, he could inexplicably comprehend them. "Though I have awakened slightly early, and my wounds remain unhealed, I feel the rebirth of the world. Is this a new era?" She mused softly, surveying her surroundings. Covered in ice and snow, beside the sky and sea, she found herself upon the northern highland. Rising gracefully, her figure was enchanting, and she pointed towards the vast sky and sea. Countless crimson threads plunged into the ocean, and within mere seconds, she extracted numerous fish, all substantial in size, including a gargantuan fish measuring 30 meters. With the thuds of fish landing on the ground, the frost giant looked down to see an abundance of fish at his feet. However, these fish appeared rather shriveled, as though they had lost much of their blood. "My dear giant, you have awakened me. Take these fish with you." Without waiting for the frost giant's response, she transformed into a flash of red light and vanished. The frost giant stood in stunned silence for several minutes, finally exhaling in relief upon confirming the departure of the woman in red. Looking down at the large fish, a smile broke across his face as he dragged the largest one towards his tribe, pleased with his day's catch. Chapter 56. Blood poison. After the departure of the woman in red, she spent several days traversing the icy highlands. There were no traces of human civilization. Had it not yet ventured into this realm after the restoration? She shook her head in midair. "Forget it. I shall explore the mainland. I wonder if the refuges from long ago have seen anyone emerge and restore human civilization." Thus, the woman in red journeyed southward to the mainland. Her first stop was the vast North Desert, where she observed centaurs and trolls among the inhabitants, her expression one of confusion. Has so much time passed? The mainland has given rise to so many new intelligent beings. Yet, the North Desert was desolate, and it was no surprise that these foreign races occupied it. Continuing her descent past the North Desert, she entered the territory of the Dwarf Empire. Rather than passing through the human realm of Bow Lake in the northwest, she descended from the northeast. Along her path, she encountered numerous troll clans, fairy tribes, and dwarven communities, but the most numerous were the short, green-skinned goblins. The further she ventured into the central regions, the more abundant the diminutive green-skinned goblins became, and their civilization appeared increasingly advanced. Observing the goblin cities scattered across the landscape, the woman in red recognized the unmistakable symbol of dominion over the mainland. Yet, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that she discerned familiar traces of pre-epic human civilization within the goblin culture. The Dwarf Empire's alchemy had developed to a significant extent, heavily imbued with the technological remnants of pre-epic human knowledge. The woman in red felt an escalating sense of alarm, her heart swelling with murderous intent towards these green-skinned creatures. She was untroubled by the presence of foreign races upon the mainland, for as long as the people from the refuges emerged, they would inevitably rise again with the aid of pre-epic technology. Even if she realized that the pre-epic extraordinary system had collapsed, a new extraordinary system could indeed be created. Her fear lay in the possibility of these foreign races discovering the human refuges and plundering their technology and knowledge, exterminating the remnants of humanity before they had a chance to develop. With this thought in mind, she hesitated no longer and set out to inspect the locations of the refuges she was aware of. However, reality dealt her a crushing blow. The vast majority of the refuges had perished before reaching maturity, their human inhabitants all dead. Even those that had survived to later stages were now desolate, seemingly having suffered extensive devastation. Finally, she arrived in the northern region, at the refuge she knew best, for it had once been overseen by her sister. She hoped that this refuge remained intact, so that she could once again see her treacherous sister. Yet, reality proved to be exceedingly cruel. This refuge, designated number 490, was guarded by a throng of green-skinned goblins. This revelation chilled her to the core, igniting a fierce rage within. The refuge was bustling with goblins, with not a single human in sight, and the goblin encampments showed signs of age. She surmised that her sister and the inhabitants of the refuge were likely in grave peril. Thus, the woman in red took action. A blood-red curtain descended upon the entire number 490 refuge, resulting in the simultaneous demise of nearly all the goblins within. The lone goblin legend left behind, caught completely off guard, was grievously injured and, after a brief struggle, was captured by the woman in red. The goblin legend was astounded to learn that his conqueror was a human. How could a race usually regarded as lowly possess such a formidable being? Human? Lowly? She sensed the implications of the goblin's words and quickly inquired, do humans still exist in this world? The goblin legend, likely reluctant to meet his end, recounted the fate of the humans in the refuges after their discovery. After listening in silence for a long while, the woman in red swiftly snapped the goblin legend's neck. It turned out that her sister and the others had been kept as captive tools for the goblin's education ever since awakening. This wretched horde of goblins had even denied the descendants of humanity the chance to inherit the legacy of the refuges. Her sister had even been coerced into marrying that accursed goblin emperor. Her crimson eyes flared with fury, turning as red as blood. Despicable goblins! You shall pay dearly for your transgressions. She initially intended to charge directly into the goblin capital, slay their emperor, and subsequently obliterate the entire goblin empire. However, her injuries remained unhealed, and she sensed several formidable presences within the goblin capital that filled her with apprehension. She estimated she would be unable to prevail against them. As the true progenitor of blood belonging to Sequence 3, she rivals demigods, possessing an eternal lifespan. Yet her combat prowess is rather average. However, she wields a formidable ability perfectly suited for widespread devastation. She can utilize her own true blood as a source to create a potent blood toxin that spreads with remarkable intensity. She plans to exact revenge on the goblins with this blood toxin, indifferent to whether it affects the human inhabitants of the Northlands in the Bow-like territory. What concern is it of hers for humans without lineage or her sister? Moreover, having learned from the tales of goblin legends that the humans in the refuge have long perished, she feels no hesitation. Nevertheless, she consciously eliminates the lethal properties of the toxin against humans. Although those infected will still suffer, at least they will not meet their demise. The departed may be gone, but the flames of their memories still linger. In the ensuing months, the woman in the red robe conducted experiments and confirmed the toxin's lethality towards goblins. She then selected a major goblin city in the Northlands as her target and unleashed the blood toxin. The contagion spread with alarming rapidity. Within a week, the entire city was infected, and the outbreak began to extend outward. The plague, known as the blood toxin, intensified, eventually engulfing all races across the continent, even reaching the winged folk of the eastern coast. Chapter 57. The response of the races of the continent once infected with the blood toxin. The body exhibits signs of infection. Infected individuals gradually develop crimson eyes, grow fangs within 3 days, exhale a miasma of plague, and display an overwhelming desire to attack all living beings in their vicinity, ultimately succumbing to ghastly decay and death within 7 to 10 days. This phenomenon was observed and documented by the goblins. Below the legendary tier, all are susceptible to infection, though those with extraordinary abilities are less likely to perish. The blood toxin spread throughout the Northlands in 3 months and across the continent in 6. Its ferocity instilled terror in all living beings. The Grand Sage of the Goblins could no longer remain passive once the toxin enveloped the Northlands, as he discovered that this plague particularly targeted goblins. Other races had a chance of survival post-infection, but goblins faced immediate death without hope of recovery. Of course, this did not apply to extraordinary goblins, who tended to possess stronger constitutions. After the plague began to spread, Grand Sage Azabar urgently ordered lords and city leaders to close their gates to prevent the contagion. However, the insidious nature of the toxin made it nearly impossible to contain. Just as one area was secured, another outbreak would emerge, as if someone were sowing seeds of pestilence all around. Thus, it swiftly proliferated throughout the continent. With no other options, the Grand Sage was compelled to seek methods to combat the blood toxin, a task that could not be resolved overnight. Each day, numerous goblins succumbed, leaving the Grand Sage utterly exhausted. The fourth emperor of the Goblin Empire, Freya Amigel, was equally worn down. In just 6 months, the goblin population, which had reached 200 million, dwindled to merely 100 million, and this number continued to decline. Despite their occasional internal conflicts, the Emperor and the Grand Sage pooled all resources to support countless goblin alchemists in their relentless research, with the Grand Sage himself actively participating. At this time, not only were the goblins in dire straits, but all races across the continent were equally troubled. On the eastern coast, when the plague reached Lozendas, Jiangyu was meditating atop Heavenly Mountain. Typically, his meditation schedule was erratic, but urgent matters could rouse him. However, the plague spread too swiftly. By the time the messenger delivered the news in the morning, it had already begun to spread by the afternoon when Lemire dispatched officials to investigate. The situation quickly spiraled beyond control, as Lemire and the winged officials had never encountered a plague before and lacked the means to combat it. They promptly informed Jiangyu, who felt a jolt of alarm upon receiving the news. How careless he had been. He urgently ordered the closure of the 9 passes, sealing off Lozendas and Loman, and quarantined those infected. Yet the plague had already been festering among the winged folk for some time, making it difficult to contain. By the time he managed to impose control, half of the winged population had already contracted the virus. Unlike the goblins, the mortality rate among the winged was high, but did allow for some survivors. Approximately 1 in 10 winged individuals managed to endure, regaining their strength after a period of weakness. Meanwhile, no one noticed that these few survivors appeared significantly rejuvenated. 50% of the winged folk perished in agony, while the remainder became neither fully alive nor dead. Although they survived, their eyes and wings turned crimson, their feathers and hair fell out, and they sprouted fangs, presenting a most eerie visage. To curb the plague and save his kin, Jiangyu summoned scholars and returning alchemist winged folk to research ways to rescue the infected survivors. In contrast, the humans in the bowl-like territory exhibited peculiar transformations after contracting the blood toxin, changes that even the red-robed woman had not anticipated. Among the more than 500,000 humans, half were infected, yet most recovered after enduring a period of suffering. However, a few thousand humans experienced profound alterations in both body and bloodline. Their eyes became scarlet, they lost interest in ordinary food, craved blood, and recoiled from direct sunlight. A hint of extraordinary power began to manifest within them, a force intrinsically linked to blood. Several descendants of the Reinhardt family also succumbed to the infection, but their mutations were notably superior. Their extraordinary powers surged, and they exhibited a degree of immunity to sunlight. This seemed to be a remarkable reaction resulting from the convergence of their bloodline and the blood toxin. Moreover, these infected Reinhardt descendants instilled a sense of intimidation in ordinary infected individuals, akin to the power of bloodline suppression. Although the Reinhardt family was concerned about these mutated kin, after prolonged efforts yielded no results, they ultimately had to abandon them. To ensure the safety of unaffected humans, they were relocated together to a secluded corner of the bowl-like territory. Chapter 58. Wei Weian. In the 697th year of the Goblin Empire, the plague persisted for 3 years, ultimately brought under control by the various races, ceasing its spread. The red-robed woman discreetly conducted several more operations, but the goblins remained vigilant. Even though she initially managed to infect a few, it was quickly contained. After multiple failed attempts, she decided to abandon her efforts, as her true blood was not something to be squandered lightly. The goblins seemed to sense the peculiar nature of the plague, as if it were deliberately targeting them, prompting them to search for its source. The red-robed woman found her endeavors increasingly challenging. She resolved to seek a place to recuperate, planning to strike the Goblin Empire once she had regained her strength. Although the blood toxin had not annihilated the goblins, it had caused them to lose a significant number of their ordinary kin, a devastating blow that left the Goblin Empire severely weakened. As for a place to heal, she set her sights on the human territories of Northland's Bolike. Even though time had passed, and humans might no longer resemble her previous notions, she instinctively felt that a place inhabited by humans would suit her well. On the 3rd day of the 1st month of the Goblin Empire, the red-robed woman finally arrived in the Bolike territory. That day, a stunningly beautiful woman, adorned in a red hood, entered the town of Peter, her golden hair cascading down and shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. In addition, she possessed a pair of mesmerizing crimson eyes and a graceful figure, captivating all who beheld her under the sunlight. However, the townsfolk of Peter regarded her with averted glances, as if she were a harbinger of plague. Those blood-red eyes were a symbol of the infected. No one wished to associate with the infected, even if they had once been human. In the eyes of the people, they were now regarded as outcasts. Just as the woman in the crimson robe sensed the peculiar atmosphere, 2 human guards approached her and spoke. Infected one, you must leave Peter Town immediately and proceed to the eastern area for the infected, the Dunmanklin district, which has been designated as your dwelling by Lord Reinhardt. Infected? How intriguing. The crimson-robed woman found their words to be quite amusing. She was well aware of what it meant to be infected. It referred to those who had succumbed to the poison of their own blood. Logically, she had eradicated the lethal aspect of the blood poison. And even if she did fall ill, it would merely result in temporary discomfort and weakness. Was there still an unforeseen change? Looking at the two human guards, she smiled. Where is the Dunmankland district? I shall make my own way there. It is over there, my lady. Perhaps it was the imposing aura of the crimson-robed woman that compelled the two guards to instinctively show her respect. Very well. The woman smiled gently and turned to walk in the direction they indicated. An hour later, she arrived at the Dunmankland district. Before she even stepped inside, she sensed a multitude of familiar presences within. This feeling was akin to the manifestation of her own bloodline. As she slowly entered the Dunmankland district, a sudden realization dawned upon her. In response, she subtly emanated a trace of the true ancestral aura of blood. Instantly, every infected individual within the Dunmankland district halted their activities. Their crimson eyes sparkled as they gazed upon the beautiful woman in the crimson robe. Regardless of who they were, each person felt an overwhelming desire to submit. They instinctively understood that the woman who entered the Dunmankland district was their queen. A sense of bloodline connection surged within them, and their hearts seemed to find a sense of belonging. They bowed their heads and bent their bodies in reverence. Meanwhile, the crimson-robed woman, observing the thousands of infected individuals bowing before her, suddenly smiled. So it is my blood poison that has given rise to you. In an instant, a thought surged within her heart. She desired to take these people with her. Among the bowed infected, several individuals of notably intense blood power emerged, their eyes even more crimson. Their presence filled her with an inexplicable warmth, as if the blood of kin flowed through their veins. The crimson-robed woman felt astonished. At that moment, she recalled her sister. Could it be that her sister left a bloodline in this newly born land? At this instant, she felt no desire to delay and directly inquired, "Whose descendants are you?" "My lady, we hail from the Reinhardt family, the current leaders of humanity. Our ancestor, Lord Reinhardt, is the source of our bloodline." "Reinhardt? Where is he?" "In Polek City." "I understand. Everyone, wait for me here. Humanity regards you as outcasts, but I will take you away." With that, the woman transformed into a streak of crimson light and soared towards Polek City. In the Lord's castle of Polek City, within a chamber, Lord Reinhardt was troubled by the group of infected individuals. They could no longer consume regular food and now required blood, which left him in a state of inner conflict. On one hand, these infected were his subjects, and he did not wish to abandon any of them, especially since a few were his own descendants. On the other hand, this group of infected, compared to normal humanity, had become otherworldly. It was impossible for the clan to hunt prey daily solely to provide them with blood. Elders and officials within the clan had already suggested abandoning the infected and exiling them. While he was lost in thought, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang beside him. "You must be Reinhardt. Do you know Fiona?" Reinhardt turned in surprise. He beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman in red seated gracefully at his table. The ability to approach him without a sound indicated her strength far surpassed his own. A demigod? Yet he sensed no malice, only a sense of familiarity. Then he heard his mother Fiona's name. "Your Excellency, Fiona is my mother." "Where is she?" the crimson-robed woman asked calmly. "My mother passed away hundreds of years ago." Reinhardt replied sorrowfully. "May I ask, who are you?" "I am her sister, Vivian." "Reinhardt, although you possess the bloodline of the gnomes, which I find distasteful, you are still my sister's child, so you may call me Aunt." Vivian spoke coldly. Aunt, you may not be aware, but my father is not the gnome emperor. Rather, he is the king of the winged people from the eastern coast." Reinhardt spoke his true lineage without hesitation. He could see that this aunt of his held a deep aversion to gnomes. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Vivian's expression softened. "Good child, you have endured much. So, where is my sister buried? I wish to pay my respects." "Aunt, I will take you there." Chapter 59. The birth of the bloodline outside the Lord's castle in Polek. There lay a forbidden area, accessible only to members of the Reinhardt family. Within rested the ancestors of the Reinhardt family and deceased members. Although it was termed a forbidden area, it was, in fact, a picturesque expanse of rolling hills adorned with flowers and shrubs, with scattered trees dotting the landscape. At the heart of this forbidden area lay the most beautiful spot, a small hill abundantly covered with blooming flowers. Atop the hill stood a grand osmanthus tree, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Beneath the osmanthus tree, there was a meticulously tended garden, and in the center of the garden stood a gravestone. Inscribed upon it were the words, "The first leader of humanity, ancestor of the Reinhardt family, empress of the Gnome Empire, the last ember of humanity, Fiona." However, Vivian instinctively overlooked the main inscription, as if guided by an unspoken bond, and her gaze fell upon a smaller line of text beneath the gravestone. "A sister filled with guilt." The epitaph struck her like a blade. Upon reading this line, Vivian envisioned a tearful woman gazing toward the horizon each night, burdened by guilt. Long-held resentment inexplicably vanished, replaced by yearning for her sister. Fiona, I should have awakened sooner. Had I done so, I would not have to bear such a heavy responsibility, and humanity would not have fallen to this state. However, I shall seek vengeance for you, beneath the cold winds of the north. The radiant woman in the crimson robe stood beneath the osmanthus tree for an entire day and night. On the third day, Vivian bid farewell to Reinhardt, leaving behind a drop of her true blood. Reinhardt and his descendants would share the same bloodline as her. In the future, this drop of true blood would become one of the family's invaluable legacies. Furthermore, she informed Reinhardt that she intended to take all the infected humans with her. Reinhardt was perplexed. "Aunt, those infected individuals are no longer like ordinary people. They require blood to survive daily. They no longer qualify as humans in my eyes." Upon hearing this, Vivian smiled slightly. "To you, they may not seem like humans, but in my eyes, they are indeed my kin. Reinhardt, in truth, they originated from me. This plague that has spread across the continent was unleashed by me, with the purpose of exterminating the gnomes and avenging my grievances." Reinhardt's pupils dilated in shock. Heavens! The plague that swept across the entire continent was brought forth by my mother's sister. It was truly unfathomable and hard to believe. To unleash such calamity upon the entire continent single-handedly was terrifying. He was acutely aware that this plague would be fatal for the goblins. The mortality rate among the other races was nearly 50%, and even the winged people, to which his father belonged, could hardly escape its grasp. He dared not disclose this grim news to Jiangyu. How formidable must Wei Weiyan be? Without further contemplation, Reinhardt promptly nodded in agreement. "Aunt, please take them away. The internal debate regarding them within our clan is leaning increasingly towards exile. Since Wei Weiyan requires these infected individuals, it conveniently resolves the disputes concerning them within our tribe." Deep down, over time, his confidence in harboring these infected souls had waned significantly. They were a burden he could not sustain. Now that Wei Weiyan was willing to accept them, he would relinquish his reservations. "Very well. These infected beings scarcely resemble humans. I intend to nurture them for a period before launching an assault on the goblin capital." To attack the goblin capital? Reinhardt's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that truly the plan? Simultaneously, an undercurrent of concern crept in. Could a single Wei Weiyan, bolstered by a few thousand infected individuals, truly triumph over goblins possessing semi-divine powers? Although his mother's sister had only recently been recognized as his aunt, he did not wish for her to risk her life. Moreover, what if the goblin sage discerned the human identity of this group of infected? Wei Weiyan appeared to sense his unease and reassured him with a smile. "Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to court death. If we cannot win, I am confident in my ability to escape. Furthermore, I shall not implicate the current human race. I plan to establish a new tribe based on these human infected individuals." Establish a new tribe? What kind of race will it be? Several hours later, Wei Weiyan returned to the Demigod district, gathering all the infected individuals. She hovered above the ground, gazing down at the thousands of infected humans, and announced with a commanding voice, "From the moment you transformed into your current form, all have deemed you as outcasts. Since the human race has no place for you, let us forge a new tribe. Henceforth, you and I shall be members of the Blood Clan. I shall lead you to our rightful land, ensuring our tenacious survival. I am Wei Weiyan, the true progenitor of the Blood Clan. Follow me." As Wei Weiyan's declaration resonated through the air, the infected individuals below transformed from despondency to fervor. Her presence instilled a sense of kinship, and her aura compelled them to submit instinctively. As her words settled, a chorus erupted from the crowd. "True progenitor, true progenitor, progenitor of the Blood Clan. Blood Clan, Blood Clan. From this day forth, we are the Blood Clan. We have a home from this day onward." Chapter 60, The Source of the Goblins. In the year 697 of the Goblin Empire, on January 6th, Wei Weiyan, the true progenitor of the Blood Clan, led thousands of mutated infected humans to establish themselves as the Blood Clan. Departing from the Bolake territory and heading northwest, they took a circuitous route through the desert, traversed forests and swamps, and arrived at the western coastline north of Phylon. Here, far from the Goblin Empire's domain, Wei Weiyan settled them. She taught them to harness the power of blood and integrated the contemporary vocational system, creating the Blood Knight and Blood Berserker professions, both capable of achieving hero status. As for the legendary tier, that was a challenge they would have to overcome themselves. After establishing these two professions, Wei Weiyan retreated to recover from her injuries. The western coastline was teeming with creatures, and Wei Weiyan relentlessly drained their blood to regain her strength, to the extent that in the future, All beings along the western coast would tremble at the scent of blood. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Phylan continent, within the city of Prodas, after several years of research, a goblin alchemist finally uncovered a substance capable of curbing the plague. This discovery was quite serendipitous. One day, the alchemist, lacking direction, approached his experiments with a nothing ventured, nothing gained mentality, trying out seemingly unrelated materials. During one of these trials, he stumbled upon a wolf-like creature in a dark cave, extracted a toxic substance from it, and combined it with an alchemical material known as moonlight grass, resulting in an elixir. He then injected this concoction into a dying, infected goblin. Initially indifferent to the outcome, he was astonished when, several days post-injection, the lethal plague was indeed contained. The infected goblin survived. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the Goblin Empire, igniting a frenzy of joy. Alchemist Demigod was hailed as the savior of the plague and was rewarded with titles and lands by the emperor. Concurrently, the great sage Azeba ordered the replication of this potion for all infected goblins. Thus, within 3 months, the plague within the Goblin Empire was entirely contained. 30 million goblins survived, and 100,000 infected individuals were healed. Races across the continent, upon hearing this news, hurried to procure the potion to aid their own infected. It was a cause for nationwide celebration. However, their jubilation was short-lived as another dire situation emerged. The goblins cured by this potion underwent drastic changes within 3 months. Their intelligence diminished significantly, their skin darkened from green to a murky hue, and their appearance became grotesquely unappealing. Their facial features morphed, developing pointed ears, large oval eyes, flat noses, broad faces, and dull eyes ranging from red to yellow. Additionally, they sprouted sharp, venomous fangs. Their stature shrank, taking on a triangular shape with stout arms and legs. They were perpetually in a state of arousal, preferring to dwell in shadowy burrows. When their numbers swelled, they would mindlessly attack all living beings they encountered, relentlessly reproducing through female beings. In recent days, numerous female goblins have fallen victim, barely clinging to life when rescued. Compared to civilized goblins, they had transformed into an entirely different race. The great sage repeatedly dispatched alchemists to investigate the cause and potential remedies, yet discovered that change was nearly impossible in the short term. The resources expended to combat the plague had already severely depleted their vitality. In desperation, the Goblin Emperor decreed that these healed infected goblins be exiled from the cities and villages and banished to the wilderness, where they were named goblins. Though the plague was contained, its repercussions would linger eternally. Chapter 61. Werewolves within the borders of the Goblin Empire. In the west lies the Yulin Valley. This valley is home to the largest ogre clan in the Goblin Empire, the Yulin clan. The Yulin clan followed Amigel in the early years to combat the Titans, and due to their contributions to the establishment of the Goblin Empire, they were granted the Yulin Valley as their domain. The clan leader of that era was appointed as the Marquis of Yulin in the Goblin Empire. Today, although the clan leader has passed, the successor remains a legendary practitioner. Through generations of growth, the Yulin clan has evolved into a large clan with a population of hundreds of thousands. They even constructed a grand city at the heart of Yulin Valley, along with several small towns. Within the Goblin Empire, the Yulin clan holds significant sway. The ogre clans govern themselves and inhabit various regions. Although they are somewhat disunited, the more powerful factions wield greater influence. The Yulin clan is such a faction, often regarded as a leader by nearby ogre tribes. In the year 696 of the Goblin Empire, impacted by the widespread super plague known as blood toxicity, the Yulin clan also faced repercussions. Despite having received forewarnings, they suffered considerable losses. While they were not afflicted to the same extent as the goblins, who succumbed en masse, the ogres experienced a longer infection cycle, with a significant mortality rate, and many who had recovered. These ogres also underwent drastic changes in appearance and physique, becoming weak and frail. Their tusks grew longer, their bodies thinner, and their eyes gleamed a vivid red. Like the other races across the continent, the Yulin clan actively sought solutions. However, their cultural knowledge was limited, and the alchemists within the clan lacked remarkable talent, leaving them with no viable solutions. Fortunately, the Yulin clan had maintained friendly relations with the Goblin tribe for generations. When Pu Luo, a deceased, successfully developed a potion to contain the plague, the Yulin clan requested several thousand doses of the Dao Mai Jia potion from the goblins. After the potion was injected into the infected trolls, they experienced rapid recovery and no longer exhibited symptoms of contagion. This brought immense joy to the trolls of the Yulin clan. They sent envoys to Puluo A to express their gratitude to the Goblin Emperor and held a grand feast to celebrate the recovery within their clan. However, akin to the goblins' lingering consequences, the trolls who had initially shown no changes after receiving the potion began to undergo drastic transformations 3 months later. Their bodies sprouted thick, wolf-like fur, their fangs became laced with toxins, their eyes turned predatory, and their physiques shrank yet remained robust. To their kin, they resembled upright wolves. While the trolls could accept these changes, what bred a sense of expulsion among them was the behavior of those who had been cured by the Demigod potion. On each full moon, they would succumb to bestial instincts, transforming completely into werewolves, indiscriminately slaughtering fellow trolls. During the initial occurrence, the troll leader of the Yulin clan sought to intervene. After investigation, the alchemist discovered that the moonlight grass contained in the potion was the source of the affliction. However, their capabilities were limited, and despite various attempts, every full moon saw these infected individuals succumb to their primal urges, resulting in numerous fatalities among their kin. Seeking assistance from the goblins proved futile, as they were preoccupied with the emergence of goblins themselves. Thus, within a few months, resentment within the clan escalated. And amidst the chaos of each full moon night, the last vestiges of kinship dissipated, leading them to no longer regard these individuals as part of the troll lineage. In desperation, the troll leader of the Yulin clan followed the example of the Goblin Empire, exiling the infected individuals from Yulin Valley to the wilderness, derogatorily dubbing them werewolves. Chapter 62. Gargoyles on the East Coast. Upon the emergence of the Demigod potion in the Goblin Empire, the winged envoy stationed at the Puluo A embassy received the news. They promptly relayed this information back to the winged tribe. Unaware of the truth, Jiang Yu personally traveled to the city of Puluo A, where he procured 100,000 doses of the Demigod potion from the Goblin Emperor, returning to administer it to the infected winged individuals. Initially, similar to the goblins and trolls, the infected winged beings successfully contained the plague's contagiousness and began their recovery. Yet, 3 months later, a significant number of these infected individuals did not develop feathers. Instead, their bodies underwent grotesque transformations. Their faces became hideously distorted, their bald heads smooth, and their mouths filled with fangs. Their hands and feet regressed into ancestral forms, sprouting sharp claws. They grew tall and robust, their wings permanently transformed into featherless, fleshy appendages. Under the dual influence of the potion and the plague, their demeanor became lethargic during the day, exhibiting a preference for shadows, akin to stone statues. However, at night, they became active, soaring through the moonlit skies of the city in search of prey. They oscillated between wildness and intelligence. Yet, every winged individual understood that these cured infected beings were no longer truly winged. Fortunately, despite their drastic changes, they posed no threat to the winged tribe. Consequently, the winged beings regarded them with pity and compassion. At this time, news of the Goblin Empire's troubles with the goblins reached the winged tribe. The origins of the goblins astonished Jiang Yu, leading him to ponder the hasty formation of the Falanda race. He found it difficult to comprehend the Goblin Empire's decision to exile the goblins to the wilderness. The infected individuals among the winged tribe remained relatively normal, truly deserving of sympathy. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu became aware of the background of the werewolves that had also been exiled to the wilderness. It dawned on him that the side effects of this potion were not isolated incidents, but affected all races on the continent, diverging from the other two tribes. After careful deliberation, Jiang Yu decided to relocate these winged individuals, whose physiques and temperaments had drastically altered, to an empty mountain city in Luomanda. He continued to regard them as members of the winged tribe, albeit under a new name, gargoyles. Thus, nearly 100,000 gargoyles slumbered during the day within the mountain city, emerging at night. Those lacking sustenance and motivation could even transform into stone statues, enduring long periods without food or water. The gargoyles possessed extraordinary abilities. To maintain a close relationship with the gargoyles, Jiang Yu stationed 2 of the strongest gargoyles at the castle of White Stone to guard the fortress at night. He also established a night patrol composed entirely of gargoyles to protect the winged tribe during the dark hours. With the plague resolved, Jiang Yu commenced the forging of weapons intended to serve as vessels for suppressing the laws. Once, when the Goblin tribe triumphed over the Thunder Titan and established the Goblin Empire, he had received a portion of the spoils, a fragment of the Thunder Titan's thigh bone. For years, this fragment had been housed within the treasury. When he sought to forge a divine sword, he retrieved the Titan's thigh bone and journeyed to the Dwarven kingdom beyond the mountains, seeking to exchange rare metal materials and share forging techniques. The Goblin Empire had endured for 700 years. In October, Jiang Yu began the forging of the Sword of Thunder. Chapter 63. The Sword of Thunder. It must be said that the Thunder Titan met a tragic fate. Even in death, its remains were repurposed for various materials and utilized by others for a myriad of purposes. The massive head of the Titan, to this day, is melded into the walls of the capital city, Pu Luo A to C, serving as the most imposing gateway, showcasing the Goblin tribe's formidable might. As a Titan bone, the thigh bone of the Thunder Demigod naturally brims with the power of the Thunder laws. Jiang Yu first traveled over the East Sea to locate an active volcano still spewing lava. With formidable legendary strength, he breached the volcano's side, using the red volcanic rock to forge a furnace. He then added materials such as purple gold, exquisite gold, secret silver, azure stone, magical crystal, gray mist heart, moon spirit stone, essence of the earth, sunset iron, and melting heart copper into the furnace, smelting them into liquid. Finally, he placed the Thunder Titan's thigh bone into the purple gold liquid within the furnace, simmering it day and night. After 39 days, the entire thigh bone was melted into the gold liquid, which took on a purplish hue, crackling with lightning. Subsequently, Jiang Yu employed his mastery of the Thunder laws to forge daily. After 10 days, he quenched it with seawater, repeatedly incorporating the essence of the clouds, hammering it into form. A long sword, shimmering in purple gold and crackling with electricity, materialized before him, floating in motion. Congratulations to the player for forging a legendary grade weapon, earning 1,000 forging experience. After a long period of inactivity, the system suddenly displayed a message, which Jiang Yu habitually ignored. He grasped the long sword and swung it, feeling the power of thunder surge forth instantaneously. Indeed, a fine sword. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction and sheathed it. By now, night had fallen, and the moonlight shone brilliantly. He gazed up at the silver moon in the sky, chuckling softly. To forge a throne requires celestial craftsmanship. That ancient, ever-hanging silver moon, its composition unknown, beckoned him. Since my future throne is destined to share the heavens with it, I must ascend to behold it. Thus, he set forth with purpose. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, unfurling his pristine wings, and was swiftly propelled skyward by a powerful lift. He first soared above the clouds, leaping from the sea of mist to the realm of fierce gales. Here, at an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters, the pressure of legend became unbearable. The strong winds, imbued with the essence of the laws of wind, rendered most legends helpless as they ascended further. Yet, Jiang Yu was no ordinary legend. His strength was nearly divine. Just a step away from claiming his throne in the heavens, he summoned a protective shield of light and continued his ascent. At 20,000 meters, the air grew thinner, and the forces of the sky's laws intensified, impeding his progress in the upper echelons of the firmament. The silver moon gradually became discernible, casting a gentle silvery glow. Jiang Yu ascended to 30,000, then 40,000, ultimately reaching 100,000 meters, nearing the boundary of the star realm. It appeared as if the cosmos had been inked. He observed a colossal silver celestial body revolving around the world at the juncture of the star realm and the earthly domain. Advancing further toward the silver moon proved futile. A potent force of lunar law surged from its surface, repelling him. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, reminiscent of facing a deity, deep and vast. Each moment spent in this place drained his energy. It was a wondrous realm. No wonder few dared to venture here. While the earth lay below, others, including demigods, would not take flight toward the heavens in such a reckless manner. Jiang Yu possessed wings while they could only rely on their legendary powers to soar. Chapter 64. Silver Moon. Unable to approach the silver moon, he veered away from its sphere of influence. Upon exiting its vicinity, he found the conditions even more hostile. Survival here demanded formidable authority over the laws. No wonder demigods in later ages needed to ignite divine flames, establish terrestrial kingdoms, and raise their thrones into the sky to dwell in such a realm. This was the edge of the world, where various potent laws coexisted, some stronger than others. The forces of time and space fluctuated unpredictably, exerting a strong presence. The constant clash of laws felt as if legends or demigods were perpetually battling in this space. The ceaseless conflicts and collisions of laws made Jiang Yu's eyelids twitch. Indeed, this place was even more daunting than beneath the silver moon. Had he flown upward from another direction, he might never have reached this altitude. He had consistently ascended under the moon's influence, remaining unaware of the external environment. With a sigh, he hastened back to the silver moon's embrace. Although he felt the ever-looming pressure akin to an abyss, his training was entirely governed by will. His formidable resolve could suppress a law, allowing him to endure the moon's oppressive force. In this realm, few demigods could withstand its overwhelming majesty. For him, this was the most optimal solution. With insufficient strength for now, he would raise his throne near the silver moon. After formulating this plan, he sighed again. The commotion of raising a throne was too significant. He wondered when he might have the opportunity. Without raising a throne, he would struggle to rival demigods. The strength of demigods lay not merely in their mastery of laws, but in the dominion over the world they wielded after ascending to demigodhood. Thunder laws and the authority of thunder may appear synonymous, yet they are not. Many legends grasp the laws of thunder, but the demigods who command the authority of thunder are often unique. The same applies to deities. Even if initially held by multiple individuals, the unity of authority compels them to engage in conflict until one emerges as the sole possessor. Jiang Yu feared no lawbearer, yet he would not be foolish enough to provoke a demigod endowed with dominion over the heavens. Moreover, under the malevolence of the world, these demigods would undoubtedly seek to trouble him. Thus, he required an opportunity. However, he recalled the accounts of the elves, which spoke of a time 1,000 years into the history of the Dwarf Empire, when its capital was assaulted by an unknown demigod leading a cadre of followers. After a few days and nights, the capital was destroyed, severely wounding the empire, and the once long-lived demigod sage Azabar did not survive even 3,000 years. Perhaps this was an opportunity. He would wait for it. As Jiang Yu pondered, he flapped his wings and descended, returning to Tiantongshan on the eastern coast. After his lengthy absence, within the silver moon, in the depths of a shadowy celestial body, a pair of extraordinarily beautiful eyes slightly opened, then closed again. Yet, in that fleeting moment, countless silver glimmers erupted in the darkness of this star, illuminating the space brilliantly. In a moment of stunning clarity, one could faintly discern a silver-haired goddess, serenely resting amidst the shadows, beneath whom myriad lunar laws bowed in reverence, like stars orbiting the moon. Chapter 65. Sophia Islands. Upon returning to Tiantongshan, Jiang Yu commenced preparations to forge his throne. He intended to directly lift the peak of Tiantongshan to the celestial heights. The summit, sharp at the top and rounded at the base, revealed a well-defined mountaintop after clearing the trees, making it perfectly suitable. He crafted a throne from rare metals mixed with platinum atop the mountain peak and infused it with the mysterious azure stone powder he had previously acquired. Subsequently, he severed a portion of his own soul and infused it into the throne. Thus, regardless of whether he sat upon it or not, he retained absolute control over it, akin to a deity commanding their divine realm. Moreover, the azure stone that had facilitated his transcendence into the extraordinary, once refined into the throne, possessed formidable mystical power. Beyond its physical strength, the laws had no effect on it, rendering the throne exceptionally compatible with existing in the chaotic and lawless heights. In the year 731 of the Dwarf Empire, the little turtle finally ascended to legend. His journey was fraught with challenges. Initially, under Jiang Yu's influence and persuasion, he awakened from his extraordinary slumber to become the self-created profession of Thunder Turtle. After decades, upon reaching the rank of Thunder Turtle, he developed his own ideas, blending his characteristics to evolve into the master-tier profession of Thunder King Turtle. The little turtle harbored aspirations of becoming the king of turtles. Thus, after advancing to the master tier, he sought out numerous turtle species and nurtured them in a waterlogged area at the foot of Tiantongshan. However, despite the little turtle's efforts, these ordinary turtles could not possess wisdom. His ambition to become the king dimmed as he contemplated his future path. Until Jiang Yu ascended to legend, he finally conceived his next course. A king could be a king of a race or his own king. He thus advanced to the hero tier, becoming the electric turtle hero. Under Jiang Yu's influence, his affinity leaned toward the laws of electricity. Over the subsequent centuries, the little turtle began to tread the path of legend. However, attaining legendary status proved exceedingly difficult for him. His entire system was self-created, lacking the extensive knowledge and imaginative capacity of Jiang Yu. He also lacked foresight and memory of the future. During this time, he encountered the talented member of the winged race, Sophia. The little turtle provided significant assistance in Sophia's journey, especially in the earlier stages, where many of her resources were sourced through him. Later, when Sophia traversed the continent, the little turtle accompanied her. Subsequently, upon her return, Sophia achieved the legendary profession of the Radiant Saintess. Inspired, the little turtle began to contemplate the path to legend. Sophia's sister, Erida, has also achieved legendary status. With the aid of 3 legendary figures, the little turtle finally attained the remarkable title of Zidian Gui Sheng at the venerable age of 700. It is indeed a testament to the longevity of the little turtle, for without such a lengthy lifespan, reaching legendary status would have been uncertain. Thus, in the year 731 of the Goblin Empire, the winged people boasted 4 legendary figures, basking in momentary glory. At this time, Jiang Yu defended his ancestral home of Los Sandas on the eastern coast, while the radiant holy maiden Sophia safeguarded Romanda, and the radiant sword Saint Erida protected the Tianshan branch of the winged people. With the addition of another legend, the prospect for further expansion became tangible. During centuries of exploration over the eastern sea, the winged people discovered a crescent-shaped archipelago located 10,000 kilometers from the eastern shore. The total land area of this archipelago spans hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, capable of sustaining 1 million winged people. In 735 of the Goblin Empire, the radiant holy maiden Sophia led a multitude of winged people across the seas to the archipelago, initiating their migration and territorial expansion. Henceforth, this archipelago came to be known as the Sophia Islands. Chapter 66. The Sea Giants of Sophia Islands. At the tail end of the crescent-shaped island chain, in the skies above, a legion of 10,000 winged people stood arrayed in midair, drawing their bows and readying their swords. Having absorbed the forging techniques of the goblins, the winged people had acquired the ability to forge iron. With the advancement of alchemy, the technology for armor-making flourished. Centuries prior, Jiang Yu had urged the winged people to search for minerals within their territory. Consequently, over the years, they discovered several deposits of white iron, a vein of refined gold, a magical crystal mine, and a blue-veined spirit mine in Los Sandas, along with a significant deposit of mithril in Romanda. Numerous ordinary copper and iron mines were also found. With these resources, they could forge weapons and armor. Presently, the winged warriors donned gleaming silver armor, appearing orderly and imposing. Below, on land and sea, resided a tribe of sea giants who inhabited the archipelago, numbering nearly 1,000. The leader of the sea giants stood 15 to 16 meters tall, robust, and powerful, wielding a massive bow carved from a tree. Their bodies were a deep ocean blue, and nearly all sea giants possessed the innate ability to control water, being distant relatives of the Titans. Upon reaching adulthood, each sea giant wielded the strength of a hero, making them formidable opponents. Since ancient times, they had been the rulers of these islands, indifferent to the mainland. They sourced their sustenance from the sea and rested on the nearby shores, crafting nests or dwellings on the islands. Legends speak of their original ancestors, born from the blood of the sea titan that fell into the ocean, giving rise to the sea giants. Alas, in the primordial era, the sea titan perished in a struggle for dominion against the Titan King, his remains sinking into the depths of the ocean, lost to time. The societal structure of the sea giants remained primitive, primarily tribal. In fact, Sophia had previously visited with the winged people, during which the sea giants established numerous settlements at the forefront of the Crescent Islands, while the winged people resided at the rear. After a few years of development, the sea giants ventured across the archipelago, launching attacks against the winged people who had already built cities. This band of sea giants, numbering over 1,000, was led by 3 legendary sea giant leaders, with the foremost being an ancient legend from the Titan lineage. The longevity of sea giants allowed them to live for thousands of years, with legends living even longer. As the 3 legends moved with thunderous might, the waves of the sea surged perilously high. Caught unprepared, Sophia's kin and legion suffered significant losses, forcing a retreat to Los Sandas. Upon hearing of these events, Jiang Yu consoled Sophia and resolved to personally lead an expedition. After centuries of tranquility atop the heavenly peaks, following the defeat of the Eagle King, it was time for him to step forth once more. As he prepared to reclaim the throne of the skies, he felt confident in confronting the 3 legendary giants. Thus, in the year 742 of the Goblin Empire, a month after Sophia's expulsion, Jiang Yu led 10,000 elite winged people across the sea to the Sophia Islands. At this moment, the sea giants had yet to disband and were feasting upon the shore. Upon witnessing the audacity of the winged people to approach, their fury ignited. As their emotions shifted, the sea roared in response. The leading sea giant raised his massive stone club in rage, proclaiming, "Shameless birdmen, these islands belong to us sea giants. How dare you return?" Behind him, nearly 1,000 bare-chested sea giants echoed his fury with thunderous roars, demanding, "Begone! Leave our waters!" In the air, Jiang Yu severed a colossal arrow that was shot toward him and, facing the enraged sea giants below, smiled slightly. "You occupy the front of the islands. while we dwell at the rear. We have no intention of being your foes. When did this land become solely yours? Nature and the world belong to the strong. And you have harmed my kin. Today, you shall pay with your lives. With that, he drew forth his purple gold longsword, summoning a thunderous storm that reverberated throughout the heavens. It was as if the god of thunder had descended upon the earth. Chapter 67. The thunderous god of war, conquest of the islands. The boundless expanse of dark clouds swiftly enveloped the region for miles around. The resounding thunder echoed down from the heavens, akin to a thunder dragon weaving through the sea of clouds. The might of this spectacle turned the trees on the island pale with fright. Birds fled, and beasts cowered, while magical creatures lay prostrate in fear, sensing an impending threat. This was Jiang Yu's legendary domain spilling into the world, creating an overwhelming presence. Winged people, follow me into battle. Jiang Yu's commanding voice rang out as he leaped from the sky, his purple gold longsword channeling torrents of thunder toward the three legendary sea giants. His grace was resolute. Behind him, tens of thousands of winged people, inspired by their lord's might, felt a surge of battle fervor. Kill, kill, kill. Their voices united in a resounding cry, the sound of silver armor clashing harmonized with the glint of their swords, piercing the darkness with a brilliant onslaught. The meticulously organized ranks momentarily dispersed, with some winged people circling around the sea giants, wielding longbows and drawing arrows, while others, armed with long swords, followed Jiang Yu into close combat against the giants. Between land and sea, the three legendary sea giants were taken aback. If the previous legendary female winged person resembled stars illuminating the ocean, then Jiang Yu appeared as a radiant sun poised to bathe the seas in light. In the face of Jiang Yu's assault, the leading sea giant dared not hesitate. He lifted his stone club high, and a blue light emanated from it, causing the surface of the white stone to crack and reveal a staff made of bone, resembling pure blue jade. The essence of the ocean's dominion surged forth from him, overwhelming and majestic. In the surrounding seas, countless marine creatures instinctively submitted to his presence, channeling his legendary power. The sea giant leader pointed his blue staff at the advancing Jiang Yu. The ocean erupted in turbulence, spouting hundreds of water columns into the sky, shattering the thunderclouds above, allowing sunlight to pierce through. In an instant, a colossal sea giant formed from the water, towering nearly 200 meters, raised its hand and struck toward Jiang Yu. The immense weight of the gathered seawater surged like a mountain, intent on crashing down upon him. Yet, Jiang Yu remained unfazed at the sight of the towering sea giant. His demeanor calm and collected. His champion's will, an intrinsic gift from his soul, had merged with the extraordinary in this life, forging an invincible combat awareness. Almost a second before the 200-meter sea giant materialized, he had already anticipated the forthcoming attack. Rather than retreating, he advanced, stepping into the void and hurling his purple gold longsword toward the sea giant leader. Then the pristine wings suddenly flapped, nearly breaking. In the fraction of a moment, they evaded the colossal fist of the sea giant. Subsequently, a surge of radiant power erupted, and he plummeted like a luminous celestial body towards the ocean's surface, narrowly escaping a second strike. Thereafter, there was no further action. As he descended into the sea, myriad bolts of lightning struck the water, illuminating the sky with violet brilliance. Amidst the tempest of thunder, Jiang Yu reached the leader of the sea giants in an instant, grasping the hurled purple golden longsword, and with a deft slash, he pierced through the leader's shield and skin. Blood gushed forth, and the head fell to the ground. The blue-bone scepter instantly lost its source of power and plummeted into the sea. The entire sequence transpired in mere moments. Above the corpse of the sea giant leader, Jiang Yu gently shook the blood from the tip of his sword, gazing at the two legendary sea giants, who were filled with palpable dread, and chuckled softly. Such a trivial sea scourge, is that all? Do you dare to challenge me as well? The two towering sea giants swallowed hard, exchanged glances, lowered their heads, knelt on one knee, and raised their weapons high, emitting a mournful sound. Your Majesty's majesty is akin to the boundless ocean unleashing apocalyptic thunder. We are willing to submit. As the two legendary sea giants knelt, all the sea giants laid down their weapons and knelt in surrender. The sea giants were not a race of unwavering defiance. In later times, after the descendants of the ancient dragons, the Dragon Clan, emerged, they became the servants of many powerful dragons, especially the golden and silver dragons, who particularly favored employing cloud giants and sea giants as their subordinates. Faced with the submission of the sea giants, Jiang Yu glanced at them, observing the multitude of blue-skinned giants kneeling between land and sea, and nodded slightly, speaking with authority. Very well, from henceforth, the sea giants shall inhabit the front of the island, while the Irin shall reside at the rear. We shall watch over and assist one another, sharing our resources. You shall guard the maritime borders for my kin, while the Irin shall safeguard the skies, and I shall also protect you. After Jiangyu finished speaking, the two sea giants let out a sigh of relief, proclaiming loudly, the king's conditions are not harsh. We are willing to comply. Good. Just as the two sea giants thought the matter concluded, Jiangyu added, furthermore, previously, you attacked my kin while they were constructing a new city on this island. Although it did not result in casualties among my kin, the city was destroyed. You are required to remain here and assist in the construction of a new city for my kin until it is completed before you may depart. The Irin indeed suffered no fatalities this time. Otherwise, Jiangyu would not have let them off so easily. Understood. The sea giants obediently nodded. Then, Jiangyu turned his gaze to the blue jade scepter that had fallen between the shallow sea and the beach, smiling in satisfaction. This must be the scepter crafted from the demigod's bone of the Titan of the sea. Excellent. It can serve as material for forging my sword. And Ike, you shall take this scepter and place it within the Baishur fortress. Yes, your majesty. A winged practitioner clad in silver armor flew in midair, bowing respectfully to Jiangyu. In the following days, Jiangyu took command at the tail end of the archipelago, naming the large island at the rear of the archipelago Wenji Island, and the new city Wenji City, meaning the City of Victory. Chapter 68. Reinhardt's Demise. The southern advance of the behemoth. Days later, Sophia returned to the island once more, continuing her role as the governor of the archipelago, responsible for the relocation of the Irin and the development of the archipelago's lands. Meanwhile, Jiangyu returned to Tiantang Mountain to cultivate the principles of light. In the year 751 of the Nome Empire, the high priest Mo Zaire met an inexplicable death upon achieving demigod status. Subsequently, the Grand Duke of the Western Territory, Lair Mo Zaire, revolted but was swiftly suppressed. The Mo Zaire family was annihilated, leaving not a single member alive. The priestly family, which co-founded the nation with Amigel, thus vanished from the annals of history. At that time, the emperor of the empire, Fry Amigel, dispatched his seventh son, Indi Amigel, to become the new Grand Duke of the Western Territory. Upon arrival, Indi took control of all the former Mo Zaire family's influence. He was, in fact, the son of the Mo Zaire Empress and Fry Amigel. In the year 878 of the Nome Empire, the fourth emperor, Fry Amigel, passed away, never having achieved legendary status. The fifth emperor was his fifth son, Guna Amigel. In the year 901 of the Nome Empire, the Irin population of Sophia Archipelago reached 300,000, with the total population of the Irin race soaring to 4 million. As the path beyond demigod status had yet to be breached, Sophia and Ierida resolved to pursue the path of mortal legend. Fortifying their resolve, they sought to attain immortality. In the year 955 of the Nome Empire, an alchemist named Emerson experienced a catastrophic accident during an experiment in the southern Nome metropolis, Highland City, rendering the entire city nearly a ghost town. Yet at night, the corpses of gnomes occasionally rose. This marked the first occurrence of necromancy on the continent of Furland. Subsequently, the Nome Empire's practitioners' legion sealed off the area and ultimately set it ablaze. In the year 998 of the Nome Empire, the first Lionheart king, Reinhardt, passed away in the region of Bolake. He ultimately never ascended to legendary status to become a demigod. His ninth-generation descendant, Wega Reinhardt, succeeded him as the leader of the human race and Count of Bolake. Before his death, Reinhardt felt a premonition and journeyed to Bolake to see him off on his final journey. With the passing of his only son, Jiangyu felt for the first time the profound solitude of the eternal path of life. In the end, at his request, Reinhardt was buried beside Fiona, with an inscription that read, "The second leader of the human race, Reinhardt, the king who laid the foundation for humanity." Jiangyu stood beneath that osmanthus tree for 3 days before departing. In the year 1003 of the Nome Empire, in the extreme northwest of the empire, the most formidable enemy since the founding of the Nome Empire emerged, and the opportunity Jiangyu had long awaited also presented itself. In January of the year 1003 of the Nome Empire, the Behemoth clan, who had resided in the icy highlands for generations led by their leader Amand, advanced southward as a whole. They proclaimed themselves as answering the call of the Blood Queen to wage war in the south. The Behemoth clan successively conquered the northern desert, with numerous centaur clans, troll clans, goblin clans, pig-headed clans, tiger-headed clans, and cow-headed clans succumbing beneath the might of the Behemoth army. 6 months later, Amand swept through the northern desert, consolidating the various tribes' forces, claiming a 1,000,000-man army, and advanced southward from the eastern part of the Nome Empire's northern border, declaring war unannounced. A multitude of border nobles were annihilated, and the grand city of Mugas in the northeastern region fell, plunging the northern Gnomes into panic. At this moment, Emperor Guna Amigel dispatched the Imperial Guard and the Practitioner's Knight Order southward while summoning nobles from various regions and foreign nobles to mobilize. The news reached the Baishar fortress on Tiantang Mountain along the eastern coast. Jiang Yu also dispatched a winged legion to battle. On the 3rd of October, the Behemoth army encamped at the city of Aides in the southern part of the northern border. This was the last major city connecting the northern border to the central Nome Empire. The coalition army formed by the Nome Empire was also stationed in this city. While the gaze of the continent was fixated on this millennium conflict of empires, unexpectedly, the capital of the Nome Empire, Proadas, faced the gravest crisis since its founding. Chapter 69. Amon's glacial might. More than 200 years ago, Vivian sought new allies to perfect the plan to annihilate the Nome Empire that she had devised years prior. She once again ascended to the icy highlands. Upon the plateau, many colossal beings existed, their immense forms exuding a formidable presence. With merely a slight cultivation, one could possess tremendous combat prowess. Initially, her attention was focused on the frost giants who had once saved her. She located the very tribe of the frost giant that had rescued her and endeavored to teach them the path of extraordinary professions. However, the extraordinary aptitude of this tribe of frost giants proved insufficient. To speak bluntly, their wisdom was lacking. With patience, it would take several centuries to enhance their intellect. But Vivian lacked such patience. After spending a few years among the frost giant tribe, she ultimately gave up. She cast her gaze upon other intelligent races residing on the plateau and ultimately chose the Bai Meng clan. The Bai Meng are divided into two categories, the Golden Bai Meng and the Bai Meng Beast. Among them, the wisdom of the Golden Bai Meng rivals that of the great races on the current continent of Fei Landa. The Bai Meng Beast, in contrast, is a natural war machine, seizing the opportunity during a war among the Bai Meng tribes. Wei Wei and descended upon a defeated Bai Meng tribe in the guise of the Blood Queen. This tribe, known as the Jianbing tribe, was led by the son of its chief, a Meng Dai Jianbing. Having just suffered defeat, the chief was dead, the majority of the young warriors slain, and most women and children captured. Only a few tribesmen managed to flee with the women and children. Thus, Amengda lost both his father and mother. Riding with his younger brother, escaping from their original tribal home, and settling at the edge of a mountain range. The resources here were scarce, and the environment harsh. Yet it was sufficiently safe. At this moment, Wei Wei and descended upon the Jianbing tribe in the form of a deity. She provided food and shelter, vanquished the invading ice monsters and snow wolves, and after stabilizing the tribe, relocated its people to the eastern shores of the Tianhai. As a significant number of young Bai Meng gradually matured, the Jianbing tribe flourished. She imparted extraordinary vocational knowledge to the tribe, establishing the profession of Bai Meng Knight based on their unique traits. As the Bai Meng made remarkable advancements, Amengda distinguished himself with extraordinary aptitude. Consequently, Wei Wei took Amengda under her personal care. Years later, Amengda Jianbing reached adulthood, attaining mastery in his strength. His brother, the Bai Meng Beast, also grew larger than the average adult Bai Meng under Wei Wei and special care. At this point, the Jianbing tribe had become powerful. Wei Wei appointed Amengda as the chief of the Jianbing tribe, tasked with conquering the Bai Meng populations on the plateau. In just a few years, Amengda successfully subjugated dozens of Bai Meng tribes along the eastern coast of the Tianhai, with the number of golden Bai Meng exceeding 1,000. At this juncture, Wei Wei felt reassured. After establishing a pact with Amengda, she descended the plateau, returning to the dwelling of the Blood clan to recuperate. Amengda continued his conquests upon the plateau. In the year 865 of the Goblin Empire, Amengda attained the rank of hero, merging over 100 tribes on the plateau, with a population exceeding 10,000. By the year 997 of the Goblin Empire, Amengda advanced to legendary status, founding a legacy profession, the Golden Bai Meng King, significantly enhancing his power. The population of his tribes had reached 100,000. The resources on the plateau could not sustain so many Bai Meng living in one place for an extended period. Amengda recalled Wei Wei's words, that to the south of the plateau lay countless fertile lands capable of sustaining innumerable golden Bai Meng and their kin. Thus, he resolved to move southward from the plateau. Yet, he always remembered his promise to Wei Wei and patiently waited. Finally, 5 years later, he received a messenger from Wei Wei. This was a Blood clan member with the lineage of Reinhardt, who, after centuries of training, exhibited favorable ancestral traits. including a pair of crimson wings sprouting from his back, enabling him to traverse swiftly between the plateau and the far northwest of Fei Londa. Wei Weiyan wished for a Mengda Jin Bing to remember their past agreement, to descend from the plateau in 1 year, conquer the North Desert, and attack the northern regions of the Goblin Empire. Meanwhile, she would lead the elite of the Blood Clan directly through the Goblin Empire's territory to assault Puro A-C. Once successful, the North Desert and the northern borders of the Goblin Empire, along with the Ice Domain Plateau, would unite, allowing Amengda to establish the Bai Meng Empire and dominate Fei Londa. Amengda nodded in agreement, affirming the pact. He sharpened his weapons and selected the elite, formally mobilizing for the southward campaign in the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, launching an attack on Fei Londa. Thus, a standoff transpired between the coalition of the various Bai Meng tribes and the forces of the Goblin Empire at the city of Ade. On the night of October 2nd, Wei Weiyan led thousands of elite Blood Clan warriors, bursting forth from the castle of the Rhine Lord in the ancestral territory of Puro A-C. The Goblin Lord was slain in an instant. To maintain secrecy, the Blood Clan exterminated all sentient beings in the Rhine territory, including nearly 1,000 griffins that had been raised there, draining them of blood. On October 3rd, Wei Weiyan dispatched a team of elite Blood Clan warriors disguised as humans and winged beings to infiltrate the city quietly. Subsequently, thousands of elite Blood Clan warriors and extraordinary professionals launched a sudden attack. Within mere hours, half of the goblins in Puro A-C were slaughtered, a river of blood flowing. Thereafter, the Goblin extraordinary professionals organized a defensive line. But they were astonished to discover that ordinary attacks and elemental forces were incapable of slaying these Blood Clan warriors. The radiant powers capable of inflicting significant harm on the Blood Clan had, over 200 years prior, been classified as rebellious and nearly exterminated by the High Priest lineage. Alas, the High Priest who had traversed the path of holy light to achieve demigod status was already deceased. Reluctantly, the great sage Ba had to intervene personally. However, he was intercepted by Wei Weiyan, who had long awaited him. The two demigod-level extraordinary beings clashed fiercely above Puro A-C. The entire city was enveloped in a crimson and dark sky. The laws of blood and darkness collided in the various aerial domains above. The vast and potent energies shook the towering Puro A-C mountain. Time and space were torn asunder, and in the wake of the aftermath, Puro A-C was reduced to ruins. Countless goblins perished in the battle, and the survivors suffered greatly, wishing for death. Each once thriving street and every goblin dwelling bore the marks of devastation. The Goblin Imperial Guard could not provide aid, as they faced assaults from the Blood Clan professionals. In midair, the great sage Ba was consumed by fury. Witnessing Wei Weiyan, who fought him evenly, and the ruins of Puro A-C below, he was filled with rage. All his schemes had been nearly obliterated in this battle. Unknown demigod, I do not comprehend why you seek to destroy my goblin capital and slay my kin. The enmity between us has risen higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Today, I shall ensure your annihilation. Wei Weiyan scoffed, retorting loudly. You green-skinned little creatures were once merely our livestock and slaves. Do you think that by stealing the achievements of others, you can become the masters of the continent? How naive. My kin has countless powerful beings, yet they have yet to emerge. They may remain dormant, but now that I have appeared, I shall rise and cast your shameless thieving race into the abyss. Upon hearing this, Ba finally grasped Wei Weiyan's origins, a cold smile forming on his lips. So, you are one of them. Alas, times have changed. Today, I am stronger than you, and I shall slay you. After your demise, your kind, relics of the pre-epoch, shall not deserve to dwell upon the land of Fei Londa, and I will eliminate them all. Then come and kill me. Let us see who shall perish first. Wei Weiyan remained unperturbed by Ba's words, extending her hand, and a blood-red river materialized in the sky, suppressing the entire cloud sea. Ba descended to the ground, the power of darkness surging. And all the goblins within Puro A-C suddenly howled to the heavens, their strength coalescing into a formidable black wall, pressing toward Wei Weiyan. This force intensified the pressure on Wei Weiyan, yet after a moment, she burst into laughter. So, Puro A-C is merely the embryonic form of your earthly divine kingdom. I understand now, ha ha ha. Die, wretch. Useless, my trait is immortality. Let us fight at our leisure. Just as the two demigods clashed fiercely above Puro A-C, at the summit of Tian-Tang Mountain, Jiangyu, clad in resplendent white garments, sat majestically upon the platinum throne, exuding an aura of nobility and authority. Chapter 70, Ascending the Throne. 100,000 elite winged legionnaires formed a grand array in the skies surrounding Tian Mountain, their fervent gazes fixed upon their sovereign, as if venerating a deity. Two legendary figures of the winged race, alongside the turtle legend, Sophia and Alita, encircled Jiang Yu at the pinnacle of Tian Mountain, forming a triangular formation. Sensing the potent waves of opposing laws emanating from the distant central region, Jiang Yu gazed far into the horizon, a subtle smile gracing his lips. My opportunity has arrived. Today, I shall elevate the throne to the heavens. With those words, a profound legendary power surged within him, lifting the summit of Tian Mountain skyward towards the silvery moon. As the pinnacle detached from the mountain and ascended, the soldiers of the elite winged legion, clad in shimmering armor, knelt reverently in midair, their unified roar echoing. Hail, our king! On the platinum throne, Jiang Yu's violet eyes radiated with intense lightning, and his pristine wings unfurled, casting a radiant glow. An overwhelming regal presence surged forth, vast and magnificent. He nodded to his kin and glanced at the purple gold long sword, alongside a blue jade long sword, planted before the throne. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his strength. In the sky, the summit of Tian Mountain was lifted by an invisible force, accelerating rapidly. The 100,000 elite winged legionnaires, originally arrayed around the mountain, attempted to escort him but soon faltered against the fierce winds governed by the laws of air. The three legends pursued but were also repelled by the tempest. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, with the platinum throne, continued his ascent. Reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, the throne entered the celestial embrace of the silvery moon. From the elevated throne, he rose and gazed down upon the vast expanse of mountains and rivers beneath him, marveling at the grandeur. He then drew the purple gold long sword before the throne and murmured, "Let the journey commence." Like a drop of water upon rice paper, Jiang Yu relinquished his mastery over the laws of lightning, allowing his spirit to extend within this realm as the heavens erupted in a tempest of thunder, creating a violet shroud. As if ascending to a demigod's heights, the authority of thunder surged within him, guided by his will, transforming into a blossoming purple flower of thunder. In that moment of creation, Jiang Yu's indomitable champion spirit morphed into a pure white sword of judgment, forged from his will, cleaving through the fabric of reality, dispelling the darkness as light breaks the night. The purple thunder flower was obliterated into a fine purple dust. Following this act, a tide of malevolence surged forth from the heavens towards Jiang Yu. Simultaneously, in the central region of the Furland continent, Vivian and Azabar, locked in fierce combat, halted abruptly, gazing skyward toward the silvery moon. The heavens raged, urging him to eradicate the enemies of the world. The consciousness of the world illuminated his path, guiding him toward the silvery moon. Like two colossal forces, their authoritative laws trembled slightly, directing the two demigod-level warriors toward the heavens. Yet, having fought fiercely until now, neither could abandon their adversary, and they suppressed their impulses, continuing their battle. High above, the authority of thunder seemed to possess its own will, attempting to reassemble within Jiang Yu's consciousness. However, he paid it no heed. He elevated his champion spirit, piercing through the heavens like a sharp sword, shattering the laws of lightning. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu wielded the purple gold long sword against the tempest of thunder. With a thunderous roar, like rivers converging, the endless thunder was absorbed into the long sword, its ferocity threatening to rupture the blade. Unfazed, Jiang Yu gripped the sword firmly, driving it into the mountaintop with conviction. Proclaiming to the cosmos, "I decree the heavens and the earth. Today, I inscribe time and space with my champion spirit, forging the laws of judgment to suppress the myriad realms." As Jiang Yu spoke, within his consciousness, the shattered thunder flower began to reform, only to be pierced anew by the sword of judgment, merging into a singular entity, now radiant with purple, within the ocean of his consciousness. As the laws of judgment subdued the laws of thunder, one of the countless long sword phantoms constituting the platinum throne solidified into a vivid purple form. In the external realm, Jiang Yu released his grip on the purple gold long sword, facing the onslaught of boundless malevolence without fear, laughing heartily. "I have attained the throne's realm. Let the fearless demigods come. For my judgment throne, let us forge more swords of authority." As Jiang Yu uttered these words, the brilliance of the platinum throne intensified. Across the continent, myriad beings looked up in astonishment at the newly appeared platinum moon beside the silvery moon. Chapter 71, The Platinum Moon. Upon the platinum moon, Jiang Yu sat serenely on the throne, awaiting the unfolding of events. The system notifications resonated continuously. "Congratulations, Player has ascended to Demigod realm. Ding. System error. Realm information mismatch. System initiating reevaluation. Congratulations. Player has anchored the path of the Sky Sovereign. Congratulations. Player has ascended beyond legend. The path of the Sky Sovereign lacks a defined realm. Player is equivalent to demigod level. Please name this new realm. Jiangyu, immersed in the mastery of his newly acquired powers, initially disregarded the incessant system prompts. But the notifications persisted relentlessly. Reluctantly, he declared, Throne Realm. Game data updated. Congratulations, player has ascended to Throne Realm. You have created an exclusive law of judgment. Your combat strength surpasses all within the same realm. You have awakened the exclusive characteristics of Throne Realm, suppression of authority. You have awakened the exclusive characteristics of Throne Realm, Platinum Moon. You have awakened the exclusive characteristics of Throne Realm. The throne is me. You have been marked by the world's malevolence. Warning, you have been permanently locked by the world's malevolence. Judgment complete. You are eternally imbued with the world's malevolence. Indelible and unremovable. A panel materialized silently. Name, Jiangyu race. Winged, longevity species, template. Ordinary player, unavailable. Template. NPC, demigod. Class, Sky Sovereign. Throne Realm, age. 1219, attributes. Strength 879, Constitution 887, Spirit 779, Agility 990, Charm 881. 1000 points is the baseline for godhood. Level, unlocked, sealed. To be activated upon game startup. Skills, throwing, perfect. Spear technique, perfect. Archery, perfect. Swordsmanship, unparalleled. Gun techniques, perfect. Equestrianism, perfect. Skill points, unlocked, sealed. To be activated upon game startup. Talent, champion spirit. You possess extraordinary insight and reflexes, and your combat awareness surpasses all. This talent is an unparalleled gift from your soul. Unique throughout the ages. Legendary domain, sacred thunder domain. Throne Realm Sky Territory, Platinum Throne. Characteristics, legendary trait, Sacred Heart. Legendary trait, Divine Might. Throne trait, suppression of authority. Throne trait, Platinum Moon. Throne trait, the throne is me. Quest system, unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game startup. Game startup countdown. 3, 201, 515 days, 9 hours, and 7 minutes. The entire world was suddenly drenched in heavy rain, a subconscious response from the will of the world. Above the realm of Puluwadas. The moment the Platinum Moon made its appearance, the bloodline progenitor, Weiweian, and the great sage of the gnomes, Azabar, were struck by an overwhelming impulse. Almost simultaneously, they raised their gazes to the silver moon high in the sky, their reactions strikingly different. A new moon? Could it be the world's great adversary? In this epoch, has someone forged a moon in the heavens? The guidance of the world will felt like a coarse rope attempting to draw them skyward, yet in an instant, they severed the influence of the world's intent. What a jest! With a formidable enemy before them, they resolved to vanquish their present foe first. The will of the world truly knows no boundaries. In the eastern seas of the continent of Philan, beneath the vast ocean, lay a colossal island shrouded in mist. Upon this island, ancient dragons, each over 200 meters in length, lay deeply asleep upon the land. Suddenly, an intense sense of crisis surged into their consciousness, akin to the tolling of a great bell, signaling impending doom. The ancient dragons were abruptly roused from their slumber, their once dazed expressions turning grave as they exchanged worried glances. Once again, the world was issuing a warning, but this time, it felt different. The will of the world itself seemed to tremble in fear. Its great enemy had emerged. It beckoned them to eradicate this threat. Should we heed the call? I sense that this adversary poses a threat to our ascension to divinity. We cannot allow this to go unchecked. The will of the world promises us rewards. An azure-hued ancient dragon declared resolutely. For the call of the world will grew increasingly urgent, stirring their spirits. In the next moment, high above, beside the seemingly eternal silver moon, a brilliant platinum moon suddenly emerged. This platinum moon was the great enemy. With its arrival, the world was in turmoil. All the dragons gazed up at this newly risen moon, sensing an overwhelming threat emanating from it. Thus, a crimson ancient dragon proclaimed, I, Laidgyud, alongside Misenlate and Vanast, shall venture forth to vanquish this foe on the platinum moon. The azure ancient dragon added, Tiamat, Bahamut, you are the strongest among us. Continue to execute our dragon bloodline plan. This is the foundation of our path to becoming dragon deities. Among the ancient dragons, a platinum-scaled dragon expressed concern. My prophetic abilities are of no use in this battle. It was deeply troubled, unable to foresee the outcome of this confrontation. Meanwhile, a female ancient dragon, indifferent, chuckled. In today's world, the Titans have perished, and the gnome Amigel is no more. You have all achieved demigod status. What danger could there possibly be? Bahamut, your worries are unwarranted. Tiamat, how can there be no danger? Have you forgotten the entity we discovered in the depths of the ocean, which bore the essence of divinity? Besides, you are not the one going. Naturally, it does not concern you. However, my dear siblings, just in case, leave behind your bloodlines and legacy marks, Bahamut contended. Addressing the ancient dragons. Ha ha ha, very well. Bahamut, we shall leave our bloodlines and legacies behind. Rest assured, even if we 4 demigods cannot prevail, we can always retreat. The azure ancient dragon laughed heartily. The other ancient dragons nodded in agreement, and one by one, they drew their claws across their reverse scales, releasing the essence of their bloodlines. Greedy blood. Dragons thrive on greed. Without it, how can we advance? I strive for more gold and treasures. The golden ancient dragon chuckled. Majestic blood. As rulers of the skies and earth, let my blood forge the innate majesty that suppresses all living beings. The azure ancient dragon mused. Resilient blood. The talents and strength of dragons do not match ours. They need the fortitude of spirit. Let my blood forge their steadfast hearts. The bronze ancient dragon laughed. Fiery blood. Dragon breath annihilates all. Ha ha ha. This shall be their initial weapon. The crimson ancient dragon cackled. Excellent. These 4 bloodline legacies shall surely be inscribed into the lineage of the newborn dragons. Mitralet, Laegyut, Misenlate, Vanast, you must return safely. The platinum ancient dragon urged earnestly. Do not worry, Bahamut. We will be fine. We are off. The ancient dragons erupted into laughter, unfurling their massive wings, each several hundred meters wide, as they soared toward the heavens. In the southernmost reaches of Phylan, within a vast active volcano, a colossal being of pure lava, a fire giant, suddenly awakened from the magma. How long have I slumbered, only for the world to summon me? It gazed upward towards the high heavens, where a brilliant white platinum moon shone resplendently. When did 2 moons appear in the sky? Ah, they must be called moons. The world guides me to the platinum moon to eliminate its great adversary. How fortuitous to awaken with nothing else to do. I shall go and see. On the extreme northern ice fields of the continent of Phylan, in the depths of the ocean, the moment the platinum moon appeared, a colossal blue light whale, measuring 300 meters in length, leapt from the water, ascending toward the heavens without hesitation. Across the vast ocean that separated it from the continent of Phylan lay the land of Phinodon, once the migration site of the great Wood family trolls a millennium ago. In the western grasslands, a golden lion king, standing 10 meters tall with resplendent golden fur, lay deep within a hidden ruin. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the platinum moon in the sky, it narrowed its golden eyes slightly before returning to slumber. Across the globe, in every continent, nearly all demigod beings received the guidance of the world's will. However, most merely stirred briefly before resuming their slumber or continuing with their affairs, each for their own reasons. Only a few demigods heeded the call, yet this was still a significant number. All the demigod beings who accepted the guidance began to fly towards the platinum moon at varying speeds. The 4 ancient dragons belonged to the slowest group. As they traversed the tempestuous winds, the forces of the wind began to calm. Upon entering the celestial realm, the chaotic conflicts of the laws diminished significantly, allowing them to perceive the will of the world aiding them. Subsequently, they arrived before the newly birthed platinum moon. At that moment, they finally discerned that what they had thought was merely a platinum moon was, in fact, an extraordinarily magnificent platinum throne, standing high above, embedded in a floating mountain, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that illuminated the world as if to seize its very colors. Majestic, awe-inspiring. As they gazed intently, a more shocking sight unfolded before them. Before the throne stood a strikingly handsome and imposing man, his silver hair cascading down, and his violet eyes, when opened and closed, reflected the vastness of the starry sea. Behind him, a pair of immaculate white wings shone with pure brilliance, and above his head, a halo of pure white light manifested the will of the divine. He was utterly divine, exalted and dignified. Before him lay a massive blue light whale, its body partially missing, impaled through the head by a blue sword measuring 17 to 18 meters, deeply embedded in the mountaintop of the heavenly realm. Blood gushed forth from the carcass of the sacred whale, cascading along the arc of Tiantong Mountain, dripping into the heavens above and dissipating between the realms. It was a death beyond death. Not only that, but in the hands of the winged man stood a thunderous long sword of purple gold, which he wielded to cleave a lava giant in two, severing its limbs. The lava giant, though not yet dead, writhed in agony. Yet the valiant silver-haired man, with wings unfurled, placed a foot upon the giant's head, forcefully kicking its skull onto the platinum throne, imposing his dominion. He then turned slowly, his long sword glinting as he regarded the four newly arrived ancient dragons, a smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of bloody carnage. Are you here to slay me as well? Beyond the brilliance of the platinum moon, the four ancient dragons exchanged glances, sensing for the first time an overwhelming pressure emanating from a being outside their kind, the Titans. Indeed, he was the very source of the world's malice, the greatest foe of existence. Shall we engage him? He has just slain 2 demigods. Yes, we must. I can feel that his power has not yet reached the pinnacle of supremacy. Furthermore, his slaying of demigods must have drained his strength. United as 4 dragons, we shall assuredly vanquish him. Agreed, let us strike together. The 4 ancient dragons, their resolve unwavering, unleashed thunderous roars that shook the very heavens. For breaths of draconic might, akin to pillars of creation, erupted from their mouths, hurtling towards Jiangyu. The azure light, the crimson flames, the metallic particles, the breath of earth. The explosive force of the 4 elemental dominions surged forth, empowered by the forces of the universe, instantly enveloping the entire area around the platinum throne. Boom, boom. There was no mercy in the battle between demigods. Immediately, the 4 ancient dragons unleashed their full might, channeling their breath to obliterate their formidable foe. However, their intentions were thwarted. Within the throne, the will of Jiangyu reigned supreme. Facing the terrifying breaths forged from dominion, Jiangyu raised his purple gold long sword, proclaiming with an air of absolute authority, "My will is the law, judgment." As his words echoed, an unprecedented decree materialized, resembling a vast, winding galaxy, akin to a resplendent moon, radiating an oppressive majesty that filled the cosmos. The dominion of thunder bowed beneath its celestial expanse, while the dominion of heavy water prostrated under its lunar glow. Empowered by the throne, judgment fell upon all beings. The long sword shimmered with a purity surpassing even light itself. This hue was whiter than white, a sanctified essence. The sword surged forth, creating a tidal wave of sanctity that obstructed the 4 formidable breaths. Before the ancient dragons could react, he withstood the onslaught of destructive breath, wielding the sword in reverse. Stepping forward, the fabric of space fractured, and Jiangyu appeared directly before the mightiest azure ancient dragon, at the very edge of the domain of the platinum throne. Within the throne's domain, he pierced the fabric of space to instantly relocate, transcending into the realm of divinity. At this moment, the development of magic had yet to unveil teleportation arrays, as the elven creators of the mage profession were still evolving from trolls to elves. To assert that this was within the domain of the divine was not an exaggeration. Across the heavens, a cataclysmic downpour continued unabated, showing no signs of waning, but rather escalating in intensity. This was the wrath of the world's will, its unconscious fury indiscriminately drenching every corner of existence. In the northern territories of the Goblin Empire on the continent of Phylan, the second human leader, Count Wei Jia Laihata of the Goblin Empire, stood atop the castle's high tower, his eyes filled with concern as he gazed towards the heavens, beside the silver moon and the platinum moon, witnessing the violent surges of supernatural reactions. I hope it is not as I fear. If the world's malice cannot punish the source of evil, it will descend upon all beings. Since childhood, he had possessed some prophetic abilities, which had allowed him to stand out among the descendants of the Laihata family. The heavens poured down rain, and floods wreaked havoc, transforming the world into a marshland. How terrifying! Among the various races of the continent of Phylan, beings with prophetic gifts sighed in despair. They too sensed the calamities that might loom on the horizon. Yet, their voices were weak. This was not an era for prophets. High above in the skies, the platinum moon hung brilliantly. At the very edge of Tiantong Mountain, the battle was in constant flux. As Jiangyu wielded his purple gold long sword, shattering the confines of space, his aura surged, and he almost instantaneously appeared before the azure ancient dragon. The azure dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? He hastily ceased his breath attack, the dominion corresponding to growth suddenly manifesting within him. The 200-meter-long dragon form expanded violently, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters, until it reached 1,000 meters. His azure scales thickened under the dominion of growth, as if clad in an additional layer of armor. with the weight of his 1,000-meter body pressing down upon the space. The azure ancient dragon Rebirth swung its lengthy, heavy tail towards Jiangyu, simultaneously flapping its wings, slightly turning, summoning a fierce wind to force Jiangyu back. Nearby, Jiangyu's purple eyes lifted slightly, calm and profound as water. He reversed his long sword, his resplendent pure white wings fluttering. In the fraction of a moment as the dragon tail approached, he deftly evaded by a hair's breadth. He then gently flicked his sword in the direction of the retreating tail. Lightning flashed, momentarily striking the azure tail. The power of thunder transformed the purple gold long sword into a super magnet, and Jiangyu leaped forth, propelled by the immense force, akin to a pure white arrow, landing upon the back of the 1,000-meter dragon, ready to strike. The power of thunder erupted within the body of the azure ancient dragon Rebirth, while the decree of judgment forcefully suppressed his growth dominion. Under the dual onslaught, the form of the azure ancient dragon began to shrink, its breath faltering. Beside him, the other 3 ancient dragons were startled by his anguished cry, Rebirth. Then, they beheld Jiangyu's movements, remarkably astute. As if he had anticipated every action of mortality's assault, step by step approaching the neck of the azure ancient dragon, resolutely swinging the purple gold long sword, imbued with the powers of thunder and azure waters, as the decree of judgment suppressed its dominion. Poised to behead Rebirth, not far off, mortality disregarded everything else. The crimson ancient dragon's eyes glowed a fierce red. A beam of scarlet flames slicing through the distance, aimed directly at Jiangyu's back, attempting to thwart his strike. However, Jiangyu paid no heed, allowing the crimson flames to crash upon his back. Almost in the next instant, his back was scorched, half of the feathers on his pristine white wings singed, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, while the red flame dominion engulfed his form, yet was swiftly suppressed by the decree of judgment. Yet his actions did not waver. The length of the purple gold long sword, bolstered by the 2 great dominions, surged nearly 50 meters, and then he unleashed his strength, cleaving through the thick scales and massive body of the azure dragon, as if it were mere tofu, swiftly decapitating Rebirth. He then seized the head of the ancient dragon and soared back within the bounds of the throne, casting the severed head of Rebirth before the throne. The azure dragon, astonishingly, was not yet dead. It stared wide-eyed in agony at its brethren, blood pooling from its mouth. Even a demigod could not escape death. On the battlefield above, the remaining 3 ancient dragons felt a chill run down their spines. They gazed at the severed head carelessly thrown beneath the platinum throne, its eyes still flickering with life. Years of camaraderie flashed through their minds, and their fury ultimately eclipsed their fear. Our Rebirth, cursed birdman, perish. The 3-headed primordial dragon's eyes blazed crimson as they soared forward, lunging at Jiangyu, who stood at the precipice of the suspended Tiantang mountain. The power of dominion enveloped them, employing simple laws augmented by their semi-divine traits, enabling them to assail Jiangyu's spirit, body, voice, and will. In the age of ignorance, intricate and sophisticated spells had yet to be developed. Battles among the mighty were invariably brutal, emphasizing the raw clash of strength. Confronted with the furious onslaught of the 3-headed dragon, Jiangyu had already entered the realm of the platinum throne, a smile gracing his lips. For this was precisely the outcome he desired. Within the confines of the platinum throne, one's combat prowess differed vastly from that outside. Indeed, the throne was synonymous with his very being. Each creature that Jiangyu felled within the throne's domain would have a portion of its power absorbed by the throne, thereby replenishing his own wounds gradually. In the next instant, Jiangyu swiftly retreated, evading the attack from the 3-headed primordial dragon, the ground erupting with a thunderous roar. Fiery crimson, metallic copper, and the fierce breath of the earth bombarded him in succession. He retreated with poise, arriving before the decapitated head of the long-dead azure sacred whale, extracting the blue jade long sword. As the sword was drawn, it instantly reverted to its usual length. Jiangyu, now wielding the sword with both hands, faced the relentless assault of the 3-headed primordial dragon head-on. Once they were fully ensconced within the throne's domain, Jiangyu grinned, brandishing his weapon as his purple-hued gaze locked onto the scarlet primordial dragon, Mitraillette. Thunder once more reverberated through the heavens, saturating the entire realm of the platinum throne in a cascade of purple light. The once obscure dominion of heavy water became increasingly adept through repeated combat applications. A celestial sea of heavy water transformed into a canopy of waves, enveloping the heads of the 3 dragons. His unparalleled swordsmanship harmoniously fused with the might of dominion. As the swords clashed, water and thunder intertwined. Layers of the heavy water canopy descended upon the platinum throne's expanse, bursting forth with thunderous explosions that left the three-headed primordial dragon bloodied and battered. At that moment, Jiang Yu surged forward, positioning himself directly before Mitraillette. Mitraillette, now alert, activated its semi-divine trait, Crimson Purgatory. A world of scarlet flames, forged from the dominion of crimson fire, materialized, its colossal flames perpetually scorching Jiang Yu's body and spirit. His silver hair began to ignite, ashes accumulating on his wings, and his garments were scorched beyond recognition. Yet, Jiang Yu's resolve remained unyielding. Such injuries could not sway him. He plunged the blue jade long sword into the ground, allowing water to transform into a marshland, creating a path leading to Mitraillette, slightly mitigating the intensity of the Crimson Purgatory. At that moment, the other two primordial dragons, witnessing Jiang Yu ensnared in the Crimson Purgatory, simultaneously unleashed their most formidable assaults, enhanced by their semi-divine traits. Earthly Dominion. The ground beneath Jiang Yu's feet hardened to iron, steel spikes erupting to impale him, forming cages of confinement across the terrain. Heaven and earth became soldiers. The ancient bronze dragon's once formidable scales diminished by 90%, and countless indestructible metallic weapons materialized in the sky, bearing down on Jiang Yu with an unstoppable killing intent. In front of him, the scarlet dragon Mitraillette seized the opportunity, lunging once more, its massive jaws agape. A torrent of searing scarlet flames erupting like a pillar of the heavens, intent on incinerating Jiang Yu. In this dire moment, Jiang Yu raised his gaze to meet Mitraillette's, his composure unwavering, and bellowed, "Platinum Moon." Thus, he advanced rather than retreated, brazenly charging into the fray. Chapter 74. The Birth of the Dragon Man High Above the Heavens. A resplendent full moon suddenly materialized before Jiang Yu, resembling a brilliant mirror that refracted the initial onslaught of the scarlet dragon breath towards the other two primordial dragons, simultaneously forging a storm of metallic weapons descending from the sky. The Platinum Throne, Dominion of Suppression. In that instant, the Platinum Throne radiated brilliance. The vastness of the celestial firmament, imbued with the will to judge all beings, momentarily bewildered the three primordial dragons, interrupting their dominion over power. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jiang Yu shattered the fabric of space yet again, arriving directly before the slender neck of the scarlet dragon, and with a single stroke of his sword, severed its colossal head from its body. Mitraillette's massive head fell, its eyes still wide with disbelief. No, Mitraillette. The two other primordial dragons, regaining their senses, felt their hearts shatter. The most powerful among them had been slain right before their eyes, their martial spirit and courage dissipating like smoke. Even semi-divines feared death. At this juncture, the two primordial dragons had no desire to continue the fight. Exchanging a glance, they discerned the trepidation and hesitation reflected in each other's eyes. In a fleeting moment, the elder bronze dragon glanced at his sister, gritted his teeth, and declared loudly, "Venaster, you must flee first. I will hold them off. We shall not fight any longer." The golden primordial dragon looked at her brother, then at the silver-haired, winged man drenched in dragon blood, nodding in a flurry. "Very well. Masonlet, one side apart, you must leave immediately." With that, she hastily flapped her wings, exerting all her strength to ascend towards the heavens. As she escaped the battlefield, the oppressive aura of the silver moon surged forth. The world no longer shielded her, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on, soaring downward. 100,000 meters. 90,000 meters, 1,000 meters. In a state of panic, she traversed the turbulent winds, descending to the earth amidst the torrential downpour. Upon witnessing the land, mountains, rivers, and vast grasslands below, as well as a tribe of dog-headed men herding in the midst, she finally exhaled in relief, a sense of survival washing over her. The rain poured relentlessly, the winds bending the grass low to reveal cattle and sheep. She had touched down on the ground, momentarily distancing herself from the perils of the high heavens. On the grasslands, the instant the golden dragon Venaster landed, every dog-headed man within the thriving tribe of several thousand felt an overwhelming dragon might descend from the heavens. They instinctively lifted their gazes skyward. Amidst the curtain of rain, a 200-meter-long golden primordial dragon soared overhead, drawing near. The dog-headed shaman wielding a dragon-bone staff gazed upward with excitement. "O ancestors, this is the revered dragon worshipped by our forebears in ancient legends." Among the tribe, those with a modicum of knowledge were moved to tears. "Our faith, our lord, has reappeared in Phylon. After a millennium, had the former overlords, The primordial dragons returned? Were they destined to flourish once more? The crowd erupted with fervor. The dog-headed shaman wasted no time, raising his staff high and proclaiming, "Sons and daughters, kneel and pay homage to our Lord." Under the bewildered gaze of the golden dragon Vanaster, thousands of dog-headed men simultaneously knelt, disregarding the torrential rain and the muddy earth, bowing in reverence towards her. This sensation intoxicated her. It had been years since she felt such an experience. Little did she know, on this continent, there existed a race that still revered her ancient dragon kin. Yet before she could fully savor this realization, an acute sense of danger pierced her back. In the next moment, a resplendent platinum moon descended from the heavens above, cleaving through the curtain of rain and dispersing the oppressive dark clouds. Between heaven and earth, only the solitary platinum moon hung in the long night, illuminating the grasslands shrouded in shadow. In midair, Vanaster turned in terror. The cold, judgmental voice resounded. "Judgment." Without waiting for her to react, a brilliant flash of purple sword light astonished the vast sky, collapsing the dimensions of time and space, as if a gentle breeze brushed against her neck. In the expansive grasslands, amidst the bewildered gazes of the dog-headed beings, a torrent of dragon blood cascaded from the heavens, drenching them completely. In an instant, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Those drenched dog-headed creatures, feeling a searing sensation, grew in stature, their heads resembling miniature dragon heads. Their bodies adorned with dense scales, radiating a faint aura of draconic majesty. Fortunately, the authority and power within the dragon blood had been cleansed by Jiang Yu's decree, sparing them from a fiery demise. However, at that moment, they were far too preoccupied with their fear to notice their own transformations. Following their anxious gazes towards the sky, they beheld a towering figure with silver hair and purple eyes, majestic white wings unfurling from his back, and a pure white halo hovering above his head. Standing upon the void, sheathing his sword and casting a regal gaze upon them. In one hand, he held a dragon head that refused to close its eyes, while in the other, he grasped the tail of a headless dragon carcass. Behind him, the brilliance of the platinum moon radiated majestically. The heavens seemed to bow beneath his feet, his overwhelming authority akin to the vastness of the seas. Chapter 75. The goddess of the silver moon. Beneath the sprawling expanse of the starry sky, under dark clouds and torrential rain, the world was shrouded in gloom. Jiang Yu paused mid-air as raindrops fell from the heavens, drenching the world, yet failing to touch him even slightly. The light of the platinum moon enveloped him, causing the rain to flow away from its radiant edges. Below, the dog-headed beings trembled in fear, but he merely cast a casual glance their way before dismissing them entirely. However, that single gaze would be etched in the memories of the transformed dog-headed tribe for years to come. Grasping the dragon head and carcass, Jiang Yu's pristine wings fluttered as he ascended back to the high heavens. Having vanquished a formidable foe, he sought to assimilate his gains. As for the incessant downpour enveloping the continent of Phylon, he felt powerless to intervene. This was the world's malicious outpouring, and he was its source. He chose not to return to the realm of the winged people, confident that his winged kin, with their feathers, would not succumb to the floodwaters. The rain-soaked earth was muddied, and the dark clouds loomed ominously in the eyes of the kneeling, transformed dog-headed beings. The silver-haired man with purple eyes arrived on the platinum moon, having slain the ancient dragon before coldly departing on the moon as if he had merely hunted a dog from the lower realms. That was once one of the world's sovereigns, the magnificent ancient dragon. Was he the legendary true god? They remained prostrate on the ground, too fearful to rise. When the platinum moon appeared beside the silver moon, shining together and illuminating the world, all the winged people erupted in cheers. Their king had succeeded. His throne was elevated in the high heavens, becoming the eternal bright moon hanging in the sky, much like the unchanging silver moon. They felt an immense pride. Even as the heavens continued to pour rain and the tumultuous waves of the eastern coast surged like apocalyptic tides, it could not dampen the excitement of the winged people. In the high heavens, soaring through the expansive sky, Jiang Yu returned to the land of the platinum throne, discarding the dragon head and carcass beneath the throne. As the world's malice tilted heavily, the silver moon instinctively reacted, gradually beginning to expel the platinum throne from its orbit. At that moment, Jiang Yu's power had undergone a tremendous transformation. After ascending to the throne, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful slumbering presence within the silver moon. That presence was the true master of the silver moon, the source of its radiant glow and boundless authority. However, he had not taken a closer look at the time, as demigods driven by the world's malice had come to challenge him. Now, Having vanquished all foes, he settled upon the platinum throne, casting a glance towards the silver moon. This gaze, imbued with his formidable will, pierced through the outer layers of the silver moon's luminescence, seeking to delve into its very essence. Yet, this single gaze shattered a balance maintained for millennia. An extraordinary transformation erupted. The entire silver moon began to vibrate rapidly, its brilliance exploding outward in a cascade of silver rings, rippling across the celestial expanse. Jiang Yu's focus was abruptly interrupted. The long-stored lunar essence, imbued with the overwhelming power left by the silver moon's master, manifested as invisible hands, forcefully pushing the entire summit of the floating paradise mountain, including the platinum throne, out of the silver moon's radiant embrace. With such a push, Jiang Yu felt as though he were suddenly submerged in an ocean of silver moonlight. The power of the silver moon directly affected his spirit and will, shattering them like glass. Was there a deity hidden within the silver moon? His brows furrowed. This impact was far greater than his previous encounters with several ancient dragons. Beneath him, the platinum throne rolled violently before being swiftly expelled from the silver moon's trajectory. In the high heavens, amidst the celestial orbits between the starry realm and the world barrier, the platinum moon was forcibly displaced several thousand meters backward. The external scene revealed that the two moons, once intimately close, had suddenly separated, becoming neither too far nor too near, with the golden and silver moons hovering in the sky. Following this upheaval, Jiang Yu had no choice but to concentrate deeply, exerting all his strength to stabilize the platinum throne in its current orbit. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the future narrative, one of the rising 9 major deities, among whom was a deity known as the Goddess of the Silver Moon. Chapter 76. The Emperor of Slaughter for reasons unknown. This future deity seemed to still be sleeping within the silver moon, having not awakened in this era. Jiang Yu chose to disregard it. He had ample time to confront the deities that would emerge in the future, having left the confines of the silver moon's radiance. The platinum throne found itself in a realm of chaotic laws and distorted time and space. Fortunately, the unique attributes of the platinum moon and the throne allowed it to operate in a stellar state, trailing closely behind the silver moon. Just as he steadied his mind, preparing to settle the corpses of several demigod dragons and that of the magma giant, he suddenly narrowed his violet eyes, looking down beyond the throne. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the high heavens. Clop, clop, clop. Within Jiang Yu's line of sight, a strikingly handsome man with crimson eyes, clad in dark attire and exuding a relaxed demeanor, approached. He stepped onto the chaotic high heavens, arriving before the platinum throne, gazing at Jiang Yu seated upon it with a slight smile. You are the source of the world's malice? Before Jiang Yu could respond, the man casually surveyed his surroundings, seemingly discovering something amusing, and burst into laughter, even bending over in mirth. Ha ha ha, I find myself somewhat impressed by you. Not only have you made enemies of the world, but you also dare to establish this throne near the dominion of the silver moon? That old woman is not a gentle soul. Look, you've been expelled. Seated upon the platinum throne, Jiang Yu recuperated from his injuries while observing this unexpected guest. He sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the man, far surpassing that of the previous demigods, and solemnly inquired, after saying all this, who exactly are you? What? You're asking me questions? The man appeared quite amiable, and in response to Jiang Yu's inquiry, he kindly explained. Certainly, allow me to share my tale with you. I, once the Emperor of Slaughter in Sequence 1, have now awakened prematurely, having fallen from grace. As epochs shift, the opportunity for divinity and immortality has arrived. At this juncture, a fierce crimson light ignites within his eyes, and a chilling, brutal aura of bloodshed erupts, sweeping across the heavens. It is as if June's torrential snow has frozen the world in its entirety. Today marks my awakening, seizing the authority of slaughter, and I shall confront the greatest foes the world has to offer. How splendid, truly splendid. I eagerly anticipate the immense rewards I shall reap by slaying you before establishing my divine realm upon the earth, thus achieving true godhood. Upon the platinum throne, Jiang Yu gazes coldly at the seemingly deranged man in black, his hand resting on the hilt of his purple-gold longsword. Suddenly, the man in black shifts his attention to the platinum throne beneath Jiang Yu and breaks into a wide grin. If I am not mistaken, this throne is the very source of the world's malevolence, is it not? Just as Jiang Yu expected him to utter more, the black-clad man's expression darkens, turning frigidly indifferent as he coldly declares, enough, regardless of your schemes. Killing you will render all meaningless. With that, he reaches into the void and conjures a black-red spear into his grasp. Instantly, the world is submerged in a sea of crimson. An unfathomable aura of slaughter rushes through the heavens, pure and unyielding. The overwhelming intent to kill flows freely like an ocean, cascading between the celestial stars. All of creation. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. A gust of wind passes by Jiang Yu's ear, as if a million souls are lamenting, blood staining the endless twilight. Concurrently, red threads suddenly manifest throughout the space surrounding the platinum throne, as if to cleave the world asunder. At that moment, black-red dots appear on Jiang Yu's brow, hands, feet, wings, body, and heart. Not far away, the spear-wielding man, seemingly standing atop an ocean of slaughter, scoffs coldly, gripping his weapon tightly as he thrusts it fiercely in Jiang Yu's direction. Slay. An overwhelming force of slaughter descends, aimed directly at Jiang Yu. In the face of such an onslaught, Jiang Yu has long ceased to sit idly by. The instant the man in black readies his spear, he rises decisively from the throne. His silver hair billows, and his violet eyes shimmer. Gazing at the bloodthirsty man in black, he suddenly smiles and proclaims, "The authority of slaughter stirs my own aspirations." As his words fall, a pure white halo, born of will, expands above his head. The brilliant white light surges forth. A powerful and boundless champion's will leaps from his spiritual realm, materializing into a pure white holy sword in the external world. Without regard for the impending laws and powers of slaughter descending upon him, he unsheathes his purple-gold longsword, unleashing a torrent of thunder without reservation. The pure white holy sword descends in unison, and an infinite sword intent surges into the heavens, multiplying his combat power tenfold. The brilliance of the platinum moon shines as bright as the sun. With the sword raised, the chaotic laws of the vast sky abruptly calm. Jiang Yu expends all his strength without reservation, stepping forth to the edge of the platinum throne, calm and composed. He stands resolutely against the frenzied intent of slaughter emanating from the man in black. Blade against spear, king against king. Both combatants pour their all into the assault, forsaking defense, driven solely by an indomitable courage. The victor lives, the vanquished dies. Or perhaps, they both perish. In an instant, a cataclysmic clash erupts in the heavens. Judgment. Slaughter. The wills of judgment and the authority of slaughter pierce into each other's forms like two sharp blades. Chapter 77. The authority of growth, bestowed upon my kin. The battle manifests in the external realm. Countless beings across the continent gaze in astonishment as a blood moon suddenly appears beside the platinum moon, colliding violently. The blood moon has emerged. The continent of Feilanda is thrown into chaos. A prophet sighs. In the celestial heights, the once radiant platinum throne behind Jiang Yu dims in an instant, revealing dense blood-red cracks upon closer inspection. The land atop the suspended heaven mountain fractures, barely maintaining its unified state. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's condition worsens. The marked areas on his brow, hands, feet, wings, body, and heart are all ravaged by the authority of slaughter, blood spilling profusely and staining his white garments. At his heart, the slaughtering energy nearly shatters it. His entire chest cavity punctured. The man in black, with crimson eyes, bears even graver injuries. He appears utterly astonished, never having anticipated that someone would dare to engage him in such a life-and-death struggle, disregarding defense and fighting relentlessly. His black attire is torn, one eye blinded. Half of his chest laid bare, and his waist nearly severed. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Jiang Yu's unparalleled champion will grant him the edge amidst the infinitesimal odds. Every ounce of strength he possesses inflicts devastating harm upon his foe. The black-clad man's injuries become more severe and fatal. The battle halts abruptly, just as Jiang Yu gathers his strength to continue the fight. The black-eyed man's expression shifts dramatically, his cold demeanor replaced with a grin as he exclaims, "Ah, so in this era, there are those who possess the courage to risk their lives against me. Until we meet again." With that, he transforms into a streak of crimson light and vanishes from the heavens. His speed is astonishing, a spell designed solely for escape. As the black-eyed man retreats, Jiang Yu stands silently for a long while before finally returning to the platinum throne. Drops of blood flow from his body, cascading onto the throne and ultimately falling to the ground. He endures the excruciating injuries and directly gathers materials from the 4 ancient dragons and the magma giants to forge swords, dragon bones, dragon horns, and the spines of the magma giants. Then, he forges them using magma and crimson flames, with the core of the judgment laws. After 3 days and nights, 5 swords radiating divine light materialize before him. He raises the 5 long swords, which then fly forth, suppressing the bodies of the 5 demigods. the Platinum Throne regains its brilliance. Including the blue jade longsword Jiangyu reinserted into the skull of the azure holy whale. The 6 longswords begin to emit pure white light, transforming as the blood essence from the demigod corpses merges into the swords, their authority suppressed, flesh and blood dissolving. While the massive demigod skeletons meld into the land of the heaven mountain beneath them, this fortifies the land suspended in the heavens, expanding its vastness. Once everything is complete, seated upon the Platinum Throne, he finally has the time to gaze down at the continent of Feilonda, observing the plight of the winged race. This sight instantly furrows his brow. He sees the cities and villages along the eastern coast completely submerged by floodwaters, countless winged individuals forced to cluster atop the mountains. The relentless downpour continues to drench the continent, worsening the environment. The extraordinary winged beings possess formidable strength, thus they remain unharmed. Yet for the ordinary winged folk, even with their ability to fly, they cannot withstand such natural disasters. Has the world's malevolence not ceased? After a moment of contemplation, he reaches into the void, grasping the azure longsword, and then, with his severely injured body, he swings the sword forcefully behind him, conjuring an ethereal river of bloodlines. Next, he tosses the azure longsword, which transforms into a flowing azure river, merging into the illusory bloodline river. Thus, the entire winged race within the world seems to hear a resonant and uplifting voice. The authority of growth bestowed upon my kin. Chapter 78. The torrential rain thunderous roars fill the heavens as the tempest intensifies. The thunder sounds like a great drum, while the mountains and rivers resonate like ominous bells. When Jiangyu infused the power of growth into the bloodline of the winged ones, the entire world, encompassing all winged ones on the continents of Phylan and Phinodon, felt an invigorating transformation. Their bodies grew stronger, their appearances rejuvenated, their physical constitution improved, and their lifespans extended. Moreover, numerous unseen changes occurred. Their wounds healed more swiftly, their vitality surged, their wings expanded, and their flying abilities were enhanced, akin to a unique evolution. This marked the first instance of power being melded with a race's bloodline. From this day forth, as long as his Platinum Throne endured, no one could usurp the power inherent in the winged one's blood. The essence of growth would flow within each winged one. However, he harbored confusion. His aspirations for the winged ones transcended these developments. Despite the infusion of growth power, the winged ones had yet to attain immortality. How then did the ancestors of the elves transition from trolls to their immortal forms? His gaze fell upon the eastern expanse of the Phylan continent, particularly a region known as Phinodon. What peculiarities lay within Phinodon? He recalled that when the Jumo clan crossed the sea, 50 winged ones journeyed with them to the distant shores of Phinodon. He pondered how they had evolved since then. It seemed he must personally investigate when time allowed. As for the cataclysmic torrential rains and impending natural disasters ravaging the continent, he held faith in his kin's ability to withstand them. Meanwhile, he needed to hasten the healing of his own wounds. In this extraordinary realm, rife with peril and enigmatic entities, it was imperative to maintain formidable strength to safeguard his people. Thus, he closed his eyes, sitting quietly upon his throne, entering a state between wakefulness and slumber, as ethereal strands of pure white light cascaded from the halo above him, rendering him exceptionally divine. As he settled into stillness, the Platinum Throne emanated a gentle radiance, traversing the celestial path alongside the silver moon, encircling the world. It would fulfill its duty as the Platinum Moon, becoming a new celestial body in the sky. In the central region of the Phylan continent, the city of Proedas bore the brunt of the conflict between 2 demigod-level combatants. Now reduced to ruins, countless goblin citizens perished, and many were displaced amidst the tempest. At the heart of the city, the Goblin Palace, constructed upon Mount Titan, had completely collapsed. In the skies above, the battle between the progenitor of the Blood Clan, Vivian, and the esteemed goblin sage, Azeba, had raged for days and nights. Neither the torrential rains nor the ascendant Platinum Moon could exert influence over them. Both combatants sustained grievous injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Yet the scales of battle slowly tipped in favor of the goblin sage, Azeba. The sanguine sky began to falter under the encroaching darkness. Initially, their strengths were comparable, but Azeba soon unleashed powers beyond this realm, causing Vivian to falter. Unbeknownst to him, Vivian recognized the source of this power. As hope for victory waned, Vivian summoned her last reserves of strength to escape the battlefield, transforming into a mist of blood and countless bats, leading a remnant of her kin to safety. Before departing, she left behind a chilling proclamation. Azeba, one day, you shall plummet into the abyss. This left the goblin sage, wounded and drenched in blood, suspended in the air with a grim expression. He understood that those who gaze into the abyss are likewise scrutinized by it. Yet, should he ascend to true godhood, he could sever these ties. Alas, all seemed in vain. In the wake of Vivian's brutal assault, the Goblin Empire's capital lay in ruins, with innumerable goblins perishing in the chaos, and even the steadfast sage Azeba bore severe wounds. The power of the laws of blood entwined within him, refusing to dissipate. The Empire's vitality was gravely wounded. In the northern frontier, the southern city of Ides witnessed the clash of a million-strong army led by the Behemoth tribe against the Goblin Empire's coalition. After several days of battle, as the rains intensified, seemingly endless, the Behemoth leader, Amand, gazed skyward at the silver and platinum moons, observing the seemingly perpetual storm clouds, before issuing a retreat order. They had plundered ample resources and craftsmen, effectively drawing the Goblin Empire's finest legions to this battleground, including the elite Griffin Knights. On the 9th of October, Amand's million-strong forces withdrew northward. However, he did not return to the icy highlands, but instead established a royal court on the vast grasslands of the northern desert. Having witnessed the bounty and beauty of the southern continent, he had no desire to return to the frigid lands of the ice domain. Thus, the ancient grassland court was founded, and Amand ascended as the first Khagan of the northern desert grasslands. Within Ides, the nearly million-strong coalition of the Goblin Empire began to disband following Amand's withdrawal. Though Ides was a prominent northern city, it could not sustain such a vast number of inhabitants for long. The elite legions of the goblins began their northern advance to reclaim lost territories. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, on the 10th of November, the goblin city of Melanson, recently recovered, found itself besieged by incessant rain, forcing the Griffin Knights to remain stationed there. The Goblin Knights had long since relocated to the city, leaving human caretakers to tend to the Griffins. That night, a sudden rebellion erupted among the human caretakers within the Griffin Knights' encampment. Under the cover of darkness, they assassinated the knights stationed in the camp, riding the Griffins away from Melanson and returning to the Bolake territory. This event remained undetected until 3 days later when the imperial decree arrived. On the 13th of November, a detachment of Goblin Knights braved the torrential rains to deliver the latest edict from the sage to Melanson. The decree stripped the human lord, Vigalain Hart, of his title as count, severing the alliance between the two races, declaring the humans as traitors to the empire effective immediately. Throughout the empire, any who encountered this decree were to join the goblin forces in their campaign against humanity. This proclamation was directly issued by Sage Azeba before his convalescence, bypassing the emperor's authority and mandated distribution throughout the empire. Even the winged ones, far away on the eastern coast, fleeing from the floods, received this decree. Various races across the continent expressed confusion over this command but resolved to comply. Countless humans outside were slaughtered, leaving no survivors, young or old. Yet, a month later, news of the Goblin Empire's capital's destruction and Sage Azeba's near-fatal injuries spread quietly across the Phylan continent. Instantly, the entire continent was thrown into turmoil. The atmosphere shifted, and the Goblin Empire's deterrence seemed to crumble in that moment. Like a mighty tiger on the verge of collapse, the wolves began to circle. As time passed, the imperial edicts of the Goblin Empire gradually lost their potency in the eyes of the various races, yet Azeba's lingering authority maintained a semblance of restraint. They turned their gazes toward Prodas, waiting for Azeba to truly fall, at which point they would surge forward. Thus began the decline of the Goblin Empire. In the far northwest of the Phylan continent, the progenitor of the Blood Clan, Vivian, successfully returned to the Blood Clan territory with her remaining kin. Within the castle of the Blood Clan, after Vivian had arranged her affairs, she entered a specially crafted crystal coffin. This time, her injuries were more severe than those of Azaber. The nature of the Blood Clan, while granting her immortality, required a considerable amount of time for recovery. If all went as expected, it would be several millennia before she could once again grace the mortal realm. Chapter 79. After the Deluge, North Region of Polake. The Lord's Castle. Upon receiving the message sent by Vivian's envoy, Vigalain Hart's countenance darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Vivian, in her disregard for the ramifications of her assault on the Gnome Empire, would inflict such devastation upon the human race. The tranquility secured by the ancestors of humanity through sacrifice was obliterated in an instant. The efforts of his ancestor Reinhardt, maintained over a millennium within the Gnome Empire, were rendered utterly futile. His animosity towards the kin spoken of by his ancestor intensified. In this moment, his feelings for Vivian and her clan were irrevocably tarnished. Fortunately, Vivian still possessed considerable strength. Her recent actions had significantly weakened the Gnome Empire, alleviating some of his burdens. Moreover, she had forewarned him, allowing him time to strategize. Coupled with the incessant rains that had persisted for months, an offensive from the Gnome Empire was unlikely in the near future. After much contemplation, he divided his kin into 3 groups, preparing to depart once the torrential rains ceased. They would venture westward, aiming to develop in the territory of the Blood Clan, or head directly to the western coastline, where the Gnome Empire had not focused its expansion, thus providing opportunities for humanity. He would personally lead the northern contingent to seek refuge with the Behemoth Court. The relentless rain cascaded across the globe, with all awaiting its cessation. Under the downpour, anxiety permeated the hearts of the people. In the year 1004 of the Gnome Empire, January, the torrential downpour had continued unabated for 3 months, showing no signs of letting up. The dark clouds loomed overhead, oppressive and unchanged. Aside from the high plateaus and mountains, the entire world was on the brink of becoming a vast marshland. The various races across the continent finally grew alarmed. They hastily began constructing vessels and selecting highlands as sanctuaries. On the eastern coastline, extensive lowlands were inundated. Homes, cities, and farmlands lay submerged beneath the waters. The winged ones were compelled to emulate their ancestors, taking refuge in caves. Fortunately, the inherent resilience of their kind kept them healthy. As the rains intensified without respite, the winged ones also commenced the construction of large ships capable of carrying their kin. Fortunately, their long-stored provisions were sufficient to stave off starvation. At this juncture, Sophia had returned from the Sophia archipelago, under the orders of Jiang Yu, to oversee the affairs of the winged ones. In March, amidst the torrential rains, a catastrophic flood erupted, sweeping through the eastern, central, and southern regions of Farland. Many from all races perished in the deluge, including a significant number of winged ones. By June, it seemed that the sheer number of lost souls had quelled the wrath of the world. The relentless rain finally came to an end. This year would be remembered as the year of the flood. In the year 1005 of the Gnome Empire, 6 months after the flood receded, the Gnome Emperor, while restoring production across the empire, forcibly assembled a grand army to quell the rebellion in Polake. Upon their arrival, they discovered that humanity had long since fled. That year, under Sophia's leadership, the Winged Ones began to rebuild their homeland. The eastern coastline had suffered immensely, particularly the land that remained a swamp from the floodwaters. Exhausted, Sophia prayed for the assistance of Jiang Yu from the heavens. Jiang Yu heard her pleas and responded. Thus, in the month of Platinum, a fiery red lava longsword descended, embedded in the earth of the eastern coastline. The power of the lava's flames enveloped the land, and a few months later, the soil of the entire eastern coastline returned to normal. The Winged Ones were able to resume production and rebuild their cities. However, after this ordeal, they deemed the land unsafe, opting to construct their cities atop mountains, with some audacious Winged Ones even dreaming of erecting a city that soared into the skies. In the year 1030 of the Gnome Empire, the great sage of the gnomes had not been seen for nearly 30 years. The races across the continent were restless. In the year 1045 of the Gnome Empire, the great Khan of the northern steppe, Amon Jianbing, led his forces southward to plunder the northern territories of the Gnome Empire. 3 marquis fiefs, 10 count fiefs, and dozens of viscount and baron fiefs were raided clean. A multitude of gnomes were captured and taken to the steppe as slaves, including many alchemists. Among them, the human tribes that allied with the steppe were the most ruthless. Far away in Prodas, Emperor Ghana Ameger was infuriated. The following year, Ghana Ameger personally led the Imperial Guard and the noble coalition from the central and northern regions northward to attack the Behemoth Court. The result was a crushing defeat at the hands of Amon Jianbing. The Gnome Empire's forces suffered catastrophic losses, with countless dead. Even Ghana Ameger was captured by Amon Jianbing. Following this battle, many tribes in the northern regions of the Gnome Empire pledged allegiance to the Behemoth Court. The reputation of the Gnome Empire among the continent's races plummeted yet again. The once mighty and revered millennium-old empire was on the verge of extinction. In the year 1047 of the Gnome Empire, the son of the 5th Gnome Emperor, Leon Ameger, was crowned as the 6th Emperor. That same year, Amon Jianbing returned Ghana Ameger to his homeland, where he was imprisoned until his death a century later. In the year 1050 of the Gnome Empire, at Paradise Mountain on the eastern coastline, after Jiang Yu had lifted it to the heavens, Sophia began constructing a new city atop it, named Euler City, a phonetic tribute to Jiang Yu. Euler City was completed that year, and in the winter of the same year, a group of sea knights riding sharks arrived at the eastern coastline. Chapter 80, the Sea Princess. This band of sea knights possessed azure hair, fish-like ears, and robust physiques. Each towering 5 meters tall, exuding extraordinary strength. Their visages resembled those of humans, and they had limbs, yet their hands and feet bore webbed structures. This did not hinder their ability to wield spears and engage in combat. Upon their arrival at the eastern coastline, they were incensed by the sight of numerous villages inhabited by winged ones and nearby cities. In ancient times, our kind had forged a pact with the rulers of the land, aiding them in vanquishing the dominator of the seas, the titan of the ocean, a contender for the throne. In return, he allocated the coastal lands of Farland to our kind and forbade the beings of the continent from settling there. This decree was tacitly acknowledged by the sky rulers of the ancient era. Now, however, a sentient race audaciously occupied the coastal lands, erecting cities and homes. For a long time, the sea folk were unaware that the winged ones had settled along the coastline. They dwelled in the deep sea, traversing the ocean floor, and had little inclination to venture onto land. The Titans and the ancient dragons were formidable adversaries. The sea folk, residing in the depths, naturally did not engage in alliances. The two dominant races had little desire for the ocean. Yet, in recent centuries, with the advancement of alchemy in the Gnome Empire, a fervor for research swept across the continent, and the winged ones were no exception, occasionally producing some advanced technologies. However, alchemy also brought pollution, as the winged ones discharged their waste directly into the sea, which, over the years, drew the attention of the deep-sea dwellers. Unbeknownst to them, the era of titans and ancient dragons had long since passed. When they finally appeared at the eastern coastline, the winged ones likewise discovered the presence of these sea folk. The peculiar race that emerged suddenly from the depths of the sea indeed piqued curiosity. A winged official and professional, resting in the village, set forth with several winged militia to negotiate and arrange for nearby winged cities to be informed. Before long, the sea surface revealed a leader of the marine knights, riding a great shark, who spotted the approaching winged beings. Upon seeing the winged race take the initiative to come forth, his expression softened a bit as he declared, "Outsiders. According to the ancient covenant, the sea folk hold dominion over the coastal lands of Feeland. Your establishment of a city here contravenes our agreement. You must vacate immediately." The winged official, newly arrived at the sea, was momentarily taken aback. However, the next moment, he gazed at the towering sea folk atop their great sharks and resolutely replied, "Impossible. My people have thrived on the eastern coast for a considerable time. This is our homeland, and we shall never leave. Moreover, we are unaware of the ancient covenant to which you refer. It is ludicrous to demand our departure from a place we have inhabited since time immemorial." Hearing the winged official's words, the sea folk leader fell silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "What is your position within your race?" Without hesitation, the winged official proudly proclaimed, "I am the squad captain of the 5th Company of the 9th Legion of the Losenda's Guard, the leader of the Shark Riders' side. We are but insignificant beings. Such matters require the intervention of greater figures. Therefore, let your king engage in negotiations with us. In 3 days, our grand princess will arrive on the eastern coast, and at that time, the esteemed princess of the sea will discuss the ownership of the eastern coast with your leader. We shall convey this message to our superiors, but the eastern coast is our land, and the sea folk cannot seize it. However, our princess will not be as accommodating as I am." Soon, within the lord's castle of Uliel, Sophia received this news. After a moment of contemplation, she decided not to report it to Jiangyu, opting instead to handle the matter herself. 3 days later, Sophia arrived at the coast, accompanied by the legendary small turtle and a formidable contingent of elite winged practitioners. Upon her arrival, she beheld the tumultuous sea, where a cadre of magnificently armored sea soldiers mounted on sharks, whales, and sea horses surrounded a resplendent ocean maiden who leaped from the waves. This maiden was distinct from the surrounding sea folk. Had Jiangyu been present, he would have immediately recognized her as the siren from future tales. The ocean maiden sat atop a gigantic shell, beneath which lay a massive sea turtle beast, attended by several sea folk maidens. At that moment, they also witnessed a formation of winged beings clad in gleaming silver armor descending from the heavens. Leading them was Sophia, her silver hair cascading elegantly, her demeanor poised and graceful, equally adorned in silver armor, exuding an aura of nobility. The two women, one in the sky and the other upon the sea, both radiated an air of regal aloofness. As they exchanged glances, the ocean princess spoke first. "I am Themis, the eldest daughter of the sea mother and the ruler of the underwater city of Zyalisai. Winged beings, tell me, why do you occupy our lands?" In response to Themis's direct inquiry, Sophia replied with calm composure. The eastern coast has always been our place of existence. There is no question of occupation. According to the ancient covenant, your continental king allocated the coastal lands to us, a promise witnessed by both land and sea. Alas, the king you speak of has long vanished, rendering the ancient covenant null and void. What do you mean? Themis frowned upon hearing this. Sophia, believing her words had struck a chord, smiled slightly. The once mighty Titan race and the ancient dragons engaged in a cataclysmic battle, resulting in mutual destruction. The Titan king, Ashumeth, has vanished alongside the ancient dragon emperor. The remaining Titans were overthrown by a coalition of gnomes and various races, while the ancient dragons have retreated. The dominion of the continent has long since changed hands. Are you not aware? Themis was momentarily stunned by the revelation, but soon her expression transformed to one of excitement. With the former powerful Titans and dragons exiting the stage of history, she perceived an opportunity for her people to claim a share of Feeland. Observing that Sophia and the small turtle were merely of legendary strength, and that the surrounding winged soldiers were comparable to her own guards, she felt emboldened. I care not whether the continental sovereign who signed the covenant still exists. Since you have vanquished them, the ancient promise rightfully belongs to you. You must retreat from this coast. Otherwise, we sea folk shall escort you out in our own manner. Sophia, amused, found the reasoning absurd. The princess of the ocean. War is not a game. You would be wise to return whence you came. The land is not your paradise. Should you dare to approach, the winged race is unafraid of battle. Themis laughed heartily. Oh, stubborn one, your obstinacy will bring ruin upon your people. As she spoke, she gestured toward the vast expanse of the ocean behind her, shimmering with blue light. Ignorant one, behold this boundless ocean. It is the domain of the Sea Mother. Are you not afraid of the cataclysmic waves she may unleash? Unfazed, Sophia displayed a proud demeanor. She too pointed toward the sky, where the resplendent platinum moon hung luminously. Gaze upon that brilliant moon above. Under its radiant glow lies the extension of my king's authority. Are you not fearful of the wrath that the platinum moon may bring down upon the sea? Then let us meet on the battlefield. How laughable. Chapter 81. The Independence of the Winged Race. The kingdom of Losenda's Themis returned to the deep sea. She first attended to matters within her domain, the city of Zyalisai, and dispatched personnel to continue gathering intelligence regarding the continent. Zyalisai was merely a small underwater city, for the intelligent races in the deep sea were few, with true great cities existing only under the dominion of the Sea Mother. Subsequently, she ventured further into the depths of the ocean to meet the Sea Mother. In the grandest city of the deep sea, Maderbang, countless marine races could be found here, both intelligent species and oceanic beasts, all subservient to the great oceanic sovereign. The Sea Mother, as described by Themis, was a colossal creature over 1,000 meters long, a fusion of tentacles, jellyfish, whirlpools, scales, suckers, and whale-like features. With countless mouths opening and closing across her vast body, instilling terror in those who beheld her. Many might mistake her for merely a beast, yet this Sea Mother, named Calyptis, possessed extraordinary intelligence. She was a demigod of considerable strength, though not quite as formidable as the former Titan king, Amishur, but still immensely powerful. The sea folk and the deep-sea kingdom she established were well on their way to rivaling the divine realms of the land. Upon arriving at the Sea Mother's colossal palace and reporting on the situation regarding the eastern coast, the winged beings, and the state of the Titans and dragons, Calyptis was greatly astonished. She had not anticipated the once mighty Titan race and ancient dragons to have fallen so low. Regarding Themis's suggestion to launch an assault on the continent, she began to contemplate seriously. Although she herself held little interest in the continent, she intended to ascend to divinity, using her deep-sea kingdom as a foundation. For the entire deep-sea realm was her domain. Yet, despite its vastness, the population and races were limited. Although the Sea Mother, with her monstrous appearance, had daughters who were all breathtakingly beautiful, reflecting the countenance of the Titans, as a mother, she naturally considered the futures of her daughters. However, should she ascend to divinity, it would be advantageous for her young daughters to have the opportunity to become deities themselves, and the continent undoubtedly presented a promising choice. Should she wish to establish a pantheon of marine deities in the future, her daughters would undoubtedly serve as her most formidable allies. Ultimately, she acquiesced to her eldest daughter's proposal. They could first launch an offensive on the eastern coast, instigate a war, and justifiably expel the Iran clan, solidifying their foothold in the corners of the continent thereafter. Themis was appointed as the commander of this war. Concurrently, she put forth a suggestion for Themis to fulfill. In the spring of the 1051st year of the Dwarf Empire, a delegation of the fabled sea folk, led by the third Princess Melior, arrived in the dwarf capital of Purolatas to visit the dwarf clan. The dwarves expressed immense curiosity towards the sea folk, who had lived only in legends and had never been seen before. Upon arriving in Purolatas and witnessing the imposing city gates forged from the head of the Thunder Titan, the sea folk gained a deeper understanding of the dwarves, the current dominators of the continent. Subsequently, the sea delegation had an audience with the sixth dwarf emperor, Leon Amager, presenting an abundance of rare treasures visible only in the ocean. They sought to establish diplomatic relations with the dwarves, the present rulers of the continent. Melior, referring to them as the rulers of the continent and their treasures, brought great delight to Emperor Leon Amager. In conclusion, the sea folk proposed that the new rulers, the dwarf clan, inherit the eternal oath previously made between the Titan pantheon and the sea folk. Leon Amager readily consented. Thereafter, the sea princess put forth a request within the oath. The coastal land of Phaland would belong to the sea folk, and she asked the dwarf emperor to issue a decree compelling the Iran clan to relinquish their hold on the eastern coast. This request posed a dilemma for Leon Amager. The Iran on the eastern coast were among the most powerful allied clans since the founding of the Dwarf Empire. Although the empire's prestige had significantly diminished and various clans across the continent began to dismiss the empire, including the Iran, if he were to comply, it would undoubtedly push the already indifferent Iran clan into outright opposition against the empire. As he wrestled with this predicament, his favored courtier, Marquis Maijia, interjected, "Your Majesty, the Iran clan has long ceased to be loyal to the empire and have gradually grown in power. In recent years, when your father launched a northern campaign against the desert, the Iran did not send a single soldier. He had to rally the Eagle tribe to summon over 10,000 Eagle warriors northward. After the war, the Iran even protested against the empire, expressing discontent over our support of the Eagle clan. They are merely subjects of our clan, yet they dare to voice dissatisfaction with their sovereign, which clearly indicates their disloyalty. It would be prudent to follow the sea folks' wishes and issue a decree for the Iran to withdraw from the eastern coast. The Iran will undoubtedly refuse, thus providing the sea folk with justification to attack them. Let these two clans engage in battle themselves, exhausting their strength while we simply await the outcome. If the sea folk emerge victorious, we can rally the clans of the continent to expel them, for the sea folk may harbor ambitions to ascend to the land. If the Iran prevail, you can issue a decree of apology. After all, the empire's prestige has already diminished. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." In the summer of the 1051st year of the Dwarf Empire, upon receiving the Emperor Leon Amager's decree, Sophia of Yulier City almost ground her silver teeth to dust. How dare those wretched dwarves utter such shameless words? She reported the content of the decree to Jiangyu, seated upon the platinum throne. Even the usually composed Jiangyu fell silent at the emperor's words. Did the dwarves still consider themselves the rulers of the continent? After some contemplation, Jiangyu made a decision. 3 days later, in Losendisi on the eastern coast, Sophia raised her lava sword, denouncing the unjust actions of the dwarf clan. Then, facing the high moon, she proclaimed the independence of the Iran clan, declaring that they would no longer be subjects of the Dwarf Empire and would establish the Iran Kingdom, also known as the Losendisi Kingdom. Chapter 82. The Millennium War begins. The establishment of the Losendisi Kingdom saw Jiangyu naturally ascend as its king, while Sophia served as the vice-sovereign, overseeing kingdom affairs in Jiangyu's absence. When news of the Iran's independence reached Purolatas, the emperor and his ministers exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by the Iran's vehement reaction. However, the empire's military was predominantly stationed in the northern territories, fending off the behemoth kingdom and preventing its advance southward, leaving them unable to mobilize forces within the empire. They could only begrudgingly acquiesce to the situation. Emperor Leon Amager pinned his hopes on the sea folk to deliver a decisive blow to the Iran clan. In July, the sea princess Themis personally led her marine forces to assault the Iran clan's eastern coast, igniting the first shot of the millennium-long war between the Iran and the sea folk. With the surging waves of the sea folk surged forth, accompanied by countless marine creatures, invading Iran territory. Sea knights rode upon sharks, giant whales, crabs, seahorses, and octopuses, charging onto the shore. Meanwhile, sea warriors commanded the fishmen, jellyfolk, and mudfolk, intelligent races dwelling in the ocean, to assault the land. Instantly, a vast multitude of marine creatures flooded into the Iran realm. Fortunately, the Iran villages along the coast had been evacuated, and the civilians had been relocated to the rear, preventing any casualties among the populace from this assault. In a bid to defend against the sea folk and protect their homeland, Sophia summoned all Iran legions within the Losindisi kingdom to mobilize. The Iran forces from Tian Shan, Luamanda, and the Sophia Islands stood ready for battle. Armed with the lava sword, she too advanced to the front lines to confront the enemy. Since renouncing her path to divinity, Sophia had traversed a legendary path among mortals. Coupled with the lava fire sword bestowed upon her by Jiangyu, she could be considered a formidable semi-divine combatant. With the advantage of home ground, she was able to contend evenly with the semi-divine Sea Princess Themis. In terms of elite combat power, several legendary sea folk faced off against the elite Iran professional factions and the small turtles. The advantage of flight proved useful in dealing with high-level combatants. Additionally, the Iran established defensive lines in several coastal cities. They attacked from the skies while defending from their city walls. However, the overwhelming numbers of the sea folk made it difficult to manage both fronts. A few months later, Sophia realized that such a defensive strategy was resulting in excessive casualties and was detrimental to leveraging the aerial superiority of the Iran. After careful consideration, she resolutely decided to abandon several coastal Iran cities, relinquishing a portion of land to expand their strategic depth. She relocated the Iran within the cities to the rear and instead stationed the Iran legions atop various mountain peaks, maximizing their ability to inflict damage from the air. Following this strategic adjustment, the Iran quickly gained the upper hand. The sea folk that had landed were largely shot down by the Iran, while the sea folk struggled to reach the airborne Iran. The territories previously occupied by the sea folk could not be maintained. Despite their reliance on walls and barriers for defense, their supply lines were consistently severed by the Iran in the skies. The sea folk found themselves in a precarious situation, ultimately being driven back into the sea. At this juncture, the Iran were left powerless against the sea folk in the ocean, where the sea folk enjoyed an advantage akin to the Iran's dominance in the sky. After a prolonged struggle, both sides returned to their original territories. Seeing no progress after prolonged efforts, Themis grew anxious, for the idea of advancing onto the continent was viewed by most sea folk as an endeavor of futility. Generations of dwelling in the ocean had dulled the sea folk's aspirations for land. They cared little for Themis's grand vision, adhering instead to the long-established rule and authority of their sea mother. In desperation, Themis sought the assistance of the sea mother. In the battle against the Iran, who possessed aerial superiority, Themis could conjure no alternative solution. She yearned for the sea mother Calyptes to stir the ocean's tumultuous waves, submerging the eastern coastline and transforming portions of it into maritime territory, thereby creating a strategic advantage for her aquatic army. However, the sea mother harbored reservations, fearing that such actions might incite resentment among the continental races, jeopardizing future dominion over the mainland. Once the waters inundated the land, it would become barren and unyielding, unfit for cultivation. Yet, Themis also made a valid point. If they could not even reach the shore, all subsequent efforts would be futile. Thus, the sea mother Calyptes acquiesced. Chapter 83. For the defense of the maritime borders. In the year 1051 of the Goblin Empire, November, eastern coast, after subduing the aquatic tribes back into the sea, a temporary calm ensued. Sophia relocated her command tent to the summit of a coastal hill, dispatching numerous elite winged squads to patrol the shore. Eurydice was one such ordinary warrior of the Winged Legion, returning home each day after vigilant hours spent soaring above the vast expanse of the ocean. Occasionally, groups of aquatic soldiers would surface to probe, only to be met with a barrage of arrows from Eurydice and his comrades. 5 months had passed since the aquatic invasion began. Under the leadership of the kingdom's vice lord, the radiant maiden Sophia, Eurydice had been engaged in combat against the aquatic tribes for over 4 months, experiencing both the failures when the tribes first landed and occupied cities, as well as the victories that followed when Sophia altered her strategies to deliver crushing blows upon the tall blue invaders on the vast land. Ultimately, the winged people united their efforts and managed to push the invading aquatic forces back into the sea, instilling in Eurydice a profound pride in his identity as a winged warrior. In the eyes of him and his comrades, those wretched aquatic giants deserved to return to their ocean and feed the sharks, rather than encroach upon the lands of the winged. They believed that after being suppressed back to the sea, the aquatic tribes would likely refrain from further attacks, allowing them to return to a life of tranquility and peace. On a day blessed with gentle winds and clear skies, the sea lay still. A light sea breeze caressed Eurydice's face, offering him a sense of comfort. Beside him, his comrade Euelis grumbled, "Alas, I have been eating seafood for months. I feel as though my mouth is turning as salty as a fish's." The winged forces stationed on the eastern coast numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and relying solely on previous food reserves was untenable. Sophia typically commanded the army to scour the battlefield after each engagement, bringing back the seafood left by the aquatic tribes as rations for the troops. Responding to his companion's complaints, Eurydice cheerfully reassured him, "We are nearing victory. When we return to our homeland, I shall treat you to a meal at Uncle Ade's tavern, featuring the delectable mutton from the northern grasslands royal court. Eurydice, you can afford that? Those avaricious goblin merchants do not charge modest prices. Ha ha. My sister is a handmaiden to Her Highness Sophia, so my family is rather well off. Eurydice, my dear brother, what do you think of your sister's husband?" Just as the two were engaged in light banter, enormous shadows suddenly rose on the distant horizon. Eurydice happened to glance towards the horizon and felt his heart race. "Quick! We must return to inform Lady Sophia. A cataclysmic maritime disaster is upon us." Not only they, but all the patrolling winged squads also discerned the imminent monstrous waves and hastily turned back. However, before they could relay the warning to Sophia, a striking figure of a silver-haired female winged warrior appeared in the sky, standing at the forefront of all the winged. She wielded a sword of molten lava, gazing at the approaching titanic waves with a countenance of fury. Themis, upon estimating the colossal waves headed her way, she realized that even with her utmost effort in harnessing the power of the lava, it would be difficult to withstand the onslaught. Thus, she knelt on one knee, looking up at the platinum moon in the sky. "O king, please protect your kin." The earth-shattering oceanic waves loomed hundreds of meters high, rushing forward with astonishing speed. As Sophia knelt in midair, the first towering wave surged nearby. The immense wave obscured the sky, and the briny sea wind was swept along with it. In the forefront of the airborne Sophia, she appeared as diminutive as an ant, poised to be engulfed by the monstrous wave. All the winged were filled with horror and despair. Yet at that moment, the platinum moon in the sky radiated a brilliant light, surpassing even the sun's splendor in its fleeting brilliance. In an instant, a colossal blue sword, enveloped in the boundless waters of the ocean, plummeted from the heavens, embedding itself upon the shoreline. An invisible wave of force radiated outward. It seemed as though an unparalleled will, grander than the universe, commanded the tumultuous waves, forcefully pressing them down. Subsequently, a resonant and dignified voice echoed throughout the realm. By decree, the power of the heavy waters is to pacify the maritime borders. Chapter 84. In a fit of wrath. In the high heavens, Jiangyu sat regally upon a platinum throne, his silver hair flowing, and his violet eyes suddenly opened, casting a gaze down into the deep sea. Meanwhile, at the ocean's depths, the sea mother Calyptis, perched upon the throne of the Sea King, sensed something amiss. Her colossal head lifted as she gazed skyward. It seemed as though two powerful beings were silently engaged in a dialogue across the fabric of time and space. After a prolonged silence, the sea mother Calyptis bowed her head upon the throne of the Sea King. Simultaneously, Jiangyu closed his violet eyes. He sat solemnly, as immovable as a mountain. Though he appeared at ease, he was expending his full strength. Suppressing the tumultuous waves stirred by the sea mother Calyptis was no trivial feat, especially as he had yet to recover from his injuries. Remarkably, similar to the laws of nature in the previous world, the platinum moon inherently exerted a certain suppressive effect on the ocean's tides, allowing him to wield its vast power. It seems that the moon can indeed influence the tides. Such is the case in every world. After the silent confrontation with Jiangyu, the sea mother Calyptis resolved to entrust the task of assaulting the mainland entirely to Themis, granting her access to all aquatic resources, but she would no longer intervene. Uncertain whether she could defeat Jiangyu, she chose to compromise in her pursuit of divinity. After dwelling in the deep sea for so many years, she was not one to squander this moment. At the seabed of the eastern sea, Themis, seated upon a makeshift throne, reveled in the tumultuous waves summoned by the sea mother. She observed Sophia, who appeared as insignificant as an ant before the towering waves, and laughed heartily. "Sophia, let us see what means you have to save your people this time. Will you wield your fiery stick?" However, in the very next moment, a formidable and resplendent will, akin to the hand of the heavens, swept across the turbulent waves along the eastern coast, calming them. In an instant, she sensed the water being imbued with a different authority, a commanding presence that pressed upon her, rendering her unable to move. Having only recently attained demigod status, her power had yet to reach its zenith, and this turn of events genuinely shocked her. Gazing at the dazzling platinum moon high above, she murmured, "Could it be true what that winged woman said? That radiant platinum moon truly bestows the power to suppress the ocean." Eastern coast. When the cataclysmic waves were instantaneously quelled by Jiangyu, countless winged individuals caught sight of the luminous platinum moon in the sky, their gazes ignited with fervor and adulation. Holy is our king. Hail, sovereign of the high heavens. Sophia clenched her molten sword, her eyes shimmering with excitement. She always knew that the king was omnipotent. Meanwhile, a little turtle stood before the blue jade sword embedded in the shoreline, gazing up at the platinum moon above. Boss, when will you come down? Thus concluded the first war between the winged and the aquatic tribes. In the year 1052 of the Goblin Empire, winter, the Bai Meng Wang Ting of the northern grasslands once again descended southward to plunder. This time, the mighty Khan A Meng led his army to deliver a crushing defeat to the northern legion of the Earth Gnomes. Subsequently, he swept through the north, leaving desolation in his wake. Following the defeat, the Earth Gnome Border Legion dared only to defend their cities, resulting in widespread emptiness within the northern lands of the Earth Gnomes. Notably, Amengda's approach this time was intriguing. He unleashed brutal slaughter solely upon the Earth Gnomes, sparing the tribes and populations of other races, taking only a portion of their food and wealth. Consequently, for the first time, the populations of other races in the north surpassed that of the Earth Gnomes, who began to seize the opportunity to grow and thrive. Upon learning of the catastrophic defeat of the Northern Border Legion, Emperor Liang Gu of the Earth Gnomes erupted in fury. He dismissed the commander of the Border Legion, Kada, and ordered him to be escorted back to the capital, appointing another noble Earth Gnome to lead the troops in the north. He himself did not dare to venture forth, as he had too many sons now and was reluctant to return to the front lines. In the year 1053 of the Earth Gnome Empire, taking advantage of the empire's misfortune in the north, the Luo Sun Sea Winged Kingdom, having abandoned its allied winged race, instead supported the Sea Clan, dispatching troops beyond the Nine Passes to seize the vast plains of the Mo Air Jiao River region, driving out all Earth Gnomes within. The Earth Gnome cities in the Mo Air Jiao region offered no resistance. The Sea Clan, under Sophia's command, occupied this territory primarily in preparation for the next war against the Sea Clan. The eastern coast was evidently no longer a land she dared to let the winged people inhabit. Thus, this vast expanse of missing land could only be reclaimed from the Earth Gnomes. Of course, there was another reason. Just west of the Mo Air Jiao River lay the Miyu Forest, and to the west of this forest was the ancestral land of the winged people, the Gaoman Mountain. Upon hearing of this event, Emperor Liang Gu of the Earth Gnomes was incensed, exclaiming that such acts were intolerable. In a fit of rage, he calculated his available strength and ultimately resolved to take action. By the year 1055 of the Earth Gnome Empire, the dwarven kingdom of Ai Wate, nestled among the western mountains, declared its independence. The western mountain range was rich in minerals and metals. A millennium ago, the dwarves had acquired precious forging techniques from the ancient human races, which they developed and expanded upon. This foundation allowed the dwarven kingdom to amass vast wealth over the centuries. As a renowned mountainous nation, during the first millennium of the empire, the dwarves supplied the Earth Gnome Empire with a considerable quantity of weapons and armor annually. However, as the empire began to decline after the millennium mark, the supply of weapons and armor from the dwarves dwindled. Following the emergence of the Bai Meng Wang Ting on the grasslands and the independence of the winged people on the eastern coast, the dwarves witnessed the Earth Gnome Empire's growing impotence. The current dwarven king, Chi Rue Ai Wate, finally resolved to lead his people to independence and establish the Ai Wate Mountain Kingdom. Thus, one of the primary sources of weaponry for the Earth Gnome Empire was lost, further weakening its national power. The year 1056 of the Earth Gnome Empire saw the Sea Clan, having recuperated for several years, once again declaring war on the eastern coast of the winged people. This time, the Sea Clan's Grand Princess Themis brought with her the elite forces of the deep-sea city of Maida Airbang. The Sea Clan's third princess, Mei Luo Air, also arrived from the southern seas, accompanied by her followers to join the fray. Sophia, wielding the Sword of Lava, led the winged forces of Luo Sun Sea into battle. Themis, having learned from past experiences, refrained from launching a hasty assault, but instead swiftly assembled her elite team of extraordinary professionals, penetrating deep into Luo Sun Sea's territory along the rivers. Upon locating a major city within, she dispatched her elite forces to strike the city, compelling the winged people to engage in a decisive battle. This time, Sophia was caught off guard and suffered a hasty defeat. Fortunately, the timely arrival of Ayerida, wielding the blue jade sword and commanding the elite winged forces of Luo Manda, managed to repel the Sea Clan sisters' onslaught. With the Sea Clan seizing control of the rivers, although Sophia later ordered the construction of iron barriers and traps along the major waterways to hinder the Sea Clan's movements. It was evident that they could not swiftly drive the Sea Clan back to the ocean. The Sea Clan established underwater fortifications along the rivers, making them difficult for the winged people to breach. With these strongholds established on the eastern coast, the war dragged on for decades, only concluding when both sides were utterly exhausted. Because the conflict was led by two pairs of sisters, it came to be known as the Sister Wars. During this time, the winged people suffered significant casualties, with hundreds of thousands perishing. Yet, the prolonged battlefield experience was not without benefits. Many winged people gained valuable insights into potion-making and the paths of extraordinary professions. Several hero-tier winged individuals even transcended into legends during the conflict, compensating for the shortage of high-end combatants among the winged people. By the year 1137 of the Earth Gnome Empire, a troll tribe known as the Blood Axe clan rose to prominence on the southwestern border of the Earth Gnome Empire. Initially, this Blood Axe clan was merely a small tribe. However, a troll named Ao Deng Shue Axe was born into the Blood Axe clan, gifted with exceptional abilities. He traveled the continent in his youth, serving as a mercenary for the Earth Gnome Empire, smuggling arms and armor from the northern deserts, and conducting trade in the Dwarven Mountainous Kingdom. With the wealth and strength he accumulated over the years, he was able to thrive in the great cities of the Earth Gnome Empire, despite its current weakness, which still housed a significant number of foreigners who became subjects of the empire. However, Ao Deng Shue Axe chose a different path. He observed the shifting tides of the continent and recognized the fragility of the Earth Gnome Empire, as well as the strength of the dwarves, by Meng, Winged, and Sea clans. As a member of the troll race, he was one of the few who possessed wisdom and intelligence. He saw that while the trolls were powerful overall, they were also highly fragmented and disunited. After a series of fortunate encounters, he quietly embarked on the path to legend. He then returned to his homeland in the Domat region on the southwestern border, took control of the Blood Axe clan of his birth, and became the chieftain. He began to establish the god of slaughter as the faith of his tribe. Initially, many trolls in the clan were resistant, believing this decision contradicted their ancestral traditions. Yet, Ao Deng Shue Axe subdued them one by one. It is worth noting that at this time, the troll tribes lacked any faith. Most trolls were simple-minded, physically strong, and acted with brute force. Although they possessed great combat prowess and some legends arose, they never formed a cohesive force. This was because the majority of troll clans operated independently, each refusing to yield to the other. Today, the Blood Axe clan sought the submission of the Stonehammer clan, while tomorrow, the Stonehammer clan would fiercely defend its honor. They revered their ancestors but lacked a unified faith, and no one ever contemplated this direction. Ao Deng Shue Axe aimed to unify the various troll clans under the belief in the god of slaughter. The god of bloodshed was indeed mysterious, granting trolls enhancements in battle. Unifying the clans and erasing the barriers imposed by different ancestral spirits would be an exceptionally challenging and time-consuming endeavor. Nevertheless, Ao Deng Shue Axe resolved to undertake this task. He possessed the motivation and strength to act. Thus, the Blood Axe clan commenced a quiet expansion on the southwestern border of the empire. During the initial century, they absorbed nearby clans such as the Bloodhand clan, Stonehammer clan, Sharp Axe clan, Swamp clan, and Tree clan, emerging as a formidable troll tribe in the southwestern region of the Earth Gnome Empire. He devoted more time to unifying beliefs, rather than allowing the divisions of clans among the trolls, surpassing the time spent on their annexation. Thus, their initial development was somewhat sluggish, as the consolidation of thought often proves to be a more arduous task. The Dwarf Empire was merely aware that a formidable troll tribe known as Shuefu had risen in the southwest. Aed and Shuefu even expressed fealty to the Dwarf Empire, thereby securing their support. Consequently, he established a small town in the Domat region as the residence of the Shuefu tribe. Chapter 86. The birth of a new generation of dragons in the year 1157 of the Dwarf Empire. After several decades of tranquility, the Sea Clan launched their third invasion against the East Coast Winged People. At this juncture, the Winged People had bolstered their population and strength due to the development of the Morgar region. To compensate for the deficiencies in ground combat, Sophia enlisted mercenaries composed of trolls, dwarves, and centaurs to assist the Winged People in the conflict on the East Coast. The inclusion of mercenaries provided the Winged People with a distinct advantage, enabling them to push the Sea Clan back into the ocean within a mere 2 decades. Subsequently, the employment of mercenaries became a common practice for the Winged People in their endeavors against the Sea Clan. Due to the diverse nature of the mercenaries engaged by the Winged People, Erida proposed that this segment be designated as a new department under the unified management of the Winged Kingdom. After reporting this matter to Jiangyu, he pondered for an extended period before establishing a new kingdom department specifically for the management of foreign mercenaries. Furthermore, he instituted a specialized bounty system for the professionals within. This department was entrusted to the newly appointed winged legend, Field, to facilitate better management. Field divided this department into two branches, one to engage with the numerous ordinary foreign mercenaries, aptly named the Mercenary Division, and the other to liaise with the fewer yet more powerful professionals, termed the Adventurer Division. The mercenaries of the winged people merely supplemented the ground forces of the Legion. As time progressed, they gradually became the mainstay of the Northern Legion of the Dwarf Empire. Nonetheless, they successfully repelled several incursions from the Northern Behemoth Kingdom. In the year 1189 of the Dwarf Empire, the distinguished alchemist Afamo, while researching enhancements to the winged people's innate light-related abilities, inadvertently spilled the blood of various magical beasts into a freshly concocted light potion. The potion was rendered unusable, resulting in the wastage of a significant amount of precious materials, all of which were under the kingdom's control. In desperation, he discreetly poured the potion into a trough, where it was consumed by a domesticated white horse. The following day, the horse exhibited signs of bloodline mutation. After a month, it awakened its light power and gained the ability to wield light elemental forces. Its intelligence also heightened. The most notable characteristic was the emergence of a long horn upon its head, heralding the birth of the ancestor of unicorns. Subsequently, Afamo released it into the wild. In the year 1209 of the Dwarf Empire, the Sea Clan launched their fourth assault against the winged people. This time, rather than attacking the east coast, they targeted the Sophia Islands. The islands proved difficult to defend, and half of the archipelago fell into the hands of the Sea Clan, resulting in heavy losses for the winged people. In the year 1236 of the Dwarf Empire, a legendary figure named Mahmud emerged from the human tribes migrating to the far northwest, neighboring the Blood Clan. This legendary human replaced the Reinhardt family, becoming the leader of the far western human tribes. In pursuit of better development, he devoted his time and effort to marrying a princess of the merfolk from the Sea of the West. The Mahmud family subsequently became one of the noble families with merfolk blood in later generations, thus continuing the lineage. In the year 1245 of the Dwarf Empire, the Shuefu clan in the southwest expanded once again, annexing all troll clans along the southwestern border of the Dwarf Empire, increasing their population to 100,000. That winter, the previously submissive Shuefu clan abruptly changed their stance, launching an offensive and seizing the southwestern border city of Guyane. Emperor Leon Amigel of the Prodas Empire was furious, commanding the Duke of the Southern Territory, Peter Aziba, to quell the rebellion with the Southern Army. Aiden Shuefu, realizing the Dwarf Empire's strength still surpassed his own, and that they had the capability to punish him, hastily returned Guyane and reaffirmed his submission. Only then did Duke Peter Aziba withdraw his forces. Thereafter, Aiden Shuefu focused on developing his tribe, setting the Southern Duke as his aspirational target. In the year 1289 of the Dwarf Empire, the Sea Clan continued their offensives against the winged people. By the year 1311, the Lizardman leader Majira declared independence from Dwarf Empire rule in the southern swamps of Furland, establishing the Lizardman Kingdom. In the same year, the Shuefu clan forged an alliance with the Lizardman Kingdom. In the year 1356 of the Dwarf Empire, the Sea Clan persisted in their attacks against the winged people. The winged people's grand alchemist, Yura, discovered and created the light gem, significantly increasing the probability of extraordinary awakenings among the winged people. In the year 1344 of the Dwarf Empire, the sixth Dwarf Emperor, Leon Amigel, passed away in a state of frustration. Before his death, he bequeathed 3 arrows to his son, symbolizing his 3 greatest grievances: the decline of the empire, his impotence against the incursions of the Behemoth Kingdom, and the independence of the Winged Kingdom, the Dwarven Kingdom, and the Lizardman Kingdom, which he perceived as betrayal. The prince, Mirdan Amigel, solemnly accepted the arrows, vowing at his father's bedside to avenge these grievances. Leon Amigel died contentedly. 3 days after Leon Amigel's death, Prince Mirdan Amigel was assassinated by his brother, Misha Amigel, in a coup. 7 days later, the 7th Dwarf Emperor, Misha Amigel, was crowned. He discarded the 3 arrows as worthless. In the year 1365 of the Dwarf Empire, the Sea Clan continued their attacks on the east coast, and the 2 factions had become sworn enemies. Sophia vowed to eradicate the Sea Clan from the world. In the year 1378, a significant event unfolded in Furland. Deep within the ocean, on a colossal island shrouded in mist, dragons with various ancient dragon bloodlines were born. Among them, the ancient platinum dragon Bahamut primarily bred 5 types of metallic dragons: gold, silver, bronze, brass, and copper, alongside several other dragon species such as gem dragons, crystal dragons, diamond dragons, obsidian dragons, and rainbow dragons. In later generations, Tiamat, known as the mother of 5 colored dragons, birthed 5 types of chromatic dragons: red, blue, green, black, and white. The lineage of the blue dragon traces back to the ancient blue dragon king, slain by the Titan of Thunder. The remaining 3, red, green, and black dragons, originate from powerful ancient dragon kings, while the white dragon's lineage stemmed from a misstep by Tiamat, who chose a common ancient white dragon as its source. As progenitors of dragons, these new generation dragons integrated their own interpretations into their breeding. Bahamut revered order, and thus the metallic dragons mirrored this philosophy. Tiamat, on the other hand, cherished freedom, which manifested in the personalities of the 5 chromatic dragons. The power of these new generation dragons was somewhat diminished in comparison to their ancient counterparts. Only upon reaching adulthood could they attain legendary status, while their ancient counterparts could achieve demigod status. As these young dragons were born, the metallic dragons and the chromatic dragons found themselves at odds. As they grew slightly older, the gold and red dragons were the first to engage in combat, with other young dragons soon joining the fray. Like a brawl, the metallic and chromatic dragons clashed daily on Dragon Island, with scarcely a day of respite. Fortunately, the young dragons remain in their infancy, and in the eyes of Bahamut and Tiamat, this is merely child's play. However, the seeds of conflict have taken root deep within the hearts of these colossal dragons, and many years hence, such seeds will blossom into towering trees. In the 1399th year of the Goblin Empire, the Ratmen, who had long dwelled in the underground world, emerged onto the central lands of the Goblin Empire. These Ratmen brought with them a multitude of pathogens, causing the demise of many goblins in the central region. Fortunately, the alchemists of the goblins collaborated to concoct a remedy for the plague and expelled this tribe of Ratmen to the deep mountains in the western part of the central area. Chapter 87. Jiangyu descends from the celestial heights. The advent of the Ratmen marked the first revelation of the underground world to the continent of Farrand. In the central region, numerous goblin adventurers ventured into the underground realm. Some returned, while others remained forever in that subterranean domain. In the 1406th year of the Goblin Empire, a century prior, the plight of the goblin race had aroused the concerns of many ambitious members of their kind. The pessimistic goblin Grand Alchemist, Marquis Leonard of the Royal Court, sought to replicate the dual birthing phenomenon observed in the behemoth species, aspiring to achieve a similar effect within the goblin race. This was to ensure that, in the event of future decline, the naturally diminutive goblins would not be rendered utterly helpless. The golden behemoths and the behemoth giants thrived in symbiosis, and the goblin race could potentially do so as well. However, the goblin nobility and citizens opposed such experimentation, perceiving the behemoths as savage beings from the ice plateau, still imbued with their primal instincts. Thus, Leonard was compelled to conduct his research in secrecy. That year, Leonard's endeavors bore fruit with the birth of the bear goblin, a creature born of the same mother as the goblins, towering in stature and comparable to trolls, endowed with considerable intelligence. In truth, the research on the bear goblin indeed utilized the genes of trolls. In the 1437th year of the Goblin Empire, in response to the aerial dominion of the avian race, the Grand Alchemist Miberin devised an improved airship suitable for the current environment. Drawing from the records of the ancient human era, this airship, powered by magical crystals, carried both eaglemen and goblin archers, playing a significant role in countering the behemoth court and slightly altering the balance of power on the plains against the northern territories. In the 1467th year of the Goblin Empire, high above, Jiangyu finally opened his eyes upon the Platinum Throne. His injuries had healed, and he mastered several scepters of authority. Feeling the vast power coursing through his being, the path to the throne fortified his resolve. The demigod corpses buried in the surrounding lands symbolized the grandeur and might of the throne's journey. Upon descending from the celestial heights and returning to the city of Euler, countless avians erupted in joyous celebration, welcoming their king back from the Platinum Moon. Many of the younger generation of avians had scarcely seen Jiangyu since birth. Upon his return to the Whitestone Castle, legendary figures of the avian race, such as Sophia, Elita, Little Turtle, and Field, awaited him inside the castle. Seated upon the main throne, Jiangyu gazed at Sophia, who had long served as the kingdom's vice-sovereign. Her visage remained youthful and beautiful, yet strands of silver had begun to adorn her hair. This sight stirred a sense of compassion within him. Awakening a sudden realization. The path of human legend is fraught with challenges. The avian race had not yet attained immortality. Their lifespan was finite. Even Sophia, despite her legendary status, possessed a mere 1,000 years of life. She had aged. Jiang Yu then turned his gaze to Alita, noting the same signs of weariness. These two sisters had devoted themselves to the welfare of the avian race, diligently strategizing for their kin in his absence, earning the deep affection of all avians. Observing their appearance, Jiang Yu made a decision, albeit one that could wait. He first inquired about pressing matters. What is the current population of the avian race? An avian official promptly responded, Your Majesty, although we have lost half of the Sophia Islands and the eastern coastal regions, and the aquatic race has waged war for many years, we have occupied and developed the more prosperous Morga River region. Presently, the population of the avian race stands at approximately 7 million. Hearing this figure, a smile graced Jiang Yu's face. Excellent. You have all performed admirably. Now, what is the current situation on the continent? Sophia personally answered, Your Majesty, the Goblin Empire is in a state of disarray. The Prairie Court has been established. The Avian Kingdom has gained independence. The Dwarven Kingdom has become autonomous, and the Lizardman Kingdom has also declared its independence. The strength of the Goblin Empire has significantly diminished. And what of the great sage Azabur, who fought in the war years ago? Where is he now? Jiang Yu inquired. Your Majesty, Azabur has not appeared before the world for quite some time. Many races speculate that he has long since succumbed to his injuries, the official replied. Jiang Yu shook his head. Azabur is not so easily defeated. Curiously, he asked, Who was the demigod that suddenly appeared in Prodas? Alita responded, Your Majesty. According to reports from our kin stationed in Prodas, it was a demigod who claimed to be the progenitor of the blood race. This demigod was said to have close ties with the human race, but vanished after that battle. I see. And what of the aquatic race? Have there been any recent developments regarding them? I did not encounter any of them within the kingdom upon my descent, Jiang Yu inquired, shifting to another matter of concern. Your Majesty, the aquatic race has not waged war against us for several decades. It is said that there has been a rebellion among them, and Themis needs to lead troops to quell it. To be honest, I miss Themis and her two sisters, replied the official. Sophia's phoenix-like eyes glimmered with frost, her tone icy and laced with menace. Alita smiled silently, while the other avians dared not speak. Their sea mother was a formidable demigod, standing at the pinnacle of the path to divinity. We made a pact long ago that during the wars between our races, I might be unable to intervene. So the burden will fall upon you, Jiang Yu said with a slight smile. At this stage, he lacked the confidence to surpass the sea mother, especially in the depths of the ocean. Thus, it was best to allow the two races to continue their conflict, as the avian race had not weakened. In fact, they had grown stronger. It is no burden. It is our honor to serve you, Your Majesty, and to contribute to the avian race, Sophia declared. Chapter 88. The Bestowal of Authority, the Messenger of the Throne. Subsequently, Jiang Yu posed several inquiries to the avian officials regarding the avian race, covering topics such as diplomatic relations, agricultural produce, extraordinary professions, alchemical technology, enchanting techniques, and the rearing of magical beasts. The officials provided detailed responses to each query. As the evening approached, Jiang Yu dismissed the officials of the Whitestone Castle, sending them back to their homes. However, before they departed, he called upon the two sisters. By the way, Sophia, Alita, please wait a moment and accompany me to the Platinum Moon. The two legendary avian sisters exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting curiosity. Yet they did not question the reason, nodding in agreement. Both possessed a naturally reserved yet capable demeanor, making them exceptional subordinates. Additionally, they were immensely intrigued by the Platinum Moon, though regrettably, as mere legends, they could not ascend. After a brief moment, Jiang Yu approached them. Did you bring the lava longsword and the blue jade longsword? The sisters patted their scabbards at their waists. Your Majesty, they are right here. Then let us go? Jiang Yu affirmed, extending a hand to each of them and leading them skyward. They soared above the treacherous lands that legends deemed insurmountable, arriving at the realm of the Platinum Throne. Upon reaching this place, the sisters gazed in awe at the majestic Platinum Throne, then turned their attention to the nearby Silver Moon, which seemed to shine eternally. Do not gaze upon that silver moon. Within it lies a slumbering, powerful entity, one whom I cannot contend with even now, Jiang Yu cautioned. Oh, the sisters nodded obediently. Once they had gathered their thoughts, Jiang Yu finally spoke. Sophia and Alita, you have both reached a considerable age, have you not? Sophia is now over 1,000 years old, and Alita is nearly the same. The legendary lifespan is a millennium, and according to the original course of events, The Sophia sisters should have perished centuries ago. However, several centuries prior. After Jiang Yu infused the right of longevity into the bloodline of the Winged Ones, although it did not transform the entire winged race into beings of eternal life, it did extend their original lifespan. Nevertheless, even now, their time is drawing near. The Sophia sisters have devoted their lives to the Winged Ones, remaining unmarried and childless, serving the Platinum Throne without a hint of negligence. As descendants of companions from a millennium and a half ago, Jiang Yu would feel even more guilty were it not for the continued lineage of his elder sister, Lumiere. In response to Jiang Yu's inquiry, Sophia replied with a serene smile. To be candid, Your Majesty, I have been seeking a successor in recent years. My age is considerable, yet the Winged Ones must continue to thrive. Alita gently chuckled beside her. They are unconcerned with life and death. Their focus lies with the king and their kin. Sophia, Alita, the Winged Ones are at a pivotal moment of rapid development. I possess a method that can ensure your longevity. Sophia and Alita exchanged astonished glances and asked in unison, Your Majesty, what is this method? I shall bind a certain power to you. However, from that moment forth, you must be irrevocably tied to the Platinum Throne. As long as the throne exists, so shall you. Should the throne shatter, you shall perish alongside it. We are willing, the sisters declared in harmony, to witness the rise of the Winged Ones and to continue serving Jiang Yu. How could they possibly refuse? Upon hearing their agreement, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. Very well, please step forward with the lava longsword and the water jade longsword. He then ascended the Platinum Throne, facing the two legendary Winged Ones who approached and knelt on one knee and solemnly proclaimed, Today, in the name of the Platinum Throne, I bestow upon Sophia and Alita the powers of molten fire and heavy water. From this day forth, you shall be the emissaries of my throne's authority, wielding the might of that power. As his words resonated, a brilliant light of law erupted from the long swords held by Sophia and Alita, which gradually transformed into ethereal forms, merging into the bodies of the two legendary Winged Ones. The laws harmonized, and the powers merged. It was as if they had experienced a divine breakthrough. At that moment, the Platinum Throne and its entirety vibrated, radiating an immense brilliance. Outside, the Platinum Moon shone magnificently in the heavens, overshadowing the silver moon and the sun. Following the radiance, the visages of Sophia and Alita grew youthful, yet more authoritative. Their silver hair became smooth and flowing, resembling ethereal beings. More importantly, Sophia's eyes transformed into a molten red and yellow, while Alita's became a profound blue. Henceforth, they became the throne's emissaries, akin to demigods. Subsequently, the three descended from the celestial heights. This time, Sophia and Alita could descend on their own. In the future, should Jiang Yu need to be seated in the heavens, the two could come to seek him. 3 days later, Jiang Yu unearthed the body of the radiant titan Asuna from its burial site on the mountain of heaven and brought it back to the celestial heights. Although a millennium had passed, the demigod's form remained intact and lifelike. He extracted the femur of the radiant titan and forged it into a long sword of light, then summoned the power of authority through his understanding of the light laws, decisively suppressing it. The malice of the world arrived as expected, yet Jiang Yu paid it no mind. He plunged the long sword, imbued with the power of light, into the head of the radiant titan. Some of the powers of the light authority were replenished, becoming even stronger. As a result, the radiant titan's flesh dissolved, and its remains were absorbed by the floating earth where the Platinum Throne resided, expanding its area slightly. In the 1468th year of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Clan invaded the eastern coast once more. It seemed that the Sea Clan's Grand Princess had quelled a rebellion and finally returned with her forces to attack. After hundreds of years of unsuccessful attempts, any other would have ceased their efforts or changed their battleground. Yet Themis, whether due to stubbornness or some other reason, persisted in her assault against the Winged Ones. Naturally, Sophia would not allow her to have her way and led her troops to resist once again. This time, with the enhanced powers of Sophia and Alita, they pressured Themis and Melorel from the very beginning, forcing Themis to retreat back to the sea in search of aid from stronger Sea Clan warriors. Unfortunately, aside from the third Princess Melorel, Themis had few allies among her sisters. Thus, this campaign ended rather anticlimactically. Jiang Yu observed the entire battle from the Whitestone Fortress and began to understand why Themis, once a Sea Clan princess whose command was unquestioned, would in the future become just another lonely sea monster. Indeed, her intellect left much to be desired. With that, he set aside his concerns, informed Sophia and the others, and departed from Rosendass to travel across the continent. He intended to fulfill an ancient promise before venturing to the Finadun continent in search of the origins of the elves. In the 1469th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang Yu emerged from the Nine Passes and followed the Morgar River, traversing the cities and villages built by the Winged Ones over millennia as he journeyed westward. This time, he brought along a small turtle, for the Winged Ones were not lacking in legends, and thus he took it with him. After passing through the Morgar River region, he crossed the Whispering Forest and arrived at the site of the former High Barbarian Mountain. This place had long been developed and occupied by the goblins, who established a small town at the foot of the once mighty mountain. The wooden village he had built for his kin on the High Barbarian Mountain had long since crumbled into the earth, leaving no trace. Jiang Yu wandered around the remnants of the village and then stood upon the cliff. Over 1,000 years ago, it was here that he faced the envoy of the Eagle people. Time had passed, and he had fulfilled his promise, vanquishing the Eagle King's court. However, there was something that weighed on his heart. The caves once inhabited by the ancestors of the Winged Ones on the High Barbarian Mountain had been occupied by a horde of goblins. How could this land, once the seed of my dragons rise, be suitable for you green-skinned little brutes? Jiang Yu, with a dark expression, drew his sword and exterminated all the goblins, disposing of their corpses in the Whispering Forest. After spending several days on the High Barbarian Mountain, he continued northward toward the great desert grasslands. In the 89th chapter, the embryonic form of the Church emerges. With the average flight speed of a winged one, it would take 7 days to fly west from the High Barbarian Mountain to the Hanxi Forest. Yet, with Jiang Yu's current speed, the journey to the Hanxi Forest would not require such a lengthy duration. However, he had no desire to rush, for time was not pressing. He regarded it as a chance to retrace his steps. The path westward from the High Barbarian Mountain was no longer the wilderness it once was. It had been cleared by the goblins, creating a thoroughfare. Alongside this road lay numerous goblin tribes, followed by caravans of goblins. These goblin caravans typically hired trolls as mercenaries to ensure their safety. Along this lengthy route, several goblin towns had also sprouted. The goblins had thrived on the Falanda continent for many years, demonstrating impressive construction capabilities. Many areas previously untouched now bore their presence. Upon Jiang Yu's return to the Hanxi Forest, the throne of the Thunder Titan had been leveled by the goblins, replaced by a goblin city erected upon the former site of the Myriad Races camp. This was one of the largest cities in the eastern region of the goblins, Todcab. Entering this goblin city, one would find not only goblins, but also members of various races from across the continent, with trolls being the most numerous. The city of Todcab exhibited a unique civilization, characterized by its distinct charm. In the eastern part of Todcab, there was a broad platform, constructed to be level with the city walls. Surrounding the platform were ruins, glowing with the radiance of magical crystals. Several airships are docked above, all a testament to the latest alchemical advancements developed by the dwarves. The realm of dwarven alchemy has flourished to such an extent that, if one were to disregard the external circumstances of the dwarven empire, it would appear to be thriving splendidly. Jiang Yu, accompanied by a small turtle, boarded an airship, and the presence of the Winged Ones aboard astonished the onlookers, for their appearances on the continent had become increasingly rare. Since the independence of the Kingdom of Losendas, the dwarf's perception of the Winged Ones has diminished. However, this has not escalated to the point of open conflict. Under the Emperor's restraint, the two races have not reached a state of outright hostility. Nevertheless, the dwarven captain of the airship Jiang Yu was to embark upon harbored a certain disdain for the Winged Ones. Yet Jiang Yu's remarkable demeanor and commanding presence compelled him to show respect. The airship departed from Tuadekbu, traversing the Hanhai Forest, the Thunder Marsh, and the Burner Mountains, heading north until it arrived at the largest city in the northern region, Ubud. This city is home to the Dwarven Northern Legion, which has long been tasked with the defense against the formidable behemoth kingdom of the northern grasslands. From Ubud, Jiang Yu ventured northward, directly entering the expanse of the grasslands in search of the human tribes that had migrated northward in earlier times. The tribes had now adapted to life on the grasslands, fragmenting into various nomadic factions, each governing themselves amidst the vast terrain. Originally, their ancestors were shepherds of griffins, and transitioning to the herding of cattle and sheep was not an unfamiliar endeavor. However, the most prominent tribe, the Rhine tribe, had established a city on the northeastern edge of the Northern Territory, in a region abundant with rainfall at the confluence of 3 rivers. This tribe was the main lineage of the humans who had migrated north and remained under the dominion of the Reinhardt family. Dio Reinhardt, the current head, is the grandson of Vega Reinhardt and the most legitimate descendant of the Reinhardt lineage. Upon Jiang Yu's arrival at the tribe, Dio Reinhardt was profoundly moved. instantly recognizing Jiang Yu's identity. Despite the fact that many members of the Reinhardt family had lost touch with their ancestry over generations, Dio Reinhardt's branch had retained a portrait of Jiang Yu, knowing that the winged king from the eastern coast was one of the sources of their bloodline. This had long been a closely guarded secret of the Reinhardt family, representing their greatest potential and fallback. Inside the chieftain's residence, Dio Reinhardt respectfully performed a tribute to his ancestors, tears brimming in his eyes. Ancestral forebear, source of the Reinhardt bloodline, you have not forgotten us. And remember that among humanity, there are still descendants of this bloodline. Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat awkward at this proclamation, acknowledged that since the demise of Reinhardt, he had not paid much attention to the family. This should not be interpreted as a lack of familial affection, but rather as a testament to his enduring allegiance to the Winged Ones. However, seeing the younger generation kneeling respectfully before him, he could not bear to wound their sentiments. For this lineage was indeed part of his own blood. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Descendants of Reinhardt, do you hold steadfast to the oaths of your ancestors?" "We dare not forget the words of our forebears," Dio Reinhardt promptly replied. "To revive humanity and avenge the dwarves, we remain committed to these ideals." Yet, he lamented the current weakness of humanity, rendering him unable to act upon them. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding. "I have come here to fulfill a promise made 1,500 years ago. Fiona once told me that in the future, certain precious technologies of humanity would be returned to you. Here, I present to you the enchantment techniques of humanity." Jiang Yu produced a thick tome, containing the enchantment techniques bestowed upon him by Fiona, along with some that had been developed by the Winged Ones over the years. Dio Reinhardt gratefully accepted it. "Thank you for your generous gift, ancestral forebear." Jiang Yu sighed, observing the profound reverence in Dio Reinhardt's demeanor. "I have one more message, but it is not for humanity. It is solely for the Reinhardt family. Please, ancestral forebear, speak." As night fell and two bright moons hung in the sky, Jiang Yu pointed towards the resplendent platinum moon. "Do you see that brilliant moon? It is my manifestation in the heavens. In the future, should your line of the Reinhardt family face peril, call upon my name beneath the light of the platinum moon, and I shall protect you. Remember, do not summon my name lightly. My guardianship is only for moments of dire need." Despite the limitations of this protection, Dio Reinhardt was overflowing with gratitude. "Thank you for your benevolence, ancestral forebear." His eyes sparkled with admiration. "It turns out you are the resplendent white moon in the sky. Many in humanity revere the white moon. Ancestral forebear, I have a humble request from the future generations. Please grant us this favor. Speak." The Reinhardt family wished to establish a faith in the platinum moon within their lineage to unify their kin's hearts, gradually expanding this belief to encompass all of humanity. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was this not akin to the initial phase of a church? He chuckled. Very well. He had no need for faith himself, but did not wish to deny others their beliefs. Since this process could not be controlled, he would seize the opportunity to occupy the space of future deities. After spending some time in the region of the confluence of rivers, Jiang Yu, accompanied by Dio Reinhardt, explored the vicinity daily. Meanwhile, the small turtle took a keen interest in instructing the practitioners of the Reinhardt tribe, relishing the role of a teacher. A month later, Jiang Yu and the small turtle departed from the Reinhardt tribe, with Chieftain Dio Reinhardt and all members of the Reinhardt family escorting them out of the city. While others may not grasp the chieftain's intentions, Jiang Yu had an inkling. Beyond the genuine veneration of Jiang Yu as their ancestral forebear, Dio sought to demonstrate to the world that the human Reinhardt tribe shared profound ties with the Winged Ones, having leveraged their strength. The prominence of the Reinhardt family among humanity had diminished significantly compared to the past. Continuing westward, Jiang Yu arrived at the small hill in the former Bolake territory. The changes here were immense. The once lush and towering osmanthus tree had vanished, replaced by overgrown weeds due to neglect. The graves of Fiona and Reinhardt leaned precariously, half buried in the earth. After centuries, this place had become desolate. The once thriving human city lay in ruins, overtaken by wild beasts and encroaching forests. A stark reminder of the passage of time. After the departure of humanity, the northward moving dwarves had established a new city south of Bolake. Yet its scale remained modest due to frequent incursions from the northern desert grassland kingdom. On the hill, after Jiang Yu had righted the tombstones of the two individuals and brushed off the dust, he stood in silence until the sun set before departing. Subsequently, he chose not to venture further west, but instead redirected his journey eastward, intending to fly directly to the continent of Finadon from there. As he flew intermittently, savoring the landscapes of the continent, he arrived at the eastern coastline of Finland. This coast, situated north of the Winged One's eastern shores, was considerably cooler than the eastern coast. He crossed the sea from this point, heading towards the continent of Phinodon. The two continents were separated by vast oceans, nearly spanning the width of one continent from east to west. Jiangyu, accompanied by the small turtle, leisurely traversed the skies for half a month, braving storms and torrential rain, until he finally reached the shores of Phinodon. Upon stepping onto the coastline, he immediately sensed a stark contrast to Finland. The temperature was slightly warmer, accompanied by a humid atmosphere. Most strikingly, he could feel several powerful presences emanating from the nearby forest, filled with wildness and strength. It is evident that he is an extraordinary magical beast. He soared through the sky, traversing the forest for a considerable distance, where the trees stood tall and robust, densely packed together. Within this forest, not only did he sense several powerful magical beasts, but there were countless others of various sizes. Were it not for Jiang Yu's keen eyes, which occasionally detected traces of intelligent races in the corners of the forest, one might easily mistake this place for the realm of magical beasts. Following the faint signs of intelligent activity, Jiang Yu continued his flight until he came upon a vast mountain range, where magical beasts grew increasingly scarce. It was at the foot of the mountains that he discovered a sparsely populated tribe of intelligent beings. This tribe consisted of approximately 200 individuals, each bearing the features of a wolf-like countenance, with elongated necks adorned with long fur. Their physiques were robust, and their limbs well-developed, exuding an aura of savagery. Jiang Yu descended from the sky into the midst of the tribe, his formidable presence crashing upon the wolfmen like a tempest, and without regard for their feelings. He directly inquired, "Are you aware of the ogre clan that crossed the sea over 1,000 years ago?" The wolfmen, upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, appeared bewildered and cautiously replied, "My lord, we know not of any ogres." At this, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, causing the wolfmen to immediately kneel in fear. A small turtle perched on Jiang Yu's shoulder stifled a chuckle. "Besides you, what other races and tribes reside nearby?" Jiang Yu asked. "My lord, the most powerful race in the vicinity is the Treant clan located within the Yidasai forest." "Very well," Jiang Yu said, relaxing his brow before taking to the skies again. Meanwhile, the small turtle tossed an object down towards the wolfman tribe. In midair, Jiang Yu curiously asked, "What did you give them?" "Ha ha, boss. A piece of my discarded turtle shell." The small turtle chuckled, scratching its head. "What purpose does that serve?" Jiang Yu queried. "Boss, this is the first race we've encountered since arriving in Phinodon. It's a memento, a sign of fate. By giving them this shell, who knows, perhaps in the future, these creatures will evolve into a civilization with their own paths of practitioners." After all, the Gauman mountain tribe was also just a small tribe of 200. At the foot of the mountains, an elderly wolfman shaman joyfully cradled the shimmering turtle shell, raising it high and exclaiming, "Extraordinary power." Remarkably, this wolfman tribe indeed began to flourish. In the heart of the Yidasai forest, there existed a grove of trees, towering half again as high as the surrounding flora. From a distance, it appeared as though a circle of mutated oaks had abruptly emerged from the forest floor. A vast life force, akin to an ocean, permeated this land of oak trees. As Jiang Yu soared beyond the expansive mountain range and entered this area, he felt this overwhelming presence. At the center of this grove stood a colossal oak tree, 1,000 meters tall, its trunk far thicker than any other tree nearby. Suddenly, a face and pair of eyes manifested upon the trunk, gazing towards the sky where Jiang Yu hovered, its brow furrowed. "World, detest this being." As the 1,000-meter oak tree opened its eyes, Jiang Yu simultaneously sensed its formidable aura. It was a powerful demigod, no less than the lord of the deep sea, Calypso, and likely even stronger. No, it was certain that this being was more powerful. Jiang Yu recalled a formidable deity he had encountered in a previous life, the father of oaks, whose description bore a striking resemblance to the colossal tree before him. His eyes narrowed, as the platinum moon in the sky suddenly shone brightly, an overwhelming aura of majesty rising, seemingly pressing down upon the entire forest sea. Countless oaks revealed their treant faces, trembling under Jiang Yu's imposing presence. Casting a glance at the treants surrounding him and then back at the solitary Jiang Yu, the ancient visage atop the giant oak twitched at the corners of its mouth before it took a deep breath, revealing a friendly smile. "Wanderer, I am Sylvans, the father of oaks. Welcome to the Yidasai forest. How may I assist you?" Chuckling, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh, momentarily darkening the old oak's expression. Fortunately, Jiang Yu quickly composed himself and replied, "I seek the ogre clan that crossed the sea over 1,000 years ago." At that moment, he felt uncertain about his ability to defeat the father of oaks within the forest. Chapter 91. Not a forest the ogre clan that arrived on this continent a millennium ago? Sylvans, the father of oaks, pondered for a moment before recalling. Indeed, several hundred years ago, a large tribe of intelligent beings traversed the forest beyond this grove of oaks. However, that tribe did not approach this grove and did not disturb us, as the trance, often in a state of slumber, paid them no mind. Yet, with the wisdom of a demigod, I instinctively record everything that transpires around me. I remember that large tribe passing through the forest, heading towards the central part of the continent. Though I do not know why you seek them, I shall not hinder you and will speak the truth. If you trust me, continue in this direction until you reach the continent's center, and you shall find them. Jiang nodded in response, believing that Sylvans had no reason to deceive him. Hovering in midair, gazing at the vast forest and the vibrant trance settlement, he suddenly asked, Sylvans, how many years have you existed? Many thousands of years. Why do you ask? Replied the father of oaks, puzzled. Nothing, till we meet again. Jiang Yu smiled and turned to fly towards the continent's center. By calculating the timeline, he concluded that in the ancient era, thousands of years ago, Sylvans had emerged alongside the titans and ancient dragons of the Falanda continent, powerful beings from the same epoch. If the Falanda continent could give rise to numerous titans and ancient dragons, then the Phinodon continent, albeit populated by beings less powerful than those of Falanda, must have birthed its share of formidable and ancient creatures over the millennia, such as the father of oaks before him. However, unlike the titans and dragons that ruled the continent, these beings were scattered across the land, independent of one another, and there had been no wars among the demigod races, allowing many to endure until now. Realizing the complexity of the Phinodon continent, Jiang Yu became considerably more serious as he continued on his journey. Before long, he traversed the vast forest of oaks and arrived above a sprawling marshland. A large lizard-man tribe thrived here, under the totemic guidance of a demigod swamp giant lizard. Jiang Yu, with his keen eyesight, observed that this lizard-man tribe was in the midst of a ritual. Initially indifferent to the submerged swamp giant lizard, Jiang Yu's presence, as he boldly flew overhead and paused to observe the lizardman's ceremony, instilled a sense of dread in the creature, causing the ritual to come to a halt. Provoked, the swamp giant lizard let out a thunderous roar and pursued Jiang Yu. Is the world's malice truly capable of such utility? Jiang Yu thought, both surprised and delighted. As he lured the creature out of the marsh, the platinum moon shone brilliantly over the Phinodon continent for the first time. In the ensuing fierce battle, Jiang Yu granted the demigod giant lizard a peaceful demise, bringing its remains back to the platinum throne, while he further solidified his authority and the power of his judgment. The commotion of the demigod battle was immense, and Jiang Yu's slaying of the swamp giant lizard quickly caught the attention of the powerful beings across the western continent of Phinodon. The first to learn of his reckless actions was none other than Sylvans, the father of oaks. As the circle of demigods was rather small, he gazed toward the east, sensing the overwhelming, blade-like will emanating from the marshland, and sighed. To possess such malevolence in this world, and yet walk with such audacity, must indicate profound strength and unwavering confidence. This great lizard truly lacked intelligence. It had squandered its years. However, this enormous lizard had exhibited signs of mental decline years ago, becoming more beast-like, perhaps due to some flaw in its cultivation. He closed his eyes once more. Within the vast marsh, the enormous lizard-man tribe was in a state of bewilderment. Their totemic faith had been brutally severed by a winged being descending from the heavens, leaving them in a panic. Days later, a lizard-man warrior emerged from the swamp. Arriving at the battleground, he found no trace of the totem's remains, but a significant pool of still fresh blood remained. In sorrow, he bowed down to drink. Remarkably, the blood of the half-god, purified by the laws of judgment, did not lead to his demise. Instead, it brought about wondrous transformations. His stature grew taller, and his innate talents intensified. Upon his return, this lizard-man warrior usurped the position of chieftain. Thus, the royal lineage of the lizard-men of Phinodon was born. Beyond the vast marsh lay an expansive grassland, as broad as the sea. Hovering over this plain, Jiang Yu observed countless creatures and wild animals dwelling there, both magical beasts and ordinary fauna. It was the height of summer, with a winding river flowing across the great prairie, where numerous animals gathered to drink. The magical beasts stood upstream, while the ordinary ones dared not approach until the magical ones had quenched their thirst. After slaying a few magical beasts for a feast, Jiang Yu continued on his journey, traversing the river and delving deeper into the grassland. He soon discovered a sizable pride of lions with golden fur dwelling at the heart of this vast expanse. Regardless of their size, each possessed a remarkable aura. with some even reaching legendary realms of wisdom. Clearly, this was a formidable race of extraordinary beings, a testament to their collective prowess. What caught Jiang Yu's attention, however, was an inexplicable relic standing ominously in the depths of the grassland, emanating a foreboding aura. Within it, a powerful half-god presence leaked forth, far surpassing that of the previous marsh giant lizard. As he lowered his gaze, the relic suddenly erupted with an overwhelming force, as if a tyrannical monarch were expelling intruders. Faintly, he glimpsed a majestic golden giant lion standing between heaven and earth, its luxuriant mane shimmering in pure gold. Clearly, the golden lions outside were its progeny. In the face of the golden lion's domineering presence, Jiang Yu merely smiled. Ascending above the pride of golden lions, he unleashed his own regal aura, cascading down from the heavens, even more formidable and resounding. He fixed his gaze upon the silhouette of the golden lion half-god within the relic. After a prolonged moment, the aura emanating from the relic finally diminished and ultimately vanished. Instantly, a soft chuckle resonated across the boundless grassland. For a brief time, the entire prairie was enveloped in the whisper of the wind. These half-gods of Phinodon remained ensconced in their abodes, timidly avoiding the discomfort of the unknown. In stark contrast to Jiang Yu's former giant lizard companion, who had been so hospitable. Below, upon the vast grassland, all the golden lions, under the weight of Jiang Yu's imposing aura, bowed low to the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. The legendary Lion King buried its head low, filled with trepidation. Throughout the years, he had encountered some silver-haired, winged beings in the east, but none had exuded such terrifying majesty. After a prolonged silence, a thought suddenly emerged in its mind. Perhaps the winged beings in the Nadahil Great Forest, those enchanting beings, might favor lionesses? To encounter such a powerful entity, brazenly asserting itself above their ancestors, was a rarity indeed. Thus, the legendary Lion King remained with its head bowed long after Jiang Yu had departed. Jiang Yu continued his journey eastward, flying over valleys, mountains, and plains, until he finally reached the edge of a vast forest. He stood beneath the clouds, observing villages emerging within the woodlands. The inhabitants bore resemblance to the trolls of yore, though their features had softened considerably. Their physiques were no longer as robust, and they had become somewhat shorter. If one were to describe them, Jiang Yu would liken them to a blend of trolls and elves. Chapter 92. The Silver Moon's Trace. The Nadahil Great Forest was the destination of the ancient Trant clan. They had crossed the Great Sea, traversing perilous paths, ultimately finding their new home. The dangers they faced along the way are of little consequence, for they arrived safely at last. Nadahil, meaning the beautiful forest under the silver moonlight, welcomed the Trant clan. Upon their arrival, the initial leader of the Trant clan declared the abandonment of their troll heritage, adopting the name Elf. He thus became the first elven king. For over 1,000 years, they have lived in relative peace, their footprints and traces of life scattered throughout Nadahil. The villages before Jiang Yu exemplified this evolution. Having previously interacted with this troll clan, Jiang Yu held a favorable impression and resolved to inquire about the current state of the elven race. With that, he descended from the sky, bringing his small turtle companion to the outskirts of the village. At that moment, dawn broke, illuminating the morning sky. Ranger Bruce had just finished equipping his bow and leather armor and stepped outside, ready to embark on a day of patrolling the woods. His extraordinary aura was apparent, indicating his status as a seasoned professional. In this primitive elven village near the forest's edge, he was considered a noteworthy figure. Just then, as Bruce reached the village entrance, he encountered an extraordinary winged being approaching him. With silvery hair and violet eyes, exuding the majesty of a saintly king, the figure stood tall, remarkable in presence, with a small turtle perched upon his shoulder. This demeanor reminded Bruce of the illustrious Silver Moon King, Altais, from his days serving in the royal capital. No, this winged king's presence surpassed even that of Altais, akin to the distinction between the sun and the stars in the heavens. He was perplexed, for he had not heard of such a formidable monarch among the winged folk. Originally, about 50 winged beings had accompanied the Trant clan to the Phinodon continent, but by the time they reached Nadahil, only 30 remained. Nevertheless, over the past millennium, their numbers had burgeoned to several thousand. Now serving as vassals to the elven royal court, maintaining harmonious relations with the elves, the winged folk had always served in the elven military, representing a precious aerial force. As a ranger, Bruce had frequent interactions with them and was aware that their leader was traditionally referred to as chief. Thus, he found himself apprehensive before this unmistakably powerful winged individual. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, observed the visibly anxious primitive elf before him. Despite feeling somewhat out of place amidst the current elven aesthetics, he initiated the conversation. As you can see, I am a winged being, drawn here in pursuit of the winged folk who crossed to the east long ago. I hope you will excuse my curiosity. From what I see, what race are you? You bear some resemblance to the trolls of Farrant. Jiang Yu feigned ignorance, knowing full well the implications of his comparison. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Yu liken him to trolls, the primitive elf quickly shook his head. Esteemed winged one from afar, I am Bruce, the ranger of this village. The valiant winged beings who soar through the skies will forever be the allies of the elf kin, and I am eager to answer your inquiries. As you mentioned, we were indeed once trolls, but behold our current form. We have significantly transformed from the rude trolls of old, for we are now the elven race. The name elven is quite melodious, remarked Jiang Yu with a faint smile. It is said that this name was bestowed upon us by our esteemed ancestor, the first elven king, Aotusi, after he hearkened to the voice of the silver moon. The voice of the silver moon? Jiang Yu seized upon one particular term. Indeed, the voice of the silver moon. The face of the ranger, Bruce, was filled with reverence. It is essentially the divine oracle of the silver moon goddess. It was her protection that enabled us to traverse safely to Nadasir. The silver moon goddess, how did she come to be associated with the elven race? Is she not still slumbering within the silver moon? Jiang Yu furrowed his brows, a shadow passing over his countenance. It was at that moment he noticed a small emblem of the silver moon adorning the attire of the elven ranger Bruce. How remarkable! The celestial silver moon goddess has evidently been orchestrating the fate of the elven race far earlier than he had ever anticipated. At this juncture, he felt an urgent desire to explore the elven capital. Observing Jiang Yu's changing demeanor, the ranger appeared perplexed, unsure of what had gone amiss in his response. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's expression soon returned to normal, and he inquired with a smile, "Very well, Bruce. Now, I wish to see your elven capital. Could you kindly indicate the direction for me?" "Certainly, my lord." Bruce set down his equipment and provisions and extended his hand to point towards the northeast. "Our capital, Tai Elan Air, lies in that direction. You need only proceed onward. Moreover, along the way, you may very well encounter your kin from the winged race. Their settlement is in close proximity to the capital, and they often patrol the surrounding areas." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu patted Bruce on the shoulder and said, "Thank you, Bruce." He then turned to spread his wings and soared into the sky. As he traveled, Jiang Yu passed through numerous elven villages and towns, noting that the closer he drew to the elven capital, the denser the population became. Yet, without exception, under his careful observation, each elven settlement was imbued with traces of the silver moon goddess. This sparked a sense of urgency within him, along with profound curiosity about how the slumbering sovereign of the silver moon had orchestrated all of this. Chapter 93. The Tree of Nature. Tai Elan Air. The elven capital is named Tai Elan Air, a location chosen by the first elven king after extensive exploration throughout the Nadasir forest. Situated in the central region of the forest, it is abundant in resources, flat in terrain, and conveniently located near various parts of Nadasir, allowing the influence of Tai Elan Air to extend throughout the entire forest. As Jiang Yu approached Tai Elan Air from a distance, he first beheld a towering ancient tree nearly 1,000 meters high, standing majestically in the heart of the forest. Lush and vibrant as if it were a vast ocean of green, stirring great waves. Beneath this immense tree, the other trees appeared as mere blades of grass in comparison. The expansive canopy cast down substantial shadows, under which a city rich in elven characteristics was established. Charming houses, streets of moderate width, and the ubiquitous emblem of the silver moon adorned every corner, complemented by an abundance of flowers. The summer sunlight illuminated the scene, imparting a tranquil and leisurely atmosphere. A river wound its way through the elven city, bestowing coolness and moisture upon it. Jiang Yu hovered in the sky, positioned high enough to overlook half the city, gazing at the colossal tree not far away, filled with admiration. The last time he beheld such a gigantic tree was during his encounter with the Father of Oaks. Yet, within Jiang Yu's perception, this tree did not emanate any signs of wisdom, but rather pulsed with an extraordinary vitality, radiating a unique force from within. It was a vitality beyond compare. While Jiang Yu stood leisurely surveying the scene, a silver-haired winged individual soared into the air, approaching him, and called out from a distance, "Dearkin, have you forgotten the leader's admonition? Though we are winged, the closest brethren of the elven race, we must not idly hover above the elven capital. Such behavior is deemed disrespectful. Please descend with me." However, Jiang Yu did not reply. Instead, he inquired about the towering tree at the center of Tai Elan Air. Do you know how this 1,000-meter tree came to be? Dear kin, have you lost your memory? The winged individual flew closer to Jiang Yu and explained. This tree, known as Tai Elan Air, was once a natural titan named Tai Elan Air, who transformed himself into a seed before the ancestors of the elves. The Greatwood clan journeyed eastward. After the Greatwood clan arrived in the central region of Nadasir, they planted the seed of the titan within the forest. The seed sprouted the following year and has continued to grow year after year. Even now, Tai Elan Air shows no signs of stopping its growth, as if limitless. After speaking, he approached Jiang Yu and suddenly gasped in astonishment. He realized that Jiang Yu was not like any winged individual he had ever known. When Jiang Yu turned to meet his gaze, an overwhelming sense of majesty, as if a king descended from the heavens, struck the winged individual's heart, and an innate reverence surged through him. Upon a closer look, was this not the great winged king depicted in the portrait treasured by their leader? You are. The voice of the winged individual trembled. He was certain, yet uncertain. Faced with the winged individual's eyes filled with reverence, Jiang Yu spoke gently, "My child, I hail from the eastern coast of Losendas on the mainland of Fei Landa, and I am named Jiang Yu. The eastern coast of Fei Landa is the ancestral land of my kin before our journey eastward. You claim your name is Yuli Air. You are King Yuli Air." The stirring within his blood rendered the winged individual ecstatic, as the records and tales within their clan assured him of this truth. You are indeed the ancestral king of all winged individuals recorded in our history. Ancestral king? A distinctive title. It is I, Jiang Yu affirmed with a nod. Indeed, it is I, the winged individual exclaimed in delight. Please, my king, wait a moment. I shall go to our clan land and lead my kin to pay their respects to you. Jiang Yu initially intended to decline. Yet upon witnessing the winged individual's hopeful and exuberant expression, he recalled the 50 winged individuals who had bravely ventured across the seas to this unfamiliar continent, taking root and flourishing, never to return. Many of the original group had perished in foreign lands, and his heart softened. Go, bring them to meet me. He had assumed that these winged individuals would have forgotten him after a span of over 1,500 years. Time had passed, and the winged individuals here had likely forgotten him through many generations. It was entirely reasonable. He had prepared himself for this. Yet, in this extraordinary realm, the power of bloodline proved to be remarkably pure and potent, allowing descendants millennia later to retain the same reverence for their ancestors. Anything is possible. Before long, thousands of winged individuals soared into the sky. Leading them was an elder winged individual who held an ancient sheepskin portrait. He approached Jiang Yu, opened the portrait for comparison, and while not identical, the resemblance was striking, particularly in the confident demeanor, coupled with the innate closeness and aura of authority Jiang Yu exuded. They quickly affirmed that the winged individual before them was indeed their ancestral king. The elder winged individual was soon overcome with tears. Under his guidance, thousands of winged individuals bowed simultaneously in midair, performing the highest homage of their race. My king, my king. The commotion in the sky had already captured the attention of the entire Tai Elan Air region. In the forest, the rangers lowered their bows and gazed upward in awe. On the street, the elven inhabitants paused their tasks and emerged from their treehouses, gazing skyward. Even the elven king Airties leaned on his scepter as he exited the royal palace, the Night Moon Garden, to observe the spectacle above. Almost all the winged folk of Tyrannur soared into the heavens, bowing reverently before a young winged man with silver hair and violet eyes, proclaiming loudly, "Our king." The resounding declaration echoed throughout the realm, igniting a wave of curiosity among the elves. Who was this winged individual? It seemed he was the king of the winged folk. In midair, Jiang Yu looked upon his subjects, who had emerged from a millennium of shelter, still bowing in deference upon his arrival. With a satisfied smile, he declared, "Since you continue to honor me as your king, you shall bask in the radiance of the platinum moon, just as the winged folk of another continent do." However, his words cast a shadow of discomfort across the faces of many winged folk. The elder among them spoke up, "My king, for over 1,000 years, we have worshipped the silver moon, and the platinum moon, which appeared 5 centuries ago, is difficult for our kin to accept." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu smiled. "My kin, that very platinum moon is my incarnation." As he spoke, he concentrated his thoughts, and the platinum moon in the sky suddenly radiated a brilliant light, casting its glow downwards. Above Jiang Yu's head, a pure white halo appeared, and a phantom of the platinum moon materialized behind him, exuding divine majesty. This revelation astonished the winged folk. Realizing that their king was indeed the newly emerged platinum moon, some of the winged folk immediately expressed their desire to change their faith, while others hesitated, their eyes filled with inner turmoil. Jiang Yu observed their reactions and addressed them with a reassuring smile. Fear not, for belief is a matter of freedom. Whether you choose to worship the silver moon or the platinum moon, you remain my subjects. The winged folk collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, in his heart, Jiang Yu sighed. Noting their responses, time had a way of eroding even the deepest blood ties, corroded by faith. Some measures would be necessary in the future. Nevertheless, he turned to the winged folk and said, "Next, please bring forth a few of your kin to introduce me to the Elven King." Yes. Chapter 94. The origin of the elves on the ground below. Upon witnessing the sudden illumination of the platinum moon, the Supreme King Ertai's expression shifted dramatically. His keen awareness had already revealed the significance of the celestial body above. As Jiang Yu descended from the sky, guided by the winged folk towards his night moon garden, Ertai took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the silver moon scepter, and awaited him in silence. When Jiang Yu approached, led by several winged folk, Ertai adjusted his attire and performed a formal elven greeting. He appeared more like the elves of later chapters, his visage having shed the grotesque features of a troll, becoming gentle and refined, with impeccable decorum. "Noble lord of the platinum moon, I am Ertai of the elves. Welcome to Tyranur. You recognize me?" Jiang Yu discerned from Ertai's demeanor that this esteemed king had identified his true identity. A fortnight prior, the platinum moon had suddenly shone forth, its brilliance enveloping the lost marsh, followed by the news of the Marsh King's demise at the hands of the one who stood before him. "You are the one who vanquished the Marsh King, are you not?" "It is I," Jiang Yu acknowledged with a smile. Ertai immediately expressed his admiration. "What a resplendent achievement! Even the heavens and the seas cannot contain your greatness. The plains and forests cannot encapsulate your magnificence. I pay homage to you, esteemed lord of the platinum moon. Were it not for my faith in the silver moon, I would surely seek your protection." Jiang Yu chuckled heartily. Ertai first extolled his greatness, then confessed his unwavering faith in the silver moon. "Ertai, you are quite astute," Jiang Yu replied, his tone laden with meaning. "Rest assured, your choice of faith is your own, and I believe no one shall interfere with your beliefs." Ertai sighed in relief. He was merely a legend, barely achieving demigod status with the silver moon scepter in hand. Yet, should Jiang Yu attempt to forcibly disrupt the elves' veneration of the silver moon, he would have to resort to his last recourse, awakening the lord of the silver moon. Fortunately, he sensed that Jiang Yu held his own reservations. Indeed, Jiang Yu had his own concerns. He had contemplated shattering the faith in the silver moon, even considering the annihilation of all the primal elves of Nadashur. But as that thought emerged, his heart raced, as if foreboding a great calamity. Thus, he hastily abandoned the notion, suspecting it might awaken the presence within the silver moon prematurely. He was still unaware of the depth of the lord of the silver moon, but undoubtedly, he was not inferior and could possibly be even stronger. Setting aside these distractions, Jiang Yu inquired about a matter that piqued his interest most. "Ertai, I am curious. How did your ancestors gradually transform you from trolls into elves?" Upon hearing this, Ertai's expression shifted, for it was one of the greatest secrets of the elven race, which he was reluctant to disclose. Yet, gazing into Jiang Yu's resolute violet eyes and sensing the palpable energy emanating from him, he gritted his teeth and resolved to respond. After all, even if Jiang Yu learned this secret, he might not be able to replicate it. "Esteemed lord of the platinum moon, this matter is beyond my ability to articulate. However, I can show you. Please follow me." "Very well, lead the way." The Supreme King Ertai nodded, raising his towering silver moon scepter, guiding Jiang Yu toward the rear of the night moon garden. The winged folk remained in place, awaiting their return. For the Elven King's secrets were not for their eyes to behold. Only a celestial being like Jiang Yu could compel the usually inscrutable Supreme King Ertai to submit. On this midsummer night, as they ventured deeper, the exquisite elven courtyard unfolded, adorned with blooming flowers, exuding a dreamlike beauty. Jiang Yu had once traversed the depths of the Elven Kingdom in the continent of Philand during his time as a player, albeit then to fulfill a quest. Escorted by elven guards, this place bore similarities to that courtyard, albeit without the popular elven princess known as the Dream of Midsummer, who enchanted players while swinging on her swing. Jiang Yu had accepted several quests from her. The further they walked, the more vibrant life blossomed around them. Ultimately, Ertai led Jiang Yu to the towering tree of Tyranur, a realm shrouded in the luminescence of the silver moon. Looking up, the light of the silver moon streamed ceaselessly from the heavens, enveloping this sacred ground in its silvery glow. In silence, under Ertai's guidance, Jiang Yu traversed a shimmering silver barrier, stepping into this enigmatic sanctum. Upon entry, he was immediately captivated by the spectacle before him, akin to a visual feast. Not far ahead, a well radiating vibrant colors and ethereal light appeared before Jiangyu. Surrounding the well were robust tree roots, and within it swirled golden waters. Yet, upon closer inspection, the waters appeared tranquil, emanating an ancient and eternal aura. The water within the well resembled the golden blood of titans. No, it was the very essence of nature from the tree of life, Tyranner. Additionally, a seemingly ethereal pillar of silver light descended from the heavens, plunging directly into the golden well, leading to a wondrous transformation. The eternal well. Even if the elven king Ertais has yet to utter the name, it instantly materializes in his mind. Inu. Once again, it is Inu. The source of the elves' immortality is, astonishingly, the machinations of Inu. Suddenly, a sense of urgency surges within him. The schemes of Inu run so deep that they are, in fact, the very origin of the elves' existence. Chapter 95. The Well of Eternity. Standing beside this magnificent well, Jiangyu comprehends the principles of the Well of Eternity. Ethereal waters rise in a misty vapor, dispersing like radiant light, transforming into an enigmatic energy that integrates with the world. Under the might of Inu, this energy eventually permeates the entire Nadasur forest. Beneath the silvery glow of Inu, every elf bathes in this dispersive energy, influenced by its essence. Over the long ages, their appearances become exquisitely beautiful, their physiques refined and noble, and their lifespans extended. In this transformation, the natural essence of the Titan's embodiment as the tree of nature and the power of Inu are paramount. In Jiangyu's recollection, Titans are not creatures that would willingly sacrifice their lives for other races. This natural Titan also guides the ancestors of the elves, leading the great tree clan across the sea to propagate their race, transforming into tree species, becoming a crucial element in the elves' forging plan. They are either direct beneficiaries or willing contributors. Moreover, after the natural Titan embodies a tree species, it is Jiangyu's good neighbor, Inu, who reaps the benefits, prompting him to speculate whether this natural Titan is, in fact, the incarnation of Inu herself. Is she truly so omnipotent? Shaking off his conjectures, Jiangyu refocuses on the Well of Eternity before him. To create such a well, following the methods of the sovereign of Inu, one would require the voluntary sacrifice of a Titan, along with the formidable power akin to that of Inu. In Jiangyu's contemplation, it seems that the reason the sovereign chose Titans for this voluntary sacrifice is likely due to their own longevity. The absence of dragons in this equation suggests that the sovereign requires humanoid beings and has a preference for aesthetically pleasing ones. The transformation of the natural Titan into tree species, thereby converting elves, undoubtedly leans towards the appearance of Titans, as evidenced by the metamorphosis from trolls to elves. So, how does one replicate the methods of the sovereign of Inu? Setting aside the immense power akin to that of Inu, Jiangyu is at a loss as to where he might find a voluntarily sacrificing Titan, not to mention the issue of voluntariness. Currently, the Titans of Phylan have either perished or disappeared, leaving none behind. Even the last remnant, the body of the light Titan Asuna, was used to feed the Platinum Throne. He glances up at the towering tree of nature in the heart of the forest. Surely, he cannot simply package this tree for transport? Jiangyu shakes his head. To enable the Winged Ones to become a race of immortals akin to the elves, the only viable strategy is the method of substitution. He must find a being with the bloodline of immortality and inscribe that bloodline into their own. However, in this era, after scouring 2 continents and drawing from his own knowledge, he discovers that the only readily available humanoid with an immortal bloodline is, astonishingly, himself. Compared to the sovereign of Inu, he possesses his own advantages. Connected to the bloodline of the Winged Ones, bound by race, there may be a simpler approach available. What should he do? Just as Jiangyu ponders this, a respectful yet anxious voice reaches him from behind. Your Majesty, Ertais. This is indeed the source of our elven transformation, the Well of Eternity. Indeed, it is aptly named the Well of Eternity. Jiangyu smiles upon hearing this. Then he turns to the anxious elven king, understanding his concerns, and reassures him, do not worry, the sovereign of Inu is my neighbor. I shall not destroy this well. The faith of the elves is already deeply rooted, even if they have not fully transformed into the forms of future generations. The influence of the sovereign's schemes will not be significantly diminished. What difference is there between the faith of the unattractive and that of the beautiful? Regardless, be it the evolution of the Winged Ones or his own progress, he must hasten his pace. Upon returning, in addition to contemplating how to transform the Winged Ones into a race of immortals, it is paramount that he begins constructing the second layer of Heaven's mountain, reaching the realm of the divine. This is a matter of greater importance than the evolution of the winged ones. The layout of Inu reveals that the early arrangements of the gods have already commenced. Chapter 96. The Sovereign of Inu. The dreamlike radiance of the Well of Eternity dances eternally, as if imbued with life. The luminescence of Inu drapes over this mysterious realm like gossamer, cascading in layers, enveloping the entire secret domain in a silvery glow. Jiang Yu stands contemplatively beside the Well of Eternity, musing for a considerable time. Based on the tone of the ramblings of the former Sequence One, the Blood Emperor, it is evident that the Sovereign of Inu must be a being of even higher rank than he once was. Above Sequence 1, there exists only Sequence 0. Sequence 0, the Sovereign of Inu. This must be a formidable adversary. After all, this powerhouse, like himself, has conceived of creating a moon in the sky. In the future, there will be not merely her. The world's chief deities will number 9, discounting the Father of the Oak and the Sovereign of Inu. 7 future deities, whether lurking in the shadows or slumbering in unknown corners, remain unknown. While he does not understand why the Sovereign of Inu chooses to invest her efforts in the elves rather than spreading her faith through humanity, this does not diminish the fact that the gods will become his enemies. He resolves to first acquire divine combat strength before leading the entire winged ones to evolve. Behind Jiang Yu, the ever-nervous Ertai suddenly perceives that this winged king before him, in that fleeting moment, resembles a soaring sword, imbued with an indomitable aura capable of severing all. Yet, just as swiftly, it vanishes. In his moment of confusion, he hears a voice akin to celestial music. "Let us go, Ertai, it is time to return." The deity is finally departing. Ertai quickly responds, "Yes, your majesty." Upon returning to the Night Moon Court, several winged ones who had accompanied them await anxiously in the courtyard of the Elven King until Jiang Yu and Ertai emerge from the Night Moon Court. They hastily approach, exclaiming, "Ancestor, Sovereign, you have returned." Indeed, Jiang Yu nods, addressing Ertai, who lags slightly behind him. "Ertai, you need not see me off. Tonight, I shall return to the land of the winged ones. Your majesty, my Night Moon Court is resplendent, if you wish. I can arrange for it to be tidied up immediately." Ertai attempts to retain him. "No need, Ertai. My objectives in the Finadun continent have been accomplished. I shall not linger here." Jiang Yu smiles, casting a lingering glance towards the depths of the Night Moon Court. "Ertai, considering your lifespan, you are likely to live for a long time. I hope you remember that the winged ones and the elves are allies for a millennium, many years hence. We shall remain thus. Indeed, great sovereign, the elven race shall surely remember." Ertai solemnly replies, "You may not be aware, but the Sovereign of Inu is my good neighbor. Once, when I raised the moon to the heavens, she aided me. Indeed, under the radiance of Inu, he evaded the endless slaughter of chaotic world laws before the throne of kings. Once she awakens, it is certain that the bond between our two races will grow even closer." Jiang Yu states earnestly. Ertai gazes at the 2 radiant moons in the night sky, feeling a mix of belief and skepticism. Are the moons truly on such amicable terms? Then, were my earlier cautious actions perhaps too ridiculous? He begins to doubt himself. From the beginning until now, Jiang Yu indeed has not committed any acts detrimental to the elf clan. At this moment, Jiang Yu patted his shoulder and added, "Moreover, Altais, I shall not take away the winged kin of Finadon. They will remain in Nadasur, advancing and retreating alongside the elves. This is my sincerity." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Yu, accompanied by several respectfully awaiting winged kin, flew towards the dwelling of the winged people, leaving behind a perplexed elf king, Altais. Jiang Yu spoke truthfully. He had no intention of taking back the winged kin who had already embraced the faith of the Silver Moon. He had other plans for them here. Taking flight from the Night Moon's court and departing the city of Talaner, he arrived at the habitat of the winged kin. This location lay approximately 100 kilometers from Talaner and was granted to them by the original Elf King several centuries after the clan had gradually expanded upon migrating to the Nadasur forest. The winged kin constructed a small town here as their abode, led by the elder winged kin, Heidelluffing, who followed Jiang Yu closely. Among the elves, such landholders are referred to as lords rather than leaders. The various elf lords, along with the royal court, formed the contemporary society of the Nadasur elves. Heidel was an exception, having become a member of the elf lords. The winged kin's town was named Euler, after the first generation's leader, Eulerluffing. By the time it reached the elder winged kin Heidelluffing's generation, over 50 generations had passed. Chapter 97, The Platinum Elf Plan. When the elder winged kin introduced his family surname, he revealed that the Wind surname was adopted collectively by the 50 winged kin before their eastward journey. Thus, the current winged kin of Phinodon can be further categorized as wind-winged kin, representing a branch of the original winged race, having thrived for years in the Nodacer forest. Where the eternal well radiates energy, the winged kin, though primarily influenced by the silver moon, have also been somewhat affected by the surrounding energies. They exhibit more slender and elongated physiques, with delicate features. Additionally, the middle name Lufing in Hadel's name serves to commemorate their ancestral roots, the eagle man Lai. Hearing this familiar and distant name in a foreign land evoked a profound sense of solitude in Jiang Yu. Lai, over a millennium ago, was one of Jiang Yu's closest companions in his youth. Even to this day, he could vividly recall Lai's appearance, that tall and slender eagle man standing before him, endearing him greatly to the elder winged kin. A bond of friendship lingers in their bloodline. The winged kin are swift in their movements. Upon reaching the skies above Euler, Jiang Yu surveyed the town and discovered that the lives of the Euler winged kin were quite satisfactory, albeit tinged with certain elf customs and aesthetics. However, this was inconsequential. It was inevitable that they would adopt some elf traits as long as their lives were manageable. The residents of the winged kin town were primarily those winged kin active during the day, along with some who had hurried back from afar, all gathered to welcome him. Upon Jiang Yu's arrival, thousands of winged kin knelt on the ground once more, expressing their reverence for their ancestral king. Jiang Yu hovered in the air, offering them words of encouragement for an extended period, illuminated by the radiance of the platinum moon, which accentuated his divine authority. Among the winged kin, some etched this scene into their memories, and in the years that followed, it inspired the creation of a painting by their descendants. This artwork, titled The Platinum Sovereign, was passed down through generations. Subsequently, Jiang Yu visited the residence of the elder winged kin Haidel. Several strong members among the wind-winged kin accompanied Jiang Yu. These individuals were the swiftest in changing their faith today. The elder winged kin lit a candle, and Jiang Yu sat at the head, observing them with a smile. Over the years, being away from the clan and developing in the Phinodon continent has indeed been arduous for you. Your Majesty, we do not find it burdensome. The winged kin immediately rose, filled with trepidation. My eyes do not deceive me. Now let us set this aside. This time I come to the Phinodon continent not only for my own matters, but also to entrust you with a mission. Your Majesty, please command us. They all replied respectfully. I do not mind religious freedom, but if more beings choose to believe in me, it will equally benefit me. This time, I will not take you back to the Phalanda continent. You are to promote the faith of the Platinum Moon among the Elf clan as much as possible. I permit my followers to simultaneously believe in both the Silver Moon and the Platinum Moon. I believe this approach will facilitate the development of faith. The winged kin exchanged solemn glances upon hearing this. Your Majesty, we will do our utmost to fulfill this task. Do not place undue pressure upon yourselves. Such matters are not urgent. If one generation cannot accomplish it, then 2 or 3 generations will suffice. In any case, ensure that safety is the priority. Furthermore, if you encounter insurmountable challenges, simply call upon my name in the name of the Platinum Moon. Jiang Yu instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. The winged kin nodded. Jiang Yu expressed satisfaction with a nod. He did not expect this strategy to undermine the faith in the Silver Moon, for the Elf clan was not composed of fools. However, adding a bit of inconvenience to the sovereign of the Silver Moon would be quite delightful. In the future, the Elf clan of the Nodacer forest would splinter into several factions. Among them, the strongest and most numerous would be the Silver Moon Elves, Nodacer Elves, the current Elf clan. Other factions would comprise Forest Elves, Wazixir Elves, Sun Elves, Sainaxir Elves, Dark Elves, Yafuxir Elves, Sea Elves, Ausenhixir Elves, and Light Elves, Breathexir Elves, among others. However, after today, perhaps a new faction of Platinum Elves would emerge when the Elf clan eventually divided. Thereafter, Jiang Yu remained in the Nodacer forest for a period, inquiring with Elf King Altais about the nearby demigods. He seized the opportunity to vanquish a demigod known as the Mountain Serpent, one of the prominent demigods in central Phinodon, located closest to the Elf clan. The news of the Mountain Serpent's demise delighted Elf King Altais immensely. The Elf clan had long sought to expand into the mountainous regions to the west. Yet the Mountain Serpent had obstructed their progress, causing numerous elf casualties. The slaying of the Mountain Serpent by the Platinum Moon brought them great joy. Meanwhile, the little turtle spent each day playing with the winged kin children in Euler and even built a hot spring in the middle of the town. A few days later, Jiang Yu returned to the Phalanda continent with the little turtle. Chapter 98, The Little Torturer. Several months later, Jiang Yu arrived back at the coastal city of Euler on the eastern shore with the little turtle. Over the course of a few years, the changes among the winged kin had been minimal. However, during these years, a peculiar event unfolded in the capital of the Goblin Empire, Proadast. 1 year prior, Proadast experienced a mysterious phenomenon where a significant number of goblin children went missing over several months. Initially, the goblins paid little heed, as such occurrences were commonplace, but soon, children began to vanish in droves, escalating to a point where it seemed as though a colossal dark hand was at work in the imperial capital, resulting in nearly 1/10 of goblin families losing their children, including many noble offspring. This alarming situation prompted the Goblin Empire to take action. The municipal government of Proadast initiated an investigation, but the daily disappearances continued unabated, inciting widespread panic. The highest municipal official, Bros, became increasingly anxious as the situation spiraled. To complicate matters, the Goblin Emperor, Misha Amager, faced incessant lamentations from the nobles, which proved exhausting. In a fit of rage, the emperor ordered a thorough investigation and directed the nobles to approach the municipal government directly. After several days without results from the investigation, Bros, in desperation, sought counsel from the underground factions of the shadowy underworld. However, they were informed that it was not them, that they would not engage in such madness, nor could they accomplish such feats. Moreover, even the youngest son of their leader had gone missing, and they were also searching for him. As the situation escalated, a disaster of moderate scale erupted in Puluadas. One night, in a small grove near the mountains of Puluadas, emerged a horde of dark creatures, slightly shorter than adult goblins. With black-red skin, 2 horns atop their heads, hunched postures, and a foul sulfurous scent, permeating with an aura of malevolence. These dark beings numbered in the thousands, entering the urban area of Puluadas, slaughtering goblins and devouring any life they encountered. This incident once again alarmed the Goblin Emperor, Messiah Ami Guer. He quickly dispatched the royal guard to exterminate them. Fortunately, these dark entities were not particularly powerful, and within a single night, they were completely eradicated. However, a peculiar occurrence transpired. Upon the goblins clearing the corpses, they were astonished to discover that, despite the grotesque and sinister appearance of these dark beings, traces of the lost children could be discerned in their features. Soon, more and more goblins recognized this uncanny resemblance, and a chilling sensation enveloped them all. Yet, before they could succumb to their anger, an overwhelming aura from the abyss suddenly shrouded half of Puluadas. From that very grove, a battered demon emerged, screaming in rage as it slaughtered every goblin within its sight. This was an abyssal greater demon, its power surpassing that of ordinary legends, nearing the realm of demigods. It incited flames throughout the city, resulting in numerous deaths among the royal guard and goblin civilians. Just as Emperor Messiah Ami Guer prepared to summon the legends of Puluadas to quell the menace, the long-reclusive goblin sage, Azay-Ba, reappeared in Puluadas, swiftly dispatching the demon with decisive prowess. The crowd erupted in cheers. The sage's return after several centuries invigorated the goblins, momentarily overshadowing their grief over lost children. Upon hearing the news that Azay-Ba was still alive, many foreign factions within the empire exhibited a notable restraint in their actions. Following this battle, Azay-Ba retreated once more into seclusion, disengaging from imperial affairs. Meanwhile, the goblins in the imperial capital reminisced about the calamity and suffering brought about by the sudden appearance of the demon. They referred to those transformed goblins as Little Kunmo. In truth, the appearance of these transformed goblins bore a striking resemblance to lesser demons. Within the castle of White Stone, Jiangyu, after listening to Sophia's report, furrowed his brow. Azay-Ba was behaving rather unusually. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, for his focus was not on Azay-Ba at present. The population of the Winged Ones was still too sparse, and they needed to guard against potential assaults from the sea folk. Thus, he had no intention of replacing the goblins, especially with the Goblin Empire attracting the hidden power of demigods from Fey Londa, a boon he could only wish for. Sophia continued, "Your Majesty, there is also the investigation regarding the beliefs of various races. Throughout the continent, nearly all races have developed some form of belief. However, these beliefs have not yet spread widely. It may take time." Jiangyu nodded upon hearing this. It seemed they were beginning to exert their influence. "Sophia, I shall return to the heights to break through my limitations, and the Winged Ones will be under your leadership. Yes, Your Majesty, should you encounter difficulties, seek me out at the Platinum Moon." Understood. Chapter 99. The Second Heaven. Jiangyu returned to the celestial heights, resuming his seat upon the Platinum Throne. The expanse above was deep and tranquil. The silver moonlight continued to shine, illuminating the surrounding stars. The radiance of the throne harmonized beautifully with it. Surrounding the platinum throne were 7 swords of judgment, each radiating vibrant hues, corresponding to the 7 suppressed world powers. Together with the 2 powers granted to Sophia and Ai Rueta, and the purple-gold longsword hanging from his waist. A total of 10 world powers were subdued by his judgmental strength. Given that the throne is a manifestation of my essence, these 10 powers continuously refined his will, rendering the laws of judgment ever more formidable. With an indomitable spirit, he forged the laws to suppress worldly authorities. The limits of his will were boundless. Yet the capacity of the platinum throne was finite. The throne constrained the upper limits of the laws of judgment, necessitating expansion and creation. Even deities must forge their divine essences to initiate their divine might, purifying their bodies into divine forms and elevating their spiritual light. Jiang Yu's platinum throne was akin to a deity's divine essence, yet more vast and powerful, offering a stronger elevation of self. Thus, the next step for Jiang Yu was to construct the second heaven mountain. The prior platinum throne and the summit of the heaven mountain would serve as the core, representing the first heaven mountain. This is precisely why this path is referred to as that of the Sky Lord. The expansion of Heaven Mountain signifies the broadening of dominion in the skies. Within Jiang Yu's Sky Lord system, the construction of Heaven Mountain differed from the divine realms of deities. The divine realms of deities rooted themselves in the primary world, serving as divine territories capable of elevating authority and amplifying divine power, regularizing the will of power, effectively constituting a world. The will of the deities within their divine realms is supreme. Rarely can one deity overcome another within their realm unless there is a significant disparity. Yet even so, divine realms are merely extensions tethered to the primary world, representing a fragment of the worlds while under direct control. However, Jiang Yu's path as Sky Lord diverges significantly. The Heaven Mountain system he constructs mirrors the will of the Abyss. This is a system more inclined towards outward expansion. In the future, once the 7 heavens are established, his will shall be formidable enough to rival that of the Abyss. Upon the throne, as Jiang Yu closed his eyes, enhancing his will and transcending his essence, he forged the second heaven mountain. This time, there was no need to transport soil from the earth. The authority of the mountain, derived from the colossal mountain serpent, swirled at the base of the first heaven mountain, gathering the purest stardust from between heaven and earth, transforming it into the embodiment of the second heaven mountain. Thus, the platinum moon quietly hung in the sky, gradually changing. In the year 1504 of the Goblin Empire, on a summer night, the 7th Goblin Emperor, Messiah Amigo met with an unexpected demise. When discovered by his ministers, he had already been dead within the palace for several days. This Goblin Emperor had reigned for merely 148 years, yet he was the most gifted of the bloodline of Amigo had there been no unforeseen circumstances. He was poised to ascend to the legendary realm. Alas, fate was unkind, and he perished within the palace. Following Messiah Amigo's death, Goblin princes vied for the throne, engaging in fratricidal conflict. The entire Poloata's plain was ravaged, with countless goblins perishing in this struggle for power. Ultimately, the Lord of Pelage in the Central Goblin Empire, Marquis Hagu Amigo led his troops eastward to the imperial capital, eliminating the rebellious goblin princes and all remaining descendants of Messiah Amigo and was crowned emperor with the support of the ministers. Notably, Hagu Amigo was the son of the former imperial prince, Mi Dan Amigo The imperial throne ultimately returned to the lineage of the prince. However, due to Hagu Amigo's brutal and ruthless methods, he initiated a bloody tradition of succession within the Goblin Empire, leading to utter annihilation of bloodlines. In the year 1566 of the Goblin Empire, the chieftain of the Bloodaxe clan, Odin Shue Axe, annexed the Huoshu clan of the Western Territories, a large troll tribe within the Goblin Empire, numbering over 100,000, known for cultivating fire trees and establishing a troll city. The population of the Bloodaxe clan swelled to 300,000, becoming the most powerful troll tribe in the southwest. This victorious annexation solidified chieftain Odin Shue Axe's determination to unify trolls across the entire continent of Thailanda. The faith in the god of slaughter subsequently expanded. In the year 1587 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Folk launched another invasion of the Winged Kingdom. This time, the Grand Princess of the Sea Clan, Timesai, accompanied by the hard-won reinforcements, and the second princess of the Sea Clan, Meteor, engaged in the conflict between the Winged People and the Sea Clan. The 3 princesses of the Sea Clan matched the combat prowess of the Sophia sisters. The high-end combat forces reached a stalemate, and the confrontation between the winged people and the Sea Clan also began to stagnate. This war evolved into a protracted conflict, marking the longest war between the two races. Chapter 100. The birth of the Sea Witch's Song in the 1597th year of the Goblin Empire. During the winter and spring of 1598, the northern desert grasslands experienced a drought lasting an entire year, leading to the demise of numerous prairie races. As a consequence, the Baiman kingdom no longer heeded the resurgence of Aziba's influence over Proedas and once more mustered troops to march southward. This campaign was grand in scale, with nearly 1 million tribal coalitions from the prairie kingdoms advancing toward the Goblin Empire. After 3 months, the northern army stationed at the border suffered defeat. The entire north was ravaged, countless goblins perished, and many goblins, closely related to the goblins, were indiscriminately slaughtered, as they were indeed quite despised. Emperor Hage Amigel was furious. He personally led the Imperial Guard and the Southern Nobility Coalition along with troll mercenaries northward to confront the Prairie Army. Having military experience, Hage Amigel's forces engaged in 3 battles against the Prairie Army upon reaching the north, suffering 2 defeats and achieving 1 victory. In light of the comparative strength of both sides, Hage Amigel ultimately extinguished his original ambition to advance into the prairie. 3 months passed. Emperor Hage Amigel steadfastly defended various cities in the north. After the Prairie Army had sufficiently replenished its supplies in the Empire's northern territories, they began their retreat. Following this battle, Hage Amigel recognized the formidable destructive power stemming from the combination of the Golden Baiman and the Baiman Behemoths. He summoned the Empire's chief alchemist, Leonard, back to the royal court, secretly instructing him to breed bear goblins for the Empire. In the year 1648 of the Goblin Empire, the first organized bear goblin legion emerged on the continent of Phylan. That year, the favored son of the great Khan of the Prairie Kingdom, Amon Jianbing, named Pyrrhus Amon, led a prairie army southward. The heavily armored bear goblin legions marched to the north to confront the enemy, achieving a historic victory against the Prairie Army for the first time. In this battle, the bear goblin legion earned great acclaim, and its commander, Tommen, rose to fame by capturing Pyrrhus Amon. To retrieve their 13th prince, Pyrrhus Amon, the Prairie Kingdom promised not to march southward for 50 years. Following this battle, the Goblin Emperor felt a sense of vindication. Commander Tommen of the Bear Goblin Legion was greatly favored by Hage Amigel, who bestowed upon him an earldom in the north, making him the first bear goblin to ascend to nobility. The bear goblins, closely intertwined with the goblins, gained immense trust due to their martial prowess and gradually integrated into the ruling class of the Goblin Empire. In the year 1666 of the Goblin Empire, the 5th princess of the Sea Clan, who had yet to attain demigod status and remained at the legendary realm, also participated in this war that had persisted for 79 years. Amidst the protracted conflict, this young sea princess, moved by the tragic strife of both races, shed tears and composed a legendary song that would echo through the ages, the Sea Witch's Song. Whenever the Sea Witch's Song resounded on the battlefields of the eastern coast, soldiers from both sides would involuntarily cease their fighting to listen to the enchanting melody. After the song concluded, combat resumed. But the soldiers of the winged people gradually became aware of the sea princess. In the year 1687 of the Goblin Empire, the Goblin alchemist, Lamar, constructed a grand vessel on the Rhine River. This ship, a fusion of various goblin alchemical arts, possessed the capability for prolonged maritime voyages. Emperor Hage Amigel, a visionary goblin, commanded Lamar to travel to the coastal city of Kexlian in the eastern territories of the goblin race to build ships. Kexlian Port, situated to the south of Losindas and Lomanada, near the southeastern corner of the continent of Phylan, became the largest port city of the Goblin Empire along the southeastern coast. In the year 1724 of the Goblin Empire, the great Khan of the northern desert grasslands, King Amon Jianbing, passed away, concluding his legendary life. Before his death, Amon Jianbing designated his youngest son, Pyrrhus Amon, as his heir. However, following his demise, his 3 equally legendary sons, Milan Amon, Human Amon, and Edson Amon, rebelled, citing Pyrrhus Amon's prior defeat and captivity at the hands of the goblins as justification. The War of the Four Kings erupted across the prairies. Within less than a month, Pyrrhus Amon was defeated, and he sought refuge in the Goblin Empire with the remnants of his followers, requesting allegiance. Emperor Hage Amigel was overjoyed. Not only did he accept Pyrrhus Amon, but he also granted him a fertile piece of land in the north and bestowed upon him the title of Marquis of Baiman. The following year, Emperor Hage Amigel prepared his forces, ready to advance north into the prairie amidst the internal strife, seeking to avenge past humiliations. That same year, in the city of Euler on the eastern coast, a winged official's family welcomed the birth of Ludovici, the first genius winged being possessing mastery over both light and dark elements.